Chapter 481 End of the second day. Looking at the fifth circle, the best situation is to cut to the south. It may have good expectations, but there are 3 Xia Kingdom teams in the south, which will benefit the most. But contrary to expectations, the fifth circle still drew a concentric circle. In this way, both IFCD and Team 17 will have to make transfers. The only housing area in the safe zone is on the edge of the white circle on the south side. If IFCD wants to enter the circle, it will most likely have to stick to this housing area, but it is very difficult. For AM in the room area will definitely jam the IFCD at all costs. There is a wolf in front and a tiger in the back. The position of IFCD is right between 17 and 4 AM. You must clear 17 in the back first. But Team 17 moved directly to the right. There was no intention of fighting head-on with IFCD. IFCD didn't even rush down the hilltop of Anger. As a low-slope team, they were even less likely to rush down. Instead of wasting their time here, they might as well go around to the east side to find an opportunity to enter the circle. But IFCD had no intention of letting 17 go, and kept setting fire to 17's vehicle at high points. Wang Hao's accurate 4x telescope connected the dots and directly clicked down the 17th hand. IFCD_45 AI used M416 to knock down 17_show. However, for a high-speed moving vehicle, hitting a person is already the limit of IFCD. IFCD outputs 17 at full power, which also makes the barrages on various live broadcast platforms explode. 7 of the 10 comments are saying that IFCD is sick and is attacking its own country's team. Doesn't IFCD know that this is the Xiagua Invitational Tournament? Mao Xiaomao didn't think so much. On the competition field, if there is a chance to score points, he must take them. Otherwise, in the end, he really won't get the top 3 or even the championship just for 15 and 30 points. Then it will be too late to regret. OMG does not block IFCD's bridge, nor is it taking care of IFCD. It just eliminates the possibility that some teams may not have fun and want to drag other teams into the water. If OMG forcibly blocks IFCD's bridge in the early stage, both sides will suffer. It can be said that the 2 Xiagua teams pass by each other, but the battle between IFCD and 4AM is inevitable. Double frame. Double punch. After Mao Xiaomao said this, the IFCD team members immediately started spreading cigarettes. The current play style of 1 gun with 3 guns is too risky and not stable enough. If you choose a more stable 2-person gun in this room, it may be safer. Wang Hao and Cheng Yao stayed behind, while Mao Xiaomao and Good got on the motorcycle and jeep, one on the left and the other on the right. The smoke that had been laid for a long time dispersed, which greatly blocked the sight of 4AM, who was at a low position. Boom! For AM_Xbox used Car 98K to knock down IFCD_Crystal with a headshot. As soon as IFCD started the vehicle, Cheng Yao was knocked down by a sniper. Even though she keeps moving. On the right side of the house. Press him first. Cheng Yao immediately said to Wang Hao. If Wang Hao chooses to pull her now, then the other 2 teammates have no guarantee at all. Wang Hao also played very cautiously, constantly peeking the enemy and not giving his opponent a chance to kill him with 1 blow. At this moment, Mao Xiaomao and Good also rushed directly to the house under the cover of smoke. As soon as the jeep stopped, a thunderbolt fell at their feet. Boom! For AM_God used the frag grenade to knock down IFCD_King. For AM_God used the frag grenade to knock down IFCD_Godric. Wow! Beautiful! Wei Shen's move! A beautiful advanced prediction. Yi Hao sincerely praised it. This wave of Wei Shen did not pull out to suppress IFCD at the first time, but found an opportunity to pinch a thunder and threw it at the moment Mao Xiaomao and Good got out of the car. The thunder exploded instantly and made a double thunder. I have to say that it is too difficult to attack a housing area under such circumstances. 5,400 said. Yes! With the team's full defense, it is impossible for a team to reach the room without any losses. And being stuck outside the circle is also very uncomfortable. For AM's defense was very organized and had space, not giving IFCD any chance. Xbox's sniping also helped 4AM suppress IFCD's firepower. At this point, it can basically be declared that IFCD's attack has failed, and IFCD's strategy will probably change next. The fact is, as everyone expected, after IFCD reduced the number of 2 generals, the remaining 2 players can only choose to force their way into the circle to see if they can make a splash in the rankings. But the bad news is that 2 people only have 1 car. If they have 2 cars, the chance of survival may be higher. Wang Hao and Cheng Yao drove directly to go around in the direction of 17. But 17 and KZSSS also fought together, and the unsuspecting IFCD plunged directly into the firepower net of the two teams. Even a god can't handle the simultaneous output of 5 or 6 guns. Wang Hao was swept down from his posture position, although Cheng Yao reacted very quickly, cutting to position 1 and continuing to drive into the circle. She still did not escape the fate of death. Running directly blasted the jeep without giving IFCD any chance. KZSS_running detonated the vehicle and killed IFCD_Crystal. IFCD group destroyed. In the last set of the next day, he only finished 12th. This result is unsatisfactory for IFCD. And in my impression, it is one of IFCD's worst results in this PCI. No one had any other emotions besides feeling a little pity. IFCD can be said to be the best Siagwa team in the past 2 days, and there is no reason to be harsh on them anymore. Fortunately, Navi and FaZe also followed IFCD's footsteps and did not obtain too high scores, which everyone can accept. Things on the last day will definitely have to wait until the last day to happen. After Navi and FaZe withdrew in the 8th set, Team 17 and 4AM also started to exert their strength. 4AM and 17. One on the left and the other on the right. Cleared Chief, SSG and MVP one after another, and entered the final round. Especially when MVP and SSG were eliminated. The cheers on the scene were extremely loud. One was a Japanese team, and the other was a Korean team. Even though their team members are all good, the national relations in several East Asian countries have not always been very good. There is no way around this. Team 17 seemed to have completely awakened after the downturn on the first day, and showed a very good state on the second day, while 4AM, which was relatively slow to gain momentum, also regained its touch. The only thing that worries the Siagwa audience is OMG. They haven't performed well in 8 consecutive games. This is not just a matter of mentality. There must be something wrong in some aspects. 4AM went crazy in this game and got 17 kills. Unfortunately, they lost in a head-on battle with Liquid, which gave Team 17 a chance to be the Oriole. Dying didn't hesitate. When Liquid knocked down 2 players, he pressed forward decisively, 3-on-2. He used the numerical advantage to spread the gun line and knock down Ibiza first. The last 3 people steadily entered the circle and blocked James without giving his opponent a hit. 3 opportunities. After experiencing the KZSSS incident on the first day, Siagwa's professional players will no longer look down on these world's strongest players, and will not be reckless and give their opponents a chance even in a 3-on-1 match. Under such strict defense, James chose to take poison and die. Team 17 won the 8th game. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, 17. Oh! Wow! 17! 17! The audience at the scene also jumped into emotion under the passionate explanations of Yahoo and 5,400. Happy ending the next day. Congratulations to Team 17. Successfully won the chicken game in the 8th set, becoming the second Sia team to win the chicken game. Yes, this way the score of Team 17 will almost catch up. This is what we want to see. Yes, for AM's performance in this game is also remarkable. Even after thinking about it, they did not disappoint the teams that supported them. On the last day of the game, I hope these teams can cheer. Keep the PCI Championship trophy in Sia country. He said it with great enthusiasm. He believes in IFCD. The audience in Sia Kingdom believed it too. Everyone looked up. After 2 days of competition and 8 sets, the standings were also published. PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. Navi, Day 1, 1945, Day 2, 1300 total score, 3,245, chicken times 1. 2. FaZe, Day 1, 1990, Day 2, 1070 total score, 3,060, chicken times 2. 3. Liquid, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 1710 total score, 2,900. 4. IFCD, Day 1, 1255, Day 2, 1355 total score, 2,610, chicken times 2. 5. 17, Day 1, 760, Day 2, 1460 total score, 2,220, chicken times 1. 6. Ghost, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 700 total score, 2,190, chicken times 1. 7. MVP, Day 1, 1210, Day 2, 565 total points, 1775. Round 4 MVP, 17_Shokes kills, 3 assists, 4 damage, 711. Okay, look at the standings. Navi, FaZe, and Liquid are in the top 3, followed closely by the 2 Xia Kingdom teams IFCD and 17, ranked 4th and 5th, followed by Ghost, MVP, and Avanger. The last day of the game. Let us wait and see. Chapter 482, The Real Decisive Battle. The audience gradually dispersed. The game on the second day should be said to have satisfied the Xia Kingdom audience. 17 and IFCD each won 1 chicken. And 4AM also showed a recovery performance. It can be said that the 3 largest traffic teams in Xia Kingdom have all performed well, which can slow down the pace of the internet a little. You must know that after the first day, all the internet was full of verbal criticism, and no one could stand it. Several Xiagua teams were not in a hurry to return to the hotel after the game, and they continued to communicate. Several members of OMG must have been very silent. In other words, they were a little autistic after being beaten. Sometimes there seems to be no problem playing, but the team is always wiped out. If you transfer, people will be lost, and the group will be wiped out if you are facing it, as if you are trapped in an infinite loop. You are too poor at that point, and you are still carrying out large-scale transfers. It is best to change the point. Also, there seems to be something wrong with your strategy of entering the 4 circle, Mao Xiaomao said to Smile. If anyone else had said this to Smile, everyone would have scoffed. Smile has always been the #1 conductor in the country. Teach him how to conduct? Only Mao Xiaomao in China is qualified to say so bluntly that there is something wrong with Smile's command. Uncle Xiaoyao sat on the side with a smile and nodded. He and Joy also discussed for a long time. OMG's problem probably lies in the 4 circle, which is the rhythm of the attrition circle. Wei Shen continued. On the first day, we were always downsizing, so we still have to slow down and play at our own pace. Well, the 4 circle is actually not that urgent, and if there is a battle, it will be easily stolen by other teams. 17 Show also suggested. These are the experiences of several people. After 8 games, each team has its own experience, and everyone just shares these experiences. If you want to enter the center of the 4 circle, you will definitely lose someone. Mao Xiaomao said something rather arbitrary, but after everyone thought about it carefully, it made sense. When the 4 circle entered the circle, there was no large-scale attrition. There were relatively many people, and most of them were scattered around each circle. If you speed up the pace and enter the circle, you will definitely be attacked. Even if the opponent's marksmanship is not good, one person will be swept down. People are a huge loss to the team. And even if you occupy a point in the center of the circle, as long as the terrain is not particularly good, there is a high probability of being captured. Another problem of OMG is that it is too poor. Although the junglers expanded the search area the next day, they are still poor. Sometimes they often use a UMP9, which will definitely suffer a big loss in the confrontation with the rifle. But where can OMG go now? Holy Mountain K Town is occupied by 4AM, and Port P is occupied by Navi. These are the spots OMG often visits. You can go to Y City or Shanxiaching District, Mao Xiaomao said. Smile and Xiao looked at each other and thought it was feasible. Currently, there is only one team, Liquid, in Y City, and only one team, Avanger, in the upper and lower districts. The richest one on the map is Avanger, which has exclusive access to G-Port, the upper and lower towns and hospitals. It is equivalent to eating up all the resources in that area. One person searches for G-Port, 2 people go to the city, and 1 person goes to the city. They are all the most convenient places to search, and you don't have to worry about the car. It is really comfortable. This place can accommodate 7 or 8 teams, let alone only one Avanger team. Let's stay in Y City and go back to arrange it. Smile did not hide anything from these Xia Kingdom teams, and it was not a big deal. It also reminded 4AM that there might be 2 teams in Y City tomorrow. Logically speaking, Shanxiaching District is much better than Y City, with more cars and resources. But there is a very important reason why OMG chose Y City. This reason is also the reason why Mao Xiaomao has never visited Shanxiaching District. That's transfer. Transfer mainly consists of 2 aspects. One is a vehicle. One is the route. Although there are few cars near Y City, there are also few people. As long as you drive along the road, there will be no teams competing with them for cars. And there are enough vehicles. So although the vehicle has a little problem, it's not a big problem. It's still a matter of route. First of all, Let's talk about the reason why IFCD has never played in the upper and lower cities. Since entering the profession, it has never played in Z City Tactics. That's because the transfer from G Port is much more difficult than the transfer from Y City. No matter heading north or south, the route out of G Port is relatively single, and the road is rugged. Most of the time, the team coming out of G Port needs to move east. After all, it is a west side team, but moving eastward must pass through the ruins, school area. Not to mention whether the roads in this area are easy to drive. There are many resource points on the roads, and there are also many teams in the center of the map. Teams may attack at any time. The transfer to Y City is very safe. There are no large resource points in the southeast, northwest, and they are all large plains. They can respond immediately to any situation. Once the car speeds up, they will be attacked, and the chance of being shot down from a long distance is not very high. Some foreign teams also walked out talking and laughing. The Xia team and foreign teams had completely different attitudes towards this competition. This is a game in Xia Kingdom, a game at home, and the Xia Kingdom team will definitely strive to win. But foreign teams may just treat PCI as an ordinary invitational tournament. Come on! Come on! Several teams looked at each other, and the firm gaze in their eyes also represented the persistence of these Xia Kingdom teams. After the second day of the game, although Team 17 is still ranked 5th, it is already nearly 1,000 points behind the first group. To be honest, the hope of winning the championship is very slim, unless it is in a strong state and eats 3 chickens in a row. This event is only possible. It is a small probability event. All I can say is that there is hope. More people's attention is focused on IFCD. The gap between them and first place is not big. If we say that Xiaogua's team has the best chance of winning the championship, this team must be IFCD. Half a day of rest. After half a day, the 16 teams will face the real decisive battle. 8 out of 12 games have been played. In the last 4 games, what has not happened yet will always be unknown. Everyone has expectations for the unknown. So when the foreign audience entered the venue on the last day, they were completely dumbfounded. The venue was almost filled to capacity with the Xia Kingdom audience. It was overcrowded. The flag of the Xia Kingdom is constantly waving. There is also the word China in capital letters, the benchmarks and banners of each team, and the brightest red, most domineering banner. We will keep winning. We IFCD. Certainly. Living up to expectations. Chapter 483. We must win. There is no way out. Hello, dear viewers and friends. Welcome to the live broadcast of the PCI Xiaogua Invitational Tournament jointly organized by PUBG, Xiaogua Sports General Administration, and Xiaogua Sports General Administration. I am the commentator Msjoy. It's okay that I am. Commentary on the third day. Naturally, he is Xiaogua's golden partner in the commentary world, Msjoy and Yehao. It's just that because of the special situation of this PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament, many senior leaders are paying attention, and there are also many leaders from the General Administration of Sports present. The two of them can't joke around and tell dirty jokes like before. Slump on the first day. Recovery on the second day. The performance of Team Xiaogua has always touched everyone's hearts. No one knows what the outcome will be on the third day, but as long as it is a Xia team, there is hope in their hearts. IFCD is a team that creates miracles. They have proven on more than one occasion that they are a big game team. The bigger the scene, the bigger the miracle. Let's review the point situation after 8 games. After Msjoy said that, everyone looked up. First place Navi, 3,245. Second place FaZe, 3,060. Third place Liquid, 2,900. The fourth and fifth places are 2 Xiaogua teams, IFCD and 17, with 2,610 and 2,220 points respectively. The 5th to 8th places are Ghost, MVP, and Avanger respectively. For AM ranked 9th, OMG ranked 13th, KZSSS ranked 14th, and NW was temporarily at the bottom. The current ranking of Xiaogua's team is actually pretty much what everyone expected from the beginning. The only thing they didn't expect was OMG. OMG, ranked first in Xia country, performed unexpectedly poorly on PCI, ranking only 13th. At the beginning, everyone's expectation was that OMG would be ranked 17th, IFCD, and 4AM's top 8. The reality was not too different. Only OMG exceeded everyone's expectations. So in the end, the heavy responsibility of defending the glory of Xiaogua Esports and fighting for Siagwa Esports on the front line falls on IFCD. The lens was shown to IFCD. Today, IFCD feels less relaxed than in the past, and his expression is more serious. IFCD's expression is very serious. I hope it won't be too tight today. Mjoy is also a little worried. After all, it is the first time to play in the World Series, so it is normal for IFCD to be a little nervous. Even OMG made many mistakes when they played in the World Series for the first time. Fortunately, he shook his head secretly in his heart. He understood IFCD. IFCD is only excited to play this kind of game now. If you want to say that you are a little nervous, you may be a little nervous, but your expression will not be like this. Mjoy doesn't know the inside story of IFCD, but it's easy to know. Mao Xiaoma, Wang Hao, and Good all had serious expressions. Not only because this was the last day of the finals, but also because this is Cheng Yao's last day of competition at IFCD. Let's not talk about the small group of Cheng Yao, Mao Xiaoma, and Good. Wang Hao also quickly integrated into them. It can be said that the four of them are four people who truly have brotherhood. Even if Cheng Yao is a woman, child, everyone is serious not because they are nervous, but because they really take this day's game seriously. We want to win. Must win. Mao Xiaoma said in a deep voice. Good and Wang Hao didn't speak, but they held the mouths tightly. It must give Cheng Yao a perfect ending. If they lose, they may have regrets throughout their lives. Yi Hao also silently cheers for IFCD in his heart. Come on, kids! This group of 18 and 19-year-old boys and girls, to be able to stand on this stage and compete head-to-head with the world's top players like Jeans, Shade 1, Shadow 1K, God, Liang, and 17 show. They have actually succeeded. But they won it. It's not just about standing on this stage. 4th place. Not enough. Not enough. Mao Xiaoma will not allow himself to lose today's game. Today, we must win. There is no retreat. No one wants to win more than IFCD. Fortunately, I have never seen a player with a stronger desire to win than Mao Xiaoma. And before the start of this game, you can know without even thinking that Mao Xiaoma's desire to win has reached its peak. He is invincible now. Yi Hao said it seriously. Mjoy didn't know why she said these 8 words, but thinking about the situation of IFCD, she had some guesses. But what he is more worried about is whether the excessive psychological burden will affect IFCD's performance. You know, in the face of this sharp and murderous momentum, if the group is wiped out in a wave, it will completely collapse. Following the director's prompt, Mjoy and Yi Hao looked at each other and said, Okay, our game is ready. What you are seeing now is the 3rd and final day of the PCI Summerland Invitational. The competition is divided into 12 games in total. In the previous 2 days, 8 games have ended. And today is also the last 4 games. Mjoy said. Yi Hao continued. Yes, the champion of this PCI Siagwa Invitational Tournament will be decided today. Come on, Team Siagwa. Yi Hao didn't hesitate in shouting at all. A sentence of, Come on Siagwa team, ignited the enthusiasm of the Siagwa audience at the scene. IFCD's team banner is floating in the sky. Bright red banner. It also represents the current path of IFCD. You must kill all enemies standing in front of you. Okay, the first game has started. Everything on the screen comes to the screen of the first game. It is a diagonal route from Port P in the southwest to Town K in the northeast. Okay, this is a route from Port P to K Town. This route is very comfortable for IFCD. Mjoy also has a good relationship with IFCD, so more attention is naturally focused on IFCD. The first major resource point for this route is Port P and the airport. In this way, IFCD can become the first team to land and have more search time, which is very beneficial to IFCD. Even if the route cannot fly directly to the airport, it has to find a vehicle, which will waste at least 1 trip. 2 minutes of time. With these 2 minutes of searching and the abundant resources at the airport, IFCD's equipment will definitely be good. The first set of the game on the 3rd day started. Not to mention the players. The hearts of the audience were beating fast. You can imagine the solemn atmosphere. The closer they are to the final championship, the players' mentality will also change greatly. Chapter 484. Navi destroyed again. Look at the first circle first. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the refresh of the circle is very important. The judgment and prediction of some information must rely on the refresh direction of the circle. The first lap of the first game is also very critical. The game time is 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the safe zone is refreshed. As soon as this circle was brushed, the whole scene exploded. Airport circle! Airport circle! In the crucial first game, an airport circle was created. And this airport circle is a bit extreme. In the north, only the bridgehead on the west side is within the circle. And it is also the only part of the northern land that is within the safety zone. As soon as the circle was cleared, all 16 teams and 64 players trembled. 17 show. Look for a boat. Find a boat. OMG. Hurry across the bridge. Let's go to the southern jungle. 4 a.m. You can pass on the right, but you can't pass on the left. The Xia team knows IFCD too well. In the past, it was an airport circle, and IFCD would block bridges no matter where it was. Not to mention this circle, an extreme airport circle, half of which is in the sea. The position IFCD has been staying in is still a very good position in the circle. There is no reason why IFCD should not block such a circle. Search first. Don't worry. No one except OMG would dare to pass it, Mao Xiaomo said. In the past, Mao Xiaomo would have a smile on his face. But not today. Instead, there was unparalleled concentration. He wants to win. If you think about the distribution of teams on the entire field, except for OMG, which has the capital to go to West Bridge in advance, there is no one else. And Navi will definitely not walk away after suffering a loss. They were destroyed yesterday because of this. 90% of the 17 teams in the Western Wilderness must have found a boat to leave. Ghost and Avanger are relatively far away, so IFCD still only left Wang Hao to occupy the points. When Wang Hao drove his motorcycle to the bridge, OMG happened to pass by, and Wang Hao fired 2 symbolic shots to scare OMG into a cold sweat. I almost thought IFCD was so crazy that they wouldn't even let them go. You must know that they are the jungle team of Zodiac and Port F, and they are very close to Quoto. If you really want to block them, it means that IFCD is not searching for anything at all. Before the first poisonous circle was refreshed, IFCD had already plundered the airport's resources and moved them to the bridge to continue their mission of guarding the bridge. As for Ghost and Avanger on the left side of the map, they also chose to make a full circle. Even if IFCD was blocking the bridge, they couldn't make a big circle to the east side where there are many people. They can only search for resources first, so that IFCD and IFCD can afford it. Last time Avanger successfully crossed the bridge by consuming resources, and finally achieved a good ranking. And they want to do the same this time. Msjoy and Yehao originally thought that IFCD would play the same tricks as before. But the camera cut to IFCD again. Not only Msjoy and the audience, but also the IFCD head coach Yehao was confused. Is this your team's strategy? Msjoy has been commentating for so many years. And for the first time, she feels like she doesn't know what to say. This was the first time in his life that he had seen IFCD in such a position. Suddenly, I feel like my job as head coach for 2 years was in vain. Yehao shook his head mechanically. IFCD. A front line of about 800 meters was opened. Just talking about the terrain on the west side of the airport. There is a large stretch of coast on the west side of the bridge head, where you can go ashore directly. And then, there is the cliff on the left. This is the best place to go ashore from this area. There is also a housing area above this location. If you don't get killed directly when you go ashore, you can go directly into the housing area, which is safe and easy. In addition to being able to go ashore at this place, you also need to go to the southernmost side of the entire airport island. IFCD is crazy and divided its forces into 2 groups. Gu Wang Hao guarded the bridge, while Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, 2 players with high-power lenses, moved to the edge of the cliff, and the distance between the 2 sides. Calculate according to the distance markers on the map. About 800 meters. The PUBG Island map is an 8x8 map, and each cell is 1,000 meters. It is easy to judge the distance difference between the 2 sides. What is the concept of 800? The sniper rifles have to be raised to the sky, and the gunshots cannot be heard by each other. It can be said that neither side can support each other. But IFCD controls the entire coast. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were hiding behind the cliff here, waiting for a team to sail ashore. In this way, they can play a trick. Secondly, even if there is a team whose head is not easy to land from the middle of the coast, IFCD players from both directions can output to him. You can't hit it at 800 meters, but you can still consume it at 400 meters. In both directions. It is equivalent to controlling all the western coast of the airport. It has to be said that IFCD's idea is too unrealistic. This is a tactic that has never appeared in Xia Kingdom. Even many foreign coaches and analysts were impressed. Most of the gun lines are either in mountainous areas, or the main purpose is to occupy points, and wait for the next circle to be closed to make a rendezvous and transfer. But any layman who is pulling the strings of IFCD can see that it is extremely aggressive. It is to wipe out all the teams trying to disembark from the western coast. IFCD's move is bold and risky, but effective. It would be easier for Good and Wang Hao if they didn't get in Avanger's face and say there are only two of us. Avanger wouldn't know that there are only two people at the western bridge. Taking a step back, even if he knew that there were two people on the IFCD side of the bridge, would Avanger dare to cross? Does Ghost dare to pass? Whether you drive or not, I'll beat you if you don't drive. And I'll beat you if you drive. Moreover, IFCD can advance and retreat freely. The car is beside them, and they can leave whenever they want. If the other party is really desperate to break into the circle by spreading smoke, they can get on the car and escape. They are covered by railings and cannot be beaten down. Nami began to move from Port P, and its target was the cliff where Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were. A ship is passing by. New! When Wang Hao saw a ship heading in the direction of Mao Xiaomo, he thought it was Navi. At that position, 80% of them would be destroyed by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. Navi would never have thought that there would be such a team with two people occupying this cliff. Two boats came quickly from Port P and washed ashore directly one after the other. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao did not choose to throw the thunder and pulled them out directly. Throwing thunder is a waste of output time. While Shade One's fuck was still in his throat, he was already receiving fierce firepower. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. The two of them occupied the perfect terrain and pulled down from the high point to fight. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock down Navi_Shade One. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock down Navi_Drainies with a headshot. Might as well shout. IFCD knocked down Navi's man. He was more excited than anyone else. It's Navi again. It's Navi who tops the rankings again. The two of them immediately lost two people on Navi's first boat in the first wave. And the two people on the other boat were also shocked. Their headphones were so loud that one player was caught off guard and almost threw his mouse away. The other player did not get off the boat and directly raised his gun to shoot. However, because he was on the boat, the range of raising his gun was very limited. Cheng Yao had to change bullets after a wave of firing. But Mao Xiaomo didn't. The burst firing of the M16 left him with more than 20 bullets left in the magazine, which was completely enough. Just pull it out with confidence. I just caught a glimpse of the remaining two people from the corner of my eye. Ta-ta-ta-ta. For consecutive accurate burst shots. At such a close distance, even a ladder player will not make any mistakes. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down Navi_Yuba. After knocking down one player, the other player finally reacted. When Mao Xiaomo shrank back, Cheng Yao also completed reloading, pulled out the red dot Scarl, and fired with no suspense, taking away the opponent. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to kill Navi_Move with a headshot. Beautiful! The IFCD team destroyed Navi. Under Yahao's roar, the emotions of the Xia Kingdom audience became even higher, with the team annihilating Navi. Currently number 1 in the standings, it will be easier for them to chase points. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao actually didn't have much to brag about in this wave, but they were able to squat here in advance. IFCD's research on Navi was much deeper than Navi's research on IFCD. One of the reasons why IFCD can perform well in PCI is its own strength. Another important reason is that IFCD appears in the international arena for the first time. No foreign team has ever studied this team before. Over time, it is easy to be targeted on the route. Navi was wiped out again. It seems to be exactly the same as yesterday's plot. 17 Show smiled in the competition room. He was naturally happy when he saw the news that IFCD defeated Navi. They are now in 5th place and are in a critical period of chasing points. But there was one thing that Dying couldn't understand. Why are those Navi bums still walking on the bridge without any brains? Monyobi said with a smile. What he wants to say is also what everyone wants to say. Their uninformed team must have thought that Navi crossed the bridge again and were wiped out again. But that was not the case. After the IFCD team defeated Navi, they directly took advantage of the situation and drove back to Kyoto. This is to target Navi. Mstoy smiled. It looks like it should be. As the saying goes, give it up when it's good. The team defeat of Navi is already the best situation that IFCD expected. Next, they still have to play their own game well. If there is a team crossing the bridge from the west coast, if it is not Navi, they can even let it go. One release. Chapter 485 Wang Hao's Judgment on the Circle. Today's Avanger and Ghost are still watching the situation of IFCD on the other side of the bridge. Just like yesterday's game. It's not that they don't want to go around. It's just that there's really no other way. You can't go to the sea in the south. And you can't go to the bridge in the east. The only bridge you can go to is the bridge on the IFCD side. But it depends on IFCD's face. Fortunately, the gas station near the west side of the first circle was still in the safe zone. And Avanger and Ghost never started fighting. How the second circle is brushed is still critical. But IFCD is in this situation. No matter where it is brushed, they have measures to deal with it. Oh! The second circle is a circle with a cut corner on the west side. This circle is so beautiful! Mjoy shouted. The IFCD that originally had the center of the circle instantly became the edge of the circle. But IFCD's location is still very good, and they know that behind them there are not many people in the western beach area. In this way, Avanger and Ghost on the other side of the bridge will have to look at IFCD's face. This circle happens to be that they are not in a safe zone. But IFCD is. In this situation, they can only wait for IFCD to leave first. And will IFCD leave? IFCD was transferred directly. Yihao shouted. IFCD got on the bus and transferred directly. And the four of them went straight to the cliff edge and room area where they had defeated Navi before. That position is so comfortable. There is no one in the center of the circle. And IFCD knows this news. Moreover, if IFCD occupies this housing area, the entire sea area behind them can be controlled by them. It is simply impossible for anyone to come up from the coast. After IFCD drove to this housing area, 2 people were placed on the cliff to observe the nearby situation. What's more important is to see if there are other teams swimming over from the sea. This is a point that is easily overlooked. Now only 50% of the safe zone is at sea. Based on my understanding of phase and liquid, they should speed up the pace of entering the circle, Mjoy said. The screen happened to give liquid and phase. Liquid lost 1 person. And phase attacked the 17th room on the southernmost side. The second circle is a battle of life and death, which is relatively rare in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games. 17 blocked phase route into the circle. The 2 sides were constantly shooting at each other. Both dying and Fuzzface fell twice. Phase attacks with smoke. At the same time, MVP also joined in, and it became a 3-party battle. However, MVP was in a very good position and received almost no attacks. He beat Team 17 sideways and killed 2 players. The last 2 players of Team 17 could only shrink into the room. FaZe gave up on advancing to 17 and instead went head-to-head with MVP. In the past, the Korean team's front-facing ability has been criticized. But the marksmanship shown by MVP in this wave can definitely be described as superb. It's just that FaZe's bearded Fuzzface rarely used a nerve gun. Continuous headshots finally wiped out the MVP team. Obtaining supplies is not the most critical. The key is vehicles. They were forced to abandon their vehicles in the previous round. This round they harvested the MVP's vehicle, which also made FaZe's situation better. 17 also gave up this housing area. Yes! During FaZe replenishment time, the remaining 2 players of Team 17, Mon Yobi and King Muchuan, also directly chose to enter the circle to stay in the rankings. Generally, in this kind of island circle, the first choice is to choose a house. Except of course IFCD. The team that comes first will definitely be able to pick a good location. But there are not many good housing areas in this circle. Yes! Yahoo analyzed it with joy. IFCD is now in a stage of pretending to be dead, observing and collecting information, and then roughly forming a distribution map of the current team in Mao Xiaomo's mind. When the circle was about to end, some teams that entered the circle late were late. This is true for both 4AM and KZSS. There are advantages and disadvantages to either entering the island first or entering the island later. It all depends on the team's choice. Avanger and Ghost did not fight, but entered the airport island one after another. There are still 14 teams left after the fight. The 2 teams that were wiped out were Navi and MVP. Nowadays, the strategy of many professional teams to enter the circle is to be either the fastest or the slowest. If there is an opportunity to occupy a very advantageous terrain, I think most teams are still willing to give up some resources. Mjoy's remarks also responded to online discussions. PCI has been very popular these days, and whether to enter the circle early or late has become a big question. Every professional team has its own rhythm, and it actually depends on the tactics and habits of its own team. The third circle. Concentric circles. It is still a yin and yang circle, nearly 50% of which is in the sea. If nothing else happens, the next circle is likely to be a cut-angle circle. The next circle should be a cut-angle circle. I have also written an analysis of our PCI circle brushing rules this time. In the fourth circle, the land ratio is 1, which means there will be no water. Then IFCD needs to think carefully about it at this time. Looking at the entire Baikwan, IFCD is still inside the circle, but still at the edge of the circle, and not far from them is a banger, using a small slope as a bunker. Mao Xiaomo thought about the current situation on the field and felt that the people on the edge of the cliff might not be very good. He directly said to his teammates, "Take the car. Let's go into the circle along the edge of the cliff." Oh! IFCD chose to abandon this circle and enter the circle along the cliff edge. This is a very good transfer. Mjoy admired from God's perspective. The route that IFCD takes into the center of the circle is completely deserted. But that won't be the case after a while. There are many slopes and trees in the center of this circle. IFCD is not in danger now. It has driven all the cars to the center of the circle. If it needs to be moved later, it can use the vehicles to form a car array. Seeing that IFCD was not in danger, the director also cut the view to pictures of several other Xia Kingdom teams. KZSS and 4AM both came out of the airport. They had no cars, and were constantly being targeted from a distance. The two choices of 17 also found a small slope to lie down on. It is worth noting that FaZe and OMG are in good positions, and they are still pretending to be dead in this circle. Now all four of FaZe have been defeated at least once, which means it will be difficult to save them if they fall again. They still need to play in the finals and maintain stable performance, and they can regain the top spot in this set. In the end, 4AM secured a room on the edge of the circle and successfully entered the circle. But KZSS was unfortunately wiped out. The fourth lap went without any surprises. A northeastern cutaway circle. In this way, all teams are almost in the safe zone, except for Liquid at the bottom, who needs to move slightly. The fighting on the east and north sides of the third circle was extremely fierce, which is why Mjoy and Yehao always said that this type of circle should be played 2 laps in advance. The reason is also very simple. As long as you occupy a position, the fourth circle is a circle that cuts away the water. It is a circle that can predict the position. 90% of it does not need to be moved. The fifth circle is the circle with the smallest refresh rate. As long as there is no corner cutting, the team will advance into the circle in one step. Therefore, in the third circle of the airport circle, everyone was fighting to death, and the number of people continued to decrease sharply. Currently, several teams from Xia Kingdom are on the edge of the circle. IFCD is on the west side of the circle. OMG 17 is on the south side, and 4AM is on the east side. The team in the best position in the center of the circle is FaZe. I have to say that it is not unreasonable for FaZe to be ranked first in the world. If you look at the first 2 circles, FaZe still comes from the big and small electronics, and is still at the edge of the circle. As you play, you will find out what is happening with the team in the center of the circle, or FaZe. FaZe's judgment of circle formation and analysis of other teams are undoubtedly the best in the world. The fifth circle is the circle with the smallest refresh amplitude in the entire refresh mechanism. Sometimes when the audience is watching the game, they feel that this circle is useless. In all likelihood, they will not move from their current position anyway, and they are left to wait for a few minutes in vain. This is not the case. Now for the teams on the edge of the team circle. The terrain they are on is at the edge of the circle. Even if they can enter the circle by taking 2 steps forward, they are out of this terrain, and there is no advantage. And this fifth lap did not disappoint the good-hearted spectators, but it made the Xia Kingdom audience excited. I painted a northeast corner. The circle that originally had a small refresh rate has become a fatal injury to the current IFCD. Mao Xiaomo also frowned when he opened the map. They were still about 200 meters away from entering the circle, but he clearly remembered the terrain around the circle, and even if they entered, they would be a living target. The frame car can enter this area, but the next circle is not easy to navigate, Wang Hao said to Mao Xiaomo. He spent countless hours memorizing the terrain of the entire map. On the terrain of the airport island, he knew with his eyes closed where there was terrain that could accommodate the team, where they could stay, and where they could practice target shooting. This was the responsibility of a free agent. The young team has an advantage that the old team does not have. That is, they have a harmonious relationship and can improve together. As long as the atmosphere is good and the team becomes a whole, it may not be worse than some wealthy clubs. For example, in the Dota 2 Global Invitational Tournament and TI's 6 Wings, their personal strength is not the strongest in the country, but the overall strength is very strong. And ICD is this type. Wang Hao objectively evaluated the terrain, and the decision was still in Mao Xiaomo's hands. One sentence may determine the life or death of the entire team. Chapter 486: The Violent IFCD. Before Mao Xiaomo could speak, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. I see! You can enter this area! Wang Hao's sudden words startled Mao Xiaomo. But when he saw Wang Hao's point, Mao Xiaomo didn't hesitate at all. Go! Make a way! To be honest, Mao Xiaomo didn't know very well how many trees and rocks there were near the point marked by Wang Hao. He could only remember the general terrain. And Cheng Yao and Gu didn't even know. But they have one thing in common. That is trust. Trust Wang Hao's interpretation of the terrain. That's the terrain he memorized with painstaking efforts. You can't go wrong. The 4 cars started circling from the west without hesitation, and then plunged straight into the circle. Another shift in God's perspective. But everyone doesn't know that the person leading this transfer is Wang Hao. Originally, there was an Avenger on the west side of the circle. But before they could react, the IFCD was past them not far away and stopped at the circle. IFCD's transfer is so hacking awesome. Joy used foul language. Yehao broke into a cold sweat and said quickly, Joy, live broadcast. Joy suddenly remembered that today's competition was jointly organized by the General Administration of Sports of Xia State and the General Administration of Esports. Many leaders came to the scene. Feeling guilty, he glanced in the direction of the leader and found that the leader had no other expressions and was watching with relish. After the game, I was relieved. The shift in God's perspective seems to have become a characteristic of IFCD. It felt like I could find a perfect path every time. The camera was shown to IFCD. The circle they were listening to looked like a low slope on the map. But there were 2 big trees and 2 big rocks, making it a perfect sniper for the teams outside the circle. Amazing! Unbelievable! Foreign commentators are also praising IFCD. Don't brag about anything. There are definitely not many players who can accurately describe the terrain of this place. Among them, there must be players who have played in the finals here before and are deeply impressed by it. But Wang Hao wrote it down purely from memory. He and Mao Xiaomo, the 3 of them, almost started a single-player mode and traveled around the entire map. The terrain of each urban area that is easier to remember is given to Mao Xiaomo. These slopes, trees, and stones were all handed over to Wang Hao. And it took Wang Hao 2 months to really memorize them. A talented player who was covered up by Mao Xiaomo. IFCD_45 AI. Wang Hao. Avenger was completely confused at this moment. They abandoned the car and prepared to walk into the circle. After all, they didn't know the situation in the circle. Who would have thought that IFCD rushed directly in front of them? Which was the only road they must pass. Avenger is feeling uncomfortable this time. Joy smiled. IFCD's scalpel-like transfer ripped open the circle and forced its way into the circle. The terrain within the circle is now simple. There is a relatively high slope in the middle, a low slope on the east side, and the perimeter of the airport, where there are the largest number of enemies. Then on the west side is the IFCD side, which is also a low slope. It can be said that the only good terrain is occupied by IFCD. This terrain can only be found with God's perspective. Avenger had no other choice but to attack forcefully. But what they didn't expect was that IFCD saved the safe zone directly. This time it's Mao Xiaomo's command. Although they have bunkers, the terrain is relatively low, and they are easily mined. They may play passively. Instead of doing this, it is better to rush out and fight the opponent head-on. Moreover, their gun lines are wider, which gives them a great advantage. Avanger's team members cautiously moved towards the edge of the circle, and then were instantly stopped when they were crossing a small slope. IFCD_Godric used AKM to knock down Avenger_Keen with a headshot. Wow! Pretty! Under the huge cheers at the scene, Joy's shouts were covered up. Good's scalp shooting really showed his skill. The opponent only took a small scalp and was directly shot by AKM in 2 seconds. Avanger's team members were still exchanging information, and IFCD immediately pressed forward. For people are so reckless. Today's IFCD feels unprecedentedly violent. That's right. Just violent. In the past, IFCD was more about calmness, discipline, and awesomeness. Today's IFCD has added a belief in winning on top of its awesomeness. Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo pulled out at the same time and directly engaged Avanger's team members. Good did not choose to go around from the flank. The man he just killed knew his position. He now went around from the flank to completely help. If you are not on the frontal battlefield, you may still attract the attention of the enemy, and it is impossible to achieve a stealth effect. IFCD. It's just pure positivity. Even if the opponent is one of the top players in the world, IFCD is not afraid at all. If his technical moves are not deformed, then the opponent will be his opponent. SSG is an opponent, and FaZe is just an opponent. All they have to do is win. Beat. Mao Xiaomo vented his unhappiness and started coming quickly with his fingers. Ta 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 ta. Numb. Seeing the M16A4 with such a rate of fire, audiences around the world were numb. Can it be even more awesome? They don't believe it. The king of M16. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down Avanger_Drainies. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down Avanger_Mikoi. Msjoy was so excited that she started talking loudly. She was just about to say whether IFCD's attack was a bit irrational. But IFCD used practical actions to show that they were still very sober. The 4 men knocked down 3 Avanger men, but did not forcefully clear out the last Avanger member, but retreated directly to their own positions. Yi Hao was also completely relieved. He knows that IFCD wants to win, but if it wants to win too much, it can easily lead to accidents. Now that the poison circle has been brushed, if a team member is knocked down by Avanger's lone wolf outside the white circle, he will definitely not be able to save him, which will cause unnecessary attrition. Mao Xiaomo also knew this, so he went back directly. There is a degree of relaxation. Fierce. Execution. This is what foreign professional teams say about IFCD. Avanger's lone wolf had no choice but to forcibly use medicine to try to get a ranking, and eventually died outside the safe zone. Avanger_Onactive died outside the safe zone. Chapter 487 FaZe. Avanger group is destroyed. How does this look like a team ranked 98th in the world? Many foreign viewers find it a bit strange to know that IFCD's world ranking is only 98th. Just looking at the performance of this PCI, I'm guaranteed to be in the top 20. As for the higher rankings, it must depend on stable performance and competition results. There are many high-profile teams, such as South Korea's Gung, which won the PCI and TPP models, but their world rankings are not at the top. Liquid, FaZe, and Navi are almost all strong teams that can stabilize the top spots in the World Series. After IFCD cleared Avanger, it stayed stuck in the bunker and successfully entered the circle. After the 5th round, there were not too many teams on the field. Among them, IFCD was now far ahead in kills. The team destroyed 2 teams, Navi and Avanger, and the kill count came to 8. Now when the audience looks at IFCD, they no longer just see them as a team ranked 98th in the world, but as a team that truly has the ability to win the championship. The 6th circle is still a concentric circle. FaZe should be withdrawing from the center. Yeah, that's how they play, Msjoy and Yi Hao predicted. The tactics of the FaZe team are no secret. They usually start the 1st and 2nd circles on the edge of the circle, and try to go to the center of the circle in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th circles to avoid attrition, and then start from the 6th circle, still playing on the edge of the circle, and relying on his own marksmanship to compete in the finals. The location where the FaZe team chose to withdraw is exactly in the direction of IFCD. There is no way. IFCD is on a low slope, and FaZe can easily occupy the high slope to face IFCD's impact. Once this circle is cleared, it has completely become a mountain battle. The position of the team is a prerequisite, and then it depends on the execution ability and frontal combat ability. FaZe chose the northwest side. In this way, it is very possible to run into IFCD, who has entered the circle, Yi Hao shouted, and his worries became a reality. IFCD faces FaZe again. An exciting showdown occurs again. 2 teams that may have the most fans in the world meet again. There should be someone at the circle. Wang Hao. Drive to the north to pull him. Clear, Mao Xiaomo commanded. Their current position is not particularly good, and 80% of the circle is occupied by people. They have to make some countermeasures so that they can enter the circle safely even if there is no team around. But as soon as Good and Wang Hao got on the bus, they were attacked by FaZe. FaZe has come over quietly. Careless, Mao Xiaomo cursed secretly. I should have thought of it earlier. The tactics adopted by FaZe are the tactics IFCD just used. The reason why FaZe will press out is very simple. They cannot let IFCD go uphill. In this way, if there is a firefight with IFCD, they will not be able to worry about their sides at all. So FaZe decisively chooses to press out. It is exactly the same as the scene where IFCD attacked Avanger a second ago. Good and Wang Hao were instantly killed by FaZe before they were able to get into position. Ta 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 ta. FAZ_Fuzzface used M416 to knock down IFCD_45 AI. FAZ_Mza used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Godric. If an IFCD player is knocked down, the FaZe team may not necessarily press forward, because they do not have a 100% chance of killing IFCD as a team. But IFCD is knocked down by 2 people in an instant, which is different. 4 against 2. An absolute advantage. And on the last day, carelessness will never happen to FaZe. The FaZe team has played in so many world championships, and its execution ability is also the best in the world. For people were pulled out from 4 directions at the same time. Even though Mao Xiaomo reacted very quickly. 4 guns are 4 guns. FAZ_Mza used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Crystal. The Xiao Kingdom audience was completely silent. This wave of FaZe can be said to have crushed IFCD. Impact from the world champion. Buzz. Suddenly the sound of a motorcycle rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was relieved. Mao Xiaomo has already ridden his motorcycle, bypassing the FaZe team and racing towards the circle. Mao Xiaomo just drove the car and circled the circle. Yi Hao shouted. The moment Good and Wang Hao fell to the ground, Mao Xiaomo realized that if they didn't leave, their entire team would be buried here. So she got on the motorcycle immediately. Cheng Yao understood Mao Xiaomo's meaning instantly, and went out to attract a wave of FaZe firepower, allowing Mao Xiaomo to safely escape FaZe pursuit. This is IFCD, a team that can sacrifice for its teammates at will. There must be no one here if there is a pit, Wang Hao shouted, and then marked a point on the map. Mao Xiaomo didn't hesitate at all and rushed directly towards Wang Haobia's point. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The motorcycle was going as fast as possible, and it was still going downhill. Mao Xiaomo was only shot twice. Wang Hao stared at the point marked in the center of the circle, and he clearly remembered that there was a small pit there. It can probably accommodate 2 team members. When Mao Xiaomo drove to the center of the circle, he saw the pit that Wang Hao mentioned. Although the marking was not very accurate, there was indeed a small pit where you could lie down. Mao Xiaomo got out of the car with a flick of his tail. The moment I got out of the car, I was shot twice again, leaving only bloody skin. Fortunately, I got down in time to get a bag. Now Mao Xiaomo can truly lose the keyboard. He can't stand, he can't fight, and there may not be anyone to clear him out. What kind of ranking he can get depends on how the game goes. The safe zone is in the center, and there are only a few small trees as cover. No team will choose to occupy this spot. This means that Mao Xiaomo will still be safe for a while, but he has completely lost the initiative. FaZe is located at the highest point of the safe zone, with terrain advantages and equipment advantages. Moreover, direct competitors such as Navi, IFCD, and Liquid are not in a good situation. Navi reversed course. IFCD only had 1 player left. Liquid also lost 2 players, and they are still hanging on. Have a huge advantage. FaZe also started his strong side clearing. The first to clear are the 2 members of Liquid. Chapter 488. Mjoy's prediction of entering the circle. FaZe wants it all in the entire mountain range. Now that they have this ability, Mao Xiaomo was also a little annoyed when he saw FaZe in the upper right corner constantly swiping the screen. He didn't expect FaZe to pounce, just like Avanger's players didn't expect their IFCD to pounce. FaZe currently ranks 2nd in the standings, and is now 1st in the real-time standings, with high ranking plus high kills. FaZe is likely to widen the gap with the teams behind it in this set. Mao Xiaomo was eliminated without any suspense on the 7th lap and finished 5th. While FaZe was advancing all the way, I didn't encounter any strong resistance. I had a head-to-head fight with 3 OMGs, and finally defeated the opponent and successfully won the chicken. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, FaZe. The first set on the 3rd day is the 9th set. FaZe wins again. Congratulations to FaZe. It's really strong. Nothing to say. FaZe also had a high kill score of 18 kills in this set. This may directly widen the gap with the teams behind them. It will be difficult for IFCD to catch up. Yes, Mjoy and Yi Hao said. The FaZe team, which was originally ranked 2nd, jumped back to the top of the list, and the points gap with the 2nd place Navi team has widened. Let's take a look at the results of this game first. The FaZe team killed 18 chickens. OMG was 2nd, and the results were also good. It seems that after 2 days of competition, there was some adjustment, and then IFCD killed 8 and ranked 5th, which is a passing score. The results of other Xiaogui teams are generally not very good. Let's take a look at the standings first before we continue the analysis. After Mjoy said that, Everyone's attention turned to the real-time standings on the big screen. After 9 games, the top spot was indeed replaced by FaZe. PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. FaZe, Day 1, 1990, Day 2, 1070, D3R1, 770 total score, 3,830, chicken times 3. 2. Navi, Day 1, 1945, Day 2, 1,300, D3R1, 10 total score, 3,255, chicken times 1. 3. Liquid, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 1710, D3R1, 190 total score, 3,090. 4. IFCD, Day 1, 1255, Day 2, 1355, D3R1, 370 total score, 2,980, chicken times 2. 5. Ghost, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 700, D3R1, 310 total score, 2,500, chicken times 1. 6. 17, Day 1, 760, Day 2, 1460, D3R1, 125 total score, 2,345, chicken times 1. 7. MVP, Day 1, 1210, Day 2, 565, D3R1, 345 total points, 2,120. Round 1 MVP, FaZe_Mz kills, 8 assists, 3 damage, 1121. Woo 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 woo. There were also a lot of surprises from the audience. FaZe team's score is so high. Okay. After 9 games, the standings look like this. FaZe is far ahead with 3,830 points. And the scores of the teams ranked 2 to 4 behind are also very close. Mjoy said so. Yahoo added. Boomy Ghost, 17, MVP, and Avanger's scores are a bit different. If nothing else, they have already withdrawn from the championship competition. Yes, 17 is now nearly 1,500 points away from the first place FaZe. It is no longer possible to catch up. Even if you win 3 chickens, you may not be able to surpass FaZe. IFCD, currently ranked 4th, is 800 plus points behind FaZe. It is very difficult to catch up without good performance. Although Mjoy didn't say it, with FaZe's current stable performance, it will be too difficult to be overturned. Even if you get 300 points in each set, the IFCD 3 set still requires at least 1,700 points, which is too difficult. It can be said that if IFCD wants to win the championship, there must be no loss in each of the last 3 sets. But even so, Xia Kingdom audience, IFCD fans, didn't give up hope. IFCD is a team that can surprise them. They believe in this. Liquid, Navi, IFCD compete for second place? Excuse me. There is no second place in IFCD's eyes. After taking a look at the score difference with FaZe, Mao Xiaoma also had an idea in his mind. They can't hope that FaZe will perform abnormally. And they have never heard of competitive sports counting on their opponent's mistakes. Now IFCD can only be good at themselves and play their own game well, so that they can take the initiative in their own hands. There are still 3 sets left in the game, and it should not have reached the final desperate stage yet. Will IFCD choose to target a wave of FaZe? It's easy to say, Mjoy continued. Probably not. Now IFCD can't compete for the championship just by defeating FaZe. They still have to ensure their own performance. If they can't narrow the point difference in this set, it will be more difficult for IFCD. A score difference of more than 800 points in 3 sets and a score difference of more than 800 points in 2 sets are 2 different concepts. IFCD wants to target FaZe, Liquid, and Nami also want to destroy FaZe. Now the top 4 teams have a chance to win the championship. It depends on the next performance and the change of the situation. The penultimate set, the 10th set, started. The 4 games on the last day are crucial. Okay, let's look at the course of the 10th set first. It's a cross-cutting route. From west to east, it is basically a route that cuts the map in half. It is not impossible to fly directly from near P City to the airport island, but you need to fly high. This route is still a very balanced route. This time the map every corner can be utilized. Okay, it's still a familiar jumping point. I'm too lazy to talk about the jump points of these teams. After watching the games for 3 days, I have memorized everything that needs to be remembered. FaZe big and small electricity, IFCD airport, Liquidy City, Nav-IP port. You can remember them without memorizing them. These 16 teams are distributed in every corner of the map. Before FaZe landed, the first safe zone was refreshed. Okay. The first safe zone is refreshed on the upper left side of the map. This makes Avanger very comfortable. They should choose to grab the courtyard in the center of the circle. Mstoy analyzed. Everyone also knows where Mstoy is referring to the courtyard house. An almost invincible point. Opposite G-port. There are 4 houses with walls outside. If there is a fence with a good height, the foundation has been laid for the score of this housing area. If there is a fence, it will be at least 70 points. The wall is a location that can be peaked, and it is not easy for opponents to stick to the surrounding area. Moreover, the only weakness of this courtyard is that the housing area is slightly larger, which is overshadowed by the geographical location of the housing area. To the south of the courtyard, there is only one bridge to get over, unless you are a SEAL team and swim over. But that is not realistic. In a professional competition, who will let you run into the river and swim over? There are big roads on the east and west sides, and the east and west are connected. If you want, there is almost only one road in the housing area, so it is very difficult to get there directly. Not to mention the north side. There is a road in the middle. The most important thing is that this place is a traffic artery between the southeast and northwest, which is also known as a fork in the road. If there are forced transfers, they are fully qualified to collect tolls, and there is no danger. But whichever side of the circle is painted last, the center of the first circle, the perfect housing area of the courtyard, must be grabbed. Avanger's people who searched Port G only searched 2 containers and ran over to occupy the point. 2 of the other 3 people also moved to the upper city area to continue the search. This way they can provide support faster. In case the courtyard is washed away, they can also provide timely support. There is no friction in the early stage for commentary to kill time. We can only talk about the entry style of the top 4 in the current standings. FaZe, Liquid, IFCD and Navi. Mstoy also showed his extremely high tactical level and tactical analysis ability, and his thorough research on Liquid and FaZe, which can be regarded as a show, paving the way for him to work in the general administration of esports in the future. Fortunately, I have communicated with Mstoy. It can be said that IFCD's research on Liquid and FaZe also owes a share of the credit to Mstoy. Moreover, Mstoy is particularly fond of Liquid. Mstoy clearly marks what kind of circles Liquid will jump to. Previously known as the #1 coach in the country, Mstoy has also thoroughly demonstrated a wave of predictions for entering the industry. Here, I can clearly mark for you the points at which these 4 teams may enter the circle. The computer in front of Mstoy had a touch screen, and he started drawing directly on it. Needless to say, IFCD must go to the top of Longji Mountain to observe. This is their habit, and cars can be hidden at the foot of Longji Mountain. First, Mstoy drew a red circle on Longji Mountain to represent IFCD's progress. Circle position. Navi must be in this Shiching district. There is no choice. Circle the north and they will go through the bridge on the west. Another white circle was drawn in Shiching district. FaZe will choose to force a big circle and enter the circle from the direction of S City. Mstoy drew another black circle in S City. Finally, Liquid has 2 points. One is this mountain range, and the other is the highlands here. 2 points that are relatively frequently visited. 2 more blue circles were drawn. Chapter 489, FaZe Dilemma. And the reality is exactly what Mstoy predicted. This is how a top professional coach judges points. The 4 teams FaZe, Liquid, IFCD, and Navi have all reached the position marked by Mstoy. This is a very scary prediction. Completely correct. This is also the first time that the audience knows what a career is. Regarding the research on other teams, I am afraid that the same is true for teams like IFCD and OMG. Super first-line commanders, like Mao Xiaomo and Xiaomi have a distribution map of their teams in their minds. Unless you play unexpected tactics in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you must have your own team circle entry system after thousands of games and training. In other words, the entry routes of these professional teams are actually relatively fixed. One reason why FaZe is strong is that it has a very deep understanding of other teams' tactics, so that it can judge the circle shape and plan the route in and out of the circle. This is what people often say is the whole picture of entering the circle from a God's perspective. Many viewers think that professional teams only play training matches, practice coordination, and play games. In fact, real professional teams have to do much more than this. As far as Wang Hao's familiarity with the terrain in those 2 months, the uninformed audience had no way of knowing. It is often Mao Xiaomo who shines on the court. But every team has people who need to do the dirty work. But in order to win, this is a team that works hard for victory. In the first safe zone, each team also found its position one after another. Generally speaking, there is not much difference from Joy's judgment, except that FaZe has 4 more heads in hand. During the process of entering the circle in the north, KZSS and FaZe had a big friction. In the end, KZSS was the first to knock down one of FaZe's players, and then was wiped out. Countless barrages and curses from the audience were poured into KZSS. What to send detachment? Pit IFCD. Pig teammates. 60 points to move. Such words abound. The point difference between IFCD and FaZe is already very large, and KZSS has given away another 60 points. How can it make the Xia Kingdom PUBG fans, who hope that the Xia Kingdom team win the championship, look good? But if you want to say that there is something wrong with KZSS's performance, that's nonsense. KZSS's tactics are not wrong. They knocked down one of FaZe's people, and the gun line was wider. They should have pressed on him no matter what. There is just a slight gap in frontal capabilities. Yes, there is no problem with the fight. Yihao also said so. When they saw KZSS attacking FaZe, they all sincerely hoped that KZSS could kill FaZe, so that IFCD could complete the point chase. These viewers who have opinions about KZSS have completely forgotten what they said on the first day. After the first day of the game, many people's expectation for KZSS was not to be timid and to fight decisively if there was a fight. But if they really lose the battle, they are the ones who get sprayed. Failure to win is the original sin. If KZSS wins, no matter whether it is coward or recklessness, it is correct. This is the process of inferring from results. Even some IFCD fans are complaining. If you can't win, don't fight. Don't give away points. Yeah, you know it's FaZe, but you still act recklessly. Are they here to widen the gap between IFCD and FaZe? Hey, you still have to rely on yourself. It's not realistic to rely on others. It was a mistake for KZSS to be invited. A very good opportunity to defeat FaZe, as the team was ruined by KZSS. And everyone was furious. Not to mention IFCD. In this 4 vs 3 situation with terrain advantage, you can win if you switch to SNAQTC, DLG or LGD. Let's take a look at the second circle, Joy said. IFCD actually couldn't give much information about other teams at the top of Lungji Mountain, but it was a good help for their next route into the circle. The second safe zone is refreshed. A northern cutaway. Although IFCD is now in the south, everyone has watched so many games and knows that there is no so-called Destiny Circle in the first, second and third laps. They are all about collecting information and entering the circle. However, the location of IFCD is not bad. In the entire western and southern parts of their country, the only team that could possibly run into them was Navi from Xiqing District. This circle has been drawn to the north of Port G. The center of the circle is at a position to the right of the aircraft wreckage. The shooting range is still within the circle, but City S has been drawn out. FaZe still occupies a seaside housing area, still on the edge of the circle, and their position is very safe. Now most Xia Kingdom viewers are still paying attention to IFCD and FaZe. One is their hope of winning the championship, and the other is the team currently ranked first in the standings, and ranked first in the world. Now we see that there is no one on the west side of the entire safety zone. Avenger has also gone up the mountain from the courtyard. If Avenger leaves, will IFCD choose to occupy this courtyard? After all, Joy continued, I think IFCD will still enter the circle from the west. The west can go directly up the mountain, and all the uptown areas are still within the circle. It is not ruled out that the circle will move into the uptown area. Joy's words are not unreasonable. Although the courtyard house is an invincible house type, it is not that easy to move up the mountain, especially when the circle is relatively small. Everyone knows that IFCD is a team that pays more attention to space, so that they have more room to operate and can use their advantages. IFCD did not choose to fast forward the lap because they saw Navi crossing the west bridge one step ahead of them. They don't know if Navi will stop and block the bridge, so they need to fully observe. Gone. Well, we followed him and stayed in the city to see the situation. Mao Xiaomo's playing style in this set was relatively conservative. This kind of finals may be a safe zone for mountain battles. The one who goes up the mountain first will definitely have an advantage. One is the terrain advantage, and the other is the information advantage, which are both easier to understand. IFCD did not choose to go up the mountain, but chose the upper city area, which was quite unexpected by Mjoy and Yehao. In Mjoy's understanding, IFCD should definitely go up the mountain from the west. Yehao said, Oh, I know. Maybe they feel that Navi has taken away the spot they want to go to, So they simply wait and see for a while. It's easy to analyze. They also have a spot they often go to in this circle, which is a very good hilltop. Maybe in Mao Xiaomo's mind, this spot has been occupied. But in fact it is not. Mao Xiaomo's idea is also very simple. There is no particularly good terrain for them to go up the mountain. Even if they go up the mountain, they may not be able to collect much information. They might as well bet that the circle will come back. I don't know why, but there are a lot of corner laps in recent races. This lap cuts west and south. IFCD is happy, and it cuts east and north. Even if IFCD goes up the mountain, it still has to move. There is no big difference. A transfer without any benefit is not worth it. In professional competitions, almost half of the attrition occurs during the transfer process. IFCD's transfers pursue precision, and the number of transfers must be small. The third circle is also very face-saving, and it is still painted with a cut corner circle on the west side. Okay, I successfully cleared a western corner, but the probability of Shangqing District in the finals is still low, Yahao said. Msjoy glanced at it and nodded. Well, it's stable. Also good. The audience at the scene was also very relaxed. There was no fighting in the early stage of the game. It was quite interesting to watch the two brothers compete. Yi Hao. Everyone knows the power of poisonous milk. This safe zone is not as extreme as the previous rounds. At the end of the third round, all teams entered the safe zone. And there were also a very large number of survivors. 58 in total. The 6 people who were eliminated were very embarrassed. They were all Xiaogua players. The KZSS team still has 2 players, who are 17. Team 17 moved to the south, and bumped into Myth during the transfer. In the end, 2 people were swept down. Dying and Mon Nyobi escaped with their remaining health. Although Msjoy and Yihao didn't say anything, the audience could see it. 17 is completely cool, and has lost all hope of winning the championship. The rest, all the burden falls on IFCD. But one of the reasons why everyone is more relaxed now is that IFCD is currently in a good position, and FaZe is in a more difficult situation. They have brushed a western corner, and FaZe is in the far east. IFCD will definitely not be there for a while. Any dangerous situation. Chinese and foreign OBs have given their perspective to FaZe. Msjoy said, "It's a bit too much for FaZe to enter the circle without any injuries." FaZe takes action. Straight into the circle. FaZe chose to go straight into the circle, which is rare in their transfer. Might as well shout out loud. Directly inserting into the circle, also known as the passerby's method of entering the circle, is the favorite method of entering the circle among passers-by. It is commonly known as the shortest straight line between 2 points. FaZe can't go around anymore. No matter whether there is anyone in the jungle in front of them, it will definitely be occupied by default. Although it was only the third circle, FaZe didn't have a lot of room to maneuver. It was rare to see FaZe having no way to move and forcing themselves into the circle. This transfer method is very difficult for FaZe, who has no information in the circle, and it is almost purely based on on-site reactions. As FaZe top libero, Fuzzface took the lead on a motorcycle, dragging 2 cars with him. The other 3 members of FaZe. Ta-ta-ta-ta! Fuzzface suddenly encountered a crazy blockage. Chapter 490 Intrigue. Fuzzface dodges and moves in the hail of bullets. FaZe has so much experience in competitions. What kind of scene has he not experienced before? In fact, FaZe vehicles are very stereotyped. If the circle is a mountain circle, they will choose 3 cars, 1 motorcycle, and 2 large vehicles. If it is a normal lap, they will choose 4 cars, 1 motorcycle, and 3 large cars. The reason is very simple. Because in mountain warfare, you may get out of the car to fight at any time. The team member sitting in the co-pilot will definitely react faster and make decisions more easily than the team member sitting in the driver's seat. Fuzzface is very decisive. Not far from the safe zone, I saw a graceful brushing against 4AM's face. Duh. Wei-Shin reacted very quickly and directly knocked Fuzzface down to make up for it. For AM_God used M416 to knock down FAZ_Fuzzface. But Liquid is also on the other side. They were already fighting against Liquid, but the sudden appearance of FaZe caught them off guard. For AM was instantly double-teamed by 2 super teams, and Liquid is very fierce. Like ISCD, they are now in the stage of chasing points. Every head point is very valuable to Liquid now. However, FaZe lost 1 member, and the Xiat Kingdom audience was also very happy. For AM's current situation is more difficult. Wei-Shin just stopped smoking. He was not joking. and explained seriously. Joy also frowned and said, "It's not easy to fight. It's really hard to fight." 4AM frantically smoked in the direction of FaZe, while constantly fighting with Liquid behind him. Xbox's shooting skills are also very accurate, and it's a 1-4-1 match with Ibiza. Liquid chose to save people, but IFCD had no choice. Boom! Boom! FaZe_MZ used a frag grenade to kill 4AM_Xbox. FaZe players also kept throwing mines in the direction of 4AM, which made 4AM very uncomfortable. By the way, they made up for the 4AM players who were knocked down by Liquid. Liquid wasn't in a hurry to charge, and they were even more excited knowing that FaZe was on the other side. FaZe is also a very important hurdle on their way to winning the championship. This time I have to kill FaZe no matter what, so that the 800-point difference between them will definitely be narrowed. Knowing that FaZe had 3 people and 4AM had 3 people, Liquid was no longer in a hurry. They rescued them safely, and then stuck them at the edge of the circle. When 4AM and FaZe were both defeated, they went out to harvest another wave. They are now playing 4AM, which is equivalent to helping FaZe clear people. These teams now have ulterior motives and each have their own goals. This is also an interesting aspect of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. FaZe knows Liquid, and Liquid knows FaZe. Now for FaZe, they have more things to consider. How to break through Liquid's defense after team killing 4AM is a huge problem. They are currently in a 3-on-3 with 4AM. If they forcefully engage in a fight with 4AM, they may not be able to take advantage. Not to mention that behind 4AM, there is a full complement of super strong Team Liquid. Liquid is now using 4AM as a shield. 4AM's idea was also very simple. They just played their own game. Knowing that the 3-man team in front of them was FaZe, they all tightened their grip on the mouse. This is the biggest obstacle on IFCD's road to winning the championship. Everyone is a Xia country team. If FaZe can be cleared out, the professional teams don't say whether they are helping or not. But they are all Xia Kingdom teams. And there is no problem with any style of play as long as it does not affect themselves. But FaZe doesn't rush. And 4AM doesn't dare to rush either. Now 4AM's back is completely exposed to Liquid. But Liquid didn't shoot. And 4AM knew Liquid couldn't shoot. A very strange scene appeared on the field. Weishan turned his back to Liquid, and Jeem's 8x sniper rifle was aimed at Weishan's head. It can be said that Weishan died when he pressed the mouse button. But Jeems kept waiting for the battle between 4AM and FaZe to break out. They don't have to worry that the heads are not their own problem. As long as FaZe is stuck, the scores of points don't matter. Besides, even if the 4AM players fall to the ground, they can still steal FaZe heads, so there is no need to worry. FaZe is not in a hurry. It is the 3rd round anyway, and they are rich in resources. Let's see who can resist it first. And there is another reason why FaZe is standing still now, and that is to wait for the surrounding teams to move first. Now there are actually teams on the left and right of FaZe. Firstly, these teams cannot cause damage to FaZe from the side after entering the circle. FaZe can also circle outside the poisonous circle without worrying about being attacked by other teams during the circle. They only need to wait for all the teams outside the poisonous circle to enter the circle. And then they will have the space they lack. And they have now collected a lot of information. Another reason is that these teams may have an impact on Liquid after entering the circle. 4AM didn't move. And they couldn't move either. If the enemy couldn't move, I wouldn't move. If the Liquid behind them wanted to hit them, they would have died long ago. At this time, Yehao said a very classic sentence, which became a classic later. It's true that a dead pig is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Fortunately, even Joy burst into laughter when he said this. Not to mention the live audience. First of all, Weishan's nickname is Pighead. And secondly, the current situation of 4AM is just like this sentence says. You can fight Liquid if you want. I won't resist anyway. If you have the ability, fight. No one will help you if you fight. You guys cleaned up FaZe. Ha 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 ha. That's good for this bee. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. The audience at the scene also started laughing. They were quite happy at first. But when they saw that the leader in the audience didn't look very good, they shut their mouths. FaZe and 4AM took poison one after another. Although 4AM is poor, it is ambitious and determined not to leave. It will drag FaZe to death here. The force safe zone is refreshed. Southern Cutaway Circle. As a result, the finals may really have to be decided in the Uptown District. IFCD can now give priority to choosing room types. At the same time, Jeems pressed his trigger. Boom. Liquid _ James used Car 98K to knock down 4am _ God with a headshot. God. Damn it! Didn't I agree not to fight? Chapter 491 Street Fighting in Chongqing District. Once the circle is cleared, Liquid's idea is to lead directly. In this case, the 4am head points will definitely be taken away first. 4am had no room for resistance at all, and was directly wiped out by Liquid behind them. FaZe was relieved to see the news that 4am was wiped out. If 4am had been blocking them, they would have been very uncomfortable. As soon as 4am died, they looked over and saw news arrived that Liquid had left. Can FaZe sneak in this? Mjoy also couldn't believe it. FaZe's luck was too good. It happened that this circle had an uptown circle, causing Liquid to have to transfer in advance. If this is the last set, Liquid will definitely stop FaZe at all costs, because this way they can win the championship. But this is the 10th set, which is the third to last set, and they still have to ensure their own performance first. Otherwise, even if FaZe is cleared, if they can't get good results themselves, they will be helping Na'Vi and ISCD, and they may even help these two teams to make wedding dresses. Liquid doesn't do this kind of thing. It's a good thing to be able to clear FaZe. If it can't be cleared, it won't take the risk and force it. FaZe even licked 4am's bag, which was so comfortable. Now that FaZe still has an intact car, they can rush directly into the upper city. Yahao said helplessly. This is an urban battle, and city battle is also a circle that is very easy to rank. Chongqing District is also one of the largest resource points on the map. There are many houses, and many of them are large high-rise buildings. It is not a problem to fill a dozen teams. With the type of room in the Jigsaw building, 2 teams can be accommodated in one room area. The FaZe team's road to the upper city was not very smooth, because Liquid was still waiting for FaZe at the edge of the circle. FaZe moved around, but 2 people were still knocked down. With the cheers from the scene, FaZe was left with only Nze as a lone wolf. But this lone wolf didn't know which room he was hiding in. If any team knew about it, they would definitely clear him out. Now in this circle, if you go into a high-rise building and then go into a certain room on a certain floor, unless a whole team counts, it is easy for someone to be tricked to death. The scope of the 5th circle was still small, except for OMG, which made a relatively large-scale transfer inside. The other teams did not move much. ISCE occupies a puzzle building and engages in human-to-human shooting. Good and Wang Hao guard the stairs so that even if Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao are knocked down during the gunfight, they can rescue each other. The terrain in the upper city area is a resource point that has been forgotten on PCI. Why do you say this? Because except for 1 or 2 of Anger players who came to search the fatter city head, there is no other team in the entire upper and lower city areas of G-Port. This is a situation that never happens in Xia Kingdom's domestic competitions. Chongqing District is a very good place in the minds of Xiaoguo's team. Objectively speaking, the advantages and disadvantages of this place are also obvious. The first advantage is that the location is remote, which means there are very few players here. In addition, it is close to Xiaqing District and the Port District, resulting in only 1 or 2 teams in such a large urban area being here. And due to the large area of the city, it is basically difficult to encounter enemies in the early stage of the search, so you can search with confidence. Secondly, there are many buildings, including dormitories, sea view rooms and police stations, which have a huge search area. It makes up for the disadvantage of unstable resource refresh. With such a large resource refresh area, it is not a problem to equip several teams. Finally, transportation is convenient. There is a highway passing through the city next to Chongqing District, and the refresh rate of vehicles is relatively stable. Next to it is the mouth of the river, and sometimes you can choose to transfer at sea by boat. Therefore, this ensures the efficiency of drug escape in Chongqing District. The shortcomings are also very obvious. It is safe, but the transfer speed is slow. There are many resources, but the search speed is slow. The vehicle refresh is stable, but the points for brushing the vehicle are few. These shortcomings doom Chongqing District to be unable to appear in high-intensity competitions. But in the latter game, this is definitely a very powerful jumping point, because the search speed and transfer speed are not pursued in the latter game. Since the upper city area is chosen, safety is guaranteed. Okay, 6th lap. In this circle, it is actually good to be in the circle. But even if it is a divine punishment, there is still a high chance of entering the circle. Unlike mountain battles or plain battles, it is at least half as bad to clear the divine punishment circle. Mjoy said. This is indeed the case. In street fighting, The team's reaction and strategy requirements are also higher. The interleaving and mutual covering between team members are all very important cooperation in street fighting. By the 6th round, there were still 13 teams alive on the field, which was rare in normal games. Street fighting is like this, and it's still in a place like the uptown area. Even if it's like this, there are many houses where no teams are stationed. The 6th circle was painted in the middle area of Chongqing District. Players have many names for the upper city district, including 1st District, 2nd District, and the head of the city and the end of the city. However, in professional competitions, when reporting points, they mostly use the terms West District, Middle District, and East District, which is easier to understand. The explanation is the same among the 3 large areas in Chongqing District. Once this circle is drawn, the Central District is the only large housing area within the circle. There are many types of houses in this housing area. The largest area is definitely the 8 puzzle buildings, and the 6 buildings in the middle. Each building has 3 floors and a roof. And the roofs of the 3 puzzle buildings side by side can also be as long as they don't make mistakes. They can jump from the roof of one building to the roof of another building. In fact, everyone has been looking forward to IFCD's perfect performance of jumping from the roof of a building to the roof of another person's building. But it is impossible in fact, because in professional competitions, especially street battles, it is already very difficult for your team to find a position to survive. It is completely impossible to attack the next building. Ordinary teams will definitely not engage in a duel with no profit, because IFCD is very close to the circle. I climbed over the wall and entered the nearest puzzle building. 4 people rushed into the puzzle building, almost simultaneously shouted, "Someone! 2nd floor!" Everyone is a professional player, and their judgment of sound is also very accurate. In this puzzle building, the sounds made by enemies on the 2nd floor are very different from the sounds made by enemies on the 3rd floor. Chapter 492. God closes a door for you. Attack! Mao Xiaomo had thought before that if there was someone in this building, they would not be able to attack it. The answer is attack. Although the location of this building is not particularly good, the view is very good, and you can observe the situation in the other 3 directions except the north. Moreover, there are people in this building, and there are probably people in other buildings. So there is not much meaning in changing the building. And when they came in, they heard that their opponent was probably on the 2nd floor. In this way, all the conditions were created for IFCD, and it all depended on IFCD's own capabilities. After Mao Xiaomo finished talking about attacking, Cheng Yao withdrew from the front and out the door. Msjoy shouted, "IFCD is going to attack Navi's building. Man-made Navi. This wave is a bit difficult." Yahao continued, not sure whether he really thought so or said it on purpose. Seeing IFCD rushing into the building full of Navi, everyone's hearts tightened. To be honest, it's hard to say who has the advantage in this wave. There are advantages in offense and defense, but the initiative should be in the hands of IFCD. Msjoy analyzed. This wave of IFCD is the attacking side, no matter what the terrain is. The attacking side has one advantage, and that is the initiative. The command to launch the attack is in your hands. The opponent has time to react, but the attacking side does not. Crystal retreated from the gate. Under Msjoy's commentary, everyone held their breath to watch the showdown. On the other side, Fei's fate is really tough. Mzee was found by 3 ghosts in the room. First, one of them was killed by Msjoy. Then Mzee's AKM showed great power in the frontal battle. 2 consecutive times. Complete 1 versus 3 with a headshot. Stay alive on the field. Cheng Yao from IFCD immediately caught a thunderbolt after withdrawing from the gate. And the remaining 3 people also took their positions. No one has doubted the discipline of IFCD. Everyone is very familiar with the room type of the jigsaw building. This is a room type where you can throw thunder from outside the door to the stairwell of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Cheng Yao is also very particular about how to throw the thunder. He wants to ensure that there is a room on the 2nd floor. There cannot be anyone on the side, which means that the enemy cannot flank the IFCD team members attacking the building from 2 directions, one left and one right. We also cannot allow the enemy to hold the IFCD coming up from the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Cheng Yao had to blast out 2 positions in 3 directions. The direction of the first thunderbolt was between the 2nd and 3rd floors. There is no pinching the thunder. The purpose is to force the opponent's position. After the first thunder was thrown, the 2nd thunder was immediately taken out. If this thunder wants to explode on the side of the 2nd floor, it can only explode instantly, because the space in the room on the 2nd floor is relatively large. the enemy can completely avoid it and return to the door of the room very quickly. The location where Chung Yao's thunder exploded was on the right side of the second floor of the Jigsaw building. Why bomb the right side? This is a building attack technique developed by IFCD that even Joy doesn't know. There are several simple reasons. First of all, the shape of the puzzle building is from the left when you come up from the first floor. Therefore, IFCD cannot observe the players on the right at the first time. Only the players with probes on the left can be seen. This is one of them. Secondly, because the IFCD rushes up from the left, all right sides can shoot with the probe through the gap in the door. But not the left side on the second floor. The entire head of the left side on the second floor must pop out to complete the shooting of the IFCD. Shooting. Therefore, no matter who is the first to shoot early, he can predict the opponent's position in advance. This is the second one. There is also the most crucial reason. That is, in this game where the right hand holds a gun, the left Q is much more difficult to use than the right E. Among 100 PUBG professional players, there may be only one special player who is good at left Q. That is, leaning to the left. This will cause the gun to be unsmooth to a certain extent, and it is easy to make mistakes on peak. But if you go out with right E, in other words, if you stick your head to the right, it will be very comfortable to draw the gun. This is why when experts are looking for a bunker, they like to look for a bunker on the right side that they can lean out of, so that they can fight more accurately and with higher stability. The main reason is that this game is about right hand holding the gun. If you can switch to left hand holding the gun, then this problem will not exist. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds may also have a lot more playing methods. In this way, it is very likely that professional players will have to the classification. Left Q player and right E player is the same as the left and right wingers on the football field. Boom, boom, under two loud noises, successfully pushed back the positions of two Na'vi members. IFCD also launched a charge. Wang Hao rushed to the front and pulled out to shoot in advance. But the Na'vi players are also very smart. They know that the other teammate can't help them, so they simply shrink back with the other teammate in the room for fear of being knocked out instantly. Na'vi's current formation has two people on the left side of the second floor, one person on the right side of the second floor, and one person on the stairs of the third floor. All the information was captured by IFCD. Wang Hao! Clear! Someone jumped down! A lot of things happened in one moment. IFCD again, showing their imaginative fighting style to the world. Seeing that there was no chance, the team members on the third floor of Na'vi climbed down from the window. But after landing on the balcony on the second floor, he jumped directly. It is estimated that although he was hit twice, he was not killed. IFCD was not very worried about this person. Chung Yao turned around and cut off the rear. But if you fall outside the house, you will be attacked by other teams. At the same time that the Na'vi team members fell down, IFCD rushed up to the second floor. The two team members on the left side of the second floor blocked the door, and the door of the room on the opposite right, preventing IFCD from having any chance to break through. The team members on the right also withdrew to the innermost room to block the door. It can be said that Na'vi's players are also flanking from both sides. But, senseless. The two team members on the left side of the second floor were completely stunned when they saw the door not far away slam shut. The commentator was confused. And so was the audience. IFCD has talked about this kind of building attack on paper so many times. Close the door and beat the dog. Cut off the connection between the two sides and just close the door in the middle. In this way, all firepower on the left side is cut off. The other three IFCD people rushed directly into the room on the right. 3 against 1. This Na'vi was also a little confused, and he was instantly killed in a wave of gun battles with Wang Hao. After a good fight, I suddenly saw that the door on the opposite side was closed, and 3 big men rushed into my room. God closes a door for you, but will not open a window for you. Chapter 493, God, let me wake up. Seeing that there was no window behind him for him to climb down, Move cried. Duh. IFCD_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down Na'vi_Move. The whole Na'vi operation because of IFCD is full of confusion. Shade 1, who had climbed down from the first floor, was killed by an OMG member not far away before he could rush in and help his teammates upstairs to hit IFCD on the side. OMG_Lion knocked down Na'vi_Shade 1 with M416. The one downstairs collapsed. It's just these two. They can't escape. This wave of attack on the building was already so perfect, and it was all the result of a closed door. The remaining 2 members of Na'vi can be said to be hiding in the room on the left side of the second floor. shivering. They can only wait for IFCD to come and clear them. In fact, this room type is still prone to many accidents in the passerby game, because there is only one small door that can accommodate players to enter. But it is basically impossible to make mistakes in professional games. You cannot throw thunder into this room. If you are dropped instantly during the process of throwing thunder, and the thunder falls under your feet, a big accident will really happen. 4 against 2. IFCD chose to use human lives to pile up. The two Navi guys were shocked when they saw the small door open. Even though they had set up the small door from 2 rooms, Wang Hao probed his head and directly exchanged a wave of shots with a member of Navi in advance. But because his opponent had set up his opponent in advance, Wang Hao was immediately defeated. Navi_Yuba used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_45 AI. Yuba subconsciously took back his remaining blood. But at the same time, 3 other people from IFCD rushed in. No hesitation. It was impossible for another Navi player to face the firepower of 3 people alone. So he had no choice but to take it back. And the 3 people from IFCD also took the opportunity to stick around the 2 rooms. No need for Mao Xiaoma to say. Good and Cheng Yao closed the 2 doors at the same time. It was the first time for everyone to see this kind of tower attack. The foreign commentators had already grinned from ear to ear. The 2 commentators from Xia Kingdom couldn't hear any tactics except shouting at the top of their lungs. Analyze. The 2 Navi players were originally waiting for the IFCD players to rush in and see if they could replace 1 or 2 players. And then another player forced his way out. But when the 2 doors closed again, they were confused again. Dranis was the Navi player with full health. He sneaked over, opened the door, took 3 steps back, prepared his gun in advance, and then saw the door he opened closed again. What the heck? Dranis was very cautious. And when he was about to open it again, the door suddenly opened, making him step back in shock. Get ready to hide. But a thunderbolt fell in. Dranis' eyes widened, and he rushed out to fight IFCD to the death. But when the door closed again, Dranis was completely desperate. Just as I opened the door and before I could run out, I heard a loud boom. Dranis fell to the ground unwillingly. IFCD_King used the fragmentation grenade to knock down Navi_Dranis. And nice. Msjoy's mouth was trembling a little. He swore that he had never seen a building attack in this way. Yi Hao is a little proud. Speaking of studying the playing methods of Jigsaw Tower, he also has a big contribution in it. When Dranis fell, Navi was left with only the last member of the team. Desperate, Yuba knew that he would die. So he did not choose the same death method as his teammate Dranis. He opened the door and rushed out, but was directly killed by Cheng Yao, who had already set up. IFCD_Crystal used Scarlet to hit Navi_Yuba. Navi team destroyed. Pretty! Beautiful! The moment Yahao and Msjoy shouted, the audience also exploded. The thundering cheers made all the foreign commentators and foreign audiences look at him. They suddenly understood why IFCD has become the most popular team in Xia country, and why IFCD is standing on the stage of PCI. Not only the Xia audience, but foreign audiences were also frightened. What kind of play was this? On Xiaog was barrage. IFCD is awesome! Reclining Buddha! I've already hacking accepted it. If IFCD is awesome, that's it. On the barrage of foreign Twitter. What the heck? What a joke. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bullshit T. Too bullshit. God! Let me wake up! God! Let me wake up! Even the audience at the scene was confused. Am I dreaming? Maybe. Everyone thought that IFCD could win this wave of attacks. By using this method to win, everyone really didn't expect it at all. And it was impossible to imagine it. After all, Msjoy is a professional commentator. The game is not over yet. So no matter how shocked she is, she can only take it back. Okay. IFCD's beautiful team destroyed Navi. There is still no loss. IFCD defeated Navi without any loss in this wave. Although Wang Hao fell once. The problem was not that big. It can be said to be the best result. The 7th circle has also been refreshed. The IFCD housing area is in the center of the circle. I guess this circle will reach the plum blossom pile. Yes, Msjoy analyzed. This kind of street fighting circle, especially the circle in the housing area, is likely to cause a situation upstairs and downstairs. In the end, the plum blossom pile will be hit. That is, the winner may not be determined in the last circle. IFCD organized all the equipment and chose the same position as Navi. Mao Xiaomo was between the stairs on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. Wang Hagood was in the room on the left, and Cheng Yao was alone on the right. Exactly like Na'Vi just now. After the Na'Vi team was destroyed, we could look at other teams. They did not hesitate to choose IFCD. They were convinced to capture them like this. And they had no temper at all. The challenge that this Xia Kingdom team brought to them was too great. Switching to IFCD's perspective, I saw that IFCD's position was exactly the same as theirs. Not even an iota has changed. Na'Vi vomited blood. It's like IFCD is dancing and saying to them, "Huh? We are the only ones who can attack it. Are you angry?" Chapter 494, The Bloody Battle in Jigsaw Tower. Someone has entered the room. 4. IFCD Team Communication Channel. They could clearly hear that a team entered the first floor. And it was a full formation. Do you know what IFCD does better than Na'Vi? Msjoy might as well ask. They didn't show their footsteps. Yes. Although the enemy must know that there is a team of people in this puzzle building. If you don't show your steps, others will not know which floor you are on and where you are. This is very important, Msjoy explained. For both the offensive and defensive sides of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, it is very important to judge the position. A team that controls enough information is definitely much stronger than a team that just looks at the reaction with a blind eye. Moreover, even if you walk up to the first floor, your footsteps will be much stronger. No matter how low the pressure is, there will be footsteps. And if the IFCD stands still, the enemy will have no way to grasp their position. The safety zone began to refresh, and the competition in this circle became more intense. The teams entering the finals began to scramble for points in order to compete for positions in the circle. Now, in addition to the puzzle building where IFCD is located, the safety zone now has some other circles. Although the location is not very good, these teams also want to wait and see whether the finals will be played in this puzzle building. If they swipe the two cut corners later, they will have a very big advantage. If they swipe in, they can also stick it in. This is the same reason that you can't stay in the room area in the finals of the planes. But things went against expectations. And in the end, a concentric circle was painted. In other words, this puzzle building is about to become a battlefield of gunfire. The remaining Xia Kingdom teams on the field are IFCD and OMG. After a downturn in the first 2 days, OMG finally recovered on the third day and entered the finals in 2 consecutive sets. Like IFCD, it was still full. There are now 6 teams left on the field, with 18 survivors. Among them, in the Jigsaw building, there are 4 fully staffed Liquid occupying the first floor, 4-man fully staffed IFCD on the second floor, and 4-man full staff OMG on the outside. There are 3 full formations, as well as MVP's 3-man team, SSG's 2-man team, and FaZe's Lone Wolf Mzee. There are so many survivors in the 7th circle, which is only possible in street fighting. There is good news and bad news for IFCD now. The good news is that their position should be the best in the circle. The bad news is that Liquid and FaZe are still alive. Especially FaZe, a lone wolf, is too stubborn. Msjoy sighed. FaZe, a lone wolf, managed to get into the top 6 with a sudden kill streak. This is very bad news for IFCD, who is now eager to chase points. The top 6 means at least about 300 points will be earned. And this IFCD may not be able to get this chicken. Liquid, which has a close score, is also in the finals, which makes people sigh that the strong will always be strong. Even though PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a very luck-based game, when your strength reaches a certain level, the luck factor is minimized. Strong teams may not eat a lot of chickens, but they can manage the game through operations. In the finals, this is the strength of a strong team, now among the top 4 in the standings. Who dares to say that they rely on luck? Except for the few games where Na'Vi were beaten by IFCD. They were almost always in the finals. And basically nothing went wrong. Although the overall level of this PCI may not be as good as SLI or PGI, the high-end combat power is definitely not weak, and is even stronger than the previous 2. Because Na'Vi, Liquid, and FaZe are all in very good shape. The Liquid team failed to qualify for the group stage in 2 consecutive games last month, and their status has improved this time. The war is about to break out. Now, the first thing before OMG and SSG is to close the housing area. However, the 2 restrict each other, and neither one dares to move first. Smiles are also very sensitive to judging the number of people. There are 4 of them. And then I saw a full complement of Liquid entering the room area before, plus IFCD who kept refreshing the screen before. There should be 4 of them. So there are 12 people. Although they didn't see the specific number of MVPs on the opposite side, there were at least 2. Doing the math and including the lone wolf, SSG cannot be a full formation. Smile also figured this out. And the four of them walked directly along the wall, wanting to clear the SSG first. SSG reached this circle, and there were only two people. They were no longer thinking about how to win the chicken. The two people just ran away. Although their points are not high now. The game is a game, and everything is for the final result. But OMG, only Lion can attack SSG. Ta 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 ta. Continuous rifle fire also directly knocked down an SSG member. OMG_Lion used M416 to knock out SSG_Ohei. Another SSG team member successfully reached the room area, but did not enter. There is Liquid in the room, and if he goes in now, he is seeking death. But OMG had no intention of letting this lone wolf go, and walked directly around the circle. SSG's last player didn't put up much resistance, and was directly cleared by OMG. And the MVP on the other side also touched it. As soon as the gunfire rang out, they were definitely going to come over to clear the border, but they didn't expect OMG to be in a chase situation. And they were in very good shape. But after BT killed the last SSG player, he subconsciously pressed the R key to reload. Change cancer! Duh. When BT heard the footsteps, it was already too late, and he was directly knocked down by the MVP players in a direct confrontation. 3 against 3. OMG and MVP don't have bunkers. A wave of crazy output. Players from both teams fell down one after another. Pull their guns. Reaction. The firepower of 6 top players instantly poured into their opponents. The Little Lion is indeed a professional player with very high praise in the world, knocking down 2 MVP players one after another. Smile made a last-ditch shot. After Little Lion and Xiaohai fell, he successfully killed the last MVP player and completed the team killing of MVP. But OMG also lost 3 people. Although they are all in the circle and their position can be saved, there is no way Liquid will let them save. The moment the MVP team was wiped out, Liquid rushed out, and OMG is the only one with a smile. Chapter 495, Apply Medicine. Liquid had been observing the kill information during the battle between OMG and MVP. They know very clearly that OMG only has the last member left. As soon as Xiao Xiao pressed the rescue button, she heard the footsteps of 4 people. He stood up and braced his gun. But the OMG team members clearly knew where the smile was, and 4 of them rushed out of the door one after another. An electric firefight. Smile forcefully knocked down one of them, but he was cleared by Liquid's team members. OMG_Shirong used M416 to knock down Liquid_Ibiza. Liquid_James used M416 to kill OMG_Shirong. After killing Smile, Liquid also felt a little regretful. There were 3 OMG players who were knocked down at their feet, and 45 points were wasted by them. In the current stage of chasing points, every head is a very important point. However, OMG was wiped out, and the Xia Kingdom audience didn't look very good. There are 2 reasons. One is that the Xia Kingdom team OMG was wiped out by the group, which is something that makes people unhappy. Another thing is that FaZe is in the top 3. Liquid is also in the top 3. FaZe is so stable. Really so stable. Mjoy kept praising. This is the characteristic of FaZe. In the finals of the set, FaZe will be late but will never be absent. Even if 3 people were dropped in the early stage, FaZe can still reach the top 3. I can't accept it. But for both IFCD and Liquid, this is extremely bad news. Even if they win this game, they probably won't be able to score significantly. Liquid now has 7 kills, while IFCD only has 4. And FaZe also has 4. Maybe even if you win, the only point difference that can be narrowed is the ranking point difference. Okay, there are 9 players left on the field now. Liquid and IFCD are both fully staffed, as well as FaZe Lone Wolf. It's the 9th circle and the last circle, Mjoy said. And the last safe zone was also, there was no surprise. It was still painted in the house. In fact, it is no longer particularly important how the safe area is painted. Anyway, it must be in the puzzle building. After Ibiza was rescued and given the medicine, Liquid immediately started clearing the first floor. There are now 9 people left on the field. They know that the IFCD is fully formed upstairs, which means there is still a lone wolf downstairs. They want to clear this lone wolf out now. Although FaZe Lone Wolf was hiding very quietly, there was nothing he could do. In the end, the space in the Plum Blossom circle was so small that he couldn't hide anywhere. Liquid_James used M416 to kill FaZe_Mze. Surviving teams on the field, 2. Number of survivors on the field, 8. The two full formations survived until the final circle of plum blossom piles, which was the last circle. In this circle, there is a plum blossom symbol. Xiao players are accustomed to turning it into a plum blossom pile. The final save zone will be centered on this symbol, and then slowly shrink. Now ISCD has lined up a team member to go to the 3rd floor, or the top of the building. Before Joy finished speaking, she saw the director cut to IFCD's perspective. Mao Xiaomo had already touched the roof of the building when OMG and Liquid were fighting. The remaining 3 people also moved to their respective positions. There is no problem with Mao Xiaomo's choice, and IFCD has been moved to the 3rd floor as a whole. Even if Liquid rushes in, Mao Xiaomo can come down directly from the roof to support. There is no problem. The last circle will most likely need to be sprayed with medicine. The winner or lose depends on Liquid's choice. Joy analyzed. The position of IFCD is perfect now. Gu is outside the window on the 2nd floor. He can hold up the stairs on the 2nd floor and jump down to the next floor. Cheng Yao and Wang Hao are both at the stairway on the 3rd floor. They are blocking every layer of obstacles. Liquid has a chance to get close to Mao Xiaomo. In the last circle, IFCD moved to the upper level, while Liquid was on the 1st floor. Both teams were in full formation, and the poison circle would be refreshed in 2 minutes, giving the team a lot of time to prepare. IFCD's playing method is very simple. Mao Xiaomo sprays medicine, and then the 3 of them rush down together during the circle brushing time to interfere with Liquid spraying. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo's position is not easy to find, and it is on the highest floor. When the circle is refreshed, Liquid has no chance to run to the roof to interfere with Mao Xiaomo's medicine. Actually, Liquid's best choice right now is to fight hard. Otherwise, they will be a passive side waiting for the circle to be brushed. Yes! Although they support Xiaoguo's team, Joy and Yehao also gave their opinions. Liquid is still very passive on the 1st floor. IFCD is sure to interfere with them if they circle around, but they can't interfere with IFCD. But it's not easy for them to charge now. The IFCD team members have all set up and are waiting for them to come up. It's too difficult to charge up. As I said before, it is almost impossible for any team to attack the well-positioned puzzle building, although IFCD immediately slapped them in the face. However, there are many conditions for IFCD to attack. One is unconstrained tactics. The second is the space for throwing thunder. Now there is poison outside the house, so there is no way to go out and throw thunder. The third is skilled cooperation. These 3 are indispensable. Liquid doesn't have such conditions, so it's better to be conservative. Techniques for fighting medicine. This is very particular. Scum stood in the center of the plum blossom pile like Mao Xiaomo, holding a drink and a medical kit in his hands. The remaining 3 players are also ready to go. What they have to do is to prevent the IFCD players from interfering with Scum. They also know very well that in this state, they are 100% unable to interfere with IFCD's spraying, so they can only choose to defend. And they must win this wave of 3v3. IFCD's 3 players are definitely in charge. If they lose this battle, Scum's medicine will definitely be affected. Almost at the same time, both Mao Xiaomo and Scum started to indulge in poison. Anyone who has played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will probably know the reason, but they don't know the specific data. But the only thing professional players can't control well is the timing of applying medicine. Chapter 496. Thrilling. There is a lot to know about spraying medicine. The first is the use of the energy bar. Everyone knows that the energy bar has 4 stages. When you reach the 3rd stage, you can speed up and recover blood. But the specific situation is not clear to everyone. Joy said, there are 4 stages of energy. In the first stage, 1% to 20%. 1 point of life is restored every 8 seconds. The recovery time is 1 minute. The overall blood volume restored is 7%. In the second stage, 21% to 60%. 2 points of life are restored every 8 seconds. The recovery time is 2 minutes. The overall blood volume restored is 30%. In the 3rd stage, the energy bar will bring an acceleration effect to players and players. But this acceleration effect is also different in the 3rd stage and the 4th stage. In the 3rd stage, 61% to 90%. 3 points of life are restored every 8 seconds. The recovery time is 90 seconds. The overall recovery of blood volume is 33%. But there is an additional acceleration effect. I'm afraid how much this acceleration is most players don't know that. The acceleration in the 3rd stage is to increase the running speed by 2.5. The last stage, which is the 4th stage, 91% to 100%, restores 4 points of life every 8 seconds. The recovery time is 30 seconds, and the overall recovery of blood volume is 16%. The acceleration effect of this energy bar is quite impressive. There is a full 6.2 running speed bonus. Maybe everyone is not very familiar with this concept, but once you get started, you can easily feel it. Joy's analysis and explanation made everyone suddenly realize. It turns out there is some truth to this. The higher the energy stage, the greater the recovery effect. When the energy stage reaches the third stage, when it is above 61, there will be a 2.5% acceleration effect. When the energy reaches the fourth stage, when it is above 91, there will be a 6.2% acceleration effect. When running poison on foot, this acceleration will be very important. In addition, the gap between the rich and the poor in the finals is the energy tank. In the finals where there is no time to spray medicine, a full energy tank may play a decisive role. For liquid and IFCD's spray, restoring 4 points of blood every 8 seconds may also be the key to victory. This is the popular science about energy bars. And why is it necessary to forcibly use poison to reach a blood volume that is not very healthy? Many versions ago, the damage of the last circle was modified. It was impossible to carry a first aid kit, and it was only possible in the ancient version. The time to use the first aid kit is 7.5 seconds, and it can only be used when the blood volume is lower than 75. This means that as long as the damage in the last circle is greater than 10, it is almost impossible to complete the operation of using the first aid kit. PCI has increased the damage of the poison circle, and now the damage of the last circle is 14. When the circle is brushed, it will become 18. In layman's terms, the blood was lost in a rush, and the first aid kit could not be supplied at all. The medical kit is a very critical item. Although the use time of the medical kit is 10 seconds, there is no restriction that he must spray medicine below 75 health. In other words, the player's operation will be like this. First, rub the poison to around 60. Don't rub it too low. And don't rub it too high. If you rub it too high, it will be over if the blood volume is full. If the level is too low, if Scum's HP on the first floor is higher than your limit, then you may lose the fight. According to the damage of this circle, if the circle starts to close, judging the speed of the circle, it will be about 5 or 6 seconds before the circle is about to close to yourself. And you will start to wrap the medical kit on your body, and then start to take poison halfway. And the blood volume will drop to the lowest level, and then the time for the medical kit is up, and the health volume is full. This is the most perfect. However, it is impossible to master this speed perfectly, and no one can master it well. Nowadays, professional players rely on their feeling when spraying medicine. It can be said that now, when the energy bars of Scum and Mao Xiaomao are both slow, who is better at spraying medicine? Whoever is better and has more extreme spraying skills will win this game. This kind of finals, which is not a battle, makes the audience even more nervous. The save zone will be refreshed in 15 seconds. At this time, the Plum Blossom pile prompt has come out, and the 6 combatants from IFCD and Liquid also tighten their guns, ready to fight. Mao Xiaomao and Scum have also used the poison, and their health is about 60, because the circle refreshes very slowly. When the circle refreshes on themselves, the energy bar can still recover a little blood, which is definitely the best. It's 99, but the average player can only achieve 80 to 90 HP. The save zone begins to refresh. The battle is about to begin. Walk! Wang Hao gave the order directly. Good fell directly from the second floor, and Cheng Yao also followed suit. The location from the second floor must be very poor, so Cheng Yao and Good also chose to enter through the gate. And Liquid has already prepared a heavy defense, waiting for IFCD. Throw the thunder first. Learn! Cheng Yao opened the door, and Good threw an instant thunderbolt in. Boom! James reacted very quickly and closed the door directly. It is exactly the same as the previous IFCD operation. The thunder bounced off the door and blew Wang Hao, who was coming down from the second floor, half to death. James' reaction also saved Liquid's life. Otherwise, if this thunderbolt is thrown into the room, Scum will die or be disabled. Ibiza and Sambi also pulled out and directly knocked down Wang Hao, who was still alive. Liquid_Ibiza used M416 to knock down IFCD_45 AI. IFCD is uncomfortable because there is only one place where they can break into Liquid's room. There is also a door in Liquid's room, but it is on the other side of the house. If you think about it, you can only get around the poison, but no one can afford this poison now. Throw it in through the crack in the window. Wang Hao had an idea. You know, on the first floor of the Jigsaw building. The surrounding windows are not closed, and there are very small gaps. If thrown well, thunder can pass through these gaps and be thrown into Liquid's room. They don't have to judge Scum's position now. Definitely, and definitely. Scum is at the plum blossom pile. Liquid saw IFCD withdrawing from the door and didn't react at first. But it was James who suddenly heard footsteps. I understand what my opponent means. Fuck! James subconsciously raised his gun and threw it directly at the window directly opposite. Chapter 497, a gap of 680 points. Chung Yao took out lay outside the window and didn't dare to pinch it in her hand. Because there is no guarantee that the gap between the windows can be thrown through 100%. If it cannot be thrown through, it will explode under your feet. But this wave of nerve guns from James. Let the world's audience see what a real nerve gun is. Duh. Chung Yao only turned sideways for a few tenths of a second. He just threw the grenade and was instantly killed. Liquid_James used M416 headshot to knock down IFCD_Crystal. But this thunder was successfully thrown in. Too early! Mjoy shouts. Now the plum blossom circle is moving very slowly. Chung Yao and Good outside the room have begun to take poison. But Liquid inside the room has not. Scum had enough time to dodge the thunderbolt. Especially since the thunderbolt did not pull the bolt. Upon seeing this, Good hid directly behind a barrier inside the gate. It is already an impossible task to break through the enemy. Now that the task has failed, he will drag all the enemies to death here without giving them a chance to interfere with Mao Xiaoma. Liquid directly chooses to rush in. James, the two ghosts of Ibiza slammed the door and came out. Good was very skillful and kept peak. But the power grid also passed through his body. That's too late, Yihao said confidently. Now even if Liquid wanted to interfere with Mao Xiaoma's spraying, it was already too late. It would take at least 15 seconds for them to get from this position to the top floor. However, the power grid was already very small, and Liquid had no time at all. Good dodged and immediately hit Ibiza, who was rushing ahead. But James also struck back instantly, and beat Good to the point of losing his health. IFCD_Godric used AKM to knock down Liquid_Ibiza. James knew that Good had no health left, so he rushed over directly. Good's reaction was also very fast, and he directly took out a thunder. All he can do now is to forcefully throw a mine to see if he can kill James together. In this way, the poisonous circle will be brushed on the fallen James and Ibiza. Their IFCD can also gain 2 heads and 30 points. But the time left for Good was too short. It took a full 5 seconds from pulling the bolt to the explosion. And it might not even take half a second for James to rush over. The rebound thunder was just thrown. James got in front of Good and killed him instantly. Liquid_James used M416 headshot to knock down IFCD_Godric. Boom! A thunder exploded. And sure enough, it didn't cause any damage. The circle closed faster and faster. And the screen was cut in half, showing Mao Xiaomo and Scum, the two teams of drug players. The two people have already begun to wrap medical kits around themselves. Results appear within 20 seconds. Everyone is holding their breath. This victory is too crucial for Liquid and IFCD. After the set, there were only 2 sets left, leaving little time for Navi, Liquid and IFCD to chase points, especially when FaZe still performs stably. The poisonous circle touches everyone. The last poison is over. The damage of the poison circle has become a terrifying 18. In other words, it only takes 6 seconds to kill a person. Liquid players on the field also kept falling to the ground and dying. IFCD_Godric finally killed Liquid_Ibiza. Liquid_Sambi died outside the safe zone. Liquid_James died outside the safe zone. There are only 2 people standing on the field. All the audience stood up. The screen has been cut in half. One half is Mao Xiaoma, and the other half is Scum. The two of them wrapped up the medical kit almost at the same time when the blood limit dropped to the lowest. Scum has more blood? No. It's Mao Xiaoma. I don't know. I really don't know. Can't tell with the naked eye. He can also shout at his throat, which is also a characteristic of his commentary. It seems that the audience at the scene is shouting crazily like Yahoo. And many leaders above are also excited. This is the charm of esports. Scum and Mao Xiaoma are both putting bandages on themselves. Which team will have the last laugh? Even Joy and Yehao can't tell the difference in blood volume with the naked eye. Now, for Mao Xiaoma and Scum, only bandages can keep them alive longer. They also clearly realize this. The first aid kit and medical kit take too long to be used successfully. No one in the audience knew which team would win the final victory. But one person knew. IFCD_NB211. Lily Zhou. As the top player Unknown's Battlegrounds professional player in Xia Kingdom. He is very sensitive to blood volume. Even if there is a difference of 2 or 3 points of blood volume, he can subconsciously judge who has more blood volume. Although he really wanted to go up and fight alongside his IFCD teammates, he also believed in his teammates. And Zhou Lily's lips had already turned into a smile. The blood volume of both sides bottomed out almost at the same time. Thrilling moment. Msjoy and Yehao finally shouted out, IFCD! IFCD! IFCD wins! As soon as the final results came out, the audience exploded. They finally arrived. IFCD will not let them down. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, IFCD. The screen showed Mao Xiaomo's last HP. There was only a trace left, which was probably around 8 HP. It was probably the energy that jumped up at the last moment. It was with this small amount of HP that he defeated the powerful enemy. Liquid. Pretty. Wow. I don't know whether it was the shouts of the commentators or the shouts of the audience, but the crazy shouts of the two merged together. Crazy. IFCD once again failed in the 10th set of PCI, the third chicken that completed this competition, already leading the chicken eating list. IFCD won this game with the last resort. What a beautiful fight. Msjoy was also full of praise. The hope of Xia Kingdom. This time PCI has become the face of Xia State. Not surprisingly, IFCD has already jumped to second place in the standings with this victory. But the gap with FaZe may not be much narrowed. Let's take a look at the results of this game first. IFCD 5 kills chicken. Oops. Liquid got 11 kills and finished second. FaZe 4 got third kills, followed by OMG, MVP, and Navi's results were not very good. After this game, it is very likely that they will withdraw from the championship competition. Msjoy analyzed. Navi was eliminated too early by IFCD in this set, ranking 13th with 0 kills. There was originally an 800-point difference between Navi and FaZe. After this set, the point difference may have reached 1,000 plus. If they want to compete for the championship, a miracle happens. Everyone looked up at the standings and the situation. The victory in this set did not alleviate much. PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. FaZe, Day 1, 1990, Day 2, 1070, D3R1, 770, D3R2, 405 total score, 4,235, chicken times 3. 2. Liquid, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 1710, D3R1, 190, D3R2, 575 total score, 3,665. 3. IFCD, Day 1, 1255, Day 2, 1355, D3R1, 370, D3R2, 575 total score, 3,555, chicken times 3. 4. Navi, Day 1, 1945, Day 2, 1,300, D3R1, 10, D3R2, 40 total score, 3,295, chicken times 1. 5. Ghost, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 700, D3R1, 310, D3R2, 125 total score, 2,625, chicken times 1. 6. MVP, Day 1, 1210, Day 2, 565, D3R1, 345, D3R2, 355 total points, 2,475. 7. 17, Day 1, 760, Day 2, 1460, D3R1, 125, D3R2, 70 total score, 2,415, chicken times 1. Round 2 MVP, IFCD_Godric kills, 2 assists, 1 damage, 231. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the standings. Everyone did not expect that IFCD is still ranked 3rd. And the gap with the first phase is still huge. Liquid's score in this game was also beyond everyone's expectations. It was the same as IFCD at 575 points. With no difference. It's understandable that I suddenly thought of this competition system. Liquid is second with 410 points. Plus 11 kills. 165 points. And 575 points. IFCD first place has 500 points. Plus 75 points for 5 heads. It is also 575 points. This is more dramatic and beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, FaZe also had 400 plus points in this set. It can be said that this set did not narrow the gap too much. Quickly calculate. How many points are there between IFCD and FaZe? Don't rush. Don't rush. 680 points. Yihao clicked on the calculator and said to all the audience. A difference of 680 points. 2 sets left. There is no room for error. Take a short break. After the break, we will continue to focus on the last 2 sets. Chapter 498, I'll send you abroad. Are you willing to go? After taking off their headphones, the 4 members of IFCD also moved their muscles. This plate is the cornerstone. Although this plate of chicken may not be chasing many points. Without this plate of chicken, IFCD is now as cold as Navi. Go out and get some air. Players from each team walked out of the competition room. During the halftime break, there was a full hour's rest on the last day. And then came the final 2 sets. Compete for the championship. Fight for the top 3. Fight for the top 8. These are the goals of each team now. The top 8 will be directly invited to the Siagwa Invitational Tournament in the future. And now each team is playing for world ranking points. The score of this PCI is not low. For the previous teams, FaZe, Navi, Liquid and so on, that said, the ranking is relatively stable. But teams like SSG and MVP can gain considerable world ranking points by finishing in the top 8, which will be very helpful for future world championships and PGI. An intermission performance will be held live. The guests invited this time are also luxurious. The big celebrity JJ Lin is also a star who loves esports very much. There are also Guy, Wang Yitai, and Na Kier who are popular in Siagwayu hip-hop and Siagwashin rap. I had thought about who to invite before inviting guests. But in the end the organizer decided in pursuit of atmosphere. It was originally scheduled for Mayday. But Mayday's schedule was up. So it had to be replaced by JJ Lin. The esports game scene is different from other halftime performances. There is blood and burning here. And in all genres. There are only 2 types of music that can give everyone such a feeling. Rock and hip-hop. What's up? Everybody! Get your feet up! Get off the ground! Along with the cheers and the singer's performance, everyone walked to the lounge and saw 2 unexpected people. Dad? Mom? Chung Yao was surprised. She didn't expect that her father would also come to the scene on the last day. You must know that Chung Haijun is usually very busy. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Everyone greeted politely. And Chung Haijun responded while patting Mao Xiaomo on the shoulder. He smiled and said to everyone, everyone is great. Cheng's mother hadn't seen her daughter for a long time. So she immediately came over to check on her. Oh, baby girl, you have lost a lot of weight. No, Mom. Who said no? I don't know yet. Seeing Mrs. Chung and Chung Yao enjoying themselves, everyone felt relaxed. Your dad and I watched your game for 3 days. And now I know how to play. Mrs. Chung is not very rigid. The beautiful woman is only in her early 40s now. With proper maintenance, she looks very young. Cough cough, Chung Haijun coughed twice. Mrs. Chung paid no attention to Chung Haijun and continued. You don't know how excited your dad was when he saw you just won. Ahem. Everyone smiled after hearing Mrs. Cheng's revelation. Although Chung Haijun is the big boss of IFCD and the most leading entrepreneur in Xia State, he feels very approachable to them. It may also be because Chung Yao is here and has no airs of an entrepreneur at all. Good and Wang Hao were relatively unfamiliar with the Chung family at first. But Cheng's mother was more talkative and chatted with a few young men. Let's talk, Chung Haijun said to Mao Xiaomo. Chung Yao and Mrs. Chung felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts when they saw Mao Xiaomo and Chung Haijun leaving. Smoking? Chung Haijun took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The packaging was very gorgeous. Even if he didn't know much about tobacco, Mao Xiaomo knew that this was definitely no ordinary cigarette. After some hesitation, he took the cigarette. He could feel that Chung Haijun treated him sincerely. Not to test him this or that. Chung Haijun's vision would not choose to deny a person because of whether he smoked or not. However, the Navy has never smoked in public, and it is reported that he is a non-smoker. Chung Haijun helped the 2 of them light the fire. Mao Xiaomo also took a puff. But the feeling of this cigarette was different from the previous ones, which made Mao Xiaomo choke. Cough! 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 Huh? This is a good cigarette. Don't smoke it too hastily, Chung Haijun said with a smile. Then he said to himself, I have been a smoker since I was a child. But since I married your aunt, I have been severely restricted. Now I can almost quit. Mao Xiaomo rarely smokes. He learned it in high school and is not addicted. But when I'm bored, I always ask my brothers to borrow 2 cigarettes. Xiaomo, have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Zheng Haijun said to Mao Xiaomo without talking about Cheng Yao. I've thought about it. But with my current ability, I still can't do it. Mao Xiaomo said seriously. He had a lot of things he wanted to do. But everything had to be done step by step. As long as you have thought about it, life cannot be too monotonous. Zheng Haijun's words also have some connotations. Mao Xiaomo could hear it even in his ears. For entrepreneurs like Zheng Haijun, meaning in life is the most important thing. Esports, no matter how meaningful it is, it doesn't exist. A person only has one youth. Zheng Haijun reminded Mao Xiaomo to think carefully. After all, the rice bowl of youth is over. Spending your whole life devoted to esports is not serious business. Moreover, the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will eventually subside one day. At that time, it will be a bit late for Mao Xiaomo to make plans. I'm going to get to the top of this game. Mao Xiaomo took a puff of cigarette and said to Zheng Haijun. Good boy. Young and energetic. But I like him. Ha ha. Zheng Haijun laughed loudly. Cheng Yao is very satisfied with having such a boyfriend. As an elder, he needs to help Mao Xiaomo find the right path when his path goes astray. But it seems that he doesn't have to worry about this now. 3 minutes of silence. The cigarette in his hand has also burned out. Xiaomo, I will send you to the United States. Are you willing to go to Columbia College? Zheng Haijun suddenly said to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo shuddered. For Zheng Haijun to say these words, it already shows that he has truly recognized Mao Xiaomo as their son-in-law. Although Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo have only been in love for more than half a year, Zheng Haijun is very good at judging people, and they can go on. Zheng Haijun was very sure of this. This is very different from when we first met. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. A light drizzle fell. Mao Xiaomo also answered Zheng Haijun. Zheng Haijun got the answer, and asked Mao Xiaomo again. Are you sure? Yeah. I'm sure. Chapter 499 Teammates. Seeing the 4 IFCD people leaving, Mrs. Cheng also squeezed Zheng Haijun's hand. Have you told Xiaomo? Zheng Haijun nodded thoughtfully. What did he say? If you don't want me to ask you a question, can you just answer it? Hurry up and finish it all at once. Mrs. Cheng shook Zheng Haijun. He refused. Why? He has his own pursuits. Just look at it. I always feel that this kid can achieve great things. Zheng Haijun's eyes were profound. And his intuition told him that Mao Xiaomo was not just a child who was willing to stay in Xia Kingdom and play games. Okay, dear audience friends, welcome back. After an hour of waiting, the final battle of PCI is about to begin. Yes, this land that is still very peaceful now is about to reignite war. Joy and Yehao said one after another. Now the lights are back on. Round 11. The words, coming soon, also appeared on the big screen. The last 2 sets of PCI. It's about to start here. Looking at the standings again, IFCD is now ranked 3rd with a gap of 680 points. The next 2 games cannot be missed by IFCD. Yes. I don't know if IFCD will choose to target FaZe. Joy said. We should still play 1 set safely. After all, there are still 2 chances. If we get 1 more chicken in this set, the gap will be further narrowed. Although it is true to say that FaZe's current state is too stable, and the stability is scary. If FaZe continues to play with an average score of 300+%, even if IFCD wins 2 chickens in a row, who will win? For sure. But now the Xia Kingdom audience has unlimited confidence in IFCD. It has even reached the point of expansion. I have already started to calculate how many points I can get by eating 2 chickens in a row. Okay. Our players are ready. After Joy said that, the atmosphere on the court suddenly became solemn. The joy of the previous scenes is missing. These 2 games are really important to IFCD. The scene changes. Take off. Okay. What you are watching here is the 3rd game on the 3rd day of the PCI PlayerUnknown's Battleground Summer Country Invitational Tournament. Let's take a look at this route first. Wow. It is an orphan route. It has not appeared in the competition for a long time. This route is not very beneficial to IFCD. Joy finished. Everyone just saw the route on the big screen. It is a desperate northern route flying from G-Port to K-Town. IFCD also jumped in immediately. They still have to find a car at the airport. Now the only place on this map that can provide them with enough resources is the airport. IFCD jumped directly. We still have to go to the airport. Team 17 here flew directly to the upper city area. And they were very decisive. IFCD and Team 17 both jumped down when passing G-Port. One faces north and one faces south. The 17 team will definitely not choose to find a car to go jungle again. No team will be so brainless. And no one will do this kind of unprofitable behavior. IFCD flew all the way down from Port G to find a car, and then prepared to go straight to the airport. But in their location near G-Town, they were not the only ones looking for a car. I have 2 people here. I have them here too. There are 3 teams of people trying to grab cars near G-Town. Safety first. Just as Mao Xiaomo finished speaking, he heard the sound of breaking the air around him. I have someone here too. There was a jeep under Mao Xiaomo's feet, and the 2 of them rushed down together. On the other side, Wang Hao and Good, who had grabbed the vehicle, had already picked up Cheng Yao. At this time, Mao Xiaomo and the enemy landed at the same time. Mao Xiaomo reacted very quickly and instantly pressed the F key to get in the car. But his seat is not next to the driver's seat. Even though he was 1 step faster than his opponent still got into the driving seat before him. Mao Xiaomo pressed Ctrl+1, but there was no response. He immediately got out of the car and ran backwards. But the chief player did not choose to let Mao Xiaomo go, and drove directly into him. Mao Xiaomo hid behind a tree and kept calling his teammates. But the enemy was also calling his teammates. Several cars rushed here together. Mao Xiaomo was hiding from Chief's pursuit while still looking at the positions of Chief's other teammates. But a motorcycle came flying directly from the wilderness. Directly form a double attack with Jeep. Knock Mao Xiaomo down. Chief_Cree used a vehicle to knock down IFCD_King. Although he ran over Mao Xiaomo. Complete the kill. Xiao Mo! Walk! Although Mao Xiaomo's expression did not change much, Cheng Yao could feel that Mao Xiaomo was on the verge of explosion. In order not to affect the team's next game, Mao Xiaomo could only suppress the raging anger in his heart. This was a game he couldn't lose. But now, there was nothing he could do. The moment Mao Xiaomo was knocked down, the scene was also in an uproar. At the critical stage of chasing points, IFCD actually lost 1 person in the opening stage. He is also the soul of the entire team. The blow to IFCD was too big, which meant that IFCD would always fight with a 3-man formation in the next games. And Mao Xiaomo, who was the soul of the team, could only be a spectator. It's more difficult to fight with 3 people. When facing FaZe, Team Liquid's chances are too small. Mjoy didn't say it absolutely, but the meaning was very clear. It is true that when a 3-person team encounters a 4-person team, the probability of winning is too low. The next transfer and point selection are very important for IFCD. Now we need to avoid battles as much as possible, and then try to get a higher ranking. Competition room. Good sat upright and said seriously, "Leave it to us. No matter who it is for, I will win the set." Wang Hao also showed a smile on his lips. Teammate support. Cheng Yao remained silent. Mao Xiaomo also remained silent. Good. Win it! Win it! The camera went into the IFCD competition room. The momentum of the 4 people was obviously different from the previous moment. Cheng Yao's last game. IFCD cannot let her leave the professional arena of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds with regret. Good and Sister Cheng Yao have been teammates for such a long time. I will risk my life to bring Sister Cheng Yao to the championship. Chapter 500, A Prophet? Wow! The first security zone has been refreshed. It's an airport circle. Mjoy yelled. The moment Mao Xiaomo finished shouting, the second safe zone was refreshed. Even if Mao Xiaomo is killed in battle, he can still direct the game wholeheartedly. Draw the positions of each team on the existing map. He had plenty of time to think. Let him think about it. Teammates come and fight. Airport circle. This is another airport circle. On the last day of competition, it felt like God was on IFCD's side. In the 3 sets of the game, there were actually 2 airport circles. And these 2 airport circles happened to be at the critical moment when IFCD was chasing points. Just when I was so excited, another good news came. KZSS_running used AKM to knock down FAZ_Mze. KZSS_running used AKM to knock down FAZ_Fuzzface with a headshot. The screen cuts to Running's perspective. With an AKM, he directly swept down the 2 FaZe players who were moving in the car from the middle distance. So critical. At this moment, everyone completely forgot how they scolded KZSSS on the first day. KZSSS is awesome! Awesome! Wow! The audience at the scene also started cheering for KZSSS. These 2 kills are so crucial. All of a sudden, FaZe's initiative was taken away. IFCD loses 1 and FaZe loses 2. But even so, everyone still cannot take it lightly. You know, in the last game, FaZe lost 3 people in the early stage. But in the end, it was a lone wolf who managed to reach the top 3. This kind of strength definitely does not mean that you knock down 2 of them. One person can defeat him. Mao Xiaomo recorded the information in his mind. Except that there are only 60 of them in total. And these people are more familiar to Mao Xiaomo, more sensitive, and easier to remember. FaZe falling 2 is indeed good news for IFCD. Before everyone could get over their joy, OMG and Liquid also started fighting in Y City. Now Liquid is second. They definitely don't want to mess with OMG in the early stage. And besides, this is still an airport area. OMG will definitely not take the initiative to find a fight with Liquid. This is a violation of sportsmanship. If I am not good, I will not let you be good. I give our country's team a chance to win the championship. If I really do this, I estimate that to discredit Xiaogua. But this time the battle in Y City cannot be blamed on OMG. The little lion was suddenly attacked by Ibiza when he was searching for things. He subconsciously hid under Ibiza's downstairs. As a result, Ibiza couldn't get down and the little lion couldn't get up. The other 6 team members also came to support, even if both sides don't want to fight. But an early team battle was still formed. No one can leave. Liquid wants to leave. But will they not fight if OMG retreats? It's definitely impossible. It would be a fool not to kill if there is a chance to kill in vain. But OMG, they can't leave either. 2 powerful teams happened to bump into each other in Y City. And many viewers felt confused. Why do I feel like this is all a script? Now the top 3 teams in the rankings are all in trouble. IFCD lost 1 person. FaZe lost 2 people. And Liquid had an awkward moment with OMG in Y City. The situation suddenly became confusing. The first circle is a circle on the east side of the airport. But the entire airport island is still within security. And there is still 40% of the land area opposite the bridgehead on the east side. In other words, it is very likely that this circle will become a yin and yang circle. OBs from all countries have switched their perspectives to City Y. First, there was a wave of gunfights between BT and James. And he was directly knocked down by James. Then Xiaohai defeated Scum in a close combat and immediately made up for it. Not a single Liquid player was eliminated. And the audience cheered loudly. Although FaZe is IFCD's biggest opponent. Don't forget that Liquid is now second in the standings. Still ahead of IFCD. It is not impossible for Liquid to win the championship. After a fierce battle, there are only 3 people left alive on the field, Little Lion, James and Ibiza. The other 5 team members were all knocked down and replaced. This early trial has been endless. To be honest, Xiaogua's fans still want to see this scene. And it's understandable. Although OMG is strong, it has no hope of winning this PCI. They will definitely be happy to see IFCD clear the way. Liquid's fans were not very happy. But this wave was completely caused by them. Ibiza couldn't help but fight the wave just now. It was a complete backup. But it was a pity that it didn't fall to the opponent in seconds. But even if he didn't play, the little lion should have seen him. The areas between the 2 teams were not clearly marked in this set, which led to such friction. James and Ibiza directly chose to clear the little lion. The little lion, who had prepared his gun in advance, dodged and dropped Ibiza instantly. Did a wave of gunfights. Little lion! Oops! Liquid_James used M416 to kill OMG_Liang with a headshot. James' gun is so stable. Even if the little lion takes the lead, he will kill him instantly with a headshot. It felt like his target was already locked on the opponent's head, which was unreasonable. This wave also made the audience almost jump. Just a tiny bit missing. As you can see, when the little lion was killed in the end, James only had a trace of blood left. It can be said that this wave of duel is between the best. It was a pity not to kill Liquid. But OMG also successfully killed 2 Liquid members in this wave, which is good news for IFCD. The icons of Liquid's 4 players in Mao Xiaomo's mind have also been reduced by 2. The 3 IFCD players were completely in no hurry for this game, and had no intention of blocking the bridge. Mao Xiaomo played a psychological trick. Now the whole world knows that IFCD will block the West Bridge. Teams like Avanger, Navi, and Ghost are all teams that have suffered losses several times. Coupled with yesterday's research on IFCD, as long as it's the airport area, IFCD is 100%. Note that it is 100% effective in blocking bridges. I have never seen IFCD not blocking bridges in competitions. Isn't it a fool to force people to cross the bridge from the west knowing that IFCD is blocking the bridge? So everyone agreed not to go to West Bridge in this game. Navi's big voyage is from the Southern Sea. Their current points do not mean that they have no chance. Especially when Liquid, FaZe, and IFCD continue to reduce their numbers. Avenger and Ghost also gave up on West Bridge. They would rather take a detour than encounter IFCD at the bridge. Both Avenger and Ghost chose to cross the East Bridge. As a result, Dongxiao will be crowded with a lot of people, Msjoy and Yahao said. Now all the teams on the map, except for a few teams sailing away by boat, are all near the East Bridge. And none of these teams chose to cross the bridge. Now everyone wants to block the possibility of cutting corners. But then the entire West Bridge will become very crowded. Screens were continuously shown to each team. And 2 members of the FaZe team also moved from the sea in advance and drifted on the sea. A lonely boat was parked on the distant sea. And 2 people were floating on the water, hiding behind the boat. How long has it been since I've seen FaZe play so obscenely? It's all about the championship. And now as long as FaZe is stable, they can win the championship. Oh! IFCD didn't choose to block the West Bridge. They chose the satellite tower at the east end of the bridge. The screen is given to IFCD again. This time, IFCD has been moved to the satellite tower on the east side of the bridge. That is the highest point of the East Bridge. Old CD fans should remember that this spot is a spot that old CDs particularly like to go to. But IFCD rarely goes there in professional competitions. It has many advantages, but also many disadvantages. The terrain of this place is too high, and it is difficult to move. Once the circle is brushed down and a team wants to target them, it will not be easy for them to deal with it. Therefore, IFCD left one person at the bottom of the mountain. Good, who did not have a high-power lens, was placed at the foot of the mountain, ready to lead the team to retreat at any time. The IFCD is now located near the center of the circle, so there should be no need to move it for the time being. Someone is causing trouble at the bridge. Wang Hao observed the information at Kwoto and said to Mao Xiaomao, in the last 2 sets, everyone generally played more openly, and the MVP was also fighting for their top 8. The team stuck in the East Bridge is the MVP coming out of Port N. Then let's go directly. Walk. Before the first lap was completed, IFCD chose a second transfer, which is rare in professional competitions. They know that there are teams blocking the bridge and taking kills. But this team will not be Liquid. It will not be Navi. And it will not be FaZe. These 3 teams do not have such conditions. In this way, who blocks the bridge has little to do with IFCD. They have to do it. It's the team that destroyed FaZe. Go here. FaZe will come ashore from here. Mao Xiaomao marked a point on the map. There is a very small cliff on the southern coast. You can jump up from this cliff. Wang Hao was also secretly shocked. Predict the opponent's movement direction. Has Mao Xiaomao been able to achieve this? Msjoy saw the transfer of IFCD and said, IFCD has done a second transfer. Where do they want to go? Go south. Logically speaking, they should go to the full circle. Suddenly I was given a panoramic view. Yi Hao opened his eyes wide. I see. Chapter 501. There's almost no team to send you off. IFCD needs to predict where FaZe will land. They want to trick FaZe. If it was good, all the audience would shout. Heck! A prophet? Is this still possible? FaZe didn't even know that there was a team quietly moving to the shore, waiting for them. This is the first safety zone. You can imagine how big the circle is now. So IFCD ran to this shore without hesitation. Mao Xiaomao's judgment is correct. It is impossible for FaZe to walk on the bridge. And it is very likely that FaZe is now drifting at sea. At the beginning of the game, Mao Xiaomao was thinking about what he would do if he was the commander of FaZe and faced the current situation of leading when 2 people fell. The answer is, go. Wait and watch the next circle on the sea before making plans. Wait for the circle to be drawn, and FaZe will land from which side. Last night, Mao Xiaomao watched all the videos of FaZe airport circle again. And the answer was this little cliff. No matter whether FaZe comes or not. I would rather believe that they are here than not. Fair earns blood if the group is destroyed. And it has no impact on them if the group cannot be destroyed. In the airport circle, almost all the teams are crowded in the north. And there are very few teams in the south. It is very easy for them to enter the circle. Just follow the route they just came out of. The 2 FaZe people were hiding behind the boat and had no view at all. Even if they had a view, they couldn't see IFCD. The distance between the two was more than a kilometer. 3 of IFCD were lying down. Wang Hao was hiding behind a tree waiting for FaZe. And Cheng Yao was responsible for guarding against unexpected situations, such as other teams accidentally passing by. But there were no accidents. On the panoramic map, Mjoy and Yehao could clearly see that there was only a team in the housing area 500 meters away on the left. They were far away from them, and there were many trees in the middle. They were not there at all. Vision. It depends on whether FaZe will choose the spot where IFCD is squatting to land. By now everyone is very convinced. I don't know why, but everyone always feels that IFCD's choice must be the right one. Second circle! This circle is closed to the northwest of the circle. In this way, 20% in the north and 80% in the south can be determined that this is an airport circle, Mjoy said. If the second circle is painted like this, it will be impossible to paint the northern circle again, even if it is cut all the way north. Yes, if this means IFCD and FaZe are no longer in the circle, FaZe should choose to go ashore. Director, sorry for bothering me. Fortunately, just when I was about to ask the director to switch the perspective to FaZe and IFCD, the director consciously cut over. The two of FaZe got on the boat directly and drove the boat to the shore. It seems like FaZe is really going to land from here, Mjoy exclaimed. This is no longer an ordinary prediction. You can guess this. The two FaZe players had no idea that a team was waiting for them. There was a 680-point gap between the two teams. This plate is so crucial. It really has to come from this way. FaZe ship is getting closer and closer, and everyone can be sure that IFCD is right. Mao Xiaomao thought a lot. FaZe only has 3 points where you can go ashore. The left coast, the cliff here, and port in. But this circle is brushed. FaZe has to run into the circle after landing. So in port is absolutely impossible. It is much more difficult to get out of port in than to enter the circle from here. The left coast is also impossible. There is a housing area there. FaZe didn't have a car when they landed. With FaZe's current situation, they didn't dare to go from which side. Sound of boat. Don't worry. Cheng Yao is back. Mao Xiaomao was still giving instructions. They don't know who this team is. Although they are waiting for FaZe, no one knows which team this team is. So it is very likely that this team is still full. It was too risky for them to go 2-on-4 when they were taking the lead. So they had to call Cheng Yao back. Everyone heard the sound of the boat. And Cheng Yao also pulled to the flank. FaZe 2 players had no defense at this moment. They never imagined that someone would be squatting here silently. 2 players, Haxit and Jimby, just climbed up from the cliff. He was instantly killed. No reaction time at all. Ta-ta-ta-ta. FaZe team members' helmets exploded. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to kill FaZe_Haxit with a headshot. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to kill FaZe_Jimby with a headshot. These 2 heads also happened to belong to Cheng Yao. Pretty. Beautiful. In this way, FaZe is destroyed. This is a very good opportunity for IFCD to chase points. FaZe only finished 14th. This ranking is unqualified for FaZe, and there are almost no points. There is now a gap of about 700 points. IFCD must enter the finals in this set to narrow the gap with FaZe. Navi and Liquid were also very excited when they saw the news. FaZe is dead. This is a great opportunity for them. Not to mention taking the lead in this set. We must at least enter the finals, and preferably get 400 plus points, so that the point difference with FaZe can be narrowed to less than 300 points. No one can say what will happen in the last set. They are now really grateful to IFCD for giving them another chance to win the championship. Nice. Awesome. When FaZe was wiped out, both Wang Hao and Good felt a little unbelievable. This can also predict FaZe's landing position, which is amazing. It seems that Xiaog was first command position. It's time to make a substitution. How about you just stay on the ground and command us from now on? Stop it. Play the game. Mao Xiaomao's expression was very serious. He was dead this time. And if he couldn't pay for his own death, he really couldn't forgive himself. Okay. Everyone is focused again. FaZe's death is just a prerequisite. What they have to do is to get higher scores and narrow the gap with FaZe. The scene cuts to the East Bridge. Due to MVP's blocking of the bridge, the entire East Bridge has been completely paralyzed. 4 a.m. Liquid, NW, KZSS are all trapped at the East Bridge. 17 is very smart. But it's strange that there is no one on this shore at this time. Yes. The scene cuts to Team 17, who swim directly across the sea. The East Bridge is really hard to pass. and you can see several teams at a casual glance. Nowadays, many teams at home and abroad are scolding the Korean team, especially the fans of Liquid. You must know that Liquid is probably the team with the most foreign fans. The number of fans of Seogwa is also very large, such as some 4AM fans, IFCD's fans, OMG fans. Ask them which foreign team is their favorite. 50% are Liquid, 40% are FaZe, and 10% are others. They also have a chance to win the championship now, especially since FaZe died in this set. It is a good opportunity for them to chase points. But because of the MVP blocking the bridge, it is very likely that they will not be able to cross this bridge. Although 3 Seogwa teams are stuck at the East Bridge, due to the special circumstances of this PCI, everyone is on the side of MVP. MVP! Come on! Korean friends are the best! Come on! The Seogwa audience at the scene rarely use dirty words to describe Koreans. Instead, they cheered for the Korean team for the first time. And this Korean team is also very good. They messed up Dongchiao with a random competition and made it uneasy. 2 Liquid players had no choice but to drive into the sea. Fortunately, no team has time to take care of them now. But this would mean throwing away all the vehicles. If Liquid is not taken care of in the next lap, Liquid will be in a very difficult situation. Buzz buzz buzz. The plane flew over and dropped an airdrop on IFCD's head. It's really a script. Msjoy was speechless and choked. IFCD's luck in this game was a bit too good. The Destiny Circle plus the airdrop hit the face. It's just that there is no team to drive to deliver the goods. Fortunately, the words are not finished yet. The poisonous milk has worked. Navi saw this airdrop not far from them, and drove directly over to pick up the airdrop. At this time, Good had already changed into Groza and ghillie suits, level 3 head and level 3 armor, and a set of luxurious equipment. When the Navi probe team members saw the vehicle next to the airdrop, they felt cold. Fuck! Withdraw! But IFCD is already ready. A single volley of fire swept down a player. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock down Navi_Move. The remaining 3 Navi team members turned around and fled. IFCD shoots with guns. However, this wave was a little farther away. Although it swept Shade One's vehicle into smoke, it did not knock him off the vehicle. The change from 4-man Navi to 3-man Navi is also a very big loss. As I said before, 3 people can play much less than 4 people, and the range of control is much smaller. This time, the south where IFCD was located was completely deserted, and Navi was also driven away. And with this circle painted like this, we can actually predict the next 3, 4, and 5 circles. It can be said that the general tone has been set. Chapter 502, Become an enemy the next moment. IFCD wants to enter the airport. This is not a very common choice for them. Msjoy was a little surprised when she saw IFCD's actions. IFCD is a team that plays at airports. But basically all IFCDs in airport circles will not choose to play inside the airport. I have mentioned before that there are many disadvantages within the airport. The biggest disadvantage is that once it is circled, it will be difficult to transfer. But Mao Xiaoma also had his own thoughts on this game. Because this circle has been finalized by the second circle. Because the land ratio of the 4 circle is 1. The next 2 circles will definitely cut off the water. This means, definitely paint a southern cutaway circle. Then add an east/west cutaway circle. I don't know the order, but it's definitely 2 cut corners. In this way, it is not particularly incomprehensible for IFCD to enter the airport. What Mao Xiaoma thinks is that even if the circle is painted above, they can just leave the C building and abandon the car to go up the mountain, which is very easy to enter. The same goes for brushing the west or east sides. It's not a problem inside the airport. Anyway, just go out and go straight up the mountain. Another reason is that there are very few teams inside the airport. Most of the teams are now on both sides of the road in the north of the airport island and on the east and west sides of the circle. Their location is relatively safe. Liquid's 2 players couldn't stay in the water. In professional competitions, the shorter you can stay in the water, the better, because everyone has the habit of chasing water ghosts. As long as they are discovered, they have no ability to resist in the sea. Even if the sea is still in the safe zone, they must go ashore. Okay, Liquid has now swam ashore and found a small housing area in the north. Fortunately, there are no people in this housing area. Yes! Unfortunately, the exciting scene for the Seok Kingdom audience did not appear. Liquid successfully entered the circle. Instead, 3 Seok Kingdom teams, 4AM, KZSS and NW, died in various ways after the third circle was refreshed. He was poisoned. The group was destroyed. And the bridge was blocked. Several Xia troops were wiped out one after another. But now the Xia Kingdom audience's attention is focused on IFCD. But they paid less attention to these Xia Kingdom teams. IFCD was relatively comfortable after entering the airport. But each player did not relax their vigilance and kept moving to observe the surrounding vision. They want to win. Must win. Although there are only 3 people. Mao Xiaomo is still in this team. Still the brains of this team. The third circle. A southwest cutaway. The third safety zone is refreshed. For IFCD, it is still within the circle. And it is relatively central to the safety zone. The next circle will definitely clear away all the C areas. In this way, it is very likely that the C-shaped building of IFCD will be refreshed. It will become the center of the safe zone. But the only bad thing about the terrain of Building C was that he couldn't see the view to the north. And it was blocked by a high mountain. Liquid is still in the circle. They don't have vehicles. So there's not much they can do. The battle in the third circle was still very fierce. This is the cruelty of the airport circle. But all of this has little to do with Xiaoguo's audience. Because the 3 teams they are paying attention to, IFCD, Liquid, and Navi, are all safe and show no signs of fighting. All that's left is to cheer for 17. Fortunately, the 2 teams were relatively competitive and both defeated their opponents. But both teams also suffered attrition. Fourth circle! The race unknowingly progressed to the 4th lap. A nerve-wracking battle. The ownership of the circle is now so important for each team. Especially Liquid. The 4th safe zone is refreshed. Okay. It's a western cutaway circle. This circle is not very beneficial to IFCD. Mstoy analyzed. This circle actually directly wiped out the IFCD to the south of the center of the safety zone. Currently, only half of IFCD's C building is within the safety zone. Drive up the mountain! As soon as the circle was brushed, Mao Xiaomo immediately commanded. Everyone reacted very quickly. They jumped down and got on the car and drove out. Everyone has already observed the surrounding situation before this. Except for the team near the satellite building. There must be no team in the south. IFCD goes straight up the mountain. There was no option to abandon the car. It was a very smart choice. Mstoy means the same thing. The premise for IFCD to abandon the car is that this circle is a northern mountainous circle. But in fact this is a mountainous circle in the west. Where is the center of the safety zone? On the top of a mountain, where IFCD often blocks bridges. In other words, if IFCD chooses to block the west bridge all the time, they now occupy the best position on the field. But now it's all nonsense. If IFCD blocks the bridge, FaZe will definitely be on the field now. It feels a lot better to think about it this way. This position is now occupied by Navi. The terrain here is very familiar to IFCD. The distance between the top of the hill and the top of the hill is so empty that it would be impossible to pass without a vehicle. On the west side of the hill outside the airport, there is a large flat area in the middle where no one can stay. Navi's position is a bit invincible. Mstoy expressed his concerns. According to normal judgment, Navi's current position is an almost invincible position. What is the abnormal judgment? It is to continue to brush the east or south corners. In this way, Navi's face becomes dark. And it is not others, but them who want to move. There was no team near IFCD, and it was very safe. I drove up from the bottom of the mountain and set up the vehicle. Aim the gun tipped directly outside the circle. They are now on the east side of the circle. And a team will definitely come in from this side. They will have to fight a tough battle. If there are 4 people now, IFCD is too easy to fight. And 4 people can directly pull away. But if there are 3 people, they have to be more restrained. And the range of control cannot be so wide. IFCD pointed its gun directly in the direction of MVP, which is normal from a god's perspective. A normal commander will judge that there will be a team coming from the east. And there is nothing wrong with this. MVP 4 people are still full. After the bloody bridge blockage just now, they gained not only 5 heads, but also a wave of supplies. The top competition between Chinese and Korean teams. Although Xiaoguo's team IFCD only has 3 people. But is IFCD afraid? Are any of the Xia Kingdom audiences afraid? 3 against 4. It's your Korean team that I'm fighting. One moment we were friends with South Korea. And the next moment we became enemies. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 503, Crush. There are more people in MVP. And the advantage of IFCD terrain is greater. And both sides have more advantages. The advantage of this wave of MVPs is even greater, Joy said. MVPs are more proactive. They can choose to move in multiple directions, or they can choose to throw throwable objects to force the circle. Although there are only 3 people on the IFCD side, there are no other teams around, so it is relatively safe. At this time, good news suddenly appeared. 17_show used M416 to kill Liquid_James with a headshot. 17_show used M416 to kill Liquid_Ibiza with a headshot. This wave happened too suddenly. OB didn't cut it either. 17show showed an excellent gun line in a mountain encounter and wiped out Liquid with 2 headshots. As a result, Liquid was also eliminated. Wow! Liquid is destroyed. Now IFCD has a great chance as long as it handles its own affairs well. Liquid's sudden death also caught everyone off guard. But the brief moment of shock was followed by cheers. They don't care how many foreign spectators there are. This is their home court. They just want to cheer for the Siagwa team. Liquid's result is also fixed at 9th place. Not in the top 8. As soon as Liquid was wiped out, Liquid's score on the standings was refreshed. In the 11th set, Liquid's score was 4 kills in 8th, with a score of 205 points in a single game. This team is unqualified for Liquid, who is eager to chase points. Such a good opportunity. The original 600-point difference between FaZe and FaZe had a chance to be narrowed to very small, but they failed to grasp it. James smashed his keyboard hard. This scene was also seen by all the viewers in the world. Possibly the best shooter in the world. James. Although Liquid's results have been very good over the years, and they are also winning championships, they have never been in a particularly comfortable environment. Even so, James has undisputedly won the title of Killer King in many games, which shows his strength. So powerful. The news of Liquid's team elimination was immediately captured by all teams. The first one to breathe a sigh of relief must be FaZe. No matter how optimistic Siagwa's team is about IFCD, FaZe's primary opponent now must be Liquid. The first reason is that Liquid is strong and is also their old rival. The second reason is that Liquid is now second in the standings, not IFCD. Once Liquid was eliminated, they also set their sights on IFCD. At this time, IFCD happened to be on fire with the Korean team. In an instant, the team cheering for their Korean friends turned into FaZe fans. Good and Wang Hao are very focused. Just blend yourself into the screen. Coming! Both of them have raised their concentration to the highest level. This environment, this atmosphere, this battlefield, and their belief that they must win. They cannot lose this battle. Wang Hao and Good also showed their killer instincts. First encounter, Wang Hao and Good directly eliminated the 2 MVP players in seconds. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to knock down MVP_Odin. IFCD_Godric used Groza to knock down MVP_Blue with a headshot. 2 7.62 guns are very powerful. MVP didn't even have a chance to raise his gun. At the moment of contact, he used his reaction and marksmanship to kill his opponent instantly. This is purely based on marksmanship and reaction. Wow! IFCD pounced directly, Mjoy exclaimed. So decisive. After killing 2 MVP players, Mao Xiaomo said one word. Flutter! If both Wang Hao and Good lost health, Mao Xiaomo would definitely choose this big choice. But both of them are opponents who can be killed instantly. They don't give their opponents time to react. With full health and enough bullets in the magazine, directly ordered to charge. MVP didn't even think of it. The moment Blue and Odin fell to the ground, their teammates immediately chose to rescue them. But they never expected that IFCD would be so decisive. He rushed out of the bunker directly. When MVP heard the footsteps, he panicked subconsciously. Without preparation, he directly collided with 3 people from IFCD. 3 versus 2 on the frontal battlefield. IFCD cannot lose in this situation. Good's level 3 armor helped him resist a lot of damage, giving Wang Hao and Cheng Yao enough time to deal damage. And Wang Hao lived up to his expectations and directly shot to kill the last 2 MVP players. Don't give your opponent any chance. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to kill MVP_Peng. IFCD_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down MVP_Siege. 3 IFCD team members defeated 4 MVPs. No one fell. Unknowingly, IFCD's strength has grown to this point. Conservatively estimated, the strength of the top 20 in the world. MVP's world ranking is 27th, and Team 17 is 32nd. To be honest, if these 2 teams meet IFCD, they may only have a 20% chance of winning. In other words, IFCD's strength is higher than these 2 teams. Almost the top 20 in the world. Watching IFCD beat MVP is like watching an adult beat a child. 2 flankers were immediately killed. And then 3 people jumped in to kill MVP. There was really no sloppiness at all. It's kind of relaxing. The team defeated the MVP. And IFCD's head count rose to 7. And it was precisely because this team annihilation was so easy that neither Mjoy nor Yahoo called out. In the past, IFCD defeated other teams by shouting at the top of their lungs. Esports also needs this kind of passionate commentary style. The basic score for this game is there. It just depends on how much IFCD can narrow the score difference. The basic goal of fans is 400 points. But IFCD wants to win the chicken. Bring the scores of the two to the same level. Although there are only 3 people, there are not many full teams on the field now. Navi, who is in the best position, only has 3 players. For IFCD, everything is possible. After the team defeated MVP, IFCD also heard gunshots from another circle. Chapter 504 is not enough. Not enough. Here! There is a team fight! Wait for the circle to clear and go this way. Mao Xiaomao also gave his judgment immediately. If they touch down now, it is very likely that the team outside the circle that is not dead will hit them on the side. So at the critical moment, when this circle is being refreshed, waiting for the opportunity is the best choice. If the battle is not over when the circle is cleared, then IFCD must choose to clear the border. Now there is a large concave slope in the middle, and no one dares to walk down casually. Clearing the edge is definitely the best option. The 5th circle is a circle with a very small refresh rate, but this circle still refreshes a circle to the north. It seems that the competition for the narrow edges on both sides of the 5th circle will be very fierce. Yes, Mjoy said. Although the refresh rate of this 5th circle is small, the teams on the sides of this special circle have to move, and they cannot go in the middle. The only space for the team on the south side to move is the narrow side on the west side, and the narrow side on the east side to enter the circle. Then Navi and 17 will definitely be impacted. 17 is still entangled with a Vanger here, and IFCD doesn't dare to move casually when it sees the circle. The 2 teams in front have not finished the battle, and they still have to be wary of the enemies behind them at any time. They are now in a dilemma. In the narrow circle, although the circle speed is slow, the side that takes the poison first will definitely not be able to defeat the team on the south side. Therefore, IFCD can only wait for 17 to fight a Vanger, and then go up and steal a wave. There are not many choices for IFCD now. Is this pit okay? In the previous competition, IFCD's lone wolf took advantage of this pit to reach the finals, Mjoy said. In the airport circle in the first game today, IFCD managed to get into this pit. Wang Hao brought them here. The location of this pit is very good, but only 2 people can lie down at most, and there is no ability to fight back. Whether or not you want to be ranked is a big question. Although Mjoy has been discussing this pit, Mao Xiaomao didn't think about it at all, not counting their scores in this set. The point difference between them and FaZe is about 700 points. Even if they get into this trap, they probably can only settle for 4th or 5th place at most. How many ranking points can 4th and 5th place get in one set? 4th place is 295. 5th place is 250. Plus their head points are still there is a point difference of more than 300 points with FaZe. FaZe team annihilation in this set was really rare, and it also gave IFCD an excellent opportunity. They can't continue to score 300,400 points conservatively now. If this happens, IFCD will have to chase 300 points in the last game. It will be too difficult. It can be said that as long as FaZe performance is a little more stable, IFCD can't win the chicken, and it will be goodbye. They must create a hope. The safe zone begins to refresh. Walk! IFCD for 3 people. The bulldozer play begins. Just clear the edge of the circle. No one knows whether IFCD's current choice is right or wrong. They only wait until IFCD has the guts. IFCD! IFCD! The audience has now started chanting the name of IFCD. But the situation is very unfavorable for IFCD. The chief behind him also touched the edge of the circle. IFCD must deal with 17. A Vanger quickly, and then go back and deal with the chief. It's this team again. If Chief hadn't killed Mao Xiaomao in the early stage, IFCD's situation wouldn't have been so difficult. There is also a tentative exchange of fire between a Vanger and 17. The terrain of the 2 teams is almost the same now, and they are still within the circle, so they are not in a hurry. A Vanger has been looking in the direction of IFCD. They knew there was someone on this side, and the MVP was killed not far away by the team just now. IFCD wants to enter the circle. Basically there is only one route to enter the circle. Boom! Hiss hiss. Boom. IFCD did not hide its actions at all, and directly threw the grenade, which happened to blow up one of Avanger's team members. IFCD_Godric used the frag grenade to knock down Avanger_Keen. The smoke gradually dispersed, but IFCD was still in no hurry. There was no rush to break into Avanger. There was no way around it. Even if they broke into Avanger, 17 would definitely come and clear them out. So this wave of thunder is equivalent to helping 17. And the 3 IFCD people turned directly to face the chief. This wave of IFCD attacks in the east and west is very beautiful. Chief never thought that IFCD would turn around and attack them. As soon as there was thunder and gunshots over there, they rushed over and suddenly ran into IFCD, calculating mentally but not intentionally. 17 and Avanger. IFCD and Chief exchanged fire almost at the same time. After all, there are 4 chiefs. Although one of them was knocked out instantly, he still had fierce firepower. The 4 people had already spread out the formation, and IFCD was at a comprehensive disadvantage. But they had to fight. Fight it! Good shouted. Seeing that Wang Hao was also knocked down, Cheng Yao raised her rifle. 98K can only take 1 shot. Even if the opponent is killed instantly, it doesn't mean much. The chief must be suppressed in a short time. Chief's 2 teammates were still in health, and they were still in a hurry to continue their advance even though they were spraying medicine on the spot. On the other side, the battle between 17 and Avanger was decided in a short period of time. The 17 team did not fight bloody battles, with IFCD helping them. They managed to eliminate Avanger in a thrilling manner, leaving everyone on their side dead. Help! 17 show was rescued. 3 people were at full status, and saw the kill information in the upper right corner. IFCD_Godric used the frag grenade to knock down Chief_Champs. IFCD_Godric used the frag grenade to knock down Chief_Edge. 1 thunder and 2 sounds. Chief also didn't expect this thunder to be so accurate. The poison circle is brushed. Wang Hao was also poisoned to death, and everyone began to take poison. But the Chief's team members had no intention of letting IFCD go. Several of the down Chief players threw medicine at the feet of the last surviving member. Without saying a word, this Chief player started taking medicine to stay in the ranking. Their goal was to top 8 in total points. This time, the IFCD management didn't care about this person. If it is TPP mode, IFCD will definitely not dare to move. The opponent's card will spray medicine from a third-person perspective, and they will attack as soon as the Chief moves. But in FPP mode, even if the Chief team members spray medicine, they can't see them. So Mao Xiaomo chose to take a gamble and ignore these 2 people. The 17th group destroyed Avanger, and now there are 3 people left. Mao Xiaomo knows this information very well. IFCD's ability to fight its way out of this difficult situation also gave everyone an unrealistic feeling. But they still have to face a very strong team. Team 17. Team 17 has 3 people from 3 directions, stuck to the edge of the circle. They know that the opposing team is IFCD, but they will not let go. We are all a professional team and have professional ethics. The 2 IFCD people didn't have time to apply the medicine, and rushed up the slope with half health. Cheng Yao also listened to Mao Xiaomo's command, took out his 98K, and changed the 8 times on it to 4 times. This is an 8x distance lens. The function is too small. 4 times is just right. 1 second. If others heard Mao Xiaomo's command, they would definitely think it was nonsense. Is there anyone else who can conduct this kind of thing? But Cheng Yao did it. Almost instantly, Cheng Yao stepped out and shot 98K, then fell to the ground. Boom! This bullet made a perfect trajectory, directly pierced through Monyobi's head. Blood splattered everywhere. IFCD_Crystal used CAR 98K to knock down 17_47 Gamer with a headshot. And Cheng Yao's already weak health dropped to the lowest level after being shot at 17th. The poisonous circle has arrived, and Cheng Yao has no time to apply the medicine. If you give them a little more time, they will have time to apply medicine, which will make a difference in who loses and who wins. Now IFCD can only choose to charge forcefully. Team 17 did not choose to save anyone. The poisonous circle was about to be reached. They had to block IFCD in this circle. Cheng Yao and Good rushed out directly, and Cheng Yao still has 98K in his hands. She only has 1 shot. The camera goes to Cheng Yao. Another instant shot. This shot looks very accurate, but the bullet hasn't come out yet. He was ruthlessly killed by 17 people. On the other side, Good was also dealt with by dying. IFCD. The group is destroyed. 17_show used M416 to kill IFCD_Crystal. 17_Shokes used M416 to kill IFCD_Godric. Wow! There's really nothing we can do about it. It's also very regrettable. This wave is equivalent to IFCD rushing among the three teams. Terrible. There was only a difference of 7 or 8 seconds. If Chung Yao and Good were given a first aid kit in another 7 or 8 seconds, the result might be very different. Although everyone wants a miracle to happen. But that's how the game is. Everyone is a professional team. In professional games, it is very normal to be wiped out by the team. Ranking 5th out of 10 kills is already a very good result. But for the current IFCD, it is not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Wang Hao and Good also clenched their fists. Chung Yao is also constantly comforting her teammates. The three teammates are too serious. She can feel that these three people really want to win this championship for her. While being moved, Chung Yao could only fight with him. Team IFCD. Chapter 505, the ending of PCI 1. After the 17th Regiment destroyed IFCD, the safe zone was also refreshed. The brushing of this circle is tantamount to truly announcing Navi's dominance. Tianming shooting circle. This kind of circle is really rare. Everyone always thought that IFCD might be the Destiny team in this game. But they didn't expect that it would be Navi in the end. 17 also tried to seal the cigarette. But Navi firmly occupied the highest point of the entire safe zone. After the group destroyed the 17 team, they also cleared out 2 lone wolves, successfully winning the chicken. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Navi. Okay. Congratulations to Navi for their final victory in the 11th set. Let's take a look at the standings first. After reading the standings, we will analyze the situation of each team. Just after the game ended, Msjoy didn't even report the results, but the director came up with the standings. PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. Phase, Day 1, 1990, Day 2, 1070, D3R1, 770, D3R2, 405, D3R3, 30 total score, 4,265, chicken times 3. 2. Navi, Day 1, 1945, Day 2, 1,300, D3R1, 10, D3R2, 40, D3R3, 680 total score, 3,975, chicken times 2. 3. IFCD, Day 1, 1255, Day 2, 1355, D3R1, 370, D3R2, 575, D3R3, 400 total score, 3,955, chicken times 3. 4. Liquid, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 1710, D3R1, 190, D3R2, 575, D3R3, 205 total score, 3,870. 5. 17, Day 1, 760, Day 2, 1460, D3R1, 125, D3R2, 70, D3R3, 415 total score, 2,830, chicken times 1. 6. Ghost, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 700, D3R1, 310, D3R2, 125, D3R3, 180 total score, 2,805, chicken times 1. 7. MVP, Day 1, 1210, Day 2, 565, D3R1, 345, D3R2, 355, D3R3, 60 total points, 2,535. Round 3 MVP, Navi_Shade 1 kills, 4 assists, 3 damage, 631. As soon as the standings came out, the audience screamed again. Who said Navi has no chance? Navi relied on their outstanding performance in this set to kill 12 chickens and obtain 680 points. In addition, FaZe only had 30 points in this set, which is equivalent to an instant reduction of 650 points. 1 plate of time. Wow! The situation in the standings is more confusing now. Yes! Needless to say, you can see that the standings are now divided into several levels. The top 4 are in the championship level, and the winner has not been decided until the last set. FaZe 4265 is now in first place, but the second, third and fourth places are very close to each other. The difference between IFCD and FaZe is only 300 points. In the last set, only the second, third, and fourth place teams won. And FaZe was still very likely to be beaten. But it's easy for FaZe to win. Enter the top 4. Victory is almost guaranteed. In the current standings, FaZe is first, followed by Na'Vi, IFCD and Liquid in second, third and fourth place. Their point difference is almost negligible. Team 17 has also recovered its form in the past 2 days and successfully rose to 5th place position. In this way, there are 2 Siagwa teams in the top 5. Yes, and OMG and 4AM are not that far away from 8th place. We really hope that one of these 2 Sia national teams can squeeze into the top 8. There are currently 4 grades. The 1st to 4th places are in one level, 3800 plus. The 5th to 7th places are in one grade, 2500 to 3000. The 8th to 12th place is in a grade, 1700 to 2300. The scores for the 13th to 16th place finishers are relatively low. There are already a lot of game samples in 11 sets. There is nothing to complain about if the score is low. It must be my own problem. Na'Vi also succeeded in winning the game and narrowing the gap between them and FaZe. But FaZe has the most advantage in the last set. And after going through the airport circle in the last set, FaZe may play more cautiously in the last set. Yes, everyone should not only focus on the FaZe team. Teams like Liquid and Na'Vi also have a very good chance of winning the championship as long as they win. Joy continued. One thing FaZe needs to be careful about is that someone will definitely target them in the finals. The point difference between FaZe and them is still relatively large. But it's only 300 points. A plate of chicken is about 700 points. In other words, they probably have to keep FaZe out of the top 5 to have a chance. Needless to say, Liquid, Na'Vi and IFCD have now reached a consensus. Prioritize cleaning up FaZe. If FaZe is not destroyed, they will have no chance of winning the championship. So to a certain extent, everyone has a consensus that FaZe will go first. And whoever wins the chicken will win. Although there is a chance that other teams will win. Each team can only think so now. And look at the previous games. 11 games. IFCD 3 chickens. FaZe 3 chickens. And Na'Vi 2 chickens. The top 3 teams accounted for 8 chickens. The probability is still very high. What everyone didn't expect is that Liquid has such a high score and still hasn't won the championship. Which is also strange. As PCI came to an end, everyone stood up. In the last 30 minutes, they wanted to shout for IFCD. In the top 4 competition, no one knows which team will have the last laugh before the final set begins. That's the beauty of the scene. It's full of uncertainty. IFCD 4 individuals are also adjusting their status. Although there was no chicken in the last game, the basic task was completed, and the point difference with FaZe was narrowed. Now the 300 points are within a chaseable range. Come on! Mao Xiaomao took a deep breath. He deeply felt his powerlessness in the last set. If he survives the landing, there is a 70% chance that they can rush down at position 17. But? Chapter 506, the ending of PCI 2. Even experienced teams like FaZe and Na'Vi were short of breath before the start of the last set. The closer we get to the final championship, the more nervous everyone can feel. On the contrary, the IFCD team still looks like that. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But Mao Xiaomao doesn't think they are calves. They are tigers. The last plate, the winner will definitely be their IFCD. And only their IFCD. Win it! Win it! Okay. The last game of PCI Day 3. The last game of the entire PCI is about to begin. And this game will directly determine the championship. The final game started with the anticipation of audiences around the world. Joy and Yahao also looked solemn. In the last game, the leaders below also became serious and sat upright to watch the game. The Xia Kingdom Invitational Tournament is also the first time that Xia Kingdom has hosted a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds event of this level. After the rapid rise of this game, the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can now be said to be at its peak. The game style of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is relatively simple, and the competitiveness is not as strong as a game based purely on strength such as CSGO. However, it has reached its current heights. In a few years, this game may also disappear in the long river of history. But who will care at that point? At least this game has been left in history. It's still a vertical route, which is more comfortable for all teams, Joy said. The route in the last round was a vertical route, which was relatively comfortable for all teams. And there was nothing worth describing too much. The 16 teams all safely landed from the plane and flew to their respective resources. Point. There were not many teams that changed points in the PCI competition. only 3 or 4 teams. Among them, the 2 teams from Siagwa, 17 and OMG, were the teams that changed points midway. Both teams had the same reason for switching points. The wild area is too poor and has insufficient resources. In this PCI game, the pace is very different from previous games. The pace of the game at the beginning was too fast, which led to a huge advantage for slow circles. Later, everyone was slower, and the team that entered the circle faster had a greater advantage. However, the principle is to try to avoid battles in the early stage. If you successfully reach the finals, you will have room to perform. Okay, the first safe zone has been refreshed. Wow! The first circle painted the center circle of the map. Judging from the situation at the beginning, no team will have a big advantage in selecting points in the early stage of the final game. It's easy to analyze. What he said is not wrong. If it is an airport circle, the IFCD and MVP of the airport island must have an advantage in selecting points. However, if it is a central circle with P-City as the center, no one will have much advantage in selecting points, because there are so many places to stay. If nothing else happens, IFCD will choose to collect all resources at the airport before leaving. Yes. Both Mjoy and Yehao are familiar with IFCD's tactics. The transfer of this circle is not difficult for IFCD. They only need to cross the bridge safely, and then cross the mountains outside P-City on the large plain ahead. This is a very common tactic of IFCD. After more than 4 minutes, the safe zone began to refresh. Many teams have begun to move to the inner circle, but IFCD is still silent. A small portion of Airport Island is in the circle. It can be said that IFCD is not in a hurry to move in this circle. The most important thing for them now is to ensure that their resources are sufficient. In the last game, all teams will definitely be more cautious in terms of overall style. This may be different from the last set. Now the top 4 compete for the championship, and the bottom 8 compete for the top 8. Many teams have goals, and this goal can be lost with one mistake, so each team plays very cautiously. OMG and Liquid are far apart in Y City this time. With the lessons learned from the previous game, they would rather search for fewer resources to ensure the safety of their own team. OMG wants to compete for the top 8, and Liquid wants to win the championship. Time passed quietly, and the camera suddenly showed Navi. As soon as this shot was shown to the camera, the entire audience exploded. There was a cry of exclamation. Navi wants to block the IFCD bridge. Oh my god! Might as well shout out loud. IFCD blocked Navi twice. Navi will come back in the last set. Everyone suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If the IFCD was blocked, it would be over. In such a crucial game, Navi did not choose to occupy points, but stuck IFCD at the bridge, and there was no sign at all. All the cars were hidden by Navi. The 4 people hid them perfectly in 4 locations. Who can imagine this? Some girls have covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only a small slit exposed. Although they are all very angry at Navi's behavior, there is nothing they can do about it. Fans are just like this. They applaud when their home team blocks other teams, and yell at each other when other teams block their home team. Now it depends on the discipline of IFCD, Mjoy said. In IFCD's mind, there should be no team blocking their bridge, because usually there is only OMG at the bridge end. But on the 3rd day OMG did not choose to jungle at the bridge end, so it is very safe here. There is no problem with IFCD's discipline. But this time, no matter how careful we are in blocking the bridge, we still feel that at least one person will be lost. The lens was given to IFCD, and they started their transfer just as the circle was about to come. There are 3 cars, and one Hao motorcycle takes the lead. IFCD comes out from the airport island. All PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds viewers and fans in the world who are watching PCI are focused on IFCD and Navi. Foreign commentators also keep saying that IFCD is going to be over. IFCD is going to be over. In this case, even gods can't save them. Even if they react very quickly, at least one person will lose their life. IFCD did stop and observe, but Navi didn't even show up. They just listened to the sound of your car. When they heard the sound of the car, they drove over and then pulled it out to fight. IFCD couldn't see it at all. Wow. Mjoy saw IFCD's actions and shouted. Navi on this side has not heard the sound of IFCD's car for a long time, but it has just seen IFCD in the distance looking towards the bridge from outside the airport. Maybe IFCD is observing them. The more it is like this, the less likely it is to show its face. Once it does, it will be 100% discovered. In this situation, it is impossible for Navi to say that there is no rush. They want to stick their heads out and take a look now. But they don't dare. IFCD's playstyle is also very simple. Cheng Yao and Wang Hao observe from behind the bridge, while Mao Xiaoma and Good walk onto the bridge. It's also good to see IFCD's actions, which makes me a little confused. Why does it look like IFCD is playing like an enemy? Fortunately, I am very familiar with IFCD. IFCD's style of play usually involves someone on the opposite side not daring to show their face. And then they advance layer by layer. IFCD made no sound, and Navi did not dare to move at all. Mao Xiaoma and Good walked forward without having to fight with Navi in a single row, and directly touched the abandoned car closest to the northern bridge. Buzz buzz. The remaining two people from the IFCD also drove forward and started to move forward. So it was Good and Mao Xiaoma who were holding the guns. Navi heard the sound instantly, but did not show his head in a hurry. The sound of cars is very easy to judge. They have to wait until the moment IFCD comes out of the bridge to start attacking. However, IFCD's car sound did not last for long. Based on this car sound, Navi could also determine the current location of IFCD. However, IFCD stayed there for too long, and the second safe zone had been refreshed. Mjoy and Yehao are also very worried about the current situation of IFCD, and Navi has not revealed any tricks. But Mao Xiaoma had a thunder in his hand. Wow! The audience at the scene jumped up, and some girls also took away their hands covering their eyes. Boom! The first thunder shocked everyone. All the members of Navi are panicking to death. Have they exposed their weaknesses? The foreign commentators and Xiagua commentators were also shocked. How did IFCD discover Navi? This one parabolically drew an arc from the bridge and landed next to Shade One. Boom! A thunder exploded into residual blood. What the heck? Navi's command is now completely panicked. Shade One pulls out directly to counterattack. Duh. Damn it! There's really someone here. Wang Hao was almost instantly killed by Shade One. Ding, 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 clang. All hid near the scrap car where IFCD is located. Mao Xiaoma's expression didn't change at all. He didn't know Navi was there, but he had to throw 2 mines just in case. He thought that if he were Navi, he would definitely try to block IFCD, regardless of whether he could block it or not. It would have no impact on their next actions, because their transfer route was very similar to IFCD, both of which were any dangerous diversion routes. Set up the gun! Cheng Yao shouted and drove back. This wave of Navi took the initiative. They could not take the initiative and had to wait until their opponents made mistakes. Mao Xiaoma is another high parabola thunder. From God's perspective, the arc of this thunder is staggeringly high. But Mao Xiaoma had the experience of the first thunder, and the trajectory of this thunder was very positive. Shade One looked at the thunder in the sky and hit him in the face, and subconsciously retreated. However, Wang Hao's 4X lens, which had been prepared for a long time, directly knocked down Shade One, who was still alive. IFCD_45 AI used M16 to knock down Navi_Shade One. Chapter 507, the ending of PCI 3. Can't be saved! Mjoy shouted loudly. This is where Shade One fell. No one can save Navi. Navi wants to withdraw. Yehao also said it after looking at Navi's actions. Navi directly chose to retreat after one of its players fell. They still have a chance to win the championship when they leave here. But if they compete with IFCD here, they will be completely ruined. The strongest point Shade One fell at the beginning, and Navi's subsequent games are also worrying. Watching Navi begin to retreat, Mao Xiaoma stopped Good, who was about to pursue him. Don't chase after the enemy. Our goal is to win the championship. IFCD really didn't dare to pursue them. The risk was too high. Since Navi chose to retreat, IFCD would definitely let them go. See you in the finals. Both domestic commentators and foreign commentators are all confused now. They don't know how Mao Xiaoma discovered Navi. It was perfectly hidden, and no flaws were revealed at all. But in fact, Mao Xiaoma didn't know that Navi was blocking them. He just thought that someone was blocking them and beating them. If it were the penultimate game, Mao Xiaoma would not do such a move. But this is the last game. If he were the commander of Navi, he would definitely block it and take advantage and leave. The 4 people watched Navi go away, and only fired a few symbolic shots. The first person to be eliminated was Navi Shade One, which was something no one expected. As a result, Navi will have to fight with 3 players in the next game, and the disadvantage in the championship competition is already very large. Although the overall play was conservative, IFCD chose a less conservative point in the second circle. The second circle is a circle to the northeast. In this way, Although P City is not in the center of the circle, it is still within the safe zone. And School R City is also in the north of the circle. The IFCD circle chose the mountain range outside the Zodiac, which is notoriously difficult to defend. The mountain range selected by IFCD is not a very favorable one in the early stage. This point will be very good in the 4th and 5th laps, but it is too easy to be fooled in the early stage. Msjoy gave his opinion analyze. But IFCD is now in a state of overwhelming self-confidence, and the state of the entire team has reached its peak. Although this position is easy to be ignored, Mao Xiaomo is not worried at all. First, because there are very few teams in the entire South, except for Navi, who was driven away. There should be other teams in the entire South. The second point is that IFCD is not afraid of any direct confrontation. It's strange to say that the positive strength of IFCD in this game is completely different from the previous games. In the past, it was even slightly worse than 17. OMG. Now it is overwhelming against MVP. Maybe it is the bonus of self-confidence to the players. The closest ones in the entire circle now should be 17 and Navi. Both teams are on the mountains to the west of P City, less than 200 meters apart. But neither team has the intention to fight their opponents. Both teams now have goals. The goal of 17 is to maintain 8 and compete for 5. And Navi is the championship. It's not yet to the point where either you die or I live. After the second circle, there were still 63 people left on the field. There was no friction except for Shade One, who was killed by IFCD. Okay, third lap. By the time we reached the third lap, the game time had reached the 16th minute. It can be said that the schedule is about to pass halfway, and the relatively stable environment in the early stage is about to be broken. Okay, the third circle is brushed with an eastern cutaway circle. This is acceptable to IFCD, as long as they stay stuck on this edge. In the third lap, IFCD was on the edge of the circle on the south side of the map. But IFCD did not get stuck on the edge of the circle, as Mjoy said. And all members began to abandon their cars and push towards the center of the circle. In this circle, there are very few teams on the east side of the entire circle. But the southeast side, which is the side where IFCD is located, is at the foot of the mountain. Although it is safe, the terrain is very low, which is completely meaningless for IFCD. 90% of the final round is a mountain battle. And the advantage of going up the mountain first is still very large. Whoever wants to take their original position at the edge of the circle can take it. IFCD did not pursue too many head points in this set. What they had to do was to eliminate FaZe, then win the championship. If it were the previous games, when the circle was transferred, there would definitely be a battle between Team 17 and Navi. But unexpectedly, neither Team 17 nor Navi opened fire on their opponents in this game. Navi retreated first, and then Team 17 left. I have no intention of fighting my opponent. As the game progressed, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Msjoy and Yehao looked at the team in the center of the circle and swallowed their saliva. Ghost is just 200 meters in front of IFCD. Wang Hao took the lead and touched the position near the center of the circle. Just stay here. It will be a higher point if you go further, Wang Hao said. The center of the circle is now a high point, with 2 small wooden pavilions on it, without any defensive capabilities. And the team station there are Ghost. This position has to be said to be perfect, but it is a bit difficult to attack forcefully. As soon as Mao Xiaomo agreed, he heard gunshots coming from a high point. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Touch! This point is so important. IFCD 4 people directly spread out and touched upward. Msjoy is also a little worried. Is IFCD a little too reckless? This industry does not need to make such a choice. Yihao thought about it and said, I think Mao Xiaomo thinks so. Now the team is on the edge of the circle. If they can win this place, it will be a very big advantage. That's right. The reason why Mao Xiaomo dares to spread out and touch upward now is that there are no other teams around. But in another minute, it won't necessarily be the case. Although Ghost was fighting an opponent not far away, there were still team members watching behind them to prevent anyone behind them from touching them at any time. Ghost has always been an underrated team, ranked 5th in the world. But everyone only knows that FaZe is very strong. Navi is very strong. And Liquid is very strong. Good was defeated in the first wave of gunfights with his opponents. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Ghost_Maikoi used M416 to knock down IFCD_Godric. Just when Maikoi is about to make up his head, Mao Xiaomo pulled out from the wing in time. Duh. Good's blood was swept away until there was only a trace left. And Maikoi was knocked down by Mao Xiaomo. In a flash of lightning, Good was almost eliminated. Wang Hao withdraw! Mao Xiaomo shouted. Wang Hao also instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. They were going to shrink their formation now. Mao Xiaomo saw that Gu's blood volume had bottomed out and directly chose to rescue him. After Maikoi was knocked down, he didn't have time to make up for it. So he chose to crawl forward instead of crawling backward. This is to find out whether IFCD is saving people. The other 3 Ghost team members also pulled down. Mao Xiaomo gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to give up on good, he heard Wang Hao shouting, "Continue to save! If I lose, it's mine!" Good and Cheng Yao also directly met the 3 people on the opposite side. Facing the impact of Go's 3 people, Wang Hao and Cheng Yao greeted him directly. Irrational, but high risk for high reward. If you can fight it out, IFCD will be full. If the fight fails, IFCD will only have 2 people left. This is equivalent to a multiple choice question. Which one do you choose between a 100% chance of getting 500 yuan and a 50% chance of getting 1,000 yuan? Mao Xiaomo didn't choose anyone. He chose to believe in his teammates. Wang Hao has never felt so focused. He wants to win. He wants to win. The more critical this situation is, the calmer Wang Hao becomes. The IFCD Geminis became Mao Xiaomo's one-man team. And he was willing to do so. As long as you can keep winning. When the team needs him, he will stand up. In the last game, he boasted that he wanted to win the chicken. But the result did not come true. This time, Wang Hao did not allow himself to lose again. Wow! Xiaoguo's OB gave Wang Hao a perspective. The moment of contact with Ghost, Wang Hao raised his gun and killed him instantly. Then he immediately fell to the ground with residual blood. Ta-ta-ta-ta. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to knock down Ghost_Profi with a headshot. Ghost knows that Wang Hao is still alive. 2 people pounced directly on him. Cheng Yao! Fry! Wang Hao shouted. This is the first time I have spoken to Cheng Yao at such a volume. As the only girl in the team, everyone takes great care of Cheng Yao during daily training. But this moment, it's time to need her. Cheng Yao originally wanted to throw a thunder to slow down Ghost. But the situation on the field changes rapidly. Wang Hao fell to the ground with residual blood. And the enemy charged. She must do something. A thunderbolt was directly thrown in front of Wang Hao. Boom! IFCD_Crystal used the frag grenade to knock down IFCD_45 AI. IFCD_Crystal used the frag grenade to knock down Ghost_Turtle. Cheng Yao! Don't lose! Wang Hao's eyes were red. He can do it. All done. Cheng Yao trembled. Encountered the last Ghost enemy. Look at the team working hard for this game. Can't lose. The hearts of all the audience were in their throats. Even Yahao and Mjoy didn't talk anymore. The top 5 personal abilities in the world. There is still a gap between him and the IFCD players. Although many things can be used to make up for team battles. In one-on-one battles. Except for Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao, who have a higher chance of winning. Good and Cheng Yao are relatively weak. Chapter 508, the ending of PCI 4. So when Cheng Yao was knocked down, the world of all IFCD fans became dark. Ghost_Balak used AKM to knock down IFCD_Crystal. Zhou Lily shook her fist fiercely on the court. If it were him. But a moment of darkness. Because of a 98k shot. An instant of dawn. Boom. A bullet flew from not far away and penetrated Balak's head directly. IFCD_King used Car 98k to kill Ghost_Balak with a headshot. The camera shows Mao Xiaomo. Moving target headshot. Only one shot. It's Mao Xiaomo again. When the entire team was in darkness, he pulled the team out of the abyss. Climb down. Mao Xiaomo has no joy in defeating his opponents. His current goal is only to win the championship. I feel like my hands are shaking. Yahao shook his head and smiled. Mao Xiaomo was too calm with his shot. A little too calm. This was his last professional match with Cheng Yao. He won't allow himself to mess up. The remaining 3 people looked at Mao Xiaomo subconsciously. Poker face. This is the first time I see him with this expression. So depressed for so long. IFCD successfully rescued the 3 people who fell to the ground. As if nothing happened just now. During the fierce battle just now, something big happened. Navi was wiped out by the team. Navi ranked 2nd in the standings. The team was wiped out in the duel with OMG. As a result, Navi reversed course in the last set and only finished 16th, earning 10 points. The points were fixed after 12 games. Navi, 3,985 points. This result is almost certainly 4th place. The points difference between IFCD and 3rd place and Liquid and Navi in 4th place is only a few points. Mao Xiaomo raised his head and glanced at the real-time points panel. Although Navi still had 3,975 points, they had been sentenced to death. As soon as the game ended, the ranking points would be added. After occupying this high point, the 4 people also observed the view from 4 directions. Target shooting at a high point is certainly a very exciting thing. But in the center of such a circle, observation is the most important thing IFCD should do, as long as they don't engage in fierce exchanges of fire with other teams above. No team will dare to charge forward. The reason is simple. If a team rushes up first, the teams behind may swarm in. But no team would be willing to be the first to come up and deliver. The advantage of Gappa is too great. To be honest, there was a certain amount of luck in the group's defeat of Ghost just now. Even so, IFCD still fell by 3. If Mao Xiaomo hadn't been calm one shot of 98k, IFCD may suffer immeasurable losses. If a passionate Mao Xiaomo turns into a cold-blooded killer without emotion, the first one who is not used to it is the IFCD players. The atmosphere of the entire team is also very different from previous games. Mao Xiaomo's mind was also running rapidly. Record the personnel status of each team. The 4 safe zone is refreshed. A circle to the east is not a complete cutoff, but it is still a relatively ferocious safe zone. However, IFCD's current position is still close to the center of the circle and is very safe. Still 4 directions. At this point in the fight, be as cautious as possible and seize the opportunity when you have it. Theoretically, teams from the Eastern Conference will not come over to play IFCD. But no one can say for sure, so we can only be safer. Liquid and FaZe each defeated a team, and their points also increased by 60 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mao Xiaomo was silently counting the teams that had been eliminated. 6 teams have been eliminated, which means there are 10 teams left. But they didn't find FaZe location. IFCD is a bit anxious. The point difference between IFCD and FaZe is about 300 points. When the number of heads between the two sides is similar, the ranking point lead of 250 is the limit. In other words, FaZe must be kept out of the top 5 before they have a chance. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath. Wait a moment. Everyone understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. Now FaZe is just pretending to be dead. They don't want to win the championship anymore. As long as they reach the top 5, they can basically win the championship. IFCD is not in a hurry. Liquid is in a hurry. Every team's situation is different. IFCD's point difference with FaZe has now narrowed to 275 points due to 1 head difference. But Liquid is different. With the same 4 heads, the point difference between them and FaZe is still 395 points. 395 points. IFCD wants to block FaZe in the top 5. Then Liquid must block FaZe in the top 10. There is no time now. And their 2 teams are on the east side of the entire circle. FaZe didn't choose to go around the circle when they were young. And Liquid didn't choose to go around when they came out of Y City. The wave where FaZe defeated KZSSS just now. Gunshot captured by Liquid. Flutter! Although Jeans is not the conductor, he is anxious. Scum didn't object at all. If he didn't fight them, it would be over. They are not bad at math. And they know that if Bubutin destroys FaZe, they will be the ones who lose hope of winning the championship. When the situation on IFCD's side was stable, everyone turned their attention to the old rivals Liquid and FaZe. Oh! Liquid is going to attack FaZe! Msjoy said excitedly. Yahao said silently. Come on, Liquid! Although everyone hopes so. It might be a bit too much to say it like this. But at this point, no one cares about these details. Now FaZe is IFCD's biggest enemy. And it is an uncontrollable factor. Even if it belongs to you. Even if you play well. It still depends on FaZe's face. If Liquid wins, things will be different. First, IFCD is currently ahead of Liquid in points. As long as you ensure that your ranking points are higher than Liquid, you will have a high probability of winning the championship. The most important thing is that you have your destiny in your own hands instead of looking at your opponent's face. This is very different. Under the expectations of Xiaoguo audiences and foreign audiences, this battle between the top 3 in the world is about to begin. Seeing that the number of people on the field is getting smaller and smaller, FaZe is in a very peaceful mood. On the contrary, Liquid is now extremely anxious. Chapter 509, the ending of PCI 5. This battle between FaZe and Liquid begins. In mountain battles, no side has an absolute advantage. FaZe and Liquid are both top 3 teams in the world, and their strength should not be underestimated. But the only difference is that Liquid's mentality is more impatient now. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, second place equals failure. Just like a game. Only people will cheer for getting the first place in the chicken game. And no one will cheer for getting the second place. Since we are standing on this stage, what we have to do is win the championship. FaZe actually breathed a sigh of relief after reaching this round. The wave of attrition has passed, which means that there will be no more accidents. In the next few rounds, they just need to play steadily. With their strength, they can't escape the championship. IFCD on the other side is also blocking the enemies heading to the edge of the circle. But now for Chinese and foreign teams. The battle between Liquid and FaZe is the top priority. Jeems and Ibiza are two players with super personal strength. In fact, Ibiza and Good are similar to a certain extent. They are both top-notch marksmen, but relatively reckless. Although Scum has good commanding ability, he is completely indifferent to the cohesion of the team. Does it work? The reason is also very simple. Because Jeems and Ibiza are too strong for him to suppress. In a team, if you want to have the right to speak, you must first have this ability. The core of a team must be the team's strongest point. Jeems and Ibiza were responsible for the two flanks. And the remaining two Liquid players also pounced directly from the middle. Ta-ta-ta-ta. No fancy moves. Two of the top 3 teams in the world are going to have a head-to-head confrontation. Jeems and Ibiza both defeated FaZe players. But there is no rush to make up for it. Now Liquid must destroy FaZe as a team. Whether or not to make up for others is of little significance to them. It's just that the audience in Xia Kingdom was anxious. They wished they could rush up and strangle the FaZe players to death. At the same time, FaZe also knocked down Scum and disabled Sambi. 1 second of face-to-face. Liquid already has the upper hand. If Jeems waits for Sambi at this moment and lets him kick up the medicine, maybe Liquid can win. But Jeems and Ibiza were too confident. Neither of them chose to use medicine, and just covered it with both wings. FaZe team members threw 2 mines and forced the 2 of them back. Then took medicine and rushed out. As players at the same SSS level, there can't be much difference in their marksmanship. What matters is reaction. However, Liquid's team members were at a clear disadvantage in health. And both Jeems and Ibiza fell to the ground before Sambi's first aid kit was fully inserted. He saw a thunderbolt dropped at his feet. Boom! FAZ_Fuzzface used a frag grenade to knock down Liquid_Sambi. Liquid group destroyed. Whoa! There was also a burst of boos at the scene. This boo is for Liquid. What was originally a guaranteed win was ruined by Jeems and Ibiza. Fuck! In the audience, Liquid's team leader Chris smashed the information in his hand. What's the use of counting points? What's the use if the team can't win? The camera was shown to Liquid. And an even more embarrassing scene happened. Liquid's players were arguing fiercely. Scum and Sambi seemed to be very dissatisfied with Jeems and Ibiza's actions. No one knows what the quarrel was about. But Chris was very angry. Very angry. Liquid is a powerful club in the world. It has achieved good results in major world esports projects such as CSGO and Dota 2. But this time, it can be said that it has lost face to Siagwa. Not surprisingly, Liquid finished 3rd in this PCI. This result should be said to be very good. But what Chris is dissatisfied with is the performance of the players in the game, and the performance after the game. In the final analysis, Scum does not have absolute say. But where in the world can I find a conductor who can convince Jeems and Ibiza? Chris set his sights on Mao Xiaomo in the IFCD formation. If it was him. The fat analyst Jimmy next to him slammed his keyboard, wiped the sweat from his head, and said hurriedly, "Chris, I have collected all the information." It was obvious that Jimmy had no idea that Liquid had been wiped out. And he couldn't see the fierce look on Chris' head and face. However, Chris was still very concerned about this king, and snatched Jimmy's computer away. Mao Xiaoma. Male. Han. 19 years old. Born on May 16, 1999. Father. Mao Dehai. Male. Mother. Chris jumped directly to these basic information. He wanted to see Mao Xiaomo's experience. In high school, he was the best player on the ladder, with a KDA of up to 5. In September 2018, he entered Changzhou University, and also entered the Changzhou University CD team. In December 2018, he won the CUEL Jiangsu Division Championship. In January 2019, he won the CUEL National Championship and joined IFCD sponsored by Vans Hong Group. In February 2019, he participated in the Hero Cup and was eliminated. In March 2019, he won the PGL Championship of the Panda League. in April 2019. It won the second place in QGC, and the TPJ overall evaluation reached SS. A perfect resume. He has just entered the professional circle for a few months, and is almost at the top of the Xia Kingdom. To describe him as the top of the Xia Kingdom is not an exaggeration. Chris just wanted to scold Jimmy. But he collected these things after 2 days of collecting? But I immediately saw the highlighted information under these resumes. Girlfriend, Chung Yao. Former ID, 0_0. King, Crystal. Is her. Chris naturally knows that Crystal is the main beautiful sniper of IFCD. She is very good, but has not yet reached the point where Chris thinks highly of her. She did not expect that she is Mao Xiaomo's girlfriend. But with this relationship, wouldn't it be poaching for the rest of her life? No hope. After all, few people would abandon their girlfriends to go to Europe and play games in the United States. Looking down, Chris was also surprised. He didn't expect Chung Yao's backstage to be so tough. Father Chung Haijun is very familiar to even a foreigner. He is the top entrepreneur in Xiaoguapai, and it was he who funded IFCD. The more I read, the more desperate I became. Is this equivalent to locking my son-in-law in IFCD? Sister, keep looking down. Jimmy saw Chris stop and said with a hint of meaning. Chris glanced at Jimmy and felt that the latter knew something. So he continued to scroll down. Suddenly her eyes widened. Admitted to Columbia Business School. Reported in June 2019. In other words, this competition may be the last competition Chung Yao participates in? Chris suppressed his excitement and decided to read it before talking. It is reported that Chung Yao will announce her retirement after attending PCI and go to Columbia Business School to study financial management and fashion design. This is not a difficult task for a former entrepreneur in Xia State. But what about Mao Xiaomo? In the last line, see Jimmy's conclusion. King, you can dig it. He needs us. Chris suddenly felt that God was helping them. Suddenly, her mood was not so bad anymore, and she patted Jimmy on the shoulder with satisfaction. Yes, let's go back and get a raise. Jimmy nodded flatteringly. Salary was everything to him. After the game, I will send an invitation to King. We have what they need. You can book your own flight back tonight. We need some of the things he wants. Chris said meaningfully. The people of the Xia Kingdom value love. If we can firmly grasp the connection between Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao, it is not impossible to poach this genius of the Xia Kingdom. The only thing Chris doesn't know now is whether the Wanzhong Group attaches great importance to IFCD, or whether it only values Chung Yao, the daughter of the Wanzhong Group. But if it is another club, such as 4AM, 17, and OMG, I'm afraid they won't let him go no matter how much money they give. But IFCD can be said to be a privately sponsored club. What will happen? Chris was a little excited. After Jimmy was explained, he also booked a flight back tonight. Just 2 hours later, Jimmy wanted to stay and watch the ending of PCI, but was kicked out by Chris. Before leaving, Jimmy was also complaining about Chris, but thinking about what Chris just told him, he still has to admire Chris' methods. The Liquid PUBG division has 2 bases, one in Europe and one in the United States. Although Liquid is a European team, anyone familiar with Liquid knows that this is an American club. Liquid's main base is also in the United States, and the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds branch is also based in the United States. The task Chris gave him was to open up channels for trading land. Be ready to build a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds base near Manhattan in New York City at any time. As long as Mao Xiaomo nods, this base will rise immediately. This is the bargaining chip to attract Mao Xiaomo. This chip is too big. You must know that Columbia University Business School is located in Manhattan, New York City. Chapter 510, the ending of PCI 6. Anyway, Jimmy doesn't quite understand it yet. Isn't he just a potential newcomer of Xia Kingdom? Why pay such a high price to hire him? This level of treatment is probably not available to Shroud, the world's #1 player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Although Shroud is not a professional player, his strength is such that even arrogant super players, such as James and Ibiza, are inferior to him. This little Mao, how can Mohuda be able to do so? But Chris still confidently looked at Mao Xiaomo, who was competing on the stage, as eagerly as he looked at his boyfriend. Come on! I want you! She believes in her own vision. One's marksmanship can be practiced, but command and overall perspective are innate things. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo, a player, has extraordinary talents. These are things that cannot be discovered in Xia Kingdom. Talent. Unparalleled talent. Hand speed plus reaction. Mao Xiaomo has both, and they are both the best. The only thing that needs to be improved is Mao Xiaoma's marksmanship. But this is not a problem at all for Liquid. They have a very complete training system. If nothing happens, in just half a year, they may be able to create a player with SSS-level marksmanship. Super Command? It's exciting just to think about it. After returning to the game, the news of Liquid's elimination had not yet been digested. And IFCD also wiped out a team. The number of teams on the field has increased to 8. Only half remains. And the number is less than half. IFCD should worry. Yes, Msjoy said. The news that Liquid was wiped out by FaZe must have been caught by all teams. IFCD's position cannot capture IFCD's position. Now the only 2 championship teams left on the field are FaZe and IFCD. However, Mao Xiaoma already knows the approximate positions of the remaining 7 teams. But their position can be said to be powerless against FaZe. They have to wait to cross the entire circle before they can meet FaZe. Too difficult. After taking a few more heads, IFCD's head count has also come to 12. However, no matter how many heads there are in this game, FaZe will have no chance at all. There were no extreme circles in the 4th or 5th circle, but they destroyed 2 teams. NW and 4AM. There are only 6 teams left on the field. IFCD is really anxious. The audience at the scene was also anxious. There are only 6 teams left. FaZe is still full. Mao Xiaoma finally couldn't bear it anymore. Huang Mao! Prepare your gun! Mao Xiaoma's expression made Good understand his mission instantly. He wants Good to use his own life to drag down the enemies behind him. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Good replied seriously. He didn't know if he could do it. It was just like when he was in CD. In the last set of the CWL finals, Mao Xiaoma asked him to hold down a team alone. But this time, it was the PCI stage. His opponents are no longer ordinary players from major universities, but real professional players. And it's a Vita for 3 people. Another top 10 team in the world. Good had no choice. He could only forcefully hold Vita back and give IFCD a chance to destroy FaZe. Good keeps throwing props to Vita. And the other 3 IFCD people also started taking action. They want to cross the safe zone. Weird things. But it doesn't necessarily have to be finished now. Vita was held back by Good. And OMG was on top of FaZe. There were 2 MVPs below FaZe. None of these 3 teams could do any harm to IFCD. There is only Myth's full formation, and a 17-year-old lone wolf. If IFCD wants to pass, the only way is to get through them first. But for IFCD, they face a dilemma. If Myth is cleared, FaZe's ranking will enter the top 5. If they don't know Myth, then their fate is not in their own hands. Mao Xiaomo clenched his fists and felt his own powerlessness for the first time. Beat! This time it was not Mao Xiaoma who gave the orders, but Cheng Yao. Even if I lose, I still want to win this game. It's rare for Cheng Yao to say something like this. Beat! IFCD hadn't gotten into trouble with Myth yet, but directly discovered the lone wolf of 17. Mao Xiaoma is now in killing god mode. Already red-eyed. Instantly kill the 17-year-old lone wolf. In this way, FaZe moves into the top 5. Mao Xiaoma now hopes to see the scene of FaZe being wiped out in the kill information in the upper right corner, when Myth and IFCD were at war. On the other side, MVP touched FaZe but Korean friends, hibernating for 2 minutes. They finally took action. The 2 MVPs hid for a long time. When the 6th circle was refreshed, they finally couldn't hide anymore and forcibly pulled them out to beat FaZe players. Fuzzface was immediately killed. MVP_Blue used AKM to knock down FaZe_Fuzzface with a headshot. When Mao Xiaoma saw the news, he decisively ordered a retreat. Still have a chance. Myth can no longer be destroyed. If we destroy Myth again, there will be no chance at all. Withdraw! Seal the smoke! I told you to withdraw! Wang Hao and Cheng Yao didn't hesitate for half a second and chose to retreat. No matter what, Mao Xiaoma's orders will be carried out resolutely. If you lose, you will lose together. And if you win, you will win together. Myth was also knocked down by IFCD. If IFCD made a strong attack, they would have no chance. But IFCD chose to retreat at this moment, which also made Myth feel humiliated. You can kill them, but let them go just to push FaZe down the rankings. Who can accept this kind of plot? Save people. Beat them. Myth had already given up on entering the top 8. The conductor said fiercely. The first wave of MVP's sneak attack on FaZe on the other side can be said to be perfect, directly knocking down 2 FaZe people. But in an instant, Mze reacted. and the AKM fired his gun and directly killed the two MVPs. Thus, MVP team destroyed. There are only 5 teams left on the field. Mao Xiaomon now knows very clearly in his head that there is still a chance. Still have a chance. FaZe was knocked down by 2 people. Mao Xiaomon knew that OMG would not miss this opportunity. As long as OMG doesn't make any big mistakes, FaZe will be destroyed. Currently IFCD has 12 kills and FaZe has 10 kills. Mao Xiaomon kept calculating when he retreated to help Good. If FaZe is 4th or 5th, how many kills will they have to get to win the championship? Chapter 511 The ending of PCI 7. We hold on, Mao Xiaomon said to the other 3 teammates. The only thing they hope now is that OMG can help them. And OMG has lived up to the expectations of the Xia Kingdom audience. A full team of 4 people pressed forward. OMG! OMG, I got over it! Joy shouted at the top of her lungs. FaZe shouldn't have any chance this wave. But the matter was not over yet. And no one dared to draw conclusions. At the same time, Vita, who had entered the industry from outside the industry, also got into trouble with IFCD. But what they didn't expect was that this wave of IFCD didn't want to destroy them at all. They just kept exchanging fire with them, and threw smoke to block their vision in an attempt to waste time. At first, they didn't understand why IFCD did this, until they saw the news that FaZe was still on the court. Vita's team members were also a little angry. I don't know what kind of emotions they were holding. But 3 people from Vita rushed forward. IFCD, who had no choice but to fight, successfully defeated Vita with 1 person falling to the ground. But this is not the result IFCD wants. Once Vita is destroyed, there are only 4 teams left on the field. At the same time, OMG 4 people did not give FaZe any chance. Lionk's precise M4 went directly sideways. Killed both FaZe instantly. OMG_Lionk used M416 to kill FaZe_Mze. OMG_Lionk used M416 to kill FaZe_Jimpy. FZ? The group is destroyed. No one expected FaZe to be wiped out so suddenly. OMG! This way. FaZe result is fixed at 3rd place. What we urgently need to know now is whether IFCD can win the championship. Yahao's voice was also a bit hoarse. After 2 consecutive days of commentary, his throat began to smoke. But under such emotions, he really couldn't suppress himself. Some senior leaders also felt the boiling emotions at the scene. This is esports. FaZe results were fixed at 4th place, with 10 kills and 295 ranking points plus 150 kill points. The points in a single game reached 445 points. This result can be said to be very qualified and has met FaZe's previous expectations. The previous score difference between IFCD and FaZe was 310 points. Calculated this way, IFCD can only win this championship if it scores more than 755 points in a single game. A single game has 755 points, which means that under the premise of winning chicken, at least 17 heads must be obtained. Can do it. Can do it. Just eat chicken and you can do it. Mao Xiaomon also realized this and yelled at Chungyao. Chungyao! FaZe is 4th. Count the points. Chungyao glanced at the 150 kill points FaZe had added on the big screen, and her mind was racing. You can win if you have more than 17 heads. I have 3. 4. 3. I have 5. With 15 heads, we can win. There are now 12 people left on the field. 3 full teams. Myth, IFCD and OMG. When Mao Xiaomon said the words, win, Yihao also said these 2 words. As long as we get more than 17 heads, the champion will stay in Xia Kingdom. Joy was also very excited. The noise at the scene almost drowned out their voices. The picture showed the FaZe team in the competition room. There was also a hint of anxiety under the helpless expressions of the 4 people. In this situation, they may be in danger, although they have an outrageous number of championships. Losing the championship in the last set was also very uncomfortable for them. IFCD now has 15 heads. If nothing goes wrong, if the chicken game is guaranteed to win the championship, the next opportunity will be in the hands of IFCD. It depends on whether they can seize it, Joy said rationally. Now, IFCD wins the championship. Not eating chicken. FaZe wins the championship. It's that simple. After OMG defeated FaZe with no pressure, they also directly pressed forward. It doesn't matter how this mountain circle is painted. As soon as MIT's players pulled up their teammates, they were knocked down by OMG's players again. With a calm command and a smile, OMG's results on the last day were very good. and their condition was adjusted to the best. Ta 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 ta. A series of screen refreshes. OMG_Shirong used AKM to knock down Myth. OMG_Shiohai used AKM to knock down Myth. OMG. OMG. Myth barely resisted. And OMG destroyed him like a beast. This scene also brought the audience to a climax. Okay. OMG team destroyed Myth. Now there are only 2 teams left on the field. Mjoy's voice was also hoarse from shouting. Surviving teams on the field, 2. Number of people in stock on the floor, 8. On the 7th lap of the game, there were only 2 teams left on the field. OMG and IFCD. At this moment, Chung Yao was also pulled up, and his condition was very full. This was a safe zone in the middle, which was very fair to both OMG and IFCD. This is an upright contest. Xia Civil War. IFCD versus OMG. Some spectators are already cheering. IFCD's championship is a foregone conclusion. They are all Xia Kingdom teams. As long as IFCD wins the championship, they can win the championship. Some foreign coaches also sighed and shook their heads. If you lose, you lose. As long as OMG successfully loses to IFCD, IFCD can win this precious championship at home. Neither Mjoy nor Yahao spoke. They also knew what the current situation was like. What could they say? OMG let IFCD win? Although this is what they are thinking in their hearts, they cannot say it out loud. However, the IFCD championship is well deserved. There is no big problem. It was all achieved by myself. The leaders below also nodded with satisfaction. This championship is of great significance to Xiagua. This is equivalent to a competition on the doorstep. And it is the first time that Xiagua officially invites the world's top players. But what they didn't expect was yet to come. After the OMG team destroyed Myth, fully rolled out, in the OMG training room, Smile rubbed his sore wrist. Come on! Let me see how strong you are! OMG will not admit defeat. If you want to win the championship, step over the corpse of our OMG. Chapter 512, the ending of PCI 8. However, OMG's behavior did not attract everyone's attention. I believe OMG also knows how important this championship is to Xiagua. If they let go and, smoothly, wipe out the IFCD team, everything will be over. Moreover, in the current standings, OMG has also achieved their set goals. The last game is over. After that, he was at least 7th and entered the top 8. This plate of chicken doesn't mean much to OMG. But it's different to IFCD. As long as you eat chicken, you will win. Very simple. With only 8 people left on the field, OMG and IFCD both pulled away at the same time. OMG. They won't let go, and will fight with all their strength. Mao Xiaoman knows Xiao Xiao and Little Lion very well. They are all players who have a strong desire to win. Otherwise, they will not be able to reach the top of Xia country and the top of the world. In order to perform perfectly in the competition, they have also experienced countless trainings. On the last day of competition, OMG can feel that his condition has been adjusted to the best. The next thing to do is to meet the challenge of IFCD. If you want to take over the title of number 1 in Xia Kingdom, then come here. The audience at the scene felt something was wrong when they saw the expressions of OMG and IFCD. The 8 people on both sides were focused on the game. Mjoy did not say anything else and continued. Now that OMG and IFCD are directly deployed, it will be a head-on confrontation. The terrain can be said to be very fair, with a small slope on both sides. Yes, in this kind of mountain battle with no bunkers and only slopes, it is very fair for both sides. For a moment, the scene was quiet, because they saw the Little Lion knock down Wang Hao. OMG_Lion used AKM to knock down IFCD_45 AI. With stronger flanks, the Little Lion completely defeated Wang Hao. After the Little Lion knocked down Wang Hao, he made up for it without hesitation. On the other side, Mao Xiaomo also encountered an enemy. The scene of tens of thousands of people became silent. OMG, I never thought about letting go. They want to win. Everyone is a little bit unable to understand OMG's thoughts, because they are not players on the court. Let OMG let go. I'm sorry. OMG can't do it. They are number 1 in the Xia Kingdom, and have their own pride. If you want to win the championship, you can step over us. Boom. 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 The fierce exchange of fire between the 2 teams instantly brought everyone back to reality. Come on IFCD! In the silence, a sharp female voice echoed through the sky. They are Xia Kingdom. They have Xiagua's own dignity. Come on IFCD! Come on IFCD! Even OMG fans are cheering for IFCD now. Esports is not retreating. This is sportsmanship. The battle between Mao Xiaomo and Xiao Hai was also decided instantly. And Mao Xiaomo's M16 quick connection was still so terrifying. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down OMG_Xiu Hai. I'll take medicine. Mao Xiaomo felt the team's crisis. OMG is about to pounce. This wave of exchanges was very successful for OMG. They not only knocked down an IFCD player, but also disabled an IFCD player. OMG will not miss such an opportunity now. Boom. Good kept throwing thunder, but with little effect. And he didn't dare to look into OMG's field of view. Cheng Yao gritted her teeth. Pull directly from the flank. Take out the Kar 98K in your hand instantly. I saw my opponent almost at the same time as the little lion. Boom. Boom. Both sides fired the shot almost at the same time. But the result of it. OMG_Lion used Kar 98K to knock down IFCD_Crystal with a headshot. Little lion. One shot to the head. Msjoy and Yehao didn't have the time to elaborate. But Good also took over in time and rushed forward to engage in a series of shots with BT. Facing OMG, who was in good condition. Good was unable to withstand OMG's offensive and was instantly hit in the head by BT and Smile. OMG_Silent BT used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Godric. There was silence. All IFCD viewers clenched their fists. Originally, IFCD's frontal ability was about 50-50 equal to that of OMG. With its perfect coordination and powerful wings, it could go back and forth with strong teams. However, OMG had obviously studied IFCD's countless battles. After defeating Wang Hao on the wing, it cuts through the opponent's formation like a scalpel. Although Xiao Hai and Mao Xiaomo's gun battle failed and was a little imperfect, OMG this wave, it can be said that they have maximized their abilities. The little lion's wings are also very stable. In a one-on-one situation, he knocked down Wang Hao and Cheng Yao one after another without making any mistakes. This is known as the #1 player in Xia country. In PGI, he defeated Liang, the world's murderer king, with a super high number of kills. Many previous factors affected OMG's performance, but on the third day, they still showed the strongest OMG in front of the world. An OMG that made the whole world fearful. Mao Xiaomo was in the process of applying medicine. I saw my teammates around me, Wang Hao, Gu, and Cheng Yao, falling down one after another. It was like a hammer, driving him into the boundless darkness. Looking at the computer screen a little blankly, Cheng Yao's shout appeared in the computer voice. Mao Xiaomo! Mao Xiaomo! You can win! But for Mao Xiaomo now, he seems to be losing everything. Champion. Lover. It seemed like they were all moving away from him. OMG_Lion used AKM to kill IFCD_King with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, OMG. Until the end, Mao Xiaomo did not raise his gun. Like a player who had given up resistance. 1 versus 3. Under OMG's offensive, even the strongest player in the world cannot complete the comeback. You only have one gun, but the opponent has 3 guns. It is not uncommon for a single player to give up the game in the end in professional PUBG games. It can be said to be a normal thing. IFCD can also be said to have tried their best. But OMG is still superior. There is no way around it. No matter how strong IFCD is, it is still a team that has only been formed for 4 months and is composed of 4 newcomers. And OMG has already won the World Championship and became the #1 in the world. Everyone will never know what this championship means to IFCD. Mao Xiaomo's world seemed to suddenly quiet down, and he looked at the standings on the big screen in a daze. PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. Phase, Day 1, 1990, Day 2, 1070, Day 3, 1650 total score, 4,710, chicken times 3. 2. IFCD, Day 1, 1255, Day 2, 1355, Day 3, 1980 total score, 4,590, chicken times 3. 3. Liquid Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 1710, Day 3, 1170 total score, 4,070. 4. Navi, Day 1, 1945, Day 2, 1,300, Day 3, 760 total score, 4,005, chicken times 2. 5. 17, Day 1, 760, Day 2, 1460, Day 3, 1,010 total score, 3,230, chicken times 1. 6. OMG, Day 1, 615, Day 2, 505, Day 3, 2015 total score, 3,135, chicken times 1. 7. Ghost, Day 1, 1290, Day 2, 700, Day 3, 720 total score, 2,910, chicken times 1. 8. MVP, Day 1, 1210, Day 2, 565, Day 3, 960 total points, 2,735. Round 4 MVP, OMG Lion kills, 8 assists, 3 damage, 1031. Msjoy and Yehao didn't know what to say for a while in the commentary box. Well, congratulations OMG, for winning the last set. In this way, the final champion is the FaZe team, while giving applause to the FaZe team. At the same time, we also want to give applause to IFCD and OMG. Show us what the true sportsmanship is. Msjoy is indeed a veteran, and he immediately thought of the rhetoric. But the people on the side were inevitably a little disappointed. He is the coach of IFCD, and knows better what this championship means to IFCD. If there is a future, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 competition championships will not be worth this regret. OMG also successfully rose to 6th place with their outstanding performance on the last day. But at this moment, they have become the public enemy. It was them who buried IFCD with their own hands. But this is competitive sports. No matter where you come from, or how many points you have left to win the championship. For us, as long as we get on the court, we will go all out. The other 14 teams were also very surprised. Especially the FaZe team. In the end, I won the championship. In this way. Snapped. Snapped. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. IFCD is awesome! Come on IFCD! IFCD! After a short silence, everyone gave the warmest applause to IFCD. FaZe and OMG. This is the game of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. There are regrets. I'm also touched. I lost. I lost. The competition room was all opened. And Mao Xiaomo also heard the cheers from the scene. But this became the last straw for him. No one wants this championship more than him. Chapter 513, something more important than the championship. Cried bitterly. Mao Xiaomo, who has always been strong, optimistic, and even a bit naughty, fell on the table and started crying. Next to IFCD are strong teams like FaZe, Navi, and Liquid. They were a little stunned when they won the championship. But then, they gave OMG and IFCD the warmest applause. And Xiaogui Esports has also won the respect of the world. While FaZe was accepting congratulations from each team, he also wanted to comfort IFCD, a team they respected. In them, FaZe also saw something that he had never seen in the PUBG community. But now it is not particularly suitable either from their perspective or from IFCD's perspective. The champion consoles the runner-up. There are so many ways it can be interpreted. Especially when I just won the championship. And now there is no shortage of comforting people around IFCD. KZSS. NW. 17 4 AM. OMG. These Xia teams all gathered around IFCD to comfort these 18 or 19-year-old children. Achieving such results just after entering the professional circle is already unparalleled in their eyes. But they have been playing for so long, and they also know the bitterness of failure. OMG also did not explain. Their all-out efforts can be understood by any professional player in the world. Moreover, the IFCD champion cannot be called a champion if they need to give up. However, except for Cheng Yao, the status of the other 3 members of IFCD is very different from before. Good and Wang Hao also said nothing, but their expressions were as dazed as Mao Xiaomo's before. They failed to win this match for Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao continued to comfort her 3 teammates, even though she wanted to win this game. For her, being able to play with Mao Xiaomo was enough. When she was in CEL, she tried her best to help him win the championship. Now he is very powerful, and will definitely win more in the future. IFCD still has a good future. They also have Xia Kingdom's #1 sniper, God of War Show Lily. Mao Xiaomo, I won't leave you. Cheng Yao's tears were also swirling, causing Mao Xiaomo, who was crying bitterly, to raise his head. Poochie, you are so ugly now. Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo hugged Cheng Yao into his arms. Cheng Haijun looked at the 2 young children in the audience. And he also had some feelings. Everyone has their youth. And everyone has their childhood lover. But whether they can make it to the end depends on fate. The applause at the scene lasted for a long time. This is applause for champion FaZe. And also applause for Xiaogui Esports. This time the Xia Country Invitational Tournament. Xiaogua lost the championship. But he won dignity, recognition, and a future. Dignity and recognition are always more valuable than championships. Mao Xiaomo's cry of pain was also seen by all PUBG fans in the world. Although they couldn't understand how Mao Xiaomo felt now, they could all imagine it. The presenter also walked to the main stage and started shouting, "Okay, now we invite the PCI champion Team FaZe, the runner-up Team IFCD, and the third-place Team Liquid to come on stage." The host is a little beauty, but she has been hosting for 4 or 5 years. Although this kind of scene is big, it is not the first time she has encountered it. "Let's go!" Zheng Yao smiled and said to the other 3 people. Mao Xiaomo also cried dryly and stood up holding Zheng Yao. "Now that you have lost, just accept this reality." This is also the first time Mao Xiaomo holds Zheng Yao's hand in public. This is Zheng Yao's last professional game. Although the result is bitter, life is greater than the game. Several members of FaZe and Liquid came over to greet the IFCD members. Jeans and Ibiza also chatted with Mao Xiaomo. 12 people came to this main stage. "Okay, welcome 3 teams." Under the surging music, the 12 players from FaZe, IFCD, and Liquid all stood still. Although only the championship team will receive trophies in this PCI, there are still 2 words to say about the bonuses and testimonials for the runner-up and third-place teams. First of all, congratulations to Liquid for winning 3rd place. Are you satisfied with this result? The little beauty host asked. The translator on one side gave all the translations to James. After a while, the translator said, "James said it was a pity. They had a chance to compete for this championship, but they lost this championship because of their own problems. It was his own problem." James takes the initiative to take the blame, which is a rare scene. "Okay, let me ask James again. How do you feel about this PCI?" The little beauty host then asked. There was another burst of chatter, and the translator said, "James said this was the best game he has ever played. The atmosphere at the scene was great. He loves the country of Xia. There are many players in this country who like PUBG and esports. The intensity of the game is also very high, and the Xiaogua team also puts a lot of pressure on them. Okay, do you have anything to say to other teams or fans at the end?" The little beauty asked the last question. James replied, "Wow, this is a very unforgettable experience for me. I give the greatest respect to the Xiaogua team. IFCD, they are very strong and have great potential. OMG, they showed us what true sportsmanship is. And 17 for AM. They are all very strong. I think the only thing I want to say to the fans is that Liquid will not fall. The one who stands on the championship podium next time must be our Liquid." After James finished speaking, the translator translated it truthfully, and the audience burst into thunderous applause. World-class popular teams, James and Ibiza both have countless fans in Xia Kingdom. After all the speeches were said, the little beauty also said, "Okay, now let us ask Mr. Shenping, Deputy Director of the Xiaogua Esports Administration, to award the 3rd place bonus to Liquid." The audience at the scene gave them the warmest applause. The music started, and Mr. Shenping, who had been prepared for a long time, came up from the stage, shook hands with the 12 players, and then awarded the 3rd place prize of $50,000 to Liquid. Liquid waved and walked off the stage. This stage finally belonged to FaZe. Chapter 514 Team IFCD. Now, let us give you the warmest applause. Please invite IFCD. A moment! The scene exploded. The shouts of IFCD and screams startled all the foreign friends who came to compete or watch the competition. The appeal of IFCD? IFCD 4 people walked onto the stage, and the cheers and screams from the audience continued for a long time. The microphone was handed to Mao Xiaomo, and within 2 seconds, all the sounds on the scene were extinguished. What the heck? Amazing. Some players from foreign teams felt like they had goosebumps. Is this the appeal of an esports team? The little beauty host has obviously been assigned before. She did not ask this question or that question like she asked Liquid, leaving the stage completely to IFCD. Congratulations to IFCD for winning the runner-up position in PCI this time. Whatever you want to say on this stage, you can say it now. Mao Xiaomo tightened his grip on the phone. A loser's message? Mao Xiaomo's voice was a little hoarse, which was caused by the heartbreaking crying just now. After 2 seconds, Mao Xiaomo continued, "We lose, and it could be a defeat that can never be won back." Mao Xiaomo's words also scared the little beauty host into a cold sweat. This is a live broadcast to the world. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to get stronger, so I don't lose games I don't want to lose. There was sadness in Mao Xiaomo's words. Even people who don't know IFCD can hear it. The failure of this competition was a huge blow to Mao Xiaomo. Cheng Yao glared at Mao Xiaomo, snatched the microphone from his hand, and scared the pretty host half to death. The leader just asked her to give IFCD free rein. If something goes wrong, she can't be blamed. Hello everyone. I am Cheng Yao, a sniper from IFCD. And I am also Xiaomo's girlfriend. As soon as Cheng Yao said this, there were applause, cheers and whistles. After this PCI, I will withdraw from IFCD and then go to the United States to complete my studies. So this is my last professional game. I know this game. Whether it is Xiao Mo or my two teammates. They all want to help I won. So it was a little hard to take it after losing. But what I want to say is, no matter where I am a member of IFCD. Thank you all. After saying that, Cheng Yao also hugged Good and Wang Hao. I see. Most of the audience, who didn't know the truth, understood everything after hearing Cheng Yao's words. They didn't believe that a failure would make Mao Xiaomo cry so heartbreakingly. But when Cheng Yao said this, he understood everything. Phase Translator and Liquid's Translator also translated Cheng Yao's words. In addition to admiration for IFCD, they also have a lot of envy. This is a team. And this is a team that is different from the world clubs. Thank you all. Then what? They say your heart seems to be healed. The singing voices of several spectators gradually began to ring out at the scene. IFCD 4 people raised their heads. There is also someone starting to protect you. Should I feel relieved or heartbroken? The singing at the scene became louder and louder. From one audience member, to 10, to hundreds, to thousands. Then what? In fact, my life is pretty good. Except for certain moments when memories are raging. I'm glad I still have tears to dilute the bitterness. All the players stared blankly at this scene, which was like the chorus of a concert with thousands of people. But this time the protagonist is not a so-called singer, but IFCD. This song, they still remember. And those yesterday are still colorful. I have carefully collected them all. Maybe you still remember. Maybe you have forgotten. It's not that important anymore. Mao Xiaomo shed tears on the court again, holding the microphone. The word thank you stuck in my throat. This can also be regarded as their IFCD team song. But they did not expect that thousands of people would sing in chorus on this occasion. At this moment, IFCD is less like an esports team and more like a star worshipped by thousands of people. I just hope you can be happy later. That's what I thought about most later on. Later we were still walking. Just no longer side by side. They are pursuing their own lives. A true chorus of thousands of people. What it brings to the world audience is only touching and unparalleled shock. What a team this is. It can make ordinary viewers fall in love with this team in 1 second. Good and Wang Hao both raised their fists and faced this failure with their heads held high. A dozen young men stood on chairs and raised huge banners in their hands. Then these dozen young men shouted crazily, "We will keep winning! We IFCD! Certainly! Living up to expectations!" Then there were thousands of people shouting in unison, "We will keep winning! We IFCD! We are determined! We will live up to expectations! We will keep winning! We IFCD! We are determined! We will live up to expectations! We will keep winning! We IFCD! We are determined! We will live up to expectations!" This scene will forever be engraved in the minds of all viewers. Whether you are a Xi'an native or a foreigner, you are all enjoying the shock brought to them by IFCD at this moment. The shock brought to them by IFCD fans. A scene like a dream. Even the venue with tens of thousands of people is about to be overturned. Many European and American professional players are joking. Is IFCD still short of people? Urgent! Xiao Mei! Xiao Mei! The director's shout came from the little beauty host's earphones. Huh? Oh. Okay. Next, let's invite Mr. Zhang Hua, Director of Xia State Esports Administration, to award the runner-up bonus to IFCD. The runner-up prize of $100,000 is also a very high one in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Especially winning the runner-up at home is also very meaningful. At least it shows the world that Xia Kingdom's FPS is very strong. Zhang Hua smiled and shook hands with the IFCD team members, and then continued to comfort these young people. Young man, there are still many failures in life. Don't give up. What belongs to you will be yours after all. Zhang Hua shouted loudly next to Mao Xiaomo's ear. The noise was so loud now that Mao Xiaomao could only hear a rough idea. But he was still very grateful to Mr. Zhang Hua. Thanks. Come on. The future of Xiaogui sports depends on you. Zhang Hua did not talk about you this time, but directly talked about you. He could also see that Mao Xiaomao had talents that others did not have. If there was one person who could lead Xiaogui to the top of the world, now in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds world of Xia Kingdom, maybe only Mao Xiaomao has such potential. This is also the reason why the leaders of the Xia State Esports General Administration and the General Administration of Sports are optimistic about Mao Xiaomao. The general tone for the future development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in Xia Kingdom has been set, but it will still take a lot of time to complete large-scale reforms. After the reform, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in Xia Kingdom needs someone who can lead them. Chapter 515 Liquid's Transfer Application. After IFCD stepped down, the final stage was left to the champion phase. The Xia Kingdom audience also did not hesitate to applaud, showing the complete style of a great country. Fuzzface also said, I love Xiagua. Xiagua's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and everything about Xiagua. I respect IFCD and OMG. They have shown us what a real professional player is. IFCD is great. Very good. I am very sure that I will meet them frequently in the professional arena in the future. After this competition, IFCD's world ranking may rise to within the top 30. IFCD should often be seen in subsequent world competitions. After the cheers, FaZe also picked up their championship trophy and the $200,000 championship bonus. Okay. I declare, the champion of this PCI is Team FaZe. The PCI competition officially came to an end. After the curtain fell, the audience began to leave the venue one after another. On the main stage, 64 players started taking photos, although Mao Xiaomao still didn't smile. He still took photos with these world's top teams one by one. It may be a memory of failure for second place, but it may be a good memory for other teams. Being able to come to Xia Kingdom to play a game, especially in a stadium with thousands of people, is so shocking. It is definitely the most shocking game in history. Xia's Olympic Games are also unprecedented, and Xia's World Expo is also unprecedented. A big country is a big country. In the audience, Liquid's team leader Chris saw that Mao Xiaomao still hadn't recovered, so he decided to wait. If she wants to stay in Xia Kingdom for a while, she must poach Mao Xiaomao. After the game, each team returned to their respective rooms. Mao Xiaomao fell straight on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I feel like the final scene against OMG is still flashing before my eyes. Cheng Yao leaned against him gently and said nothing. He still remembered that when he was at CEL, Cheng Haijun asked him what he would do if Cheng Yao went to the United States. His answer at the time was that there would be a way. But now, where is the solution? Holding Cheng Yao tightly, Mao Xiaomao didn't want to think about anything else and closed his eyes to sleep. Cheng Yao also closed her eyes and fell asleep. They are all tired, whether it's the game or the heart. When Cheng Yao opened her eyes the next morning, Mao Xiaomao was no longer around. For a moment, Cheng Yao felt a little scared. Without him, Cheng Yao shook her head. Even if she was going to the United States, she believed that Mao Xiaomao was not the kind of man who always gave up. When she picked up the phone, she didn't see the message Mao Xiaomao left for her, and she couldn't get through the call. Hello? Sister Cheng Yao. What's going on? Good also just woke up. It was a rare time to get up early. He was too tired yesterday, so he went back and fell asleep on the bed. Have you seen Mao Xiaomao? No. You haven't seen Mao Xiaomao. I saw him somewhere. He's so big that even one person can't leave him. Don't worry. He might come back later. Good also felt a little strange. Cheng Yao was not seen in the same room as him. Where could he see it? Just as he was about to continue saying a few words, he heard a beep of hang-up on the other end of the phone. He shook his head, then hummed a tune and entered the bathroom. I love bathing. After the PCI ended this time, IFCD had no competition for a month, so IFCD was not in a hurry to return to Nanjing. They had time to go shopping in Shanghai. Cheng Yao had also promised before that she would do her best to be a landlord. Friendship. But Mao Xiaomao disappeared early in the morning, and Cheng Yao's intuition told her that it would not be that simple. After noon, Mao Xiaomao's phone was still unreachable. You're not going to drink, are you? Good guessed. Yesterday's game was a huge blow to Mao Xiaomao, and it was very possible to get drunk. It's possible. Let's search separately. It must be nearby. Many bars are closed during the day, so it shouldn't be difficult to find. Wang Hao guessed. Chung Yao had no choice but to treat a dead horse as a doctor. This guy could get through the phone but just didn't answer. Something must have happened. Beep. The phone you dialed has been turned off. Sorry. Everyone heard the tone of Chung Yao's phone. And Wang Hao and Good also shuddered when they saw Sister Chung Yao's extremely dark face. Let's go! Look for someone! Chung Yao didn't believe that Mao Xiaomo would get drunk alone. He knew Mao Xiaomo very well. When he was sad, he liked to sit quietly by himself and think about things alone. But Shanghai is so big. It's very difficult to find someone in a huge crowd. Everyone found him until 7 p.m. But they almost didn't call the police. There is no news. And the phone is turned off when I call. Good was panting and walking towards the hotel when he suddenly saw a dark bar. Boom, boom, boom. The shocking drumbeat beat Good's heart. Just when he was about to go out, he saw a familiar figure drinking wine from behind. The angry Good clenched his fists and rushed over quickly. When I saw the profile, I was sure it was Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo! You ride out and drink without even farting? Do you know how anxious Chung Yao is to find you? Good grabbed Mao Xiaomo's jacket. Although Mao Xiaomo drank a lot, he was still conscious. He smiled miserably, and then said to Good, Brother, let me show you something. Although Good was a little strange, looking at Mao Xiaomo like this, something must have happened. Seeing Mao Xiaomo swaying, he helped him to his seat again. The security personnel and bartenders of this small bar also breathed a sigh of relief. In small bars like theirs, they are afraid of making trouble. If trouble occurs, they will not be able to eat and walk around. Moreover, Good is still a foreigner. If something happens, they're really going to play it out. Mao Xiaomo unsteadily took out a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket. And Good took it. His current level of Chinese is already very good. But this piece of paper is all in English. And he can understand it without much effort. When he saw the first line, his body went numb. Then after reading the contents of this piece of paper with surprise, he suddenly understood why Mao Xiaomo came here to drink. Not because of yesterday's failure, but because of what's on this piece of paper. This is a letter. Transfer request from Liquid. Brother, what should I do? Tell me, what should I do? Mao Xiaomo didn't know whether he was conscious or not. Good drank all the wine in Mao Xiaomo's cup in one gulp. Boss, 2 more drinks. Chapter 516. The decision to leave IFCD. Chung Yao also breathed a sigh of relief when she got Good's text message. Monkey and I are drinking at the Noble Bar. He will pick us up in 2 hours. What's wrong? Wang Hao asked when he saw Chung Yao breathe a sigh of relief. I found him. I went to the bar to drink. Good found him. Chung Yao replied. Wang Hao scolded. Damn it. These 2 bums won't take me with them when they drink. I'll go find them. After saying that, she turned on her mobile phone and looked for directions. Chung Yao didn't follow her. She didn't like noisy bars very much. She would wait until they came back after drinking. Go buy some yogurt to wake them up. When Wang Hao rushed to the bar, he immediately saw Good and Mao Xiaomo drinking with their heads down. At first, I thought that Mao Xiaomo just didn't come out because of yesterday's failure. But when he saw Good's state, Wang Hao's intuition also told him that something was wrong. Good's condition in the morning was very good. He saw it. It was difficult to connect the Good who was humming a tune in the morning with the current Good who kept pouring wine into his mouth. Young man, do you want a drink? The bar owner asked politely. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, No. Then he sat next to Mao Xiaomo, and both of them just raised their heads and glanced at him. In fact, there was one thing that Good did not say. That is, after yesterday's game, Navi also sent him a transfer. But Good refused without hesitation. If there were no Mao Xiaomo, Wang Hao and others, Good might consider it. After all, Navi is a team from his hometown in Ukraine. And no matter how good Xiaogui is, it cannot compare to his hometown. Moreover, the current IFCD has unlimited potential. And he also has an absolute main position. If he goes to Navi, he has to play in the reserve team. And the main position is not guaranteed. Is IFCD worse than Navi now? It may have been the most popular team in the world before. But after this PCI, it is 100% the most popular team in the world. With such a good future, Good has no reason to give up IFCD and go to Navi. But he didn't expect that Liquid would send a transfer application to Mao Xiaomo. These foreign veterans have all been investigated. First of all, IFCD is not a formal club. And based on the relationship between their players and the boss, they can leave whenever they want. As long as they nod and sign, they will no longer be members of IFCD the next day. Liquid. Wang Hao took the piece of paper and looked at it for a long time. All in English. Although his spoken English is not good, it is at the average level of a university, and he can still understand the general meaning of an English article. After reading it, Wang Hao was stunned. He finally knew why Mao Xiaomo came out to drink. Liquid transfer request. And is an irresistible transfer request. Good and Wang Hao are both smart people, and they understood it when they saw the transfer application form written by Chris. The opportunity to go to the United States and be in the same city as Cheng Yao. There is really no reason to refuse this condition. As Mao Xiaomo's brothers, they know Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao very well. Cheng Yao has been away for 3 years, and there are only a few 3 years in life. If they don't see each other for 3 years, no matter how strong the feelings are, they will be gradually erased by time. This world is so realistic. Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo were both in pain, and everyone knew this. Wang Hao sat next to Mao Xiaomo and put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, listen to me. Life is always greater than everything else. Mao Xiaomo raised his head and glanced at Wang Hao, with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. What are you worried about? Wang Hao's words also made Good look at him. Mao Xiaomo's voice was a little hoarse. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Are you worried about us or your parents? It is true that if Mao Xiaomo goes to the United States, there will be too many people who will be sorry for him. 2 of them are the most critical. One is Mao Xiaomo's parents. One is Zhou Lili. Mao Xiaomo doesn't owe Good and Wang Hao anything. Although they are brothers who play professionally together, it is normal for them to go solo for their own futures. But Zhou Lili is different. What did Zhou Lili come for? In order to form a team with Mao Xiaomo. In order to join IFCD. In order to win the game. In order to avenge previous humiliation on PCPI. Mao Xiaomo's departure was equivalent to shattering all Zhou Lili's dreams. As for Mao Xiaomo's parents, if he has the opportunity to go to the United States, it is not that he will not come back all year round. It is no different from him playing games outside now. Go ahead. Wang Hao said to Mao Xiaomo with a smile. Good also nodded. Go ahead. You have no reason to refuse. Originally thought that the 2 brothers would be in trouble. But Good and Wang Hao gave Mao Xiaomo a clear answer, which Mao Xiaomo had not thought of before. Why are you talking so much? Wang Hao punched Mao Xiaomo. Although they only knew each other for a few months, the few months of getting along day and night really made the team have a very deep relationship. Wang Hao sighed slightly in his heart. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart. Go ahead. We'll have a chance to compete in the future. Good drank his wine in one gulp. With Mao Xiaomo's ability, he might be able to secure Liquid's position in less than half a year. Moreover, there are rumors of transfers of 2 Liquid players besides James and Ibiza. Mao Xiaomo is also an opportunity for MO. That team is probably where Mao Xiaomo shines. Good thought. Mao Xiaomo led them to the runner-up in the international competition. If they were replaced by the stronger James, Ibiza, and Scoom, they might be invincible. It seems that this is not bad. Originally, Mao Xiaomo thought that it would take him a long time to make a decision. But he didn't expect that in just a few hours, he would make what may be the most important decision in his life. Leave IFCD? Join Liquid? Just as Wang Hao thought. I'm afraid he already had the answer in his heart. Nothing in this world is more important than family and loved ones. If he was asked not to see Cheng Yao for 3 years, he couldn't do it. Liquid is full of sincerity. And even the location of the base has been chosen. This sub-base was built for Mao Xiaomo. This is a bargaining chip and sincerity. The United States is also a huge place. If Liquid's base is far away from Cheng Yao, it probably won't make much difference whether he goes to the United States or not. All 3 of them drank a lot and took a taxi back to the hotel. Fortunately, Good and Wang Hao were relatively sober, and they sent Mao Xiaomo, who was shrugging his head, back to Cheng Yao's room. Sister Cheng Yao, I want to tell you something. Good called Cheng Yao out, and Cheng Yao was also confused as to what Good could do with him. In the corridor, Good told Cheng Yao truthfully about Mao Xiaomo's receipt of Liquid's transfer application. Upon hearing the news, Cheng Yao's heart beat very fast. Ask him if he wants Mao Xiaomo to go to the United States with him. The answer is definitely 100% yes. Being alone in a foreign country is inherently lonely, let alone having a beloved lover on the other side of the ocean. In 3 years, too many things can happen. How did he say? Cheng Yao suppressed her excitement and asked. I don't know. Wang Hao and I have already advised him. The specific decision must be made by the monkey himself. After saying this, Gu returned to the room, leaving Cheng Yao in a daze. In an instant, Cheng Yao's heart became confused. In fact, she was not ready to leave Mao Xiaomo, even though she had been preparing for nearly a year. The longer you stay with him, the less you want to leave. Cheng Yao returned to the room and saw the sleeping Mao Xiaomo. She lost sleep for a while and did not fall asleep until midnight. When I woke up the next morning, I found an extra layer of quilt on my body, and Mao Xiaomo was already sitting on the sofa in the room, flipping through his phone and drinking the yogurt she left for him yesterday. The popularity of PCI has not dissipated. Whether it's Weibo or Hupu, PCI news is overwhelming. FaZe wins the championship in a thrilling way. They are still the kings. Mao Xiaomo burst into tears on the field. This time, the whole Xia kingdom will sing for you. This is the true sportsmanship. Respect OMG. Respect IFCD. Respect FaZe. An epic battle. The scene the day before yesterday is still vivid in my mind. There is also a message on Weibo's hot search. PUBG national team coaching staff confirmed. After clicking in, I discovered that PUBG is about to establish a national team. The coaching staff is headed by the coaches of well-known domestic teams such as Mjoy, Xiaoyao, 5400, Yehao, A+, etc. The head coach is undoubtedly given to Mjoy. Although DLG's results are average, there is no doubt about Mjoy's ability to bring DLG to the position of a strong first-line team in a short period of time. Although IFCD's results are better, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Mao Xiaomo's role is too great. The upper limit of a team is ultimately determined by the players. Yehao has been selected into the coaching staff, and he deserves it. As a young coach and commentator, Yehao is also very capable. Unknowingly, Cheng Yao was leaning on Mao Xiaomo's shoulder. Are you awake? Cheng Yao suddenly felt a little nervous. She was eager to get the answer, but she was also a little scared. Xiao Mo, will you go to Liquid? Cheng Yao took the initiative when she saw that Mao Xiaomo had no intention of speaking for a long time. Mao Xiaomo looked up at the expectant Cheng Yao. It seemed that Good or Wang Hao had told Cheng Yao yesterday that this silly girl might not have slept well all night, and her eyes were all black. Go, Mao Xiaomo replied. In fact, he had already decided yesterday. 1 second of dullness, then ecstasy. Cheng Yao hugged Mao Xiaomo tightly and kissed him. I cried while kissing. Chapter 517, Bombsh, L. Silly girl. Go get some sleep. Your eyes are still dark. With his face covered with Cheng Yao's saliva and tears, Mao Xiaomo still smiled and touched Cheng Yao's hair. After receiving Mao Xiaomo's affirmative answer, Cheng Yao's emotions were very complicated. But there is no better answer than this. In comparison, what does the champion the day before yesterday mean? Don't worry. It doesn't matter if Lily and I are together. I'll talk to my brother later. You can go to sleep first. Since we've decided. That's it. What the heck? Are you going to Liquid? Fortunately, I almost jumped into the sky when I got the news. Is IFCD about to fall apart? Yihao knows very well what Mao Xiaomo means to IFCD. Once Mao Xiaomo leaves, all the honors and praises that IFCD enjoys now may disappear in an instant. Because this is what Mao Xiaomo brought to IFCD. Yes! Mao Xiaomo replied affirmatively. Yihao also knew very well what happened between Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, and even knew that Mao Xiaomo had no reason to refuse Liquid's invitation. After a brief surprise, Yihao calmed down. Do you know how much influence your departure from IFCD will have on public opinion? It may also be caused by online violence. Fortunately, he is also an experienced veteran who has been in this circle for several years and knows the horror of public opinion. It is tantamount to abandoning brothers, abandoning IFCD, and abandoning Xiaogua team to join a foreign team. This is too scary. If IFCD were an unknown team, it would be okay. But now they are known as the Hope of Xia country. What is Xiaogua's hope? It is the team that will charge forward for the Xia Kingdom team in the next World Championship and come back with honors. With Mao Xiaomo's departure, he still joined his opponent. This fan, not to mention IFCD, may not even be accepted by ordinary viewers. Today's online violence is so terrible that it can destroy a person. It's okay. At worst, I'll uninstall Weibo. Yehao shook his head. This is not a matter of Weibo or Weibo. You underestimate the current online violence. Let's do this. I'll discuss it with my brother and Joy when we get back and see how we can transfer you in a more appropriate way. It was impossible to block Mao Xiaomo's transfer application, and he didn't have the qualifications. Mao Xiaomo is the boss's son-in-law, so he can leave or stay whenever he wants. The same goes for several other people. After all, this club was invested by Cheng Haijun for her daughter's hobby. But even if Cheng Yao leaves, IFCD will also. It is impossible to disappear. Everyone can be sure of this. The news that Mao Xiaomo was about to leave IFCD did not spread. The only people who knew the inside story were Brother A+, Msjoy, and a few people from IFCD. After returning to Nanjing, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao treated Zhou Lili and his girlfriend to a meal with a very guilty feeling. Zhou Lili said that it was impossible not to be disappointed. After all, it was the same time that he transferred to IFCD. He took a fancy to Mao Xiaomo's potential. Facts have also proved that Zhou Lili's choice is correct. Mao Xiaomo will definitely become the first SSS-level professional player in Xia country. It goes without saying about the future of IFCD. If Mao Xiaomo is still here and joins Zhou Lili, it will be a galactic battleship. But now, all Zhou Lili's illusions were shattered. The reality is so cruel. But from Mao Xiaomo's perspective, there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, he never thought that Liquid would poach him. Mao Xiaomo's decision is easy to understand, especially when they get along with Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo day and night. Anyway, Zhou Lili's girlfriend was crying very hard. Now that they decided to leave IFCD, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao also packed up their belongings and left Nanjing. There is still nearly a month left, and Mao Xiaomo also wants to go back to spend time with his family. And by the way, he takes Cheng Yao to see his parents. He has met Cheng Yao's parents several times, but his own parents have never met Cheng Yao. The two of them have talked about it in Mao Xiaomo's ears several times. And this time he finally has the opportunity to meet his parents. Father Mao and Mother Mao have known about Mao Xiaomo's decision for a long time. They are also very supportive. They have also always told Mao Xiaomo not to worry about them two old guys. In 3 years, they will just go to study abroad. Although Mother Mao was very reluctant to let go, but her son had to leave the house eventually. After Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao left IFCD, the training room of IFCD was also much empty. For a moment, Good wanted to leave IFCD, go to Navi, and go home. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao are both leaving. In the end, he stayed for Wang Hao. Playing professionally means playing wherever you go. Good's decision did not cause any ripples because no one knew about it. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao are different. This is a bomb, and it is a heavy bomb that will blow up 100 feet of open space. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao had just returned to Changzhou when they received a call from Yi Hao. Both Yi Hao and Msjoy thought very carefully. They decided not to write about Mao Xiaomo's transfer, but simply wrote about Mao Xiaomo's withdrawal from IFCD. This would also reduce the harm caused by the internet to Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao at the cusp of this crisis. When Mao Xiaomo goes to Liquid, just think of it as a new beginning. At 11:14 a.m. on May 1st, Beijing time, a bomb was dropped. IFCD Esports Club. #IFCD announcement. #IFCD Esports Club player unknowns Battlegrounds members Cheng Yao, Game ID, Crystal, and Mao Xiaomo, Game ID, King, officially announced their withdrawal from the IFCD Esports Club on the day of the announcement. Since the establishment of the IFCD Club in January 2019, King and Crystal have begun their professional journey. In a short period of time, they led IFCD to achieve results that shocked Xiagua, including the PGL Panda Player Unknown's Battlegrounds League Championship, QGC the runner-up in the New Year Invitational, the runner-up in the PCI Summer Invitational, and led IFCD to rank 25th in the world rankings in May. As excellent professional players, King and Crystal's professional quality and professional level are commendable. We are very sorry for the two players' decision to withdraw from IFCD, but after communication, we also respect the personal choices of the players. Due to the two players due to personal reasons, I withdrew from IFCD on May 1st, 2019. We will remember the two IDs King and Crystal. Thank these two players for their contributions to the team during their time on the team, and wish you all smooth sailing and good luck in your future journey. What the heck? Everyone doesn't believe their eyes. Chapter 518 Fermentation. Everyone already knew the news of Cheng Yao's withdrawal from IFCD in advance. But this news, Cheng Yao is not the only one who quit IFCD. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. Mao Xiaomo quits IFCD. And it's not transfer news. In an instant, countless speculations were attached to Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. In just 10 minutes, the number of comments on IFCD's Weibo announcement exceeded 30,000. The news of Mao Xiaomo's withdrawal from IFCD also made the headlines on Weibo. Look at the red letter that exploded on Weibo on the first day. King quit IFCD. Everyone finally came to their senses a little bit. Completely incomprehensible. This is not retirement at the peak. This is just the beginning. Just like today's rising football stars. The new World Cup champion Mbappe announced his retirement. And the NBA's best rookie Simmons announced that he will no longer play. Completely impossible news appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 17 Show live broadcast room. 17 Show also increased his training volume after returning from PCI. Although his results this time were good, 17 Show's ambitions are undoubtedly great. He wants more than just 5th place. Next, there are the most important PGI and the Xiaogui District Qualifiers PCPI. Last year, Team 17 was defeated by 4 AM in the last set and achieved a shocking reversal. This year, they will take back Team 17 with their own hands. At 11 o'clock in the morning, there were only 17 people in duo queue with Monyobi. Because it is an entertainment bureau, 17 Show is constantly interacting with the audience. My gun is okay. After killing one person, 17 Show also started to brag. But for a moment, the barrage was not all. 666,666. As usual, I've got a shocking thing. King quits IFCD. Hold the grass. Impossible. 17 Show was stunned for a moment when he saw the news. And then heard Monyobi take a breath. My God. King really quit IFCD. Monyobi was the first to see the news of the barrage. This is the first message on Weibo. It's impossible. Let me see. 17 Show also felt a little unbelievable. He opened his phone and saw the news. Feeling a little unbelievable, he also sent a WeChat message to Mao Xiaomo. But he did not receive any reply. The same scene also happened in the live broadcast rooms of major PUBG anchors. The news that Mao Xiaomo has withdrawn from IFCD has caused thousands of waves. Possibly the player with the most fans in the world. The news of Mao Xiaomo's retirement has completely exploded. The Hupu forum also completely exploded. Although Hupu officially posted a merged post. But the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area and even the main pedestrian street, the main posting area of the forum, have been massacred. Real massacre. If you scroll down casually, they are all question marks and exclamation marks. IFCD announced that King has withdrawn from the IFCD centralized discussion thread and opened a separate merger. Due to the merging of various posts on Hupu's official merge post, the number of replies has exceeded 50,000 in a short period of time. There are also some unbelievable replies on the comments. Mao Xiaomo retired together with Cheng Yao. This is irresponsible to himself. And also irresponsible to Xiaogui PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. P.S. I'll say a few more words because I've been exposed a lot. I think it's very maybe Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao went to study abroad together. I just feel it's a pity that an esports genius disappeared like this. Liang, 75,610. If Mao Xiaomo chooses to give up his career because of the failure of PCI, then I look down on him. Liang, 31,587. Are you kidding? I don't believe it. Liang, 19,520. Am I dreaming? Who can wake me up? Liang, 18,401. With 70,000 plus positive comments. The first reply also expresses the sentiments of many Xiaogui PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans. There are countless posts and all kinds of speculations. The two most reliable speculations are that either Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao went to study abroad together, or Mao Xiaomo couldn't accept the failure of PCI and chose to retire. In contrast, the former is more likely. But even so, it is still very difficult for everyone to accept. When the news broke, Mao Xiaomo's Weibo and WeChat exploded. Countless professional and non-professional private messages. Some asked why. Some comforted Mao Xiaomo. And some second-tier teams took the opportunity to recruit people. When Mao Xiaomo turned on his phone, he felt that the phone was much heavier. It's just that Mao Xiaomo doesn't have time to post on Weibo or moments to clarify. Mother Mao and Father Mao were asking Cheng Yao to ask questions, and they had a kind expression on their faces. They were 100% satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She had an unparalleled background and was not as arrogant and domineering as the eldest lady. She was also tall, watery and refreshing. Xiao Mo. Don't bully Yao Yao when you get to the United States. If Yao Yao, Xiao Mo, bullies you, just call me and tell me, and see if I don't beat him to death. Mao's mother kept mumbling in Mao Xiaomo's ear, and Mao Xiaomo could only smile bitterly and nod repeatedly. You have raised me for so many years. Don't you still know who I am? Mao's mother was very happy. She felt like she looked 10 years younger. Her son was so impressive that he even got Chung Haijun's daughter. Chung Yao was very polite and felt very warm. Father Mao and Mother Mao were like real parents, caring for their children. The first time they met Father Mao and Mother Mao, they felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Dad Mao pulled Mao Xiaomo aside. Are you going abroad on the 25th? Well, the 25th. Mao Xiaomo replied. On the 25th. He will fly to the United States with Chung Yao. As for the formalities, Liquid's team leader Chris has already completed all the procedures for him and returned to the United States before them. All the certificates here have been completed. Well, there are still more than 20 days left. You can take Chung Yao to play and relax. Dad Mao smiled. I want to accompany you. Dad Mao waved his hand. You are free. I am not free yet. I have watched you for more than 10 years. So do your best. Dad Mao patted Mao Xiaomo on the shoulder. There is also confidence in his children in his eyes. I won't give you any money. You should have enough for yourself. Save some for yourself and live a good life after your life stabilizes. Yao Yao is a good girl. Treat her well. Mao's father also knows that Mao Xiaomo is not short of money. His live broadcast contract is worth tens of millions. Mao Xiaomo's withdrawal from IFCD is not considered a breach of contract. But Wan Hao and Good have to take on more live broadcast tasks. For them, it's not difficult to say. Mao Xiaomo originally wanted to stay at home with his parents. But his parents also have to work. Besides, not all of them have stayed abroad in the past 3 years. He also took the national team preliminaries that Mstoy told him to heart. When the time comes, there should also be a chance to return to Xia Kingdom. It was only after lunch that everyone saw the messages on their phones and Weibo. Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao were sitting on the sofa at home, looking through tens of thousands of messages. The hope of Xia Kingdom collapsed overnight. There are also posts like this on the Hupu forum. After 2 hours, the news has become more and more intense, and it remains high on Weibo's hot searches. IFCD Sports Club's announcement also received more than 100,000 comments. An extremely terrifying effect. Many professional players and people in the industry also expressed their disbelief on Weibo. 17 show, don't ask me. I don't know either. I'm also surprised. 17 Monyobi, this is a bit exaggerated. OMG Linda, this is such a pity. An esports genius. This is the person OMG wants most. Mstoy Zhou E, understand. There are many things you don't know. For AM Weishan, impossible. Right? How everyone hopes this is an April Fool's Day joke. But unfortunately today is May 1st. Beijing time? Not April 1st. Beijing time. How should I say it? Mao Xiaomo smiled at Chung Yao. I just replied to a few more important friends' messages. Mu Yun, 17 show, Little Lion, and Wei Shen. But they didn't make it clear. Chung Yao whispered beside Mao Xiaomo. This Weibo post has already confirmed the news of withdrawing from IFCD, and has completely extinguished the fantasies of IFCD fans. IFCD_King, I will become stronger and come back. A simple sentence. There is no way to extinguish the anger of IFCD fans. Hashtag confirmed to withdraw from IFCD. Hashtag. This time, the news of withdrawing from IFCD is truly confirmed. Some extreme fans even went to the IFCD base to question Mao Xiaomo. But Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao had already left the base. It's like disappearing from the world. Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao also put on their caps and went to Dali to start their short trip. The failure of PCI is indeed painful, and everyone needs time to heal the scars. In a few days, the matter between Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao has been fermented to the point that even the Xia State Esports Administration came out to speak. The meaning of the General Administration of Xiaogla Esports is also very simple. Mao Xiaomo will not withdraw from the national team's pre-selection, and he will still be recruited for the national team's pre-selection. The leaders of the General Administration of Esports and General Administration of Sports of Xia State knew the inside story. 10 years ago, joining a club from another country might have been full of obstacles. But Mao Xiaomo impressed them with one sentence. I will become stronger, but lead the Xiaogla team to win the championship. After all, a club's game is a club's game. No matter how good it is not considered an honor for the country. Liquid's 4 players are from 4 different countries. Chapter 519 IFCD will not break up. No matter how good Evergrande is in the AFC Champions League, it is still not as good as the Xiaogla team that can enter the World Cup. This is the reason What Mao Xiaomo did there has also become a question. What Mao Xiaomo said himself was ambiguous, and nothing could be heard. However, the article neither said that Mao Xiaomo retired nor that Mao Xiaomo transferred. Everyone is still confused until now. But one thing is certain. That is Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili. There are not even 10,000 but 8,000 people on the forum who are complaining about Zhou Lili. When Zhou Lili quit KZSS, countless teams wanted to poach him. And the prices they offered were very high. Everyone knows that Zhou Lili's choice is priceless in Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds market. This is a cornerstone player. And Zhou Lili is not very old. So he is in his prime. As a result, Zhou Lili chose IFCD. So that even onlookers can see clearly what it is. What he needs is a team. A team that can allow him to perform to his fullest. There are only two teams in Xiagua that can let him perform to his fullest. One is OMG, and the other is IFCD. Because both teams have very good commanders. After signing the contract, Mao Xiaomo quit IFCD. Didn't this completely disqualify Zhou Lili? Although Zhou Lili herself posted a few words on Weibo for Mao Xiaomo, she still couldn't calm the anger of fans. Joy and Yehao couldn't help but shudder when they saw the current public opinion on the internet and forums. They were a little scared. If Mao Xiaomo's transfer to Liquid was really written truthfully, I'm afraid the title of traitor would be assigned to Mao Xiaomo. Come on. In B211 Zhou Lili, there are many things you don't understand. So don't make random guesses. Mao Xiaomo is a very good brother. And I understand the news of his withdrawal from IFCD. IFCD_45AI. Don't think you know a lot. Except for Good, who did not speak. Other relevant players and personnel posted on Weibo. Wang Hao and Good were very angry. The internet was initially unbelievable about Mao Xiaomo's decision to withdraw from IFCD. And then it became unacceptable. Eventually it turned into name-calling. Xiagua's network environment. The more IFCD fans there are, the more trolls there will be. Moreover, except for a small number of die-hard IFCD fans who stayed sane this time, most IFCD fans have become the main force of trolls. An unprecedented and insane diatribe. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao had closed all messages and started a quiet trip. Li Jiang, Dolly, beautiful and untainted, away from the dust of the city. Only then can we truly find the true meaning of life. The two people disappeared into the Xia Kingdom, as if they had evaporated. When Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao couldn't get in touch at all, Yehao and Joy also issued a statement. They would live broadcast on the evening of May 12th to talk about the incident of Mao Xiaomo's withdrawal from IFCD. The venue was live broadcast on YY. When the time comes, Brother A+, or Joy, will have a chat with each other to talk about this Mao Xiaomo incident. If you have something in the circle that you want to know about, you can come and talk about it. To put it simply, this live broadcast was a live broadcast to appease fans. And it also reflected the subsequent development of IFCD. Now Joy is considered a consultant for the two teams DLG and IFCD, and is no longer the head coach. So there is no need to avoid anything. On the evening of May 12th, YY Live broadcast also ushered in the highest number of viewers in history. The number of people pouring into the live broadcast room alone has exceeded 1 million. You know, the number of people in YY Live broadcasts has always been relatively real. Like other platforms, the number of people and popularity ratio may be 110 or 120. In other words, on other platforms, the popularity of a good live broadcast room is likely to be more than 20 million. What is this concept? You must know that the Panda PGL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League Finals only had so much popularity. And this is still not as popular as it was before it started airing. It's all because of one person. Mao Xiaomo. IFCD_King. This person was once known as the future of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The strongest talented player in Xia Kingdom. Super. 2. Talk about King in IFCD. The name of the live broadcast room has also been changed. Before 8 o'clock, the live broadcast room has already been opened. And the barrage keeps popping up. Many people still cannot accept the news. Even though more than 10 days have passed. Suddenly there was a picture in the live broadcast room. It is the official YY channel of IFCD. This channel is not a secret. Almost all IFCD fans know it. There are several encrypted channels inside, which are the channels that IFCD has always used. As soon as the screen appeared, everyone could clearly see several people in the YY channel. IFCD_Super Yeho. Also good. IFCD_45AI. Wang Hao. IFCD_NB211. Lily Zhou. Msjoy. Joey. OMG_Xiao. Uncle Xiaoyao. IFTY_+able. A plus Big Brother. They are all familiar people. Wait for a while. Wait for another 5 minutes. Yi Haoguang said that the time was not up yet. Now the number of people in the live broadcast room is also rising. And many people rushed over when they received the notification on their mobile phones that the broadcast was about to start. Is IFCD going to be disbanded? IFCD! Do not! Shaman King! Shao! Retire if you lose one game and go to HL. While waiting, a few other team leaders entered the channel. And after jokingly greeting a few people, they turned off the microphone. They wanted to see what kind of situation Mao Xiaomo was in. And maybe they could still dig a hand. I don't know what others think. But he thinks these managers are not very good in their heads. The treatment given by IFCD is the best in Xia Kingdom. In addition, there is Mao Xiaomo's brother in the team. And the team is still so popular. Unless there is some irreconcilable conflict between Mao Xiaomo and the team. Otherwise he won't be poached by these teams. It's almost time. Let's talk briefly. Brother A+'s voice came from YY. Since retiring behind the scenes, Brother A+ rarely appears in front of everyone's eyes. This time it is also for the IFCD team. Although it is an independent team, it also has a deep connection with Big Brother A+. The first thing I want to confirm with everyone is that IFCD will not break up. Yeah, how? As the head coach of IFCD said first, this is the top priority. Many people are spreading rumors on the forum these days, saying that IFCD is going to be disbanded. It is best to dispel this biggest rumor first. Chapter 520 Disappearance. Seeing the barrage scrolling rapidly and unable to see anything clearly, he continued to say, everyone should be able to guess the lineup of the new IFCD. Joe Lily, 45 AI and Godric are still in IFCD. They should recruit another player in the near future and then compete in this year's PGI. What everyone thought at first was that if Mao Xiaomo quit IFCD would be finished. But in fact, even if Mao Xiaomo quits IFCD will not become a weak team. With Joe Lily, the top sniper in the country, Wang Hao, one of the top 3 liberos in the country, and first-line AKM users like Good, IFCD's strength should not be underestimated. And it is still in the top tier in the country. Needless to say, Joe Lily is a terrifying player. Previous teams were able to reach second place in the PCPI. This time they have replaced a group of very strong teammates, which gives everyone unlimited expectations. Then there is the topic that everyone wants to know about. Mao Xiaomo. Yi Hao is still the main spokesperson. After all, he is the head coach of IFCD. What I want to say is that no one knows much about Mao Xiaomo. So those endless abuses are a bit much. Joe Lily continued. Yes. In fact, Mao Xiaomo and I are also very good friends in private. He also told me before he quit IFCD. Because of some special reasons. I can understand his decision. Not a nice thing to say. We didn't express any opinions. So what did you say? Joe Lily has always been outspoken. And everything he saw in the past few days has touched him. Once upon a time, he also suffered such abuse when he quit YQHP, which also made him silent for a while. He also has a deep understanding of how this kind of thing can harm players. Joe Lily's words also aroused the anger of IFCD fans. For the old fans of IFCD, Joe Lily is a migrant. And it was not because of Joe Lily that everyone liked IFCD in the first place. But Joe Lily herself has a large number of fans. And now there is another bloody storm. Because of Mao Xiaomo's withdrawal, it can be said that the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds world has suddenly become very chaotic. Hot searches every day, not even the end, are all top 10 hot searches. Now even viewers who don't know PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds know it. Mao Xiaomo. Yahao and Joy continued to soothe the audience's emotions. But there was no substantive content. After the live broadcast, a summary post on the Hupu forum was also pushed to the homepage. To summarize the news revealed during the live broadcast. 1. IFCD will not be disbanded. The members are Joe Lily, Wang Hao, Good and a new team member. In my personal opinion, this team is still very strong. If they work well together, they can become number 1 in the country. 2. There is another secret behind Mao Xiaomo's matter. Joe Lily expressed her understanding. All IFCD team members know the inside story. I don't know the specific inside story. But it should be related to Cheng Yao. Maybe he went abroad to study with his girlfriend. 3. PCPI and IFCD will still participate. 4. Mao Xiaomo will not quit PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He will come back. I don't know how long a player can maintain his status. But a commanding player like Mao Xiaomao can still look forward to it. Commenting is also very simple. They all say that what was said in this live broadcast is equivalent to not being said. However, after this live broadcast, the attack on Mao Xiaomao has also been reduced a lot. Zhou Lili, Wang Haohe, and Yi Hao all posted on the Hupu forum, letting everyone know. Everyone, be sensible and give Mao Xiaomao some time. The news of Mao Xiaomao's withdrawal from IFCD is a foregone conclusion. Even if IFCD fans continue to argue and make trouble, the result will not change. IFCD also started daily training. The new member was also officially announced 3 days later. The former KG player, ID, Chan Wei, repented and joined IFCD with a transfer fee of 500,000. I regret that this player is also a super player whose strength is greater than his reputation. He is also the only player on the market who can meet IFCD standards. IFCD really wants 17 show and God. But no matter how much money IFCD pays, it is impossible. Some teams will release it. In this way, all 4 members of IFCD have been confirmed. IFCD_NB211, IFCD_Godric, IFCD_45AI, IFCD_Chanhui. IFCD will participate in PCPI with such a lineup. There is still a short time for IFCD to adjust. And several people are constantly seizing the time to adjust. A new journey requires new goals. And this IFCD is also worth looking forward to. Zhou Lili completely handed over the command to Wang Hao and played output with peace of mind. Wang Hao's command was once again brought to the stage. His command is different from Mao Xiaomao's. Mao Xiaomao's command focused on transfer, while Wang Hao focused on point selection. Wang Hao's understanding of the terrain made Zhou Lili a little unbelievable. In terms of pure familiarity with the map, I am afraid no one can match him. After Wang Hao's ability was recognized, he quickly integrated several people together. Although they were still a little unfamiliar, everyone was constantly getting to know each other. There is no doubt about Zhou Lili's ability. With him as a sniper strong point, IFCD's style does not need to change at all. Penance and Good are still the attackers on both wings, and Wang Hao is still the commander and free agent. The style of IFCD is still the same as before. IFCD has not changed. This is great news for IFCD fans. However, after Mao Xiaomao's incident, IFCD's fans were reduced by half. No matter how much everyone scolds me, it's still hard to accept. Mao Xiaomao's personal charm is something that has not been seen in Xiaogua's esports area for so many years. If it is even close. Dota 2 LGD division. The main mid laner maybe. The Saint make king. The same domineering. The same confidence. If we have to make a comparison, Mao Xiaomao has more personal charm and cohesion to the team. But it's useless to say more now. IFCD_King this ID. Already gone. But it still remains in the hearts of countless IFCD fans. They only remember the words of Mstoy and Big Brother A+. Mao Xiaomao will come back, and he will become stronger. The dust of the Mao Xiaomao incident has settled. As the protagonists, Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao have completely evaporated. There is no news at all. After disappearing, I don't know how long it will take for them to come back. Chapter 521. The disappearance of a genius. The disappearance of a genius. The genius who brought me countless happiness, emotion, and passion has disappeared. He rose like a comet. And even when he disappeared, he left no trace. As a fan of IFCD? No. I should say as a fan of Mao Xiaomao. I have a lot to say. I may be one of the few viewers who has liked Mao Xiaomao since the CD period. The CD back then was also due to the joining of several new students. And then it rose wildly. Since CD's first qualifier, CD has encountered many difficulties. The finals even encountered unimaginable difficulties. Someone said at the time that CD had suffered too many things. In the end, Mao Xiaomao and Good, who are now King and Godric, pulled CD into the national finals. The eldest brother is not young, but he actually has a passion in his heart. But this passion is gradually swallowed up in the ordinary and difficult life. CD is my favorite team, even more than IFCD, because every step at that time was taken with so much passion. In the end, when CD stood on the CUL championship podium, I really cried. A grown man. Tears could not stop flowing from the corners of his eyes. Burn the passion of young people and build a city of champions. At that time, although Mao Xiaomao was not as strong as he is now, and did not have such high-level skills and tactics, the look he had at that time was the look of a young man in my heart. I also had countless dreams. I imagined that I could be like him in college and lead the team to win the national championship. I also imagined that I could show my talents in the college basketball league. But the reality is cruel. Mao Xiaomo has lived the way I want to live. And I am afraid he has also lived the way everyone wants to live. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao are the golden boys and girls that I have always watched. Watching them laugh and cry together makes me envious in my heart. Although my lover and I are very happy now. The love in my heart. That's what it looks like. The two finally stood on the championship stage. With unparalleled talent and hard work. It must be said that Mao Xiaomo is a true esports genius. His talent has never appeared in Xiaogua. After CUL won the championship, I expected that Mao Xiaomo might enter the profession. And I didn't know how far he could achieve it. But the formation of IFCD gave me the urge to go out and sing loudly for the first time. Almost the original cast of CD. You don't know what this means. And you can't understand how I felt at that time. After that, every IFCD training match, even if I have time, I will watch their video completely. Facts have proved that if you give a capable person time, he will give you a satisfactory answer. The first championship is also the only championship of IFCD so far. PGL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League Champion. This is a true professional championship. And it has only been 3 months since IFCD was established. I was ecstatic at that time. As if I had won the championship. I asked my wife for 1,000 yuan and floated a gift in the live broadcast room. I believe there were many people who floated gifts with me at the time. Every step IFCD takes will pluck the string deep in my heart. I also witnessed the 2 failures of QGC and PCI. This is the price to pay for being young. At that time, I thought that if IFCD could afford it, they still had countless time. But I was wrong. I witnessed the rise of a genius. Also witnessed the fall of a genius. Cheng Yao quit IFCD. And Mao Xiaomo followed suit. I don't know what the IFCD team means to Mao Xiaomo. But I think Mao Xiaomo should understand what IFCD means to us fans. There may be many things that we cannot understand. But they are not important. Mao Xiaomo. If you can see it, I will wait for you to be resurrected in a corner of a certain city. I will still stand behind you at that time. Watch you win the championship. Watch every step you take. The fire in my heart has been ignited by you and cannot be extinguished. I'll wait for as long as it takes. To be honest, now I finally understand the thoughts of many star-chasing fans. Because he lives the way you want to live. Waiting for your return. This is the most popular post on the Hupu forum in the past 2 days. The number of responses has reached more than 20,000. The number of 20,000 replies is already a very scary number on the forum. It is different from the previous merged posts. Merged posts are composed of tens of thousands of posts put together. So the number of replies is naturally large. But the number of replies to a single post has reached more than 20,000. Which is already very scary. Many professional players and big names in the industry have responded below. And they are all positive comments. Zhou Lily, when you come back, don't forget what you promised me. Yi Hao, I have forwarded this post to Mao Xiaomo. Don't worry. I will also wait for his return. God, Mao Xiaomo is a real genius. It would be a pity if he disappeared like this. Little Lion, he will come back. It was something that no one had ever thought that a newcomer could cause such a big response. On the eve of the start of PCPI, an ID named IFCD_King, an ID officially certified by Hupu, replied to the post. In a short period of time, he was highlighted to the forefront. IFCD_King. I'm not dead, so I don't need to be resurrected. I will become the strongest in the world and win the world championship on behalf of the Xi'an national team. Wait for me. Mao Xiaomo's 3 sentences. It was also the only response for so many days. Just 3 sentences have already made all Xia Kingdom PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans jump to their feet. 17 show. Wei Shen laughed when he saw this sentence. This kid is still so crazy. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes to be on the hot search. No one thought that Mao Xiaomo's influence would be so huge. Not seen for a few days. The number of Mao Xiaomo's Weibo fans has increased to 3.49 million. This is simply unheard of from an esports star. You must know that good Wang Hao, who is on the same team, doesn't even have a fraction of Mao Xiaomo's. These 3 sentences were also captured in various screenshots. Within a few minutes, it seemed that the whole world knew that these 3 sentences of Mao Xiaomo were still his usual style. But everyone actually believed in this statement. Starting from Mao Xiaomo's career. Basically, after 2 days, it will be the same. After 2 days, it will be the same. The speed of growth is staggering. This is absolute talent. Although I don't know what Mao Xiaomo will do after leaving IFCD. One thing is certain. That is, Mao Xiaomo will not waste his talent. And he said, he wants to become the strongest in the world. You can never become the strongest in the world by staying the same. Countless attacks suddenly disappeared. Msjoy and Yehao are also very depressed. If I had known this, wouldn't it be over if Xiao Mo came out and said a few words? But that can't be said. That is, only when things have fermented to this level can we feel Mao Xiaomo's power. But what everyone didn't expect was this. This turned out to be Mao Xiaomo's only news in the 6 months since May. As the 25th was getting closer, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were packed and ready to go. But before I go, there are a few people I want to meet. Changzhou. There were also some of Chang Da's old friends at the wine table. Mu Yun, Zhang Xiaohua, and Coach Jiangjin. However, the previous old principal had already been promoted and made a fortune. The new principal is also an old man. He saw that his predecessor had been promoted and made a fortune because of PUBG. And now they are constantly promoting esports games such as Dota 2, LOL, CSGO, and PUBG. Ha! He also wants to have another Mao Xiaomo in the school. Muyun drank wine and boasted to Mao Xiaomo. The specific reason for going abroad has been told to Muyun in private, so there is no need to say more about the rest. Although it is mainly for Cheng Yao. Becoming stronger is also a pursuit of Mao Xiaomo. When Chris was looking for him, he had already told him clearly that Xiaogui cannot make you stronger. Come to Liquid and I will make you stronger. And even become the strongest in the world. Where are Good and the others? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Good's sweet words had deceived her a lot of feelings back then. Now everyone knows that Zhang Xiaohua seems to have some interest in Good. I'm going to get a PCPI appointment. It's only in the past 2 days. Mao Xiaomo replied. When I left, I was in a hurry and didn't calculate the time properly. May 25th was also the first day of PCPI. And the location was also in Shanghai. Drinking is out of the question. Let's go to Shanghai tomorrow to see if we can see them. Mao Xiaomo continued. Today is the 24th. Tomorrow I will go back to Shanghai to say hello to Cheng's father and mother Cheng. And then I may leave for the United States. As for tomorrow's PCPI, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao may not be able to see it. You can watch a show. Cheng Yao looked at the start time of PCPI and said to Mao Xiaomo. Okay, then let's go to watch a game live. Muyun, are you going? See us off? Mao Xiaomo said with a smile. I won't go. I still have to go to class. Let's wait until you come back next year. Muyun waved his hand. Fine. Coach Jiangjin also had endless emotions when he saw that his 2 former children were now sleeping and flying together. It's a pity that Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao's dormitory beds have been packed up now. Otherwise, they would still want to sleep again. They really feel a little missed after not sleeping in the dormitory for several months. Lying on the ceiling of the upper bunk. Think about things. Think of the game like tactics and think of Cheng Yao. This is what Mao Xiaomo misses. Sister Cheng Yao, please remember to call me when you arrive in the United States. Lingling and the others are so annoying. I miss you so much. Zhang Xiaohua was also crying. Without Cheng Yao, Zhang Xiaohua was also alone. Okay. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Several good brothers in the dormitory. Although they only stayed for 1 semester, they still have very deep feelings. I still remember eating together, picking up girls together, and meeting Cheng Yao for the first time in the internet cafe. It feels like just yesterday. Chapter 522 Flying to the United States. It will be 5 p.m. on May 25th, 2019. Beijing time. The main competition of PCPI has officially begun. PCPI is also the PGI qualifier for Xiaogui District. In order to select 3 places to participate in the final PGI World Finals. Needless to say, the importance of PGI. Dota 2's TI and LOL's S-Match are both the highest level events. Last year, OMG became famous in this arena. Now that the PUBG competition mode around the world has been unified into the FPP mode, it is also an opportunity for the Xiaogui team. From last year to this year, the Xiaogui team's performance in international competitions has also been remarkable. They have achieved good results in several world invitational competitions. And the invitation quota has also increased from 2 last year to 3 this year. The teams that had regrets last year were KZSSS, XQ, 17, plus veteran powerhouses 4AM and OMG. There are also emerging super teams IFCD and XEDG, as well as a number of top domestic first-tier teams. This time PCPI is destined to be a battle between dragons and tigers. The PCPI finals will be a 4-day competition, with 6 games every day and a total of 24 games in a long format. which is twice as long as PCI. It is also a great test for the player's condition and physical strength. But this competition system also eliminates the element of luck to the greatest extent. If you want to stand out in the 24-game long-term competition, there are too many factors required. The first game on the first day has reached the middle stage, and IFCD has also shown a good state, having already scored 7 kills. It can be said that IFCD on PCPI is getting better and better, playing steadily and steadily in the loser group. The team is gradually getting better and better, and the state is getting better and better. The team needs time to adjust, but IFCD doesn't have much time to adjust. This is the first game that the 4 of us have participated in together. Although everyone is very comfortable with the rhythm of the game, it still requires some high-intensity games to fully adapt. IFCD had a very difficult time in the qualifiers. However, IFCD still made it to the finals as the top 3 in the lower bracket finals, joining forces with established teams such as 4AM and OMG. Without Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, this IFCD team has changed a lot, both in terms of overall playing style and technical and tactical coordination. With an assaulter as the core and a sniper as the core, the style of play is definitely completely different. However, after changing the style of play, IFCD fans felt that something was missing. There is no such forceful operation as in the past. The current IFCD is more like eating away at your advantages step by step. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, from an ornamental point of view, Mao Xiaomo's IFCD is the best. A nice professional team. This is also why IFCD attracts so many fans. The jump point for IFCD is still to choose the airport. This place used to be the jump point for KZSSS, and is also one of the jump points for IFCD, because the overall strength of the team is relatively strong. Choosing the airport is not a big problem. The safe zone for the first race was a mountain circle, and IFCD now occupied the best position in the circle. This position was captured by IFCD's strong attack on Team 17. IFCD and 17's frontal 4v4 just now attracted bursts of cheers from the scene. In the end, Joe Lily's 2 waves of break points, accurate headshots and sniping away 2 people, and then forced them to kill them. 17. The finals also took great care of IFCD, and in the end, they were around IFCD. Next is pure positive ability. But now IFCD's positive ability is not inferior to that of any team in Xia Kingdom. Okay, now we've come to the finals. IFCD and OMG. Under Yahao's loud shouting, IFCD and OMG also had a head-on confrontation. But behind OMG there is DLG. At the moment when OMG and IFCD were exchanging fire, DLG attacked directly from behind. OMG was caught off guard and was attacked from both sides. Although the Little Lion knocked down 2 DLG players, IFCD's thunder directly hit his face. Boom. Boom. IFCD_NB211 used fragmentation grenade D to kill OMG_Shirong. IFCD_NB211 used the fragmentation grenade D to kill OMG_Lionk. OMG the group is destroyed. After the IFCD team destroyed OMG, they also directly pressed forward. DLG with only 2 people. There are currently 9 survivors on the field. In addition to the full complement of DLG and IFCD, there is only one lone wolf of XEDG. DLG lost 2 people. If Gu Siyun can help them now, they still have a chance. But now Gu Siyun only wants to protect second place, and will not take action at all. IFCD cleared DLG without any suspense. There are only 5 people left on the field, and the scene has already started cheering. IFCD after rebirth. Still so strong. This also gave IFCD's casual fans a shot in the arm. Ta-ta-ta-ta. IFCD_NB211 used M416 to kill XDDG_Gusuin. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, IFCD. Seeing IFCD's name appear behind winner again, everyone's heart trembled. On the highest railing stand 2 lovers wearing peaked caps, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. They also had a phone call with Good before they came. But because the latter had to prepare for the game, they did not have time to get together with them. This may also be a pity. Behind this railing, people will only stand here to watch when there are many people. On the stage of the PCPI finals, the number of people watching the scene was not particularly large. Not even half of the PCI. So behind this railing was relatively empty. But even so, the scene is still very lively. We congratulate IFCD for successfully winning the chicken with 15 kills. Zhou Lily also got a high kill of 7 kills. It seems that the new IFCD is in good condition, Ms. Joy said on the stage. Yes, everyone knows that we are now in the running-in stage of this IFCD. And it is indeed not easy. Yehao is also very touched, because they were given a short preparation time. So they spent almost all their time on training. The new confessor is also a very good boy and has no complaints. PCPI is a big test to test their results. Zhou Lily did not allow herself to fall on this stage again. Amid the cheers at the scene, Good also cast his gaze above the auditorium in the direction of Mao Xiaomo. Then, with the entire Xia Kingdom audience watching, Good raised his right fist and beat his chest. Everyone looked for Good's eyes. I saw a familiar figure from behind. He disappeared into the audience with his right fist raised. That was Mao Xiaomo just now. It seems so. It looks like it. Does he have the nerve to come? Of course he does. That's not what I meant. Everyone in the audience was whispering. Some of the more extreme viewers rushed forward and wanted to question Mao Xiaomo. But when they ran out of the venue, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao also disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were already on their way to the airport. The flight will take place around 7 o'clock in the evening. It will take about 18 hours to fly, and we will arrive in the United States around noon tomorrow. Mao Xiaomo leaned on the back seat of the Cheng family's car, and the driver kept looking at him secretly. You must know that Cheng Yao's daughter is a super princess that the entire upper class wants to get. If she is captured by such a young man, in the driver's mind, Mao Xiaomo can be regarded as flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It's really useful to have a good skin. The driver sighed slightly in his heart, thinking of his lazy son. One with one head and two heads. Good's last action of beating his chest was equivalent to telling Mao Xiaomo, IFCD is handed over to me. Mao Xiaomo chuckled. Good can be considered a teammate who has been with them all the way, and they have the deepest relationship with him. A lot of things happen between Good and Mao Xiaomo. Without him, Mao Xiaomo would not be where he is now. Do you still remember the first time Huang Mao played the school team preliminaries with us? Mao Xiaomo moved closer to Cheng Yao. Remember? I told him to get out. Yeah. You were so cold at that time. Mao Xiaomo smiled. Cheng Yao was also a little embarrassed. She was really in a bad mood during that time. And there were too many flies around her since she was a child. No way. I'm very gentle. Cheng Yao stuck out her tongue, and Mao Xiaomo flicked her forehead with his hand. Yao! I'll bite you. The driver saw Miss Cheng smiling so happily and felt a lot. He has also been working as a driver for the Cheng family since he was young. It can be said that he has watched Miss Cheng grow up. Now Miss Cheng is really happy. There was no traffic jam, and the time was almost up when we arrived at the airport. Uncle Wang, goodbye. Please take care of yourself. Thank you. Miss, I will be careful. Miss, you should also pay attention to safety when you go there. Okay, let's go. At this moment, the airport prompt sounded. Ding dong. Passengers flying from Shanghai to the United States. Please note, your flight A214 is now boarding. Please take your belongings with you. Show your boarding pass, and board plane 17 from gate 4. I wish you a pleasant journey. Thanks. A long queue began to form at the boarding gate. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were about to leave their hometown and go to a foreign country to start a new journey. When leaving, Mao Xiaomo suddenly felt reluctant to leave. Everything he owns is in Xia Kingdom. Let's go! Cheng Yao said in Mao Xiaomo's ear. What I said will come true. I will become stronger, become invincible in the world, and then take down what needs to be taken down. Mao Xiaomo officially boarded a plane flying to the United States. Chapter 523 Taipei Girl Teng Yutong. Hurry up! Hurry up and pick up Mao Xiaomo. If you're late, you're screwed. Yutong? Come on! Hurry up and go! Don't put on makeup and look like you're in. Sister Chris, I just need to touch up my makeup. Go! In the suburbs of Manhattan, in the training room of Liquid PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds branch, Chris is also extremely busy. There are too many things in these 2 days, as well as Mao Xiaomo's procedures. Because Mao Xiaomo has taken care of him, Mao Xiaomo is not considered a transfer. He joined Liquid as a free agent, which is very different. When Chris came to the training room today, he found that these people were still at the base. Don't you know Mao Xiaomo is coming today? Everyone knows the inside story. But this division is all Liquid's reserve players. And the regular players are still in the European division and have not moved here. None of them have played PCI. And many of them have not even watched PCI. These players are all members of Liquid's PUBG Youth Academy. And several of them have been trained by Liquid for several years. They are all professional players, whose skills have already taken shape and possess super skills. I am not going to play the game now, because I am waiting for the 2 liquid players to retire. Otherwise, the current strength of this group of youth training players will not reach the top level in the world. Several people were driven out of the base by Chris. Drove 2 cars towards the airport. After an 18-hour-long flight, I was either very tired, or I didn't sleep particularly well on the plane, and I felt a little sleepy. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao finally breathed fresh air after getting off the plane. Phew! Ah! Comfortable! Cheng Yao also chuckled when she looked at Mao Xiaomo. Miss Cheng. The 2 people had just gotten off the plane when several big men rushed up to them. The leader was also a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and about 45 years old. He was very tall, very elegant, and had sharp edges. At first glance, he looked like that. A successful person. Miss Cheng. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, Uncle Lu. Cheng Yao also told Mao Xiaomo about Uncle Lu on the plane before. And Cheng Haijun also told them. Uncle Lu is a good brother of Cheng Haijun. Although his business is not big, he still has some connections in the United States. There is no problem in taking care of the 2 of them. You must be Xiaomo. Your Uncle Cheng told me about you. I'll take Yao Yao to school later. Xiaomo, are you going to the base? Uncle Lu asked. Yep. Mao Xiaomo subconsciously looked at his watch. Chris said someone would come to pick him up. But so far, he hasn't seen a single figure. There are not many people at American airports, so you should be able to see them at a glance. It's not particularly urgent to go to Cheng Yao's school to check it out. There will be plenty of time in the future. Cheng Yao was just about to say that she would wait with Mao Xiaomo when she saw a few leisurely foreign youths coming into the airport lobby. The little girl at the front was quite anxious. At first glance, she looked like a yellow-skinned Asian. There were not many people in the airport, and the little girl saw Mao Xiaomo at a glance. Ah! The little girl was not as tall as Cheng Yao, but she was very delicate and pretty. It was like the feeling of first love. Even Mao Xiaomo subconsciously took a second look at her. Snort! Cheng Yao snorted deliberately. Tang Yutong ran to Mao Xiaomo in small steps, already out of breath. You are Mao Xiaomo. My name is Tang Yutong. Lo! Tang Yutong stretched out her hand, and Mao Xiaomo shook it politely. A very beautiful girl with a small ponytail. Hello! She turns out to be a girl from the Xia Kingdom, but her accent is a bit weird. I'm from Taipei. I'm your translator. The cuteness of Taiwanese girls is vividly reflected in Tang Yutong. When Mao Xiaomo watched movies in the past, he always thought, wow, how happy it would be to have a Taiwanese girl as a girlfriend. It's a pity that there is no such opportunity now. Although Mao Xiaomo's English level is good, it is far from being able to communicate with foreigners very fluently. The translator arranged for him this time is actually his English teacher. English will definitely be indispensable in future competitions and exchanges. There is also a foreign country. If Mao Xiaomo is from Xia, he will always feel a lot of discomfort and even loneliness. There are no pros or cons in arranging a girl from the same country next to Mao Xiaomo. The few young foreigners behind him also looked a little careless, and they all seemed to be members of Liquid's youth training. If you drop out of school at a young age to pursue a career, or in an environment like the United States, your personal quality will definitely be inferior to that of students with higher education. Cheng Yao also felt a little worried in her heart. But the moment these young people saw Cheng Yao, their eyes lit up, and they wanted to rush forward immediately. Snort! Mao Xiaomo snorted coldly, and then said goodbye to Cheng Yao. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and contact me again. I'll go see you during the break. Mao Xiaomo touched Cheng Yao's hair. This scene was also seen by everyone. This can be regarded as announcing Cheng Yao's ownership. Right. Well, you are so busy training. I will go to your base when I have time. Good. Mao Xiaomo kissed Cheng Yao's forehead, then rubbed Cheng Yao's hair, and left the airport with Tang Yutong and the foreign youths. Cheng Yao's heart was filled with endless sweetness. This kiss actually calmed Cheng Yao's heart. Tang Yutong is too destructive to boys, especially Asian boys. This is not the beauty of Omei. Cheng Yao is tall and has a perfect goddess figure, although she still has a lot of student looks. In the United States, much more popular than Tang Yutong. Tang Yutong was walking beside Mao Xiaomo and kept chirping. Wow! It's so sweet! I want to fall in love too. If it's not. Okay. I'm not. Okay. Mao Xiaomo chuckled. This girl is indeed very cute. When he was in junior high school, Xinjiai among the girls we chased together in those years, and Xia Zhu in Tomato Richest Man were both Taiwanese girls with very cute personalities. Moreover, Taiwan's unique accent also has a unique flavor. A girlish flavor. Girls are cute when they talk. But boys are okay. Along the way. Except for Tang Yutong. None of the other Liquid Youth training players wanted to talk to Mao Xiaomo. They may know who King is. But they don't know who Mao Xiaomo is. And although FPS in Asia has risen signs, but it has always been completely suppressed by Europe. In their view, Mao Xiaomo is just an Asian youth training player. Chapter 524 Iron. These Liquid Youth training players are actually equivalent to the reserve force of a professional team. And they are not considered formal employees. Their salary is only a few tenths or a few hundredth of that of Liquid's regular players, which is equivalent to an ordinary working class person salary. So for these youth training players, their goal is to work hard and change their lives. In the youth training echelon, there are no teammates, only opponents. Everyone has been training hard for the chance to be promoted to the main roster. Liquid's players are now thinking of leaving the team. This is also an opportunity for these Liquid's youth training players. Along the way, except for Tang Yutong, who was willing to talk to Mao Xiaomo, the other team members ignored Mao Xiaomo. But Mao Xiaomo just ignored them. He came to the United States to become stronger, not to make friends. What these youth training players didn't expect was that Chris, the eldest sister, would be so interested in Mao Xiaomo. When everyone just returned to Liquid's training room, Chris came up to them excitedly. She feels like she's dreaming now. The IFCDA's king, who was killing everyone in PCI and had better results than them, will actually come to their Liquid Youth training team. The condition she gave Mao Xiaomo was to be a member of the regular team and have absolute command rights. But what she didn't expect was that Mao Xiaomo actually refused. Mao Xiaomo's original words were that he needed some time to settle himself. His rise was so fast that he couldn't even digest it. The most famous person in Liquid's youth training is their trainer Alvin. Under his training, even Ibiza and James have made significant progress. Improve. IFCD can be said to be a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. But in fact, the positive strength of IFCD's players is far from being able to compete with real first-line professional players. When Mao Xiaomo was rated as the 14th SS level professional player in Xia country, many people were surprised. But if you think about it, you will understand that his commanding ability has greatly added to his TPJ overall evaluation. In fact, just his marksmanship, even if it reaches the SS level, is still at the bottom of the SS level. But Liquid obviously doesn't care what level Mao Xiaomo is now. You know, Mao Xiaomo has just turned 20. His talents that are visible to the naked eye, whether it's reactions or other things, are all given by God. Chris pulled Mao Xiaomo and kept introducing him to the situation of the Liquid Youth training team, which also made other players curl their lips. But if they knew that this base was built for Mao Xiaomo, their jaws might be shocked. Training? Just an Asian. The expression of a foreign young man with yellow hair was also a bit mocking. Although he had the same yellow hair as Good, his appearance was completely different. In this base, everyone rarely calls by name, but by ID. In fact, the same is true for Xiaogua's team. This young man with yellow hair is called Pero, which is said to be his real name. There were quite a few members of Liquid's youth training, and they all took their seats and started training. And the vacant seat at the corner was Mao Xiaomo's. Although Mao Xiaomo himself said that he would completely forget the past glory and start from scratch. But it is impossible for Chris to be equal in a bowl of water. You must know that Mao Xiaomo is the world runner-up, even better than their Liquid results. The match between Liquid and IFCD can only be said to be a 50-50 draw. Our personnel will be replaced in the near future. If you are willing, you can directly step in, Chris still said. Although Mao Xiaomo is not as good as James and Ibiza in terms of marksmanship, he can bring out Liquid's greatest potential. The problem that has been giving Chris a headache is Liquid's command issue. So when Mao Xiaomo comes to their Liquid, can they not be excited? Another point is that Mao Xiaomo's current youth training team does not have a formal contract. So she is also afraid that Mao Xiaomo will leave immediately after training, which means that all is lost. I know what you are worried about. Give me some time to become stronger. If you are worried, I can sign a formal contract with you first. Mao Xiaomo smiled. Now that he has come to the United States, he has already decided everything. Chris was also very excited. And Americans, who don't do so many polite things, directly dragged Mao Xiaomo to the manager's office and took out the prepared contract. Before coming to the United States, Mao Xiaomo and Chris had already discussed the specific matters of the contract. The time limit of the contract is 2 years, which means that Mao Xiaomao will become a member of Liquid in the next 2 years, and will have the same high salary as James and Ibiza. Having signed this contract before, Chris completely let go of it. Tang Yutong's eyes widened when she saw that Mao Xiaomao was going to sign a big contract directly. He didn't know who Mao Xiaomao was, but Liquid's main draft contract was something that many people wanted but couldn't get. Now Chris was afraid that Mao Xiaomao wouldn't sign it, so he almost gave it to Mao Xiaomao. And seeing the many zeros behind the salary, Tang Yutong felt a little dazzled. But since the manager was here, she didn't dare to say much. Mao Xiaomao's English could only be said to be okay. Chris also took good care of him and tried to speak simpler words. Just when Chris looked excitedly at Mao Xiaomao signing his name, the office door suddenly opened.
Iron! How many times have I told you to knock on the door?
Chris watched Iron push in the door and cursed. Then he subconsciously looked at Mao Xiaomao, who had agreed to keep it secret before. Mao Xiaomao was also looking at this man. He had black hair, cold eyes, and was about the same height as Mao Xiaomao. He was in his early 180s. But from his eyes, Mao Xiaomao could see a hint of arrogance.
The sewer in the toilet is blocked. Remember to fix it.
Iron glanced at Mao Xiaomao's contract, then turned around and left without saying a word.
Iron! Iron!
Chris shouted. But Iron completely ignored Chris's intention. Mao Xiaomao didn't see this person at the station. Just now, the man named Iron saw Mao Xiaomao's official contract, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Mao Xiaomao saw it clearly. But Mao Xiaomao saw it clearly. Xiao Mo can also understand that the members of the Liquid Youth Training Team are all fighting for this contract. Now that a person comes out of the blue and gets this contract as a regular candidate, there is no way he won't react at all.
I'm sorry. Mao Xiaomao, do you want me to remind him not to tell anyone?
Chris also apologized very much. He knew the virtues of the youth training players. If he knew about this, he would have pointed out when he was not at the base. Maybe how he will target Mao Xiaomao.
No, he won't.
Mao Xiaomao shook his head and signed his name in the signature column at the bottom of the contract. Mao Xiaomao's intuition told him that this person didn't like communicating with others, so he probably wouldn't be so loud.
You're right. He really doesn't know how. His name is Iron. He is a kid from the slums. He is very indifferent to people. But he has a very strong FPS talent and is a very good shooter. If he wants, he can shoot at any time, joining a professional team from another club. Communication is just a problem.
Chris and Mao Xiaomao explained. Iron is the most talented player in the entire Liquid Club. Before Mao Xiaomao came, they were also planning to consider moving Iron to Liquid to give it a try. Iron's training results have always been very good. But once the training matches are scheduled, Iron often has countless problems. And because of Iron's personality, it is difficult to solve them. This is what Chris said about him. An ultimate shooter. After signing the contract, Chris was about to briefly introduce the situation in Liquid to Mao Xiaomao. But suddenly a phone call came in. Tick bell bell.
Hello?
Chris kept nodding to the other end of the phone and kept saying he would be there soon. After hanging up the phone, she immediately took out her makeup box, quickly touched up her makeup, and said to Mao Xiaomao and Tang Yutong,
I have to go out immediately for something. Xiao Tang, please take Mao Xiaomao to get to know him. And then send it to Alvin. I will come over every weekend to check on you. Since you want to stay here first, you should stay here first. Right. I'm leaving first. Remember to close the door.
Chris hurried out the door, not even having time to close the door. To be able to sit in this position, Chris is undoubtedly a strong woman and a workaholic. A big club like Liquid has a lot to deal with. Tang Yutong finally calmed down and pulled Mao Xiaomao and asked,
Brother Imo, who are you? Why do you have a regular contract with Liquid? I don't think those big guys have one.
In fact, Tang Yutong is half a year older than Mao Xiaomao. But Mao Xiaomao looks like a relatively mature young man, and it doesn't feel inappropriate for Tang Yutong to call him brother.
I said I was the world runner-up. Do you believe it?
Mao Xiaomao said with a smile, and then closed Chris' door. I originally thought that Tang Yutong would say something like,
Yeah, you are the world runner-up, and I am the world champion.
But I didn't expect that this silly girl would believe it.
Really? Are you sure? Are you really the world runner-up?
Chapter 525 New ID, De Novo.
Really? Don't go out and say,
That's it.
Dot.
I have to say that this girl Tang Yutong has such a good personality. In just a short time, she has become very familiar with Mao Xiaomao. And her Taiwanese accent is really cute.
I know. But Brother Imo, You are the world runner-up. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be competing?
Tang Yutong asked. Although she didn't know much about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, she still understood the basic things very well.
Because I want to become stronger, and I still have a lot of responsibilities,
Mao Xiaomo said seriously. With Tang Yutong's introduction, Mao Xiaomo finally got to know Liquid, a youth training base. In this youth training base, except for some anti-security guards, there are 11 official youth training team members. Counting Mao Xiaomo, there are 12 people, all members. Everyone is working hard for that official contract. To each one, the other 11 are all enemies. Only by defeating everyone can you have a chance to change your life. In this youth training base, there are 11 people, and none of them have a TPJ overall evaluation. However, according to Alvin's judgment in the training room, there are 3.5 players who can reach the SS level. 3 relatively strong players plus 1 training for a player who has been a player for a long time. This is already very scary. You must know that there are only 14 SS level professional players in the entire Xia Kingdom, and there are at least 3 in Liquid's youth training team alone. One can also imagine the strength of FPS in Europe and America. Liquid may not be the best team in the world, but they are the best club in the world. FaZe can't compare with Liquid in terms of youth training echelon. However, for Liquid's youth training team, as long as the players want to leave, other teams only need to pay basic liquidated damages, which is not a large amount. Talented players like Iron, even if placed in other first-line teams at home and abroad, will definitely be the main force. But everyone has a dream. That is to join Liquid. Liquid's exposure and salary bonuses are completely unmatched by other teams. So now even if spies from other teams come to threaten or induce them, these youth training players will think carefully. Chris and Alvin from the training room will basically come to this youth training base on weekends to inspect the training results. Recently, both Scum and Sambi have wanted to leave the team. So Alvin has been staying at this youth training base recently to prepare for what may happen. Personnel replacement is inoculated. In Alvin's mind, these 11 people have a priority, and they are all potential players. If they fail to meet his requirements, they will pack up and leave. There are 11 people, and 3 SS level players are undoubtedly ranked in the top 3. In terms of marksmanship, Iron is better, but in Alvin's heart, he can only be ranked 3rd. Because of his personality, without a very strong if a commanding player were to suppress him, he wouldn't be able to show his strength at all. Of the remaining 2 players, the first one is Youngs. This player is considered a typical talented player. His technical characteristics are accurate, but his shortcoming is that his speed is a bit slow. The second one is Moore, who also uses his own name as his ID, player, 3 SS level, 8 S level. Mao Xiaomo also wants to know which stage he belongs to now. Walk to Alvin's lounge with Tang Yutong. Alvin is not an old man, but a very young man. About 28.9 years old. He was very excited when he saw Mao Xiaomo.
Mao! You're finally here!
Obviously he knows Mao Xiaomo, and he was the most excited when he knew that Mao Xiaomo was coming to Liquid. Is there a better conductor in the world than Mao Xiaomo? Maybe. But there is no conductor with greater potential than him. He also followed the entire PCI process, and became a fan of Mao Xiaomo. It can be said that Alvin is also one of Mao Xiaomo's fans. ISCD's team fight is so beautiful, and there's no solution for the transfer. It was just that the front was slightly weaker that led to the loss of the championship in the end. This is also Mao Xiaomo's biggest weakness. In the Xia Kingdom, Mao Xiaomo's marksmanship can be considered good, but in Europe and the United States where there are so many strong players, it may only be said to be just okay. But Alvin obviously doesn't have to worry about this. He has studied Mao Xiaomo's data, whether it is reaction, hand speed, or various indicators required for esports. Mao Xiaomo has unparalleled talent. Now Mao Xiaomo is 20 years old. It also made Alvin beat his chest a little. If it had been a few years earlier, I'm afraid Mao Xiaomo would have been called the strongest player in the world a few years earlier. Esports is all about youth, and Mao Xiaomo's 20 years is also the golden age. However, until now, Mao Xiaomo has not received professional and systematic training, and his muscle memory has not yet been formed. Xiaogua's so-called high-intensity training actually has very little effect.
Do you need pressure?
This was Alvin's first sentence after greeting Mao Xiaomo.
No need. I have pressure, and it's very heavy pressure. I just want to become stronger.
Mao Xiaomo thought of what the leader of the Xia State Esports Administration said to Mao Xiaomo before leaving. Asking him to lead the Xia national team to the top of the world would have been an extremely difficult task. and it was simply a fantasy for the current Xi'an national team.
Good. As long as you persevere, I can make you strong in half a year,
Alvin said excitedly. Mao Xiaomo has talent. If paired with high-intensity training, I am afraid that in just half a year, Mao Xiaomo will be able to do what others can do in 3 years. As a trainer, and a very famous trainer at that. There is nothing more exciting than training a super strong professional player.
Next, I will treat you like everyone else and will not give you special treatment. Remember, you must complete double the tasks I give them. Good.
Mao Xiaomo's expression did not change at all. He came here just to become stronger. To become stronger. No matter how hard the training was, he would persevere.
This is your account. I have set up all the in-game data according to your peripherals and technical characteristics. It will be very different from before, but you need to adapt. Because the M16 gun does not need to be very high. Vertical sensitivity.
Alvin looked at his computer, which was Mao Xiaomo's new account. Liquid_de novo. Chapter 526, T2 level training chart. The word de novo means again and again in English. It is also a private brand of hip-hop singers in China that Mao Xiaomo likes very much. It is perfect to use it as the ID of the new stage.
You go and rest first. The official training will be tomorrow.
Alvin is 120 satisfied with Mao Xiaomo. But after all, Mao Xiaomo has just got off the plane and needs to catch up on the jet lag. It is now 1 p.m. in Beijing time. But it is almost late at night in the United States. Those youth training players are also doing after some simple training. I went back to the room. The rooms were all for 2 people. What Mao Xiaomo didn't expect was that Chris would arrange him and Tang Yutong in the same room. But there was no other way. When the base was bought, it had 8 rooms, and 11 team members occupied 6 rooms. Alvin had 1 room for himself, and there was only 1 room left, which was naturally the room for Mao Xiaomo and Tang Yutong. It was a little inconvenient for Mao Xiaomo to live with those foreigners, and conflicts could easily arise if communication was not smooth. Even Chris knows that these players simply look down on Asian FPS.
Forget it. I'll go live with Iron and you live alone.
Mao Xiaomo was also a little embarrassed. He also had a girlfriend, but he lived with another girl for no reason, which was not good for anyone. Tang Yutong said quickly.
It's okay. Brother Mo is a good person.
Mao Xiaomo still waved his hand and said with a smile.
It's always a little inconvenient. But Iron won't let you in.
Mao Xiaomo. Tang Yutong saw Mao Xiaomo's look of disbelief and said quickly.
Iron is such a person. He won't let you in.
In Tang Yutong's words, Iron is a person who is indifferent to everyone. This kind of character is really very rare. When Tang Yutong first arrived, he knocked on his door to say hello. But it took him a long time to knock on the door. With a smile on his face, he was about to speak when he heard a bang. Iron closed the door coldly, shocking Tang Yutong. From then on, Tang Yutong saw Iron like a mouse seeing a cat, and she didn't even dare to say anything. However, this room is quite large. Although it cannot compare with their previous large villa in IFCD, it is more than enough to accommodate 5 people. Although the room is large, it does not have any entertainment facilities. There is a treadmill for the physical training of the team members. Liquid's youth training will have very high technical and tactical requirements for Alvin, and the rest will depend on the player's awareness.
That's it. Go to bed early.
Mao Xiaomo had no choice. But he had to talk to Cheng Yao about this to avoid problems if it was known in the future. Tang Yutong had been in this room before. Each room has 2 bathrooms. Some Americans have mysophobia and are not willing to share a bathroom with others. It is normal. When Mao Xiaomo came out after washing up, he found that Tang Yutong had gone to bed and closed his eyes. But his eyelashes were still trembling slightly. Obviously he was nervous. Mao Xiaomo chuckled. This girl is so cute. There are 2 beds in 1 room, but they are not very far apart. You should be more careful in your daily life in the future to prevent unnecessary embarrassment. At 7 o'clock in the morning, U.S. time, Mao Xiaomo got up early to wash up. Tang Yutong was still sleeping soundly, and her posture was not very good looking. Both of her snow-white thighs were exposed, which made Mao Xiaomo a little embarrassed. There are still 2 missed calls on the phone. It's Good and Mao's father's phone number. It's just that Mao Xiaomo didn't receive it because of the time difference. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night yesterday, which should be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon Beijing time. It was normal for Good and Mao's father to call and ask. When I opened WeChat, I replied to a message to say I was safe. To Mao's father, Dad, I'm here. I arrived safely. I didn't receive a call yesterday because of the time difference. Don't worry. My boss is very good and my teammates are also very good. Don't worry. Mom. To good, damn it. Are you a fool? Don't you know the time difference? I arrived yesterday. And my teammates were dragging me down one by one as if they were worth 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan. One is a parent. The other is a brother. Two different tones. This is also a true portrayal of all the people who are wandering and struggling for their ideals in life. Good immediately replied, ha ha. Can you still pull me? Mao Xiaomao snorted. Put the phone on his body. And walked to the training room. There are no hard and fast rules in Liquid's youth training. What time and time you must do what you have to do. Alvin will tell you the training content and training projects. And then, he will only receive the results. At 7 o'clock, as expected, Mao Xiaomao was the only one in the training hall. After such a long period of youth training, it is difficult for Liquid players to maintain the same enthusiasm for training. You may be full of motivation when you start doing something. But once you do it for a long time, when the enthusiasm fades, only the goal and persistence are left. When Mao Xiaomao just turned on his phone, Iron also came to the training room. Mao Xiaomao and Iron looked at each other and didn't communicate much. Iron sat next to Mao Xiaomao and turned on the machine. Obviously, the position next to Mao Xiaomao belonged to him. There are a lot of training contents formulated by Alvin, and many of them are customized training maps, which are specially formulated by the club for the training of the team. This is not available in Xiagua. Foreign countries focus on muscle memory training. Why European and American FPS are so strong is also because of muscle memory. Raising your hand is a headshot. It is difficult for players in Xiagua to do it. The content on the computer interface is also very simple. There are only two servers of PUBG. The European server and the American server. Not even the Chinese server. Then, there is a separate folder with countless training maps, all of which are commonly used by Liquid. Mao Xiaomao ignored Iron beside him and clicked on a picture to enter. After preparing the interface, Mao Xiaomao chose the familiar gun M16 in the weapon selection, which also made Iron take a second look. Iron is actually quite curious in his heart. What kind of team members can make Chris eager to offer a formal contract? Liquid _ de novo. A name that seems a little weird to Americans. The picture Mao Xiaomao clicked was a T2 training picture. The type of picture was somewhat similar to Aim Booster, which was an early gun training software. However, that gun training software was not very useful to ordinary professional players. Difficult stuff. But this picture called T2 is also very different from Aim Booster. First, it is a scene of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. And then enemies of various distances appear. Each enemy appears for 1 second, totaling 100 enemies. The intervals between the appearance of these enemies are different, which means there is no rhythm at all. And it is almost purely based on reaction. But this picture, known as T2, is not that simple. The requirement is to shoot the enemy's head 3 times within 1 second. You can only use single point mode. Each hit is worth 1 point. And the total score is 300 points. I go. Mao Xiaomao was also surprised. This sounds not simple. And it is definitely not simple to do. When Iron saw Mao Xiaomao tinkering with the map for a long time, he knew that it was his first time to use this kind of training software. This kind of training map was specially created by Alvin. Even FaZe didn't have it. Just this training software. Mao Xiaomao, it's worth the trip. Mao Xiaomao sat up straight, adjusted his posture, and pressed the start button. Ready. 3, 2, 1. The training started, and an enemy appeared out of thin air 30 meters away from Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao's M16 aimed directly at it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Single point mode is Mao Xiaomao's strength. The M16 in his hand is the fastest M16 in the world. In fact, 1 second sounds very short, but it is actually enough. After defeating the first enemy, Mao Xiaomao felt that he was still alive. Have some spare time. Iron was a little surprised when he saw Mao Xiaomao kill the first enemy. The rate of fire of the M16 seems to be a player who is very familiar with the M16. Iron saw Mao Xiaomao's training and became interested. Mao Xiaomao's advantage is too obvious in this picture. Hand speed plus reaction are both crucial factors in this picture. The second one suddenly appeared in front of Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao raised his hand and fired 3 shots. Score 3 points. The refresh intervals for the third enemy and the fourth enemy were enough for Mao Xiaomao to prepare. And they were all at close range. Mao Xiaomao, who had enough aiming time, did not make any mistakes and scored 12 points. But from the fifth When the enemy started to attack, Mao Xiaomo started to collapse. For the fifth enemy 50 meters away, Mao Xiaomo only gets 1 point. For the enemy 70 meters away, Mao Xiaomo gets 1 point. And for the enemy 100 meters away, Mao Xiaomo gets 0 points. Iron now understands a little bit after seeing it. The player Mao Xiaomo probably has never practiced headshots. He is used to hitting the body. As a result, he has to deliberately look for the headshots in order to get a headshot during this kind of training, which is different from foreign professional players. Mao Xiaomo finally understood. The training method in Europe and the United States is to let players form the muscle memory of headshots. The distance is slightly farther. According to Mao Xiaomo's original style of play, it is all about the quick connection of the M16. But now accuracy is required. Mao Xiaomo couldn't do it at all. After Iron watched the entire training process of Mao Xiaomo, he probably had a vague understanding of this player. Very fast response at close range. But his hand speed is very fast, and he can connect dots very quickly. But that's all. Others are completely players without systematic training. This kind of marksmanship will have some advantages in encounters, but it is completely useless against guns. Chapter 527, Related Households? Iron started his own training after watching Mao Xiaomo's first training. Mao Xiaomo also glanced at it, and his expression was very serious after reading it. This Iron is very strong. Very strong. The training of the moving target is also a T2 level map. To put it simply, 100 enemies pass by about 200 meters away from you. Like zombies entering the city. You need to use a 4x scope with unlimited bullets to fire. The enemy's armors are all level 2 head, and level 2 armor are not particularly fragile. Generally speaking, it takes at least 4 shots. If you want to get a headshot, you only need 2 consecutive shots. This Iron, while maintaining an ultra-high rate of burst fire, half of the shots were headshots. What kind of concept is this? Mao Xiaomo can't do it anyway. Seeing Iron's performance, Mao Xiaomo also took a deep breath. I originally thought that I would be invincible when I came here, but I didn't expect that there would be such a master. After sorting out his mood, Mao Xiaomo started practicing with T3 level pictures. Alvin's training map has a total of 4 levels. T0, T1, T2 and T3. Among them, T0 is the most difficult and very scary. Even world shooters, like Jim, sometimes cannot achieve good results. T3. That is, Mao Xiaomo. The training charts at this level I am currently practicing are all basic and relatively simple. It's a bit similar to the one I practiced at the beginning, but it's much simpler. It's not too difficult for Mao Xiaomo. After all, he's also a solid SS level professional player. If he's too good at it, it won't be justified. I started practicing headshot training on fixed targets again. Each game lasted for 5 minutes. And the game was very fast. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Clatter, 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 clatter. Score, 189. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath. Still very dissatisfied. He couldn't grasp the key to headshots from medium and long distances. And they were red dots. He is used to using a 4x scope to target enemies at mid-range distances. And today he adjusted it according to the settings Alvin gave him. And he is still getting used to it. Suddenly a piece of fragrant bread was handed to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo looked up and saw Tang Yutong looking at him with a smile. Thanks! Mao Xiaomo's sincere smile also made Tang Yutong feel very happy. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the bread in his hand. In fact, he was not very interested in this thing. But there was no porridge or rice in Europe and the United States. So bread might become the main food next. Mao Xiaomo took a bite and swallowed silently. Sweet and sweet. Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Tang Yutong asked expectantly. If Mao Xiaomo can't guess who baked this bread, then he's so sorry to Tang Yutong. It's delicious, but a little sweet. It's bland for my taste. Oh, I got it! Tang Yutong wrote this down in his notebook. Mao Xiaomo turned his head, and the ferocious expression on his face made Iron almost laugh. Ahem. After swallowing it forcefully, the bread was a bit dry. Tang Yutong immediately ran to the water dispenser and prepared to give Mao Xiaomo a glass of water. Why? Mao Xiaomo didn't even try to stop him. What's the big deal? Tang Yutong was her translator, not her servant. He just wanted to train, and there was no need to be special. He also had his own hands and feet. He would be embarrassed to ask a girl to do this for him. I need to talk to Yutong later. Just when Mao Xiaomo thought this, he heard Tang Yutong's voice. It's only 9 o'clock, and it's not training time yet. And there are only 2 people in the training room. Iron and Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo quickly ran over to see what happened.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Looking at the broken cup and water on the ground, as well as the angry expression on Justin's face, he knew what happened without even thinking about it. Seeing Mao Xiaomo come in, Justin didn't even look at him and still scolded Tang Yutong.
Brother, I apologize to you on her behalf. If it doesn't work, I'll give you a new one for this dress.
Mao Xiaomo pulled Tang Yutong over and said to Justin kindly. Justin is also one half of the 3.5 SS level players. The strength is quite good, but it has not yet reached the SS level requirements.
Unlucky.
Justin didn't continue to cause trouble for Tang Yutong. It was just water damage. He could just go back and change it. There was no need to pay for it. After Justin left, Tang Yutong also looked pitiful. Mao Xiaomo told Tang Yutong seriously, "Don't think of yourself as a servant. She is his English teacher."
But Chris asked me to take care of your daily life,
Tang Yutong said. Chris is her boss. Mao Xiaomo is just 20 years old and has no idea how capable he is of living independently. There is nothing wrong with having such considerations. Mao Xiaomo and Tang Yutong made it very clear and could not tolerate Tang Yutong's refusal. Alvin came here at 10 o'clock in the morning. His main purpose was to supervise Mao Xiaomo's training. You must know that Mao Xiaomo is 100% determined to join Liquid. To be honest, the other members are the kind of players who can be discarded at any time. Standing behind and watching Mao Xiaomo's training for a while, Alvin was also very satisfied. He was able to score around 200 points on the first day of training, which is already a very scary result. He doesn't need any guidance. All his guidance is on his training map. As for professional cooperation, he has to wait until he can actually go to Liquid. We didn't get to that point until the trial training match. What's the use of coordination now? Each team has a different style of play, and the players' technical characteristics are also different. There is no such thing as unchanging coordination in the world. Youth training at Liquid has only one purpose. That's gun practice. By upgrading their marksmanship to a true first-line professional level, they will have the opportunity to compete in the highest level of professional competition. After Alvin left, several youth training players snorted several times. A relationship household is a relationship household. No matter how hard they train, they don't get a single personal visit from Alvin. It's during the monthly assessment. Another look shows that when DeNovo came and was paired with a girl, Alvin was also very special to him. Take care of. Why? Just because he is a related household? These youth training players have also been training together for several months or even years. They don't have much affection, but none of them are successful. However, they have one thing in common, which is that they hate Mao Xiaomo and others with connections. They would never have thought that Mao Xiaomo is a world-famous professional player. They would never have thought that it would be impossible for such a player to come to the Liquid Youth training team. Either this player is extremely talented, or he is a well-connected player. Chapter 528, If You Don't Fight. Get out of here. But Justin also secretly took a look at Mao Xiaomo's training, and he was so impressed. A T2 level map has a score of about 200. And any game they play will score more than 240. In European and American FPS, the training from childhood is to practice muscle memory. So Mao Xiaomo's score is nothing at all. Justin has been in the youth training team since the establishment of Liquid PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He is very young and has potential. So he is the only member of the first youth training team who has remained until now. The others were either poached or just being laid off. Shaking his head, there were 11 people in the training room, and only one person was still fast asleep. This person preferred to practice late at night, and would be very sleepy during the day. The boring training begins, because it was the first time he came into contact with this type of training method. Mao Xiaomo was actually very excited. This place could really make him stronger, and he could feel it. You've come to the right place. A necessary nap at noon to maintain energy in the afternoon. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Mao Xiaomo also started his 2-hour jogging and English learning session.
Whirring!
Mao Xiaomo was jogging on the treadmill while learning English with Tang Yutong.
Remember, spoken English is different from the English questions we usually do, especially in games like yours that require a lot of communication. Use the simplest language to tell teammates the information in the game.
Tang Yutong brought us small glasses. Said seriously?
Huh? Where did you copy that?
Mao Xiaomo asked with a smile while running. The passage just now seemed to be read out, and Tang Yutong must have copied it somewhere.
Hey, I searched it on Google.
Tang Yutong was not embarrassed after being exposed. English is very important, especially when communicating with teammates. Things that can be solved with one word may have 4 words in Xiaoguo's English. This is the difference between spoken English and Xiaoguo's English. Like in Chinese,
There's a man there.
and
Someone.
the two are different concepts. And concise language can better help teammates obtain information when it comes to obtaining information. Mao Xiaomo's basic English is not a problem. The main thing is the use of spoken English and the communication methods of European and American countries. Tang Yutong carefully taught Mao Xiaomo word for word. Because he had the foundation, Mao Xiaomo learned quickly. Cheng Yao's phone call came when it was almost over.
Hello? Huh? Huh? What are you doing? Running?
Cheng Yao suddenly thought of a very famous joke in China. The meme is like this.
Why did you go, and you didn't reply on QQ? I called you at 2 o'clock last night. You gasped and said you were running. Then I heard a popping sound. You said he was running in slippers. Yeah.
Mao Xiaomo didn't think about anything else and walked off the treadmill.
You? Did you go to class today?
Nothing. Tang Yutong ended today's English teaching when she heard Mao Xiaomo calling his girlfriend. The days passed quickly, and the week passed quietly. During this week, Mao Xiaomo did nothing but train. He couldn't even recognize the people in the youth training team. He only knew 2 people. One was Iron next to him. He had a poker face and was cool all day long. One expression. But the strength is indeed very strong. The other is Justin, the old fritter who was hit by Tang Yutong at the beginning. In 7 days, Mao Xiaomo finally became familiar with his game settings and began to practice basic exercises one picture at a time. However, Mao Xiaomo's performance in these basic exercises was not very good. At the end of May, Alvin also conducted a PASS team assessment. There are mainly 3 items: headshots on fixed targets, headshots on moving targets, and positioning by listening to sounds. Needless to say, headshots on fixed targets and headshots on moving targets are very difficult. Mao Xiaomo has been practicing these days, but headshots on this moving target are simply as difficult as heaven. T1 level training map. 100 enemies passing in front of you. Different distances. Burst shooting a 4x scope. Some enemies are as fast as jeeps. The requirement for advanced control is really too high. Anyway, Mao Xiaomo, so far I am still confused. This is a training that pursues accuracy. In fact, in real competitions, when you click on a car, you often have to quickly connect points and shoot. Look at those European and American professional players. Sometimes they can kill a car with just a few clicks. 3 people click down one after another. One can imagine their strength. Alvin's training is to practice accuracy first and then speed. Mao Xiaomo practiced these 2 pictures in 7 days. In fact, he also practiced the moving target headshot training. In these 7 days, Mao Xiaomo felt that he had improved a lot. If he kept practicing, if you go on, you will be able to become very strong based on your own talent. Mao Xiaomo also set a goal for himself. Clear all the maps, and then go to Liquid to play professional games. Alvin also told him that it took James 1 year and 3 months to clear all the maps. And Mao Xiaomo might not have that much time. But Mao Xiaomo has always been stubborn. Even 3 cows can't pull back what he decides. Alvin really admires Mao Xiaomo's character. He is young and energetic, can endure hardships, and has talent. Such a genius is rare. And I'm afraid Liquid won't be able to wait that long. Scum and Sambi are going to leave the team at any time. And Mao Xiaomo will have no choice but to step up when the time comes. Liquid needs a leader to take over Scum's position. In the first 2 items, fixed target shooting, Mao Xiaomo scored 256, ranking 6th among all members. And moving target shooting, ranking 12th among all members, which is the last place. What people didn't expect was the last item, listening to the voice and arguing. On this map that Mao Xiaomo had never practiced before, Mao Xiaomo's result was actually first place, which surprised everyone. This map is still the first time for FPP, but except for your own gun, the surroundings are completely dark. And then, there will be footsteps. The sound of cars and gunshots appearing all around. Some are far away, and some are close. What the players have to do is to blindly shoot the enemy's direction. This picture is also a T1 level picture, which is very difficult. Even professional players sometimes don't judge sound so accurately. But Mao Xiaomo surprised everyone. After some shooting, Mao Xiaomo's score was 245 points. This score is already very scary in this picture. You must know that the records of James and Ibiza in this picture are only 221 points and 241 points. Mao Xiaomo surpassed Ibiza's highest record in his first game, which was also Liquid's highest record. Alvin nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the previous data analysis was correct. In addition to his marksmanship, Mao Xiaomo is the best among the best in terms of hand speed, reaction, and sound judgment. If he can perfect his marksmanship, he will definitely be a terrifying professional player. Behind Mao Xiaomo, Alvin told Mao Xiaomo the experience he had accumulated over the years. Over the years, top gunners like James and Ibiza all came from him, and they were also his two most proud disciples. Among them, James was the one who came from known for his accurate marksmanship. Alvin himself also gained a lot of teaching experience in the process of guiding James. So Alvin taught all these experiences to Mao Xiaomo without hesitation, which also made the other 10 youth training players except Iron very angry. Justin's bad temper was the first to hold back. After staying here for 2 years, Justin has never seen Alvin guide people like this. Even James and Ibiza are not so exaggerated. He would come to watch Mao Xiaomo train every now and then and teach him this and that.
Coach Alvin, I think it's unfair. I want to know what qualifications De Novo has to let you do this to him.
Justin finally stood up. He was also an experienced player. Some players had done this before, but Alvin didn't do anything. In Liquid's youth training base, players will be kicked out if they don't train hard or if they don't have talent. And Coach Alvin is not a petty coach. Alvin raised his head and glanced at Justin, who was a little frightened. Seeing that Justin was alone, Moore stood up. He also wanted to know why Mao Xiaomo was so favored by Alvin. And the most crucial point, according to this situation, if Liquid selects a regular player, it is very likely that the newcomer De Novo will occupy one spot. And together with Young's, there will be 2 spots. It's not his turn. After practicing until now, anyone who is a member of Liquid's youth training team wants to compete for that spot. There is no big problem in fighting for your own interests. Who knew that this time Alvin seemed to have taken a shot of gunpowder? He said directly.
You two have a duel with him, and whoever loses can get out.
This sentence was thrown into the training room, and there was an instant silence. No one dared to speak, except Iron, who was still practicing with his gun. He would only take a look when the actual shooting started, and the rest was useless. Iron's results this time were also very good. He ranked first in fixed-point headshots, first in mobile headshots, and third in listening and speaking. The overall score should be considered first. But no one is worried about this person. His personality is a problem. Unless he reaches the SSS level, he will not be able to enter the main draft of Liquid.
Why?
Justin asked bravely.
No reason. If you don't fight, get out of here.
Chapter 529 Showdown. Alvin yelled. After Mao Xiaomo came to Liquid, he no longer cared about Justin and Moore. This was the only personnel change in Liquid in recent years. Once Mao Xiaomo came to Liquid, there should not be any personnel changes in the next 2 years. Unless he is a member of the team. They don't get along. But he knows that James, Ibiza, and Mao Xiaomo are all very easy to get along with. So basically the Liquid framework has been decided. And it is the framework of Galaxy Battleship. That's why he lives in this youth training facility every day. As soon as the personnel changes are completed, according to Chris's idea, this training facility will become Liquid's main training facility. There are 8 rooms. 1 for each of the 4 players. 1 for each of the analysts, trainers, and managers. And 1 for each of the 3 analysts, leaving an empty room for preparation. All these youth training players have to get out. It's ridiculous that this group of players thought that Liquid was being kind to help them improve their living environment and change their original small rooms to large ones. Little did they know that this large training hall was built by Chris for Mao Xiaomo. In this training hall, except for Iron and Mao Xiaomo, the other 10 people were thrown away at will. Alvin, a talented Iron player, also strongly recommended Chris to give him a try at Liquid. According to the original idea, Moore would not be eligible for the spot, since Mao Xiaomo, Young's position has been occupied.
Let's go. You two. Whoever loses gets out. If you win, I will consider who will go to Liquid between you.
Alvin moved a bench and sat down. Moore and Justin couldn't do anything and regretted everything they had done. Alvin's words obviously didn't take them to heart. If you lose, get out. And if you win, there is no real benefit. On the other hand, De Novo, who is on the opposite side, has no loss at all whether he wins or loses. It is obvious that his status in Coach Alvin's heart is very high. Comparing the two, everyone has the answer in their hearts. However, no one said anything. Many people do not have such high aspirations. They play games every day and get paid. And it is not very low. Where can they find such a job? Moreover, many people do not have the ability to really enter other professional clubs. Train the team well and improve yourself. Maybe you can find a small club to play games in the future. And then you can fly to the branches and become a phoenix. Even for ordinary professional players, the salary can reach about $2,000, which is already a very good salary. But for an SS level player like Moore, joining Liquid is his only goal. Even if he quits the Liquid youth training team, it is actually not difficult to find a club to play in. Moore secretly sighed, seeing what Alvin meant. He was not even considered among Liquid's 2 reserve candidates. There's no point in staying here anyway. Whether he leaves or stays has nothing to do with Moore now. But before Moore could speak, Justin gritted his teeth and said,
"Come on, boy. Let's see how good you are. You can make the coach think so highly of you."
Mao Xiaomao didn't have any panic about the outstanding competition. He had seen all the big scenes. If a challenge from a youth training player could make him panic, it would be too disrespectful to the world runner-up.
"Okay, everyone is a witness. Justin, you build the house."
Alvin clapped his hands, his expression not changing at all. It's time for Justin to be eliminated. It's not that he isn't great, but that he isn't great enough. I have been training at Liquid for 2 years, and have not yet reached SS level. To be honest, the upper limit is SS level at most. And it is impossible to go up. But for a wealthy team like Liquid, Liquid doesn't need SS level players unless they have special commanding talents like Mao Xiaomao. Liquid has too many gunners. And ordinary SS level professional players can't compete in the game at all. Unless you are better than Sambi, who is at the top of the SS level. But Sambi also made a breakthrough with his excellent performance in PCI. In June's TPJ Comprehensive successfully reached SSS level. Liquid has also become the 2nd team in the world, besides FaZe, to have 4 SSS level professional players. Justin sat down angrily. Regardless of whether he wins this game or not, he is determined, Justin thought. But maybe after Justin wins, he will say that it's really cool. I'm afraid no team in the world can compare to Liquid's future and treatment. After building the house, Mao Xiaomao also went indirectly. A showdown between 2 Liquid Academy players, Denovo and Justin. Many of the other members were just watching the excitement. Even Iron put down the mouse in his hand and looked at Mao Xiaomao's screen. I don't know when. Tang Yutong heard the movement in the training room and ran out of the room, and happened to hear the news that Mao Xiaomao was going to have a fight with Justin. She didn't know what Mao Xiaomao's level was. But since Mao Xiaomao was asked by Chris to sign a formal contract, and he also said that he was the runner-up in the world, it shouldn't be a big problem. In Xiao Tang's impression, the top 3 in the world were all the kind that is super powerful. Although I don't know why Mao Xiaomao came here. The 3 people around Mao Xiaomao are Xiao Tang, Alvin and Iron. There is also a circle of other youth training players outside, who want to see what Mao Xiaomao's strength is. Mao Xiaomao has been here for so many days. Apart from seeing Mao Xiaomao's assessment results, they have not seen Mao Xiaomao actually fighting.
"Come on, little brother Imo."
Xiao Tang also clenched his fists. Mao Xiaomao smiled slightly, and Alvin also began to briefly introduce their dual rules to him. All the pictures are mirror images, and there is no unfairness. They are all level 2 heads and level 2 armor, with 90 rounds of ammunition and no accessories. The red dot hologram of the sight is optional. 1 thunder and 1 smoke. The game is also a grab 11 system, just like a table tennis game. Whoever wins 11 games first will win the game. Some of these mirror images are made from the terrain in the game, and some are made by Alvin himself when he has nothing to do. Anyway, there are a lot of image galleries, allowing you to play 5 rounds without repeating the same image. Mao Xiaomao also rubbed his hands and clicked in red dot M16 when seeing Mao Xiaomao's choice, except for Iron and Alvin. The other team members were also a little surprised. M16 is a gun that only 1 professional player in the world, King, can play well. This is not a lie. Chapter 530 He is King. Game start. The words round 1 appeared on the screen, and the characters of Mao Xiaomao and Justin began to move. It is a low-slope mountain circle. The circle will be refreshed 30 seconds after the start of the game to prevent both sides from freezing, and no one dares to join. All in all, it was a fair game for both sides. Boom. Justin has played this kind of one-on-ones a lot. and he usually practices with these teammates in private. Sometimes Lei's words are useless, so he might as well throw them out and try his luck. Mao Xiaomo also played more conservatively in the first set. He cut out a cigarette and threw it in the direction of Justin. Justin heard a projectile being thrown at him and did not dodge. If it was thunder, it wouldn't be able to blow him up. Smoke began to clear in front of Justin's face, blocking Justin's sight. Justin wanted to go straight through the smoke. However, after Mao Xiaomo threw the smoke, he rushed forward. With their speed, the player who reached the commanding heights first would definitely have an advantage. When Mao Xiaomo saw Justin had just passed through the smoke. There was no time to raise the gun. Ta. Red dot M16's fast connection point. Even though Mao Xiaomo is trying to hide his identity, he is really easy to recognize. King is the only player in the world with such technical characteristics.
King?
A youth training member next to him had already shouted out. However, most people still don't know who King is, and they haven't watched PCI games. So it's normal to not know King. Iron didn't know how he felt now. He watched the PCI game in his spare time. The IFCD team impressed him so much, and the player King impressed him even more. Although his skills were still rough, he was extremely good. His hand speed made his M16 almost undefeated in encounters. He is also the only IFCD player who can win an encounter. Ta. Liquid_Denovo used M16A4 to kill Liquid_Justin. 1 o'clock. Xiao Tang almost jumped up behind Mao Xiaomo. But she didn't forget that this was an 11-win game, and winning first didn't count. On the other hand, Mao Xiaomo shook his head. He wanted to test some of the results of these 7 days of training and deliberately started to do it. But it still didn't feel natural.
Don't worry. This won't be completed in a short while.
Alvin also saw Mao Xiaomo's thoughts and reminded him from the side. Mao Xiaomo has truly completed a positive change. If successful, it is likely to be a transformation. Iron knew after watching the first game that Mao Xiaomo would win, and probably win by a big score. This kind of rule is very beneficial to Mao Xiaomo. It's not that Alvin is showing favoritism. It's that this player is King. He is an ultimate M16 player. The M16's accessories requirements are inherently lower than those of the M416. And the player King is famous for his quick reactions and strong encounter capabilities. This kind of 1v1 encounter, Iron estimated that 90% of the time he couldn't defeat Mao Xiaomo. There are not many guns that can beat the M16 at this distance. Groza. M249. Maybe that's it. Groza won a small victory, and the M249 opened 50-50. Even the remaining AKM is not necessarily a match for the M16 at medium and short range. Justin was defeated instantly in the first set, but he was not discouraged. There was nothing he could do in the first set. I can only say that Mao Xiaomo's strategy was used well. The smoke bomb was just right. The real collision had not yet begun. Round 2. Dimple map. Mao Xiaomo and Justin were both in a pit and could climb out at any time. At the beginning of the game, Justin pinched Lei again without hesitation to try his luck. But while he was still pulling the bolt, he heard Mao Xiaomo's footsteps coming out of the pit again. Whether it's an encounter or something else, as long as it's FPP, the one who seizes the high point first will definitely have a huge advantage. In this kind of pit map, the biggest disadvantage is inside the pit. It's ridiculous that Justin is still in it and can't come out. This time he will never come out. After throwing a useless thunder, his own hole was filled with thunder. Justin couldn't pull him out directly. But Mao Xiaomo, who had already set up his gun, didn't give his opponent any chance. He only got one shot and killed Justin again. 2 o'clock. There was also a commotion at the scene. But Alvin is here, and they don't dare to talk nonsense at all. Who would offend the coach and his most promising players for a loser who is about to leave the team? Unless they don't want to stay in Liquid anymore. In fact, they really wanted to talk to Justin. Don't play tricks with this Denovo. He is a king. In terms of tactics, strategy and understanding of the game, he is at least the top 3 or even the first in the world. It's better to just fight with guns to get a better chance. Justin lost 2 games in a row and didn't know how he lost. Moore said to Justin from behind,
"Don't throw away the thunder and give him a try."
Because he still doesn't know Mao Xiaomo's background. And Justin has already lost 2 games. Moore also intentionally wants Justin to explore Mao Xiaomo's background. He will have another game later. And now he knows more information. The odds of winning will also be greater. If you don't steam the steamed buns, you have to fight for your reputation. Poor Justin didn't know that Moore was taking advantage of him. He thought Moore was giving him sincere advice, and nodded vigorously. The third set was still a mountain battle. Justin didn't falter in this set, and rushed directly towards Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo did the same thing. This kind of terrain is close combat. He doesn't know who he can lose to with his reaction, and the close combat power of the M16 gun. Justin and Mao Xiaomo saw their opponents almost at the same time. But Mao Xiaomo's reaction was as fast as lightning. Under the widened eyes of several Liquid Youth players behind him, Justin was instantly killed. He didn't even lose any blood. 3 o'clock. Justin was a little panicked. He didn't know what caused it. Was his opponent too strong?
Change the gun. Yes. Change the gun.
Justin finally found a reason for himself. The M16 was a powerful gun in close combat, and there was nothing he could do about it. He completely forgot that he was shot instantly by others, and had no time to react. Chapter 531, A Massacre Without Any Suspense. Justin doesn't believe that a player who has only trained for a week can be compared to a player who has been training for 2 years. Moore, who was behind Justin, now really wanted to go behind Mao Xiaomo to see what kind of operation was going on the other side. But he couldn't go, and couldn't keep his face. Already 3-0. Justin thought about it, and decided to change his gun. Use AKM, which requires relatively low accessories. After all, the M16 is not a gun that everyone can use. Not many people have that ability. In fact, AKM is easier to use than M4 in this kind of encounter, because most of them are mid-range and close-range confrontations. The fourth set of the game was still a mountainous circle, but the entire terrain was very flat. Everyone watched Mao Xiaomo's operation attentively. Simple mid-range gunfight. M16 and AKM gun battle. There is no doubt that the connecting point of the M16 is much more comfortable than that of the AKM. And Mao Xiaomo did not make any mistakes. But Mao Xiaomo, who is proud at heart, still chooses to take the lead this time. What I did this time was much more natural than last time. Alvin couldn't help but be surprised. This guy has great learning and adjustment abilities. There is no suspense. AKM is completely unable to compete with the M16 at mid-range, especially Mao Xiaomo's M16. Seeing now, several players who know King have determined that this person is King. Moreover, King just quit IFCD in May, and de novo joined the Liquid Youth training team at the end of May, which basically matches the time. These team members were also a little excited to see their idols playing games in front of them. Although they didn't know why King appeared in Liquid Youth training team. He just showed up. A person who is almost at the forefront of the world. Although the ID King has only been around for a few months. In the hearts of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds audiences, he is the most powerful and talented player in Xia Kingdom. Liquid_de novo used an M16A4 to kill Liquid_Justin with a headshot. Mao Xiaomo rubbed his hands and felt a little better. There was still a big difference between actual combat and training. Alvin was excited inside. He was already imagining Mao Xiaomo leading Liquid to the championship. For trainers like them, as long as Liquid completes the blood replacement, he has not had much work in the past 2 years. It can be said that this period is also the most important period of his life. He must make the 2 Iron and de novo players are brought out. 4 o'clock. Fighting without bloodshed. Justin was helpless. In his opinion, the losses in these 4 games were due to pure bad luck. After switching to AKM, the picture he encountered was another mid-range gunfight picture. Set 5. Justin was knocked over by a thunderbolt while touching him. 5 o'clock. There were more and more spectators behind Mao Xiaomo. Except for Justin and Moore, who were already on the opposite side. All the other youth training players stood behind Mao Xiaomo to watch. 5-0 Justin. Youngs, another SS level player, asked himself that he couldn't do it. But Mao Xiaomo did it easily. And it's so calm and calm. Youngs heard what teammates around him were saying about King. He was about to ask a few questions when he heard Alvin curse. Just watch the game and don't talk. This sentence also made everyone shut up. And now it was right on Alvin's brow. Whoever touched him would die. They don't want to imagine Moore and Justin competing with this monster at a glance. And whoever loses gets out. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. The further he goes to the back, the more desperate Justin becomes. Can't beat it. Really can't beat it. The 6th, 7th and 8th sets were all pure encounters. But his reaction seems to be slower than that of his opponent. And he is often killed instantly after firing only 2 bullets. This is the gap in strength. He was now beginning to wonder if de novo had been clumsy in his previous training. Shooting a fixed target was so difficult that he felt like eating in seconds. Mao Xiaomo's professional experience is something that this group of youth training players who have never played in a professional game does not have. And in terms of marksmanship alone, Mao Xiaomo is better than Justin. At least Mao Xiaomo is a solid SS level. And Justin can only be regarded as half of it. No matter in every aspect. Mao Xiaomo completely surrounded Justin. Not to mention that in terms of reaction, tactics and strategy, it is more than one level ahead. There was no suspense in the game. The Liquid Youth training players behind Mao Xiaomo all had their mouths crooked and bared their teeth. They couldn't bear to watch Justin being slaughtered. It was truly a massacre without any suspense. After these players knew that DeNovo was king, they never thought that Justin could win. What kind of character is king? He is a character who has gone back and forth with super big guys like FaZe, Liquid, and Navi. Justin is just a youth training player. 11 o'clock. Not a single game was won by Justin. Justin looked at his computer screen in a daze, and more beside him didn't know what to say. 11-0. If anyone still thinks that Mao Xiaomo relies on luck, it is really shabby. No matter how stupid Moore is, he still understands that Alvin's optimism about DeNovo is not unreasonable. But he refused. He reached the SS level when he was only 19 years old. Unlike Justin, he has a bright future. This genius title has always been hanging on his head. Justin felt that the whole world was dark. This was definitely the darkest moment in his life. They were ruthlessly slaughtered 11-0, leaving no face at all. The other youth training players couldn't bear to look at Justin. After all, they were teammates who had trained together for so long. It was really uncomfortable to see Justin like this. Next, Mao Xiaomo will not show mercy to any opponent. Except girls. Moore looked at Mao Xiaomo and said mockingly,
DeNovo, do you dare to make a bet with me? Build a house.
Before Alvin could speak, Mao Xiaomo said another simple sentence.
You do not dare?
Mao Xiaomo looked up at him and replied in fluent English.
I don't need to bet with you.
Moore didn't know whether it was to influence Mao Xiaomo's mentality or simply to gain some steam. But he continued.
Are you so unsure of yourself?
Moore's words also made several other youth training players on the opposite side take a breath. Whoever you say is not confident can't say King is not confident either. King is famously confident. Even arrogant and arrogant. Whether it is off the court or on the court. King has such a charming personality. He never believes that he will lose. Except for the last scene at PCI, where he accepted his fate. But in fact, this is not the case for the audience of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Care. That environment was already a doomed situation. And even if the gods were alive, it would be impossible for them to make a comeback. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this failure may have been a huge blow to Mao Xiaomo. Otherwise, he would not have withdrawn from IFCD. But don't these Liquid players understand now? King was not hit. It was just a pure transfer. Got it all. Why does Alvin value this DeNovo so much? Anyone would value him. Mao Xiaomo smiled and said to Moore,
I am confident. But there are many things on my back. Even if I have a 99.999% chance of winning. These are things that cannot be used as chips. You won't understandable.
What Mao Xiaomo said shocked everyone. Alvin remembered that Mao Xiaomo said that he came to Liquid just to become stronger. It seems that Mao Xiaomo really has a lot on his shoulders. Iron understands. It's like an old man telling you, I compete with you in the 100-meter race. If you lose, give me your girlfriend. If you win, I will give you 10 million. But Mao Xiaomo will still choose to refuse. Even if he has strong self-confidence and the ability to crush his opponents, he will not use the things that cannot be parted from in his life as bargaining chips. It's simple. Because these are things that cannot be used as bargaining chips. Moore laughed mockingly, obviously laughing at Mao Xiaomo's timidity. Although he has such strong strength, he dare not take a gamble with him. Such a person has no self-confidence at all. For an esports player, self-confidence is something that cannot be lost.
Do you think you are qualified to bet with me now?
After Moore sat down, he was angered by Mao Xiaomo's words again. Originally, he wanted to influence Mao Xiaomo's mentality. But he never thought that Mao Xiaomo's words would affect his mood in turn. Sitting down angrily, Moore also took a deep breath. He wants to win. Build a house. Mao Xiaomo takes over. And the game begins. Moore is also the top player in the entire Liquid Youth training team. A solid SS-level professional player. You must know that Xia Kingdom only has 14 SS-level professional players. If you compare it and imagine, you will know what level Moore's strength is at. But his opponent is stronger. Today,
Justin and Moore's departure has become a foregone conclusion. But Moore wants to win. The first game starts directly. Mao Xiaomo is still M16. This time he suddenly appeared in a barley field. And the two sides are separated by more than 300 meters. Before Moore could react, he was shot twice. Chapter 532. Calm down. Even Moore has never typed this picture. This is a new picture made by Alvin. When the two sides came out, they were in a wheat field 300 meters away. They could both clearly see each other. It was pure shooting. Although Mao Xiaomo's long-distance training has not yet reached a very accurate level, Moore's body was bleeding after several consecutive shots. Moore counterattacked subconsciously. But the moment of stillness allowed Mao Xiaomo to adjust the amount of his gun again, and shot more directly with 3 more shots. 1 o'clock. So calm. Amid everyone's sighs, Mao Xiaomo actually changed weapons in the second game. It was replaced by Scar L, Cheng Yao's favorite gun. Of course, Mao Xiaomo won't miss Cheng Yao at this time. He just wants to change his gun. That's all. In professional competitions, you don't just have to play with whatever gun you want. Sometimes some teams that don't have enough resources can only carry M9 and M16 to fight. If the players are not strong enough and have a bias towards firearms. If so, very big problems will arise. However, in previous games, IFCD has always chosen to enter the circle late, and the team's firearm distribution is very reasonable. Mao Xiaomo M16, Cheng Yao Scar L, good AKM, Wang Hao M416 and AKM. Just because M16 Mao Xiaomo is good, it doesn't mean that Mao Xiaomo can't play with other guns. Except for the AKM, which Mao Xiaomo uses a little bit. The M4 and Scar L, Mao Xiaomo, are also handy. In the second set, Mao Xiaomo suddenly switched to Scar L, which also made the youth training team members watching behind him shine. King has never used a fully automatic rifle on PCI. However, no matter how good Mao Xiaomo's fully automatic rifle is, it will not affect their belief that de novo is King. After all, anyone can use a fully automatic rifle. Only Shroud in the world besides King can be said to be proficient in M16. Moreover, this de novo is still from Xia country, so there is no need to doubt his identity. As expected, Mao Xiaomo's fully automatic rifle has no problems. But there is still the same old problem. When directly raising the gun to shoot, the muscle memory of the headshot line is not formed. This needs constant practice to change. Mao Xiaomo still has more time. There was no suspense in the second set, as Mao Xiaomo narrowly defeated his opponent. In the third set, he still narrowly defeated his opponent. If it were a one-on-one challenge or two, people might think that any result would be normal. But Mao Xiaomo has always narrowly defeated Moore, which makes people feel a little surprised. Iron can see that both sides are top players, but de novo's reaction is too fast, and he is very accurate when raising his gun to find people. The only flaw is his marksmanship. If he has Iron's current marksmanship, dealing with Moore is simply a matter of easy. Iron also understands that King reached SS without relying on marksmanship. If he trains for another year with his talent, an opportunity was placed in front of him. 9:1. The 10 games are over in the blink of an eye. The game on the court reached 9-1. The only set Mao Xiaomo lost was the gun duel. There was no other reason. Moore secretly hates that such a powerful person. I won't fight. Moore dropped the mouse and turned around to leave. He doesn't know who the player de novo is. What he knows is that de novo will never be able to stand out for a day in Liquid's youth training team. Above him, there are Youngs and even Iron. So it's not his turn. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to find a new home in advance. With his current strength, it is more than enough to play a main position in the first-line team. Although there are many SS-level players in Europe and the United States. As long as they are strong, there is no problem in playing the main position. Alvin didn't stop Moore. If Mao Xiaomo comes to Liquid, then Moore's meaning can be said to be gone. He can leave if he wants, and Liquid won't stop him. You can go too. Alvin saw Justin's hesitation there, and said unceremoniously. Justin was stunned for a moment, then turned gloomy, and went back to pack his things. He was just thinking about whether to apologize to Alvin and de novo. Maybe they would forgive him. But when Alvin said this, it was clear that he was telling him to get out. Alvin is very realistic. He wants 2 players who can enter Liquid's main draft, as well as talented players. Anyone else who doesn't fit these 2 criteria can be kicked out. Mao Xiaomo definitely wants a spot. And for the remaining spot, Iron and Youngs will compete. And the other youth training players will naturally be the latter. I'm telling you, there will be a big test in 3 months. Anyone who can't meet my requirements should get out. The Talents Liquid's youth training team wants are not people who come here every day to hang out. If you can't show me your talents, you can get out.
Alvin left a few words before he waved his hand and left.
Someone knows DeNovo's identity. If it is leaked, he will pack up and leave.
Alvin knew that Mao Xiaomo's identity could not be hidden because his technical characteristics were too distinct. Neither Justin nor Moore, who left, knew Mao Xiaomo's identity, and neither of them had seen Mao Xiaomo's first-person perspective. There must be a reason why Mao Xiaomo came in a low profile. Chris also told Alvin about this. Some of these youth training camps really treat the Liquid Youth Training Camp as a company where they receive wages. If you want to stay in this company and wait until death, then get out. If you want to have a future, work hard to climb up. As soon as Alvin left, Xiao Tang jumped up.
Bravo! The one who hit Justin had no power to fight back. Ho ho!
Xiao Tang also performed a set of punches. It was such a relief. Justin harassed her when he first came, and then he continued to bother her. It wasn't until Mao Xiaomo came that she felt better. 11-0 bloodbath. Everyone watching was in high spirits.
Don! Don! Is he really king?
A 16-year-old youth training boy asked Tang Yutong with his eyes shining. Tang Yutong shook his head.
I don't know what king is. King is my idol. The captain of IFCD.
The 16-year-old youth training boy looked at Mao Xiaomo secretly. Chapter 533, If You Can Keep Up With Me. The others looked at Tang Yutong but couldn't find anything. So they went directly to Mao Xiaomo's side. Mao Xiaomo put on his headphones and was about to train when he heard a few excited teenagers coming next to him. These teenagers are not very old, and Mao Xiaomo is still considered older among these people.
DeNovo, are you king?
Everyone doesn't know what DeNovo's real name is, but it just looks so much like a king. Mao Xiaomo was originally surprised that there should be footage of them during the previous PCI. Shouldn't the whole world know what he looks like? But in fact, PUBG broadcasts in Europe and the United States rarely show players' footage, especially players from an Asian team. Therefore, King fans in Europe and the United States actually don't know what King looks like. Of course, except for die-hard fans. Mao Xiaomo didn't want to hide his identity deliberately. He just wanted to be quiet and have fewer other things. Since he chose the idea of DeNovo, it means that he has to start over and become stronger from a low profile.
I am.
Hearing Mao Xiaomo's affirmative answer, several teenagers were excited. Iron's expression didn't change at all, and he put on his headphones and started training.
Can I ask for your autograph? Can I take a picture with you?
These former arrogant and domineering youth training players suddenly became little fans. It also caught Mao Xiaomo off guard.
Let's train first. Let's talk after training ends in the evening.
Mao Xiaomo sighed secretly. He thought that his identity would be exposed. Who would have thought that he would stick to this identity for 7 days? Who can blame this? Mao Xiaomo looked at the M16 in his hand with a bitter smile. It should be the one to blame. Everyone sat back in their seats. The big test Alvin mentioned in 3 months may be the criterion for selecting 2 members of Liquid. Youngs also took this to heart. This is his goal, and he is sure that he will not lose to anyone. Because of Alvin's words, the atmosphere in the entire Liquid Youth training team became tense. No one wants to be eliminated. 3 months? Is it a little shorter? Mao Xiaomo thought to himself. I don't know when Liquid will undergo personnel changes. All he can do now is polish his skills and make himself stronger. Domestically, PCPI also ended in smoke. Mao Xiaomo watched the news immediately. In the end, OMG, IFCD, and 17 teams ranked in the top 3 and won 3 places to go to PGI. Zhou Lily, 17 years old, has fulfilled her dream. After the personnel changes of IFCD, the strength has not declined significantly, and it even feels more stable. The results in the 4 days were very good. The 3 Xiaogui teams participating this time are also known as the strongest Xiaogui teams in history. But it is a pity that the one is known as the first commander of Xia Kingdom. Hope for the future. King did not appear in this competition, no matter how long it takes. Everyone will never forget the shot that King brought to them. This is a shot that has never happened before. They don't know where Mao Xiaomo has gone. But Xia's PUBG fans are waiting for him, because they know that Xia's PUBG needs this genius. I still get up at 7 a.m. to train. Have breakfast at 9 a.m. Lunch at 12:30. Nap at 1 p.m. Train at 3 p.m. Run at 10 p.m. And study English. Mao Xiaomo's schedule is very full. At 7 o'clock in the morning the next day, Iron was already sitting there. Apart from him, Iron was also a madman who trained at 7 o'clock every morning. As soon as Mao Xiaomo sat down, Mao Xiaomo heard Iron's first words in nearly 10 days. Iron's voice is a little hoarse, but he has a unique masculine charm.
I want to go to Liquid with you and win the championship.
Mao Xiaomo didn't expect Iron to be so straightforward. It was a bit too straightforward. But this is also consistent with his character.
If you can keep up with me.
Mao Xiaomo's words were not exaggerating at all. At least to Iron's ears. Mao Xiaomo is serious. Others don't know how powerful King is. But Iron knows. And Mao Xiaomo's talent is visible to the naked eye. With his talent and diligent training, I am afraid that in less than a year, another big devil will be born in the world.
I will.
After Iron finished speaking, he began to continue training. If a commander wants to completely control the team, he must first become the strongest person in the team. Only then can the players truly be convinced and trust you. Mao Xiaomo has such potential. But Iron is not a character willing to admit defeat. No matter how much training Mao Xiaomo did, he did more than him. Alvin's new draw training map has been created. This time the drawing picture is a T1 level picture, which is different from the previous T3 level drawing picture. Headshot gun drawing. Each shuttle is 40 bullets. 5 enemies. Only hitting the head can cause substantial damage to the enemy. The requirement is that the zero-equipped M16 fires continuously and knocks down 5 enemies in one shot. It sounds very simple, but it is terrifyingly difficult to do. The M16 with zero configuration has a very strong beating. You have to press the gun up and down and pull the gun left and right at the same time. You can imagine the difficulty. After trying it once, Mao Xiaomo decided to lay a solid foundation first. As long as the training of fixed-point headshots and moving headshots is perfect, many training maps can be completed directly. Seeing that Mao Xiaomo's goal was very clear, Alvin was naturally very satisfied. If Mao Xiaomo doesn't do this, he will also remind Mao Xiaomo to do basic training in headshots first, and regard headshots as part of himself. Although sometimes professional competitions do not necessarily need to be accurate to the opponent's head in order to pursue the speed of drawing and shooting. But this is the basic skill, and every SSS level professional player can easily do it. Since there are no SSS level professional players in Xiagua, headshot rate is also a very important evaluation criterion in the TPJ comprehensive evaluation. Except for Mao Xiaomo, the other 9 youth training members began to practice this map of drawing guns. There was one before, but it was not as demanding as this one. Even Iron, who had the best marksmanship in the entire Liquid Youth training team, could only kill 3 enemies. It would be better if the distance between these enemies is closer. But the distance between these enemies is different every time, which is very difficult to control. Chapter 534 PGI. And they don't necessarily appear at the same time. Nor do they appear until one is killed. There are gunshots when 5 enemies appear. And these 5 enemies are in completely random locations. Sometimes someone suddenly appears behind you, and you have to pull the gun 180 degrees. And the bullets are pouring out, which is simply impossible. Many people are wondering whether this is a T0 level picture. But Alvin clearly said that this is a T1 level map. But it is the top T1 map. There are T0 level pictures in Mao Xiaomo's folder. Mao Xiaomo also tried to play it, and it was so difficult that it exploded. One picture added very scary changes to the headshot of a moving target. It is no longer 4x lens shot. It's still a moving target. But after every enemy is killed, the weapon in Mao Xiaomo's hand will change. Mao Xiaomo still remembers the first time he tried it. The first gun was M16 with 4x scope. The second gun was AK with 2x scope. The third gun was Scar-L with 6x scope. The fourth gun was Yumi 9 with 6x scope. 5 guns Red Dot P1911. And the switching speed is too fast. The time to kill an enemy is only about 1 second. You can change a gun every second. Each gun has different sights and ballistics. If you want to clear the T0 level map, I'm afraid it won't be possible. It will be completed in half a minute. Mao Xiaomo suddenly felt that he looked down on himself a little. However, Alvin still has confidence in Mao Xiaomo. His progress is even faster than that of James. The most important thing is that Mao Xiaomo is diligent and trains every day when he has nothing else to do. He is a complete training fanatic. Except for going out with my girlfriend for an afternoon on Sunday. I spend most of the rest of my time in the training room with no other time to rest. In fact, Mao Xiaomo felt very tired at the beginning. But after playing for half a month, he suddenly felt that this training was actually quite interesting. Especially every time he conquered a map. He felt a sense of accomplishment, which made people feel comfortable. Emotional stability is also a major factor in Mao Xiaomo's enthusiasm. He would video chat with Cheng Yao every now and then. Cheng Yao also constantly encouraged Mao Xiaomo and gave him strength. These strengths also became the motivation for Mao Xiaomo to move forward. When a person is tired, sometimes a greeting and encouragement from a loved one is the greatest motivation. In fact, no matter how many training pictures there are, they all remain the same and are aimed at various aspects of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competition. Hearing, reaction, burst shooting, strafing, gun pulling. They are all pictures produced by Alvin with great effort. And the quality is definitely different. In fact, Alvin did not say what T0, T1, T2, and T3 mean. All the training maps for clearing T3 are basically equivalent to SS Plus in TPJ's overall review. All the training maps for clearing T2 are basically equivalent to the SS of TPJ's comprehensive review. If you clear all T1 levels, you are a true SSS level player. If T0 can pass all levels, it will be the world's top SSS level. Jeans belongs to that level. Liquid only has one player like this. And even Ibiza can't do it. It took Mao Xiaomo 1 month to clear all T2 level training maps. This speed also set a record for Liquid Youth training. When Alvin told Denova's results, everyone was in disbelief and only admired him. Only 1 month. 1 month. Mao Xiaomo has cleared all T2 level training maps. You must know that there are several T2 levels that are extremely difficult for these youth training players, and there is no way to pass. It can be said that Mao Xiaomo's current progress has caught up with Iron and Young's of the first group. These 3 players, who were inspected by Alvin, are all very hardworking. This time, even Young started practicing hard from morning to night. At this point, no one dares to relax at all. The opportunity is there. It just depends on who can seize it. Mao Xiaomo rubbed his wrist, turned off the training chart, and turned on the computer. Today is the first day of PGI competition. The rules of PGI are the same as last year, and the points rules are exactly the same as the PCI he played. However, compared with last year, this year there is no TPP mode, which means that the FPP schedule will be doubled. The increase from 8 games last year to 16 games this year also reduces the element of luck to the greatest extent. Last year, OMG won 3 chickens on the first day and was second once. I can't say luck. I can only say that OMG was in great shape that day. That's how it was in the 8th set game. Sometimes, the team was in good shape and couldn't stop them. The 16-game game is still 8 desert maps and 8 island maps. 20 teams from all over the world gathered together. Mao Xiaomo's commanding skills cannot deteriorate, but he must always pay attention to the game to maintain his condition. Iron was practicing with his gun when suddenly his arm was poked twice. Iron! In more than a month. This was the second time Mao Xiaomo talked to Iron. The first time was when Iron said he wanted to join Liquid with Mao Xiaomo. Incredible. This Iron really doesn't speak. Iron turned to look at Mao Xiaomo and saw the game screen in front of Mao Xiaomo. Turn on the computer and watch the game. Mao Xiaomo has no intention of discussing with Iron. Since Iron wants to join Liquid, he needs to experience the professional team style of play, coordination and movement. This is very common in professional games. In PGI, the highest level in the world. It was also vividly reflected in the competition. The youth training boy next to him almost stood up when he heard Mao Xiaomo talking to Iron like this. He still remembered that time when Justin pushed Iron twice and was beaten violently. After that, no one dared to mess with him. This guy looks cool, indifferent, and silent. But in fact he is a violent person inside, which must have a lot to do with his childhood experience. But this time Iron didn't dump Mao Xiaomo as everyone thought, but stared at him closely. Mao Xiaomo also asked Alvin about Iron's situation and got some news. However, Alvin was quite interested in what Iron and Mao Xiaomo said. This to a certain extent meant that Iron accepted Mao Xiaomo. Yes, that's good news. If you want to join a professional team, you must be proficient and know the coordination and positioning of the professional team, as well as the formations in various situations. Feel it for yourself and put yourself into the game. No team can win the championship just by relying on marksmanship, and flat pushing is the most effective style of play that tests coordination. Chapter 535. Class is on. Iron said nothing, turned off the training chart, opened the browser, and found the PGI live broadcast. All the team members nearby heard what Mao Xiaomo said to Iron, and they were so shocked that they couldn't close their jaws. Iron didn't care about Alvin, but he obeyed Mao Xiaomo's words. This creates a sense of crisis in a person. Youngs, as a very talented player in Liquid's youth training team, he has always felt that he was Alvin's first choice. No matter who comes next, he will definitely be one of the two main draft picks for Liquid. But now, he suddenly feels a crisis. With Mao Xiaomo's arrival, everyone knew that he was the one chosen to go to Liquid. Then the only person left to fight after more leaves is Iron and him. But Iron couldn't communicate with anyone, so he hadn't been too worried. But the scene in front of him made him understand that maybe Mao Xiaomo was more interested in Iron. If Mao Xiaomo wants to bring Iron to Liquid, he has no choice. But he is not willing to do so. Iron's marksmanship talent is indeed better than his. But he considers himself to be a jack-of-all-trades player. Such a player plays a much greater role in the team than Iron's ultimate gunner. Moreover, Liquid already has James and Ibiza. Super gunner. Young said nothing, and could only train harder. Only struggle can change destiny. Iron here also started watching PGI games. FaZe regretted missing out on PGI last year. And this year's PGI is where all the major clubs are gathered together. Mao Xiaomo is very optimistic about Iron in his heart. He is an ultimate shooter. As long as he uses his full strength, this kind of player will be more powerful than the snake oil player.
Watch every detail of the game,
Mao Xiaomo said in Iron's ear. He is teaching him. For Mao Xiaomo, it doesn't really matter whether he watches PGI or not. But if he can help Iron and bring him out by the way, it will be Alvin's wish fulfilled. And Mao Xiaomo himself also appreciates it. Iron. This is the most focused person he has ever seen. When Mao Xiaomo and Iron started watching the game, the first game had already started.
Watch this route. This route is Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang.
Mao Xiaomo's English was not fluent enough yet, so he loudly called Xiao Tang over to translate for him. Alvin happened to be attracted by Mao Xiaomo's shouts, and saw that Mao Xiaomo was teaching the basic knowledge of the Iron professional game. He also smiled slightly, but saw that several other youth training team members looked a little envious and jealous. Alvin cursed.
Are you idiots? Why don't you study with such a good learning opportunity?
Alvin's words also made everyone wake up from a dream. Such a good opportunity was almost missed by me. Why didn't they think of learning it too? The world's #1 conductor explains the game in person. Not everyone has this opportunity. Everyone gathered next to Mao Xiaomo and Iron and stood behind them. Even Youngs and Alvin.
Coach, what are you doing here? Learn a wave.
Alvin is also rarely in a good mood. In terms of understanding of games and professional competitions, there are few people in the world who have a better understanding of games and professional competitions than Mao Xiaomo. Who wouldn't want to learn a lot from such a good opportunity? Mao Xiaomo didn't pay attention. Everyone gathered around him. Everyone saw Youngs move a chair and then took a small notebook. And they all followed suit. Alvin clapped his hands and ran back to get a notebook. Xiao Tang almost laughed out loud. It was such a weird scene to see a dozen player coaches sitting next to Mao Xiaomo holding a small notebook. Ahem. It's a bit strange to turn into teachers in the blink of an eye. This group of youth training players, who were so arrogant at first, are now holding small notebooks honestly.
Xiao Tang, I'm not very fluent in English yet. So let me speak and you translate. Good. Don't talk nonsense. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer whatever I can.
Mao Xiaomo said to everyone. The game officially started. And the first game was a northern orphan route. In this way, the entire southern part of the country cannot be flown directly. And the only option is to find a car.
When we look at the game, there are two aspects, macro and local. The macro refers to entering the circle, moving, and judging the enemy's position. The local refers to the movement, coordination, and use of throwing objects between the teams. These are the most basic aspects. Everyone must first understand common sense.
Mao Xiaomo pointed at the screen and said,
First of all, when the game starts, a conductor must make a judgment about the route and the positions of other teams, as well as the jump point habits of other teams. It's not about where a team's initial jumping point is, but what kind of jumping point this team will choose when they can't fly directly to where they want to go. This is very important.
Mao Xiaomo continued.
You see, this is a northern route, so the southern location is difficult to get to. OMG directly chose to go to Uptown. Their original jumping points were near K-Town and Zodiac. But there are teams in K-Town for this game, and there's no point in grabbing a K-Town. And the Zodiac is too far away. Look at Navi. They have to go to Port P no matter what, unless it is the eastern route. For Navi, the eastern route will choose to go west, but they will not waste time going to Port P. This is their game. Style. Some teams just belong to the circle brushing. So I will go back. This requires studying videos and materials before the game. It requires a long preparation time. The style of each team needs to be understood not only by the commander, but also by the players. The first safe zone is refreshed. This time, the circle is in the center of the map. From a macro perspective, these judgments about positions are all done by the team's command. In addition to executing orders, the players must first have absolute trust in the command. There can be no second words, because once a second voice appears in the team, then there will definitely be problems with this team. Many of the battles in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds are fleeting opportunities. During the game, you must not think that the command may be wrong, because these things will be infinitely magnified in the team. Even if there are doubts, there will be no doubts during the game. Don't show up. That's the most basic thing, Mao Xiaomo said. Chapter 536, Teaching. Mao Xiaomo's words also gave everyone a sudden feeling. IFCD's unique feeling comes from this absolute trust. A team can only have one voice. This is an ultimate team game, with high requirements for coordination and transfer. This is the most basic thing. But absolute trust is not something that many professional teams have. Liquid is a typical example. Then the next step is the conductor's analysis of the entire circle and the position his team wants to choose. Mao Xiaomo saw that everyone was busy writing down knowledge points, and continued, the style of the team has a huge impact on the team's selection. This also requires doing some research on other teams before the game, and then adding an analysis of the enemy's psychology. The first time I saw this circle, I thought of two places where Liquid might appear. One is this area, and the other is this area. These are the two spots where Liquid often stays. If Liquid wants to be in the center of the circle, maybe this area is a point they want to occupy. Navi will choose this hill 80% of the time. If they don't choose this hill, they won't make a big move. Mao Xiaomo would draw a map in his mind during the game. Now from God's perspective, it is even clearer. Both Mjoy and Yehao can analyze it very well, let alone Mao Xiaomo from God's perspective. Next is the moment for Mao Xiaomo to show off. The team seemed to have listened to Mao Xiaomo's words, and all the teams began to move according to Mao Xiaomo's words. It also aroused waves of exclamations from the following people. Even Yongs had to admire him. Iron was the only one who thought it was normal for Mao Xiaomo to do what he did. You must know that he is king. The game continues. Mao Xiaomo didn't talk too much about macro things. This requires many game experiences to truly understand. And for these team members, most of whom can only fight as assaulters or snipers, local things are what they want to truly understand. First of all, everyone needs to know one thing. That's a flat push. That's what Xiaogua often calls a bulldozer style of play. It's the most effective test of a team's cooperation and understanding. Because in a head-on battle between teams, one careless move can lead to the destruction of the team. It's the same for everyone on the team, Mao Xiaomo said seriously. Among the 4 people in the team, if one of them falls in a head-on confrontation, it will bring a devastating blow to the team. Everyone is riding hard, Mao Xiaomo continued. There are many formations in professional games. The first one is the diamond formation. This is also one of the most commonly used formations. This formation has a relatively small control range, but it is very easy to use when advancing, and will not be beaten by the opponent. Defeated because the people are densely packed. The second type, the 2-2 push, is to work in groups of 2 and then push forward. The advantages and disadvantages are also obvious. It is suitable for counting, but the firepower will be somewhat lacking. The third type is a long snake, with all the teams spread out. There are 2 variations of this long snake formation, depending on the specific situation during the game. The 2 players in the middle, and the 2 players on both sides. Both players can choose the situation to advance. It's a U-shaped and intersection formation. Alvin's scalp felt numb. He didn't know. He swore that he really didn't know. He was just a trainer. There is also a 4th type, which is the back-to-back formation of the players. This is also easy to understand. Each player looks in one direction. This formation has a very wide field of vision and requires high demands on the personal abilities of the players. The previous Liquid many times. These 4 formations must be switched at any time during the game. Mao Xiaomo's words also made many people open their mouths. It's hard enough to memorize it, but you still have to switch at any time? Look! Mao Xiaomo pointed at the screen. Under the passionate commentary of the foreign audience, FaZe began to attack SSG. Advance in diamond formation. Then pull away directly. The 4 people spread it out and touched it directly. Mzee on the flank first knocked down an SSG player, and then the formation began to shrink. To be honest, if Mao Xiaomao didn't say anything, they would just watch the game. But once Mao Xiaomao said it, they felt that they could see a lot of things in the game. Mao Xiaomao continued.
The positioning of the team must be 2 assaulters, 1 sniper, and 1 free agent.
While Mao Xiaomao was talking, FaZe also defeated SSG without a single blow.
The positioning of 2 assaulters is 2 flanks. Why the team's requirements for assaulters are so high? That's because assaulters often have to single out the enemy's flank assaulters. And they must have extremely strong personal strength. In previous versions, the core of the team may have been snipers and liberos. But it's different now. The sniper is more about suppressing firepower for the assaulter and then creating space. The final fatal blow has to be completed by the assaulter once the flanker wins a one-on-one match. It depends on the specific situation. Most of the time, he can just pull away and pounce on him. In a 4-on-3 situation, everyone is a professional player, so the chance of winning will be very large.
Yongs heard Mao Xiaomao's words and asked,
Then what should you do if you are the one who is attrited? You can't passively be beaten and wait to die.
Mao Xiaomao snapped his fingers.
Good question. What if the opponent knocks down your wing, and then the whole team pounces on you? At this time, the libero must fill up the flank position and try to break through the opponent once on the wing. Once the breakthrough is made, the libero can directly pull an opponent's side. The most important point in offensive and defensive battles is the use and defense of throwing objects. There are bunkers in many places, and sometimes we lose touch with teammates because of the gun line. Everyone should be able to understand that if a thunder hits at this time, the lone person will basically be unable to run. So as for the terrain, everything all team members must make their own judgments.
Mao Xiaomao said. He also understands this deeply. When a player does not have his own thoughts and subjective movements, the entire team will play very passively. In the previous IFCD, whether it was Wang Hao, Cheng Yao, or the trained Good, they would look for their position at the first moment of the battle. This was something they had to judge by themselves, which is the so-called sense of position.
There is a Liang in the Xia Kingdom. You should know him. His sense of position is the key to him taking the Killer King.
Mao Xiaomao said. Chapter 537, Autonomous Consciousness. Of course Liang they know. The killer of PGI last year. And it was an absolute advantage. However, Liang's TPJ overall rating is still SS,
which shows that some areas are not recognized by TPJ.
If you look carefully at Liang's position and movement, you will know that he plays the role of a sniper in the team, which can also be called a fire suppression point. This kind of player will stay at the end, and then rely on his own judgment of the situation to help the whole team. Awareness of autonomy is very important.
The word autonomous consciousness appeared in Mao Xiaomao's mouth. In the IFCD competition, Mao Xiaomao also gives the general direction. And once there is a battle, Mao Xiaomao will keep the team on track, and then give orders. When the players execute the orders, they also have to think about what position is best for them. During a fierce competition, no conductor would say, you, go behind that tree. You, throw away thunder and smoke. This is completely non-existent. The tacit understanding between the team is the key. The first set of the game was gradually coming to an end, and Mao Xiaomao also found that he was talking more and more. And he couldn't stop at all. He has so much experience and understanding that sometimes he doesn't even think he can say so much. Everyone's notebook is filled with dense information. The first set entered the finals. As for the Xia Kingdom team, both IFCD and Team 17 were eliminated. Only OMG team survived to the end. But it also stopped at 5th place.
What I'm talking about are some basic things and some basic qualities and basic requirements as a team member. If you want to truly become a professional player, you must remember these things.
If Mao Xiaomao had said something else, everyone might not be so convinced. But De Novo is king. This boy who once had a chance to be on top of the world. For a whole night, Mao Xiaomao watched the game with these teenagers, and then analyzed it for them at any time. But most of them were basic things. But in fact many things cannot be understood until the real game. These players may not necessarily have the opportunity to play in the future. But it is also very lucky to have a teacher who can help you avoid detours during the struggle. Mao Xiaomao is not stingy. It is fate that we meet each other. Mao Xiaomao has no selfish motives. Regarding PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there is only one Mao Xiaomao among tens of thousands of professional players. If Mao Xiaomao could be copied so easily, then he would no longer be Mao Xiaomo. After it was over, Mao Xiaomo also felt a little dry. But I still did some running exercises and English tutoring. The first day of PGI is an island. The second day is a desert. The third day is an island. And the fourth day is a desert. Neither IFCD nor Team 17 performed very well in the 4 sets on the first day, mainly because of the lack of experience in the World Series. In the IFCD team, although Zhou Lily is strong, she has never played in the World Championship. She regrets that she has never played in the World Championship. It can be said that the only people in the team who have experience in the World Championship are Wang Hao and Good, who have played in the PCI. They are a bit inexperienced in the PGI. Normal. After the first day of competition, Xiagua Team OMG ranked 4th. IFCD 12th, 17th and 13th. This result is normal. But IFCD fans are a little disappointed. 2 months ago, they were still competing for the championship with Liquid, FaZe, and Navi. Now they are at the bottom. And they can't accept it. It was like falling suddenly from heaven to earth. At this moment, everyone will miss the man who said IFCD will not lose. It's a pity that after seeing Mao Xiaomo for the last time in the PCPI Xia country qualifiers, no one has seen Mao Xiaomo again, as if he has disappeared from the world.
De novo, if I have any questions, can I come and ask you?
Certainly. Mao Xiaomo thought about what Youngs had just said to him in the corridor, and felt that this player actually had merits. Being able to reach the SS level at this age does have its own merits. This player also came into his sight. However, Alvin's opinion is that Iron's upper limit is higher, and Young's is a free agent's attribute. It can be used with rifles and snipers. Although the final decision rests with Alvin, Mao Xiaomo's opinion is very important. And even one of his words can decide who can join Liquid. Mao Xiaomo really didn't want to do this kind of thing of controlling other people's futures. There was only one chance.
There are still a few months to go. Let's see.
During the training the next morning, it was rare that Iron was not seen in the training hall. Before going to bed yesterday, Mao Xiaomo asked Iron to watch various previous world championships. The main purpose was to feel the movement and cooperation of these professional teams, which would also be beneficial to Iron's future development. Iron obeyed Mao Xiaomo's words and stayed up until about 4 o'clock in the morning, and didn't fall asleep until nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. He didn't show up in the training room until noon. Mao Xiaomo's plan is to watch 2 days of games, mainly to see the current status of each team and the current desert map competition. The desert map is also an old map, but there are not many opportunities for the desert map to appear in competitions, especially in Xia Kingdom. So Mao Xiaomo has not studied it carefully. The desert map actually tests the team's choice of points in front. Simply put, the requirements for the team will be higher. Target shooting rarely occurs in the desert map, which is very different from the island map. Even in the Destiny Circle and desert map, there is a high chance of being defeated. Strictly speaking, this is a fairer map than the island map. Mao Xiaomo has almost mastered all T2 maps, and his level has been completely different after more than a month. Mao Xiaomo finally found the reason why European and American FPS can be so strong. Xiagua doesn't have this kind of thing at all. He relies entirely on playing games to practice. The software for gun training is also very rudimentary. The pictures made by Mstoy and Yehao are all relatively simple confrontation pictures without this kind of special training. Mao Xiaomo should be regarded as the first Xiagua player to train in European and American clubs. It is also because of his unique commanding talents and unique background environment that he is not controlled by the club. You must know that European and American clubs are not particularly wealthy and have no money to buy players from Xiagua. Players like Lyon will never be released by OMG, and they will never have access to this kind of professional training. Chapter 538, Iron, SSS. Everyone still gathered together for the desert competition the next day. After knowing that Denovo is king, everyone finally has a player that everyone is convinced of. He only has respect and admiration for Mao Xiaomo. Even Iron and Youngs are like that. Mao Xiaomo is not the competitor of the two of them. They are each other. Everyone wants to play professional games with Denovo, James, and Ibiza. That is a team that will definitely be at the top of the world. Crazy training. Whether it's Iron or Youngs, they need to be stronger. Alvin was originally very determined, but seeing Young's obvious progress, he suddenly became hesitant. There's still time. Let's take a look. There are only 4 days of PGI competition. It's just that by the time it ended, Liquid's youth training team had already been immersed in training. The atmosphere in the training room was now indescribably serious, and Mao Xiaomo also started training at the T1 level. Gun training. Mao Xiaomo and Iron shook the mouse again and again. Practice until you are exhausted. Start resting when you are tired. When you are tired, you are not suitable for training, and your ability to accept it will be very low. After practicing all day long, Mao Xiaomo practiced horribly. Iron is more terrifying than him. Both of their wrists were worn out from pulling guns all day long. It drew blood. And every time I did it, there was burning pain. Alvin advised them not to wear bandages because it would cause problems with the feel. We have always heard in China that someone's skin was torn due to gun training. Mao Xiaomo didn't quite understand it at the time, but he can understand it now. But a will was supporting Mao Xiaomo to move forward. That will comes from Cheng Yao and all PUBG fans in Xia Kingdom. There will be one of the most important games for Xiaogua in 2020. As long as he keeps working hard, he will keep practicing. Mao Xiaomo would sometimes show his teeth because it was really painful. But Iron was really scary. His expression didn't change even though he was bleeding. And he was still pulling the gun again and again. Everyone has a competitive spirit. And both Mao Xiaomo and Iron are the same. Madman.
They're all crazy.
Yong shook his head and looked at the two people in disbelief. He couldn't do it. He really couldn't. He didn't know what was supporting these two people. Later, Alvin really couldn't stand it anymore. So he reduced the amount of training for the two of them. Under this almost crazy training, Mao Xiaomo's progress frightened everyone. It's so scary. In just over 2 months, I have almost completed all the content of T1. And Iron completed all content of T1. That is to say, another SSS level professional player has appeared in the entire Liquid Youth training team. Iron. Yongs was also a little disappointed when he saw Iron completing all T1 level projects. Has another candidate for Liquid been confirmed? More than 2 months of crazy training are about to be ruined. Mao Xiaomo patted the disappointed Yongs and said,
No matter what, you have to remember that you are constantly improving. You have a good future. And the final result has not been out yet. Don't give up.
Although Mao Xiaomo is only 20 years old, he has become a senior in his career and even an idol in the hearts of many people. Yongs also nodded when he heard Mao Xiaomo's encouragement. Becoming stronger is an endless road. And no matter at any time, if the direct results have not come out, don't give up. Iron also made Alvin extremely happy. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mao Xiaomo came to the Liquid base, it was as if he had opened up Iron's second line of Renandu. And even Yongs had made terrifying progress. Yongs is also a very down-to-earth kid. Although he is not as talented as Iron, he is still a good prospect. Alvin will definitely be happy to be able to play him. Even if you are not in Liquid in the future, you will definitely see the ID Yongs in the professional arena. It has been more than 2 months since Mao Xiaomo came to the Liquid Youth training camp. During these 2 months, Mao Xiaomo was like disappearing from the world in Xia Kingdom. Except for a few people who knew about it. The outside world knew nothing about Mao Xiaomo's movements. On August 7th, finally, an insider revealed that Sambi and Scum's contract is about to expire, and they are discussing a new contract. But the progress is not very smooth. If nothing goes wrong, Sambi and Scum will be together after the contract ends. Join, for example. EG is also a wealthy club in the United States. The most famous is the Dota 2 division. It won the Seattle International Invitational Tournament and has always been a wealthy club with world championships. It is said that EG has signed a contract with Zed. Zed is also a very famous professional player. The TPJ overall review is also SSS. So if both Sambi and Scum join EG, the EG team will have 3 SSS level players. Players are also a terrifying force. However, the specific time is not clear, and Liquid has already begun preparing for personnel replacement. There is something strange in the circle. 2 of Liquid's top players are about to leave the team, but they haven't heard any transfer rumors. This means that Liquid is not planning to poach anyone this time, because there are relatively few games from September to October. Liquid's other 2 main players are also on vacation, apart from some small games that Liquid does not participate in. Liquid's most recent game should be the DreamHack World Tour. The DreamHack Tour has a total of 12 stops, all in Europe and America. DreamHack is the most valuable unofficial tournament, and it is also a tournament that attracts the attention of all esports enthusiasts. After the 12 games are over, the finals will be played based on the comprehensive results of the 12 games. This is also the biggest event in the entire winter. But there is nothing happening with the Xia Kingdom team. This competition is originally a European competition. In winter, there are fewer large-scale competitions in the entire Xia Kingdom, and they are all platform competitions and invitational competitions. The DreamHack competition won't be held until November. So Liquid is not in a hurry now. There are still nearly 3 months for Liquid to select new players and adjust. Chapter 539. The 100-match ladder of 9 youth training players. It's said to be Liquid's big test. But actually Mao Xiaomo doesn't have to take it. Not to mention his marksmanship. Just based on his commanding ability, he will definitely get a regular spot in Liquid. The main thing is to choose one between Youngs and Iron, while the other 7 youth training players have to show their potential and strength so that they can stay in the Liquid youth training team. Everyone was originally prepared for the big test, but Alvin's project was not a test of their marksmanship.
Choose your own server to complete 100 single queues, 100 double queues, and 100 quadruple queues. The time is 1 month. After 1 month, I will decide whether to stay or not based on your data and comprehensive performance during training.
300 game ladder match. In fact, it seems like a lot. But if you play every day, you can complete 15 sets in 1 day. The time for 15 sets is only 7 to 8 hours at most. For these players who usually train for 12 plus hours, it is not a problem. It's just that Alvin's sudden exam caught everyone off guard. In order to prepare for the exam, some team members even took a look at the common training charts for various exams. But this 1-month exam caught everyone off guard. But that's okay. There's no need to put too much pressure on it. As for double rows and 4 rows, you can find teammates by yourself. Although Mao Xiaomo is determined to join Liquid, he may not be able to convince the public if he doesn't show off his intentions. After all, what everyone admires is his command, not his strength. So Mao Xiaomo must also take part in this big exam. All 10 players chose the European server. There is no other reason. The European server is the server with the highest level among the major servers. Half of the European server competitions in the top division are people from the PlayerUnknown's Battleground circle, including anchors, professional players, and youth training from major teams, members of the battalion. Moreover, after the overall reform of the European and American servers last year, the European server's ladder is now a little different from the past. In the past, the first place on the ladder was around 3,000 points. Now that the point system has been reformed, the points of the European server have also changed a lot. Absolute strength is simply not possible. The current solo queue leader in the European server is Zed, with 9,134 points. He is also the only player with 9,000 plus at this stage. And Zed has joined EG, and you should be able to see him in the professional arena soon. The first place in dual queue is FAZ_zone, 8,762 points. The first place in the 4th row is also FAZ_zone, 8,835 points. This player is the only super talent in FaZe's youth training team. But now FaZe's chemical reaction is very good, and there is no intention to change the players. As for those famous professional players, whether they are FaZe, Navi or Liquid, although they are all on the ladder rankings, they are not ranked very high. There is nothing you can do about it. There is really not much time for these professional players to compete on the ladder. Mao Xiaomo is not in a hurry to hit the ladder. His T1 training map is about to be completed, and there are still 2 final maps. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to hit this ladder. Mao Xiaomo was practicing headshot training on a moving target when Youngs came to the door.
You want to double queue with me? Well, I don't have much time. You can find someone else.
Mao Xiaomo rejected Youngs. He had no intention of playing double queue. Double queue meant little to him, and would not be used at all during competitions. Youngs has no choice. But Mao Xiaomo said that he doesn't have to worry about playing in double queue. What he is afraid of is Mao Xiaomo and Iron's double queue. So their KDA will definitely be particularly terrifying. Now in this training camp, only 3 players are outstanding. Himself, Denovo and Iron. Youngs himself knows that the ladder competition assessment is his last chance, because Iron has completed all T1 level training maps. Logically speaking, his TPJ overall rating has reached SSS, and he has no chance in training maps. Mao Xiaomo is training hard. Iron, Youngs, and the remaining youth players from Liquid have already started their journey to the ladder. For positioning in 10 games, the system will give an appropriate initial score based on the positioning results of 10 games. In just 3 days, 9 Liquid players appeared among the top 1,000 players in the European server. All Liquid youth training players have entered the top 1,000. Interested people also saw that there were suddenly many Liquid players on the solo queue standings, and they all knew that it might be Liquid's youth training team that went out collectively. Combined with the current situation of Liquid, It is not difficult to guess that Liquid will select talents from the youth training team. Outsiders don't know how much ability these youth training players have, but they can be determined from the points and KDA in the ladder. What is the approximate KDA of a professional player in solo queue? Generally, the KDA of S+ professional players in solo queue is 8 to 10. SS is 10 to 13. And SSS is 13+. But few professional players take the ladder seriously. Even James. His KDA on the ladder is only about 12. Which is similar to the KDA of some professional players in Xia Kingdom. Whether it is Wei Shen or 17 Shou. The highest KDA in the season was 10+. He is not completely serious about competing in the ladder. But this is basically the situation. But this time Liquid's youth training team is all serious about solo queue. These people are all at the level of professional players. When playing on the ladder, they will crush games below 6,000 points. In Iron's 10 positioning matches, he got 8 chickens. Young's had 9 chickens in the 10 positioning matches. The initial scores of both people are 5,000+, which is already very scary. But because the number of games is not particularly large, KDA has no reference significance. The higher the score, the lower the KDA will be. In less than 8 days, all members have completed the 100-game solo queue game. Data information about Young's and Iron also appeared in Xia Kingdom. There are many posts on Hupu analyzing the data of the current 9 youth players of Liquid. The conclusion is horrible. Some fans who originally had no expectations for these youth training players are now frantically looking for information on these players. Chapter 540 Mao Xiaomo, SSS. Analysis of the ladder data of 9 Liquid youth players. This is a post from Hupu that has received a lot of replies. As a popular team in the world, Liquid touches the hearts of fans with every move they make. Poster. The data of the 9 Liquid players are all in 100 games. It is obviously a one-time assessment of Liquid. Let us take a look at the data of these 9 players. Liquid_AR has 6,519 ladder points. 643rd ladder ranking. 28.9% headshot rate. 31 chicken kills. 31% chicken kill rate. KDA, 8.9. This poster came up with a picture based on the ladder ranking. This is only number 9. Liquid's last player. This data is enough for any team in Xia Kingdom to qualify for trial training. A player with a KDA of 8.9 and a chicken win rate of 30+ is still only the last one. Number 8. Liquid_Pero. 6691 ladder points. 611 ladder ranking. 29.1% headshot rate. 29 chickens. 29% chickens. KDA, 9.1. The more everyone watched, the more frightened they became. Are all of them monsters or something? After Mao Xiaomo came, and Liquid was about to make a major change, everyone practiced hard, and their level also improved significantly. 2 players in succession completed all T2 level training maps and reached SS level. But Liquid's top 2 players are simply monsters. To be honest, this data absolutely blew James away. Although James is not serious about playing. Number 2, Liquid_Iron. 8614 ladder points. 8th ladder ranking. 68.9% headshot rate. 49 chicken kills. 49% chicken kill rate. KDA, 13.9. Number 1, Liquid_Youngs. 8719 ladder points. 6th ladder ranking. 42.9% headshot rate. 65 chickens. 65% chickens. KDA, 12.8. Monster. 2 monsters. The statistics of these 2 monsters are shocking. Iron, ranked 8th on the ladder, has a headshot rate of 68.9. Are you kidding me? What about cheating? 70% headshot rate. Is this a monster? You don't need to look at the rest of the data. Just look at this one data, and you will be shocked. Youngs, ranked 6th, has a chicken win rate of 65% in 100 games, which is also a terrifying statistic. But it is far less shocking than the headshot rate of 68.9%. This is too exaggerated. I have never seen such exaggerated data. From the data point of view, this Young should be a stable player and does not take many kills. Because if he takes a lot of kills and has such a high chicken eating rate, the KDA should be horribly high. But in the end, it was only 12.8, which shows that this players don't kill many people in the chicken game. One is the ultimate shooter, and the other is a commanding talent. Maybe these are the 2 people joining Liquid, and no one has any doubts about it. Liquid now has James in the sniper position and the fire suppression position, and they are in urgent need of 2 players like this. It seems that Liquid after the reorganization is also worth looking forward to. Mjoy might as well have called as soon as he saw this data.
Hey. Okay. Is this Young's Mao Xiaomo?
In Joy's view, this is typical Mao Xiaomo style data. Fortunately, the other end of the computer smiled and replied,
No. He hasn't beaten me yet. When he starts beating me, you won't ask me if it's him.
It was a good thing that Mjoy was a little confused. But he got the news that this Youngs was not Mao Xiaomo. Fortunately, after hanging up the phone, he was a little scornful. Could this data be Mao Xiaomo? This data is probably the data before Mao Xiaomo went to Liquid. If he still had this data after going to Liquid, he wouldn't have to go back to Xia country. Only a few people at IFCD know Mao Xiaomo's ID. De novo. Liquid_de novo. This ID has not yet appeared on the list, but it will appear sooner or later. USA. Liquid Youth Academy.
Call!
Mao Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty that had trapped him for nearly 2 months was finally over. After Mao Xiaomo completed the moving target headshot training, he also attracted everyone's attention. Youngs's heart was bitter, and he really couldn't accept some things. It took him so long to still be stuck here. But Mao Xiaomo only spent less than 3 months. Mao Xiaomo's gun feel is so good, especially his control of ballistics. This is a unique feeling. Mao Xiaomo's touch has also been worn out. Professional systematic training is much harder than he imagined. On August 25th, Beijing time, Mao Xiaomo officially completed all T1 level training maps. These training maps were set by Alvin in full compliance with the TPJ comprehensive evaluation criteria. Mao Xiaomo's completion speed was also faster than Alvin predicted. 2 months early. This is absolute talent. Mao Xiaomo played the T1 level training map again and passed all of them successfully. All the team members looked behind Mao Xiaomo and saw a special feeling in Mao Xiaomo's gun. To describe it in one word is fluid. Especially in Mao Xiaomo's gun shooting and target shooting. The bullets seemed to be controlled by Mao Xiaomo, and the gun hit the target. This special feeling also made Mao Xiaomo feel that all the hardships were over. Only now did he finally realize why those European and American professional players had such high headshot rates. He has only been practicing for 3 months, and he has already reached this level. Let alone a player who has been practicing for 2 or 3 years. That is to say, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds did not appear very early. Otherwise this gap may not be caught up no matter how hard we try. Think about it. It has only been more than 2 years since the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became professional. This game has become popular very quickly. Now it is at its peak. Being able to catch up at such a golden moment. Mao Xiaomo also feels that he quite lucky. He never thought about playing professionally at the beginning. But everything just fell into place. Mao Xiaomo rubbed his wrists and took a nap. In the afternoon, I sat in front of the computer full of energy. I swiped through the T1 training chart again to practice my skills. And finally clicked on the ladder icon. You have 10 more games to calibrate your points. The initial score of the ladder must be calibrated using the data of the first 10 games. And the level of these first 10 games is not high. Iron 8 chickens. Young's 9 chickens. It can be said that if there are no mistakes, eating chicken smoothly is not a problem. Chapter 541. The European server is dominated by de novo. It had been a long time since Mao Xiaomo had played on the ladder. And when he started matching, he felt a long-lost happiness. This is just like Mao Xiaomo's happiness when he first started playing games. In 4 months, from the end of PCI to now, this is Mao Xiaomo's first game. Liquid_de novo. Online. Iron glanced at Mao Xiaomo's computer and finally saw that Mao Xiaomo had opened ladder matching. He originally thought that Mao Xiaomo had no intention of playing. After all, Mao Xiaomo must be the only one in this position. But Mao Xiaomo also wanted to test the results of these 3 months of training. Visibly stronger, Mao Xiaomo can feel it himself. Now he even wants to go to Xia Kingdom to challenge Good, and then abuse him crazily. Mao Xiaomo still mainly plays island maps. After all, 80% of current professional competitions are island maps, and 20% are desert maps. Playing island maps can also help you familiarize yourself with the terrain, which is also helpful for the competition. In the first set, Mao Xiaomo also chose to grow steadily, and found a wild spot to jump into. I haven't played for a long time. Although my shooting skills are not unfamiliar, I am still a little stiff when searching for things. Generally, this adaptation process disappears after 1 game. Even ordinary players have it. After not playing for a long time, the whole operation feels strange. But professional, the player's ability to adjust is still better. Iron didn't continue to watch Mao Xiaomo's solo queue. The first 10 games were nothing interesting. They were all bad games. When Mao Xiaomo played high-scoring games, he would study. It was also fate that he was sitting next to Mao Xiaomo and could be seen when he turned his head.
Iron. Double row?
Iron didn't expect that Youngs would ask him to duo queue. Good. It doesn't matter who the teammate is. Iron just doesn't know who to find for duo queue. Youngs is actually the best choice. In a team, you are both an opponent and a teammate. Both Youngs and Iron have the idea of competing with their opponents. Mao Xiaomo's first game got cold very quickly, and he overturned. While riding a motorcycle on the road, suddenly there was a little bumpy little MO who didn't notice, and then the whole person flew out. Anyway, Mao Xiaomo looked dull when he died. Bad start. Fortunately no one noticed. Mao Xiaomo shook his head, sat up straight and started playing. His goal is to be number 1 on the ladder. Within 3 days, a super boss from the European server appeared on the ladder. Liquid_Denovo. The 10th Liquid Academy player. Fortunately, when I saw Denovo's post on Hupu, I couldn't wait to click on it. Then he invited Good Wang Hao to come over and take a look. How far will Mao Xiaomo grow after evolving? In 3 days, Mao Xiaomo played 49 solo queue games. The data is horrifying.
Liquid's 10th youth training player. Is this data a human being? This is the title of the post. Liquid_Denovo. Total games, 49. Number of chickens, 46. Top 10, 47. Chicken eating rate, 93.9%. Headshot rate, 63.1%. Ladder points, 8,394. Ladder ranking, 11. KDA, 99.99, 99.99, will be displayed if it exceeds 100.
Hold the grass. Hold the grass. I'm in a big hole.
Fortunately, holding this phone makes me tremble slightly.
This.
He didn't know what to say. Wang Hao smiled the most happily. Isn't it his goal to become stronger? Now that he has achieved it. It's just a little exaggerated. It's beyond the scope of human understanding. 49 plates. 46 plates with chicken. Which means there are only 3 plates without chicken. Among the 3 plates, one of them was killed by a fall. The KDA exceeds 100. No one knows the specific number. But with this terrifying chicken eating rate, it is normal for the KDA to exceed 100. After all, there are only 3 deaths in 49 games. The denominator is too small. KDA can be exceeded by killing several people in 49 games. 100. Zhou Lily was stunned when she saw this data. To be honest, only Mao Xiaomo could produce this kind of data. This terrifying chicken-eating rate can only be achieved by Mao Xiaomo.
Regarding the judgment and handling of the finals, even in professional competitions, Mao Xiaomo is like a god descending from the earth. Players like this do not know how to hide their own ladder games. And they are very diligent. In this kind of solo queue, I guess there is no player in the whole world who is more powerful than Mao Xiaomo. Hupu's post has over 3,000 replies. There are also several professional players on Liangping. For AM Weishan, is this too exaggerated? OMG Liang, is this typed by someone? 17_show, damn. Where did this monster come from? In the entire Xia kingdom, there was only one word to describe Denovo. Monster. And it's the kind of monster that has never appeared before. A headshot rate of 60+ and almost 100% chicken eating rate. The European server feels like it will be dominated by Denovo. If he hadn't known in advance that this was Mao Xiaomo, he wouldn't have been able to guess it. How strong is Mao Xiaomo now? In other words, are European and American training methods really that much better than Xia was? They all knew Mao Xiaomo's strength before he went there. He was a qualified SS-level professional player. But he was still far behind this Denovo. The first SSS-level player in Xia country? In just 3 days, the ID Denovo became famous around the world. All major portals have the ID Denovo. And it's the most conspicuous piece. The section about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on Xiaog was Weibo is all about Denovo news, even though there are relatively few games now.
Liquid's new monster.
Denovo.
How strong is he? Are Denovo and James about to join forces? The new Liquid may dominate PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
Countless pieces of news about Liquid appear this way around the world. Both James and Ibiza know that that is King's new ID. They are also very excited to see that King has become so strong now. When Denovo returns to the team, what is their upper limit for Liquid? After playing 49 sets in Denovo, I suddenly stopped playing. The data has not changed for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, Twitch had an additional live broadcast room. His master is Liquid_Denovo. Chapter 542 provoked the entire European server. The room name is extremely arrogant. It's called
Come to me.
Translated into Chinese it means
Come on me.
he is provoking the whole world. ISCD's training room. Gut came in from the outside humming a little tune and saw everyone including Wang Hao, Confession and Yehao gathered around.
What are you looking at? Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast.
DLG training room. Everyone is gathered together. Today is the first broadcast of Denovo on Twitch, but it has already been pinned to the top by Twitch. Except from Joy. No one knew that this was Mao Xiaomo. Everyone just wanted to see how strong this player was. Europe.
Oh. Ibiza. Go sniper him.
James called Ibiza.
I'm coming.
8 a.m. US time. 7 p.m. Beijing time. Denovo premieres. Morning live broadcast. Mao Xiaomo also hung up the voice software. The other 9 Liquid Youth training players in the entire training room did not dare to make a sound and sat quietly on their chairs watching Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast. Since Mao Xiaomo quit ISCD, he no longer has a live broadcast contract. The live broadcast contract in Panda belongs to the entire ISCD team, and he did not sign a contract for Twitch live broadcast. But Twitch still gave him the best resources. In addition to his own popularity, the intervention of Liquid's top management also played an important role. Liquid's players challenged the world. This is a good thing for Liquid's promotion in every aspect. Originally, Mao Xiaomo didn't want to live broadcast. But firstly, the game was not interesting, and the opponent was not very strong. Secondly, Alvin wanted him to teach these Liquid Youth training players something. But when Mao Xiaomo was wearing headphones, no one could hear the sound in Mao Xiaomo's headphones. So Alvin made this suggestion. When Mao Xiaomo heard this, he thought, it was interesting. So I did it. As for the name of the room, Xiao Tang came up with it. Since Mao Xiaomo became the boss, Xiao Tang's status has also risen. In the past, these youth training players would not even look at her. She has no breasts and no ass. So there is nothing good about her. Mao Xiaomo rubbed his hands. The introduction below the room had long been changed by Xiao Tang. Room introduction, Liquid_Denovo. 100 games to get 10,000 points. There will be a delay after the game starts. Welcome to Snipe Me. 10,000 points. This is Denovo's goal. Now the top scorer on the ladder only has 9,100 plus points. And Denovo can only get 10,000 points. But if you think about it carefully, Denovo is probably the only one who can achieve such a high chicken eating rate. He said that 10,000 points is not necessarily impossible. After the broadcast started, the number of people on Twitch instantly exceeded 50,000. The number of people on Twitch is definitely not comparable to that of domestic platforms. When Shroud was at its most popular, it was only around 200,000. And it was during prime time. Nowadays, most Americans who use Twitch have to go to work and go to school. At this point, 50,000 people are already an exaggeration. I know this has just started, and it will definitely increase in the future. Mao Xiaomo pressed the match button. There are not many people in the European server, and you have to wait about 5 seconds for matching, so it is easier to snipe. The moment they were matched, the screen in Denovo's live broadcast room went black. Some people who didn't know the truth didn't understand what was going on, and the anchor's screen suddenly went black. I only saw the room introduction after being reminded by the audience. This Denovo doesn't live broadcast because he is afraid of others sniping him, but because he hopes others will snipe him. Mao Xiaomo just hopes that every game will be better. In the first game, many professional players were watching to see what level this Denovo was. So most of the snipers were high-scoring players who were doing good things. In the European server, you can't snipe if you don't have such a high score. So Xiaoguo's professional players can only watch. Otherwise they will definitely go up and compete with Mao Xiaomo based on Gut's eagerness to try. 5 minutes later, Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast room lit up again. Faced with so many people sniping, Mao Xiaomo actually chose school. Is there anyone doing live streaming like this? Is this how you hit 46 chickens? The school is famous for its large number of people, and life and death are determined by fortune and wealth. Doesn't it mean that you will be left without a gun? Mao Xiaomo just regarded it as an ordinary ladder game, even if the opponent was stronger. The reason for the delay is also very simple. There is no way to prevent someone from targeting him on his way into the circle. Once someone knows which tree you are in, he will block you and prevent you from entering the circle. There is nothing you can do about it. 5.6 people parachuted at the same time. The target was the school. because it was a high-scoring bureau in the European server. Everyone played more conservatively. There were only 5 to 6 people in the entire school. After Malxiamo landed, he jumped down from the first floor without his gun. Everyone just wants to see the excitement, and don't take it too seriously. I really hope that Denuvo will become so popular, which will be embarrassing and embarrassing. After all, it provoked the entire European server. And the first game fell into a box. And Liquid's face was on the ground. Alvin and Chris are both watching Malxiamo's live broadcast. Moreover, Malxiamo's live broadcast was facilitated by the two of them. Especially Chris, who put all her treasure on Malxiamo. If this live broadcast is successful, her future will. This is the first time Chris is so nervous. Malxiamo, on the other hand, didn't have any panic. After climbing down the first floor, I jumped directly into a room. Underneath lay an S686 and 10 spray bullets. Just pick it up, open and close it, load it with bullets, and then rush straight to the second floor. A reckless man. A real reckless man. Only veteran CD players such as Good, Chung Yao, and Mu Yun know that Malxiamo's strongest point is not his M16, but also his trolling. After becoming a professional, there was no chance to use the troll. So this skill was passively hidden by Malxiamo. The reason why Malxiamo is so powerful at spraying is because his reaction and movement skills are very fast. And he can control the spray very well. So it is up to you. If you can hit the target, you will almost be invincible. Malxiamo turned around and went up to the second floor, turning sideways to predict the spray. Boom! Liquid Denuvo used S686 to kill Faze_Mze. What? The first person Malxiamo killed was everyone's acquaintance. Faye's strongest player. Mze. I was knocked down by Malxiamo with one spray. Chapter 543, Too Willful. Everyone on the barrage was laughing. Mze was knocked down just like that. It's over before it starts. However, Denuvo's spray also made all skilled players shine. James and Ibiza were both on the mat. They were delayed by 2 seconds in the first set. They both left and watched the live broadcast. When they saw this spray, it was also a moment of wow. His ability to judge sounds and control trolls is extremely strong. After watching it for 30 seconds, James knew that Malxiamo's current strength is no longer what it used to be. With the attention of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans all over the world, Malxiamo rushed to the third floor with the S686 without changing the bullets. Too confident. You could also say too arrogant. There is only one spray bullet. It can be said that Denuvo will have no fighting power if it misses the target and can only run away. But in order to hurry up, this Denuvo rushed forward with the S686, just in time to collide with the opponent's face. Boom! Another dodge and spray. Malxiamo confidently turned back and went down the stairs to reload. Liquid_Denuvo used S686 to kill IFCD_Keepon. Malxiamo also smiled after killing this person. There are also fans of IFCD in the European server. By the way, I picked up a first level armor. Anyway, it was shot down by the opponent without giving me time to react. Malxiamo counted the number of people. 2 people just died upstairs. And he killed one on the second floor. Counting this, there should be 2 more people. Malxiamo counted the number of people when he just parachuted. It should be 6 people. 1 person flew away from the school district building. There were probably 5 to 6 people in our city. He didn't see it clearly. Ta. While searching for someone, Malxiamo suddenly heard gunshots on the first floor. But there is no kill information. The last 2 men lock in position. How many people with obsessive-compulsive disorder wanted Malxiamo to pick up the rifle of his opponent on the top floor? But Denuvo immediately climbed down to the first floor. Young and energetic, Malxiamo still had a desire to show off in his heart. Good can understand it very well. After all, Malxiamo has always been like this. After scrolling down, Malxiamo also saw the enemy. But the distance was too far. So he sprayed twice and rushed into the school, preparing to take a shortcut to fight the opponent in close combat. At this time, the 2 opponents were not at ease either. They had their guns ready to shoot at any time. Everyone is a master in the European server's high-scoring game. It's impossible for a novice to just rush in with a gun. Malxiamo is. Denuvo rushed in with an S686 in hand. The opponent pulls out directly and shoots in advance. He heard Malxiamo's voice. But just when I poked my head in, there was a bang. Blood splatters everywhere.
Wow! Such a reaction!
Ibiza yelled. James also nodded silently. This reaction was too fast, and he was crushed purely by reaction. Liquid_Denovo used S686 to kill Yoga. Mao Xiaomao had never played against the school in the previous 49 games. So he came to the school for this game because he wanted to show off. The headshot rate didn't matter. It's just this kind of show. If you show well, you are a god. But if you show poorly, you are shabby. Mao Xiaomao also understands this. In front of countless stunned spectators, Mao Xiaomao picked up the player's AK. Although it was a machine sight, it was better than nothing. The last enemy was more than 20 meters away from him, and Mao Xiaomao couldn't rush over. This one was not as close as before, and he might not be able to kill him if he sprayed it. Denovo chose to take the initiative to shoot for the first time. This last enemy knows that this person is Denovo, the talented player who has recently become famous. Be timid before fighting. I just poked my head in. Duh. Without a helmet, he was shot in the head with one shot. Mao Xiaomao did the same as usual training of fixed-point headshots. The school was completely cleared by Mao Xiaomao within 1 minute. Too strong. Undisputedly strong. Everyone, remember everyone, feels that this Denovo is a bit too strong. After cleaning the school, Mao Xiaomao also briefly searched for supplies. When passing by a window, I saw an enemy coming from the school district room out of the corner of my eye. Mao Xiaomao threw 2 thunderbolts in the school. Boom. Boom. He has 4 mines. Throw 2 to fool your opponent. The enemy in this school district room didn't know how many people there were in the school, so he walked in quietly. But Mao Xiaomao's AK had already previewed his entrance position through the cover. This player sneaked in quietly, and when he heard the thunder, he was sure that there were at least 2 people in the school. But the moment you walk in, the whole person's blood volume was instantly wiped out. Directly killed by a headshot. Liquid_Denovo used AKM to kill Jin with a headshot. The entire Liquid training room was still silent. But Yongs couldn't stop shaking his head. He was too strong. Undisputedly strong. Iron didn't look at Mao Xiaomao's screen, even though he knew that Mao Xiaomao's screen was already 5 minutes later. What he has to do now is to put himself into Mao Xiaomao's role, and then feel whether he can do everything that Mao Xiaomao has done. The only person Iron felt he couldn't do was the third person Mao Xiaomao killed. That reaction was too quick. If the opponent had shot first, with Mao Xiaomao's first level and first level armor, Mao Xiaomao would have been instantly defeated. However, Mao Xiaomao just grabbed an S686, rushed over and successfully killed the opponent, in addition to using force. To describe it, I can only describe it as bold. After Mao Xiaomao killed the people around the school, he drove directly into the circle. We went directly to the small toilet on the top of a hill in the center of the circle. Then, there was no movement for 10 minutes. Iron couldn't help but glance at Mao Xiaomao and found that Mao Xiaomao was playing with his mobile phone. Twitch live broadcast. No movement for 10 minutes. Too willful. The key is that no one has come to snipe him yet. After he turned on the delay, these sniper masters didn't even think about peeking at the screen. They just wanted to seriously attack the chicken, regardless of Denovo. If they succeeded in the chicken attack, it meant that Denovo failed in the chicken attack. But no one expected that Mao Xiaomao was lying in a toilet and playing with his mobile phone. Cheng Yao had just gotten up and sent Mao Xiaomao good morning. She really didn't know that Mao Xiaomao was live broadcasting now. After the conversation, Mao Xiaomao took 2 minutes to reply. So she asked curiously, "What are you doing now?" Mao Xiaomao's answer, "Twitch live broadcast." Cheng Yao, Yuan. #@ Chapter 544 Kill, 20. For 10 minutes, Denovo did not move at all. It was not like what everyone imagined. He was an extremely serious professional player playing in the pub game. There is no way to do this on a large map. If it is a passerby game, the number of players will be reduced quickly. There is no great significance in exploring spots and information like professional players in the center of the circle. But now most anchors will not choose to do this because it will affect the effect of the live broadcast. But Mao Xiaomao doesn't care. He doesn't care about this. And he hasn't signed a contract with Twitch. Even after signing a contract, he doesn't have time to broadcast. Buzz buzz buzz. Hearing the sound of the car, Mao Xiaomao put down his phone and rushed out with the AKM in hand. A jeep was passed not far from Mao Xiaomao. Duh. Mao Xiaomao picked up the AKM and immediately squatted down to shoot. Squatting is to increase the stability of the firearm, and it is also a very practical skill. Many professional players have such a habit. What's even more surprising is Mao Xiaomao's calculation of lead time and follow-up. while the AKM in his hand shook rapidly. Mao Xiaomo just pulled it down and completed the kill of the enemy. Liquid_Denovo kills Geises with an AKM headshot.
Hold the grass. Is this Mao Xiaomo? Are you sure this is Mao Xiaomo?
Throughout the IFCD training room, Good and Wang Hao glanced at each other, looking at the Denovo on the screen in disbelief. If Mao Xiaomo hadn't told them his ID, they would never have been able to guess it. In their impression, Mao Xiaomo's AKM belongs to the very average level. Basically, it's at a normal level. But now with the red dot AKM's tracking gun and strafing, it's impossible for anyone to recognize that it's Mao Xiaomo. Even those who are most familiar with IFCD can't recognize it, let alone some viewers. Now Mao Xiaomo, with the help of Alvin, can be said to be good at all kinds of guns. But he has no intention of sending out his M16 during the live broadcast. After all, this personal characteristic is too obvious. There are 3 levels of M16 for professional players in the world. The first level is King's M16, then the neutral level, and then everyone else's M16. After Mao Xiaomo killed this man, he didn't even bother to lick it. The AKM and SKS on him were guns that Mao Xiaomo had never used before. After 3 months of crazy training, it could be said that he had mastered them all. AKM and SKS are also a perfect match. One is close, and the other is far. In terms of guns, as long as you can ensure that you can hit at both distance and distance. And when someone else is running poison or moving in the middle distance, you can kill them with consecutive points. It is not very suitable if it is AKM plus Kar 98K, because once someone else moves to a medium or long distance, you can only use 98K to try 2 shots, which cannot cause rapid damage. Everyone is curious about who this Denovo is, who just appeared out of thin air without any warning at all. Solo queue in the pub game is much easier to play than in the competition, as long as you don't take the initiative to kill. It is very easy to reach the finals, as long as you reduce the number of large-scale transfers and control the terrain around you to prevent people from sneaking up. You can easily enter the finals safely. Everyone just watched blankly for 15 minutes. The key is that Denovo really didn't move except for killing the person before. But no one dared to change the channel for fear of missing some exciting scenes. Because it was the first set, there were only a limited number of masters who could actually snipe. And many masters around the world did not have high scores in the European server. So Mao Xiaomo was able to play with ease. I kept holding the SKS at the high point and hitting targets down the mountain. Finally, he circled down the mountain. Mao Xiaomo smoked a few cigarettes and made it down the mountain without any danger. After going down the mountain, there was another massacre. This is why FPP is better than TPP. It reduces the probability of being killed by Inbi. In TPP mode, it is easy for the old Inbi who is stuck in a certain tree to steal the single row. After all, the other side can see you. Look, if you don't go to the opposite side, FPP is much fairer. Coupled with Mao Xiaomo's reaction, it's really a win-win situation. Just when everyone thought Denovo was going to win the chicken without any suspense, Denovo showed off its AKM again. AKM strafing from 150 meters away. Just 4 shots. The red dot AKM opened its scope and fired directly at a small head popping up in the distance. Duh. Another headshot. Many viewers shouted, "What the heck?" in front of the screen. After all, the vast majority of the viewers are from Europe and the United States. Even Yong said wow. Denovo simply threw away the SKS and used a red dot AKM for target practice. They were all firing continuously, shooting the first few bullets with almost no recoil, then quickly closing the camera and then quickly opening the camera, without any unnecessary movements at all. Someone is running poison far away, and Mao Xiaomo is also firing continuously with his AK, turning the mirror on and off, which is dazzling. This is all flower work, but it will make people feel that it is a very awesome job. Just like street ball on the basketball court. Although there are very few opportunities to be used in official games. It is so cool. Show. Mao Xiaomo's operation is jaw-dropping. 150 meters away, he blasted the heads of 2 drug-running team members in succession. It seemed like the whole circle was under his control. This is what a first-line professional player looks like when playing a passerby. More shocking than those anchors. 10 people in the finals. Denovo also cleared the way, killing 2 with thunder and killing 1 head-on. Survival on the field, too. There was only the last enemy left except Denovo. And Denovo actually killed 19 people in this high-scoring game. It would be fine if I killed 19 of them in the Fish Pond Bureau. This is the top branch of the European server. All high-scoring passers-by, anchors, and professional players are in this segment. Although there aren't that many professional players. You can't play like this. The last player is also a master. After testing it out with 2 thunders, he is ready to make a wave. If he insists, he will win. If he doesn't win, forget it. But Mao Xiaomao didn't give him this chance. When he just rushed out of the bunker, an instantaneous thunderbolt was thrown at his feet. Before he could react, there was a loud boom. The entire screen becomes gray. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Kill, 20. Perfect premiere. Easily 20 kills in the top division of the European server, which even many first-line professional players cannot achieve. After watching one game, everyone recognized the strength of Denovo. Chapter 545. It is better to wait for one person than to kill a city. Then, Denovo made another extremely arrogant move. The live broadcast added an exclamation point after the name of his live broadcast room. Come to me! But this will not arouse the anger of these viewers. The anchor is arrogant and awesome, so they just want to watch the excitement. Watching the excitement is just for fun. Besides, Denovo's behavior is very interesting. And no matter what the result is, they are happy to see it. If someone really sniped Denovo, he would be happy. It would be a lot of fun. If Denovo is really invincible in the European server, that would be a very shocking thing. Originally, if the delay was turned on, it would be difficult to snipe Mao Xiaomao in the second set. However, in the second set, Mao Xiaomao just waited for 5 minutes, then returned the speed of the live broadcast room to normal. Click start, and cue to the end. He delayed again, for fear that others would not attack him. Mao Xiaomao changed to Xiaoqing district in this game, and many people in this game skipped school and wanted to do Denovo once. But little did they know that the enemy was cunning and did not give them such a chance. There are only 3 people in Xiaoqing district including Mao Xiaomao. After searching for some basic equipment, Mao Xiaomao ran to the wall of the sea view room, waiting for the other party to finish searching the house, and jumped down from the 2nd floor. This kind of person is really too shady. Generally, after searching for a sea view room, he will not go down from the 2nd floor through the front door, because there are 3 puzzle buildings in front. It can be said that he can hit them from the front, back, left, and right. So he usually chooses to go through the back door. Turning it down, he didn't expect that there was someone next to the wall downstairs. As a professional player, Mao Xiaomao really showed what squatting means. After killing this player, Mao Xiaomao also heard the footsteps of another person. This man was also very smart and sneaked over, hoping to take advantage of the fight between the 2 players. But he didn't expect that the battle would be resolved so quickly, and that Mao Xiaomao would react so quickly. Directly pull the headshot gun. As soon as he showed his head, all the AKM's fire hit him on the head. Another headshot. Instant kill. All cleared within 1 minute. After killing the person, Mao Xiaomao did not choose to continue searching. Instead, he found a 2nd floor room next to the road and stayed there again. Then, there was no movement again. But these audience members are still reluctant to close the door. Then Mao Xiaomao showed what it means to be a textbooking person. Predicting people's movements, Mao Xiaomao just looked around along the road, and there was only 1 car in front of him. So people from Port G would definitely come here to pick up the car. He just had to stay in the corner of the room and hide it, and then put it onto the gun, waits for the enemy to take the bait, and then does it. The first circle was on the east side of the map, very far away from Mao Xiaomao. But Mao Xiaomao had no intention of leaving first. The energy from the previous few beatings can be restored, and Mao Xiaomao's dose of medicine is enough. So he will be fine after taking 3 poisons. The first poison has arrived, and Mao Xiaomao has no intention of leaving. To be honest, this shouldn't be the style of play of professional players, but more like the style of play of passers-by. But Mao Xiaomao didn't care. Entering the circle took time anyway, and there was also a waiting circle outside the circle. It wouldn't be a big problem to drive in later. One of the reasons why the public game is easier to play than the professional game is the intensity of firepower around the circle. Even if it is the top branch of the European server, and it is a solo queue, and you can enter the circle from all directions, Mao Xiaomao does not have to worry about having no place to enter the circle. Even the audience was impatient to wait, but Mao Xiaomao was still waiting there. There is a similar anchor in Xiaogua. He stayed in the toilet for 10 minutes. His name is QQQ. At first, he relied on this tactical style of play to enter the top 10 of the European server. But now he has fallen. It can be said that he did not have enough strength at first. So he chose a slightly more conservative style of play. But Mao Xiaomo is different. No. It should be said that De Novo is different. This De Novo obviously has the ability to crush everything. But using this style of play is a bit hard to accept. But he really got it. Buzz. This enemy's footsteps were clicking. And he had just gotten into the car happily. Before he could be happy, he was immediately killed. After searching the entire G-port, I finally got someone an express delivery. Mao Xiaomo jumped down and started searching for this man's equipment. In the moment of the barrage, all the complaints and all the unhappiness turned into joy. This man was jumping and punching all the way. And when he was looking for a car, he suddenly saw him. Huh? He actually left a car for him in Xiaoqing district. And he ran over without thinking. Unexpectedly, he was handsome for only 3 seconds. And was ruthlessly killed as soon as he got in the car. As the saying goes, it is better to wait for one person than to kill a city. This man is so fat that even Mao Xiaomo wants to jump up and shout. This is my horse. But is an emotionless person who can kill with blood. Cough. This package has level 2 heads. Level 3 armor. Countless medicines. Full M4. Full 98k. Everything you want. Just one less level 3 head. Can you find all the accessories in G-port? Mao Xiaomo complained in his heart. In fact, G-port is a very metaphysical place. Sometimes it is poor, and sometimes it is rich. It is a very metaphysical place. This game is very obvious. This wave of blood profit. After this wave of darkness fell, Mao Xiaomo had everything except the level 3 head. M416 plus 98k. And Mao Xiaomo also carried it on his back. This configuration is theoretically the best configuration and the most reasonable configuration. It can shoot at both distance and distance. Although the M416 is not as good as the other 3 rifles in close combat. Only the M16 can compete with the M416 in the mid-range burst shooting. The M16 is useless at medium and long ranges. And the M416 is still the king. The most important thing is that this configuration also has a 98k, which is a deterrent for breaking points and fighting guns. Moreover, in FPP mode, it is difficult for someone to shoot you out of the bunker with one shot. So if you know how to use 98k in FPP, it is still a big killer. Mao Xiaomo always has a red dot on his M4. Because now even if he encounters someone, a fully equipped M416 can still hold down the gun steadily and shoot at medium distances. With Mao Xiaomo's current marksmanship, AKM it can be easily suppressed. Let alone the fully equipped M416. The 4X lens can only play a greater role in team battles. When facing other people's mid-range guns, the 4X scope gun that many players regard as cool actually doesn't make much sense in the minds of professional players. If you use a red dot when you have a 4X scope to press the gun, you would have been killed already. And the 4X scope may not be able to press the gun on your head, unless there are special circumstances, and someone suddenly jumps in your face during target practice. Chapter 546. One is in the east, and the other is in the west. When Mao Xiaomo drove into the circle, everyone suddenly saw a kill message in the upper right corner. Liquid_Ibiza used AKM to kill Liquid_James with a headshot. Even the entire Liquid Youth Academy couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing. The entire barrage is constantly refreshing the screen. James killed Ibiza. Ha 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 ha. LOL. James? Yes. James had killed a few people and was doing well. But suddenly, he was tricked to death. Liquid_Ibiza. He immediately jumped to the chat channel of Ibiza and started yelling curses. Who knew that damn Ibiza could only laugh out loud? James was so angry that he wanted to go to the Netherlands and strangle this 2-meter-tall man to death. But Ibiza didn't laugh for long. James watched the game from his perspective after his death. And just after a circle, the swaggering Ibiza suddenly passed away in the car. One shot of 98k. A direct headshot from a moving target. What the heck? This is pure luck. This gun really has no solution at all. This time it is James who is gloating. Feng Shui really turns. And mountains and rivers meet each other. The 2 Liquid generals were both killed. And Mao Xiaomo also smiled. These 2 people really welcomed him. Mao Xiaomo knew Liquid very well when he was a student. Both of them are relatively naughty types. So they have good personalities. Sambi and Scum are more mature. Neither of them made it to the finals. But Mao Xiaomo still survived easily. This set of Mao Xiaomo also showed the different playing styles of the children in the Liquid Youth Academy. This is a more subtle style. In the final round, although there were 5 kills, they were all forced kills. In the final round, We played in City Y, City War. If we play in City War, there are only 2 words for the passerby game. That is to enter the circle. Because there are many bunkers in the city. It is not easy to die if you travel through the city. Just enter the next circle as soon as you circle it. And then guard the house, and wait for others to fight. Make sure no one behind you is coming out of the house to observe. And city battles are not like other terrains. If you enter the circle and advance in city battles, you will not be attacked even if you are anywhere in the city within the circle. Just wait for the circle to enter the defense zone and defend the building. However, other terrains are not good. Unless you are in a good position. You will be flanked if you enter the circle early and your butt is not clean. Determine the location of the house and then enter close to the house. It will be difficult to be killed directly. Then hide in a house and wait for attrition. Whether it is FPP or TPP, it is impossible to attack the house if you are in a single row. It will be difficult for others to get in even if their gun skills are good. Especially for rooms with narrow stairs. It is difficult for a team to attack them. So find an empty building. Or a building with people on the second floor, but no one on the first floor. Stay there. And then set up a gun. Mao Xiaomao can be regarded as teaching the secret of solo queue to all the chicken lovers in the world. Some people are not very good at shooting and cannot be crushed directly. Mao Xiaomao uses the simplest strategy and understanding of the game to win. Circle in. Circle in. Circle in. All circles follow this principle. Otherwise, when the circle is cleared, everyone in the circle will look outside the circle. And they all have bunkers as places to set up guns. Once locked, you will not be able to get in no matter how much you throw props. Every time the circle refreshed, Mao Xiaomao would enter the next circle and kill everyone behind him. After clearing the enemies behind him, he can concentrate on dealing with the enemies in front of him. Even if he is attacked, he will know where to hide. In the final round, the finals were held near the U-shaped building in Y City, and Mao Xiaomao was also staying peacefully on the first floor of a building. The reason for choosing the first floor is also very simple. If this building is cleared, he can go out directly or choose to fight the enemies around him. However, if he is on a high floor, it will be a very embarrassing problem if he cannot get down. In this circle, there were still 6 people in the 8th circle, and Mao Xiaomao was one of them. There were only 6 kills in this game. But what they showed was no worse than the earth-shattering 20 kills in the previous game. The safe area begins to refresh. Mao Xiaomao must first arrest anyone who may be in his building. Mao Xiaomao had to pretend someone was coming when there was no one there. Mao Xiaomao entered the building later, so he didn't know the situation in the building. It was normal for there to be no sound for 2 minutes. If he was upstairs, he wouldn't have made any sound. The fact was just as Mao Xiaomao guessed. The player fell directly from the 2nd floor and landed right in front of Mao Xiaomao, but was instantly killed by the enemy on the opposite side. Mao Xiaomao didn't look around. He was very calm, and then ran out from the back door of the U-shaped building, instantly reducing the number of 2 people on the field. All locked. To be honest, as long as you determine the locations of all the remaining enemies in your mind, fighting chicken will become very simple. Survival on the field. 3. One is in the east, and one is in the west. Everyone's position was locked. And Mao Xiaomao was not in a hurry. Although he could hit the side of the person on the right by leaning his head to the right and kill him instantly, there was no need to take action. When playing in the finals, you have to use your brain to think about what your purpose is. If Mao Xiaomao kills this person, the other one will lock on Mao Xiaomao's position. If Mao Xiaomao is held in this way, Mao Xiaomao can only charge forward with his gun skills. But if Mao Xiaomao doesn't fight, these 2 players who know each other's opponent's position will have a battle sooner or later. And he will be done hiding behind and waiting to win the chicken. Now neither the players on the east side nor the players on the west side know Mao Xiaomao's position. So the main attention is still on the opposite side. The player on the east side initially suspected that there was someone where Mao Xiaomao was standing. But he was not attacked for a long time. So he automatically ruled out this possible hiding place. The safe zone was placed in the center of everyone. There is no center of the bunker. But now the remaining 3 people on the field are all on the edge of the circle. So now, it is a very embarrassing situation. Whoever enters the circle first will be beaten. And whoever enters the circle will be poisoned. Mao Xiaomao wasn't in a hurry. He didn't reveal himself when the gunshots were fired, and quietly filled up his energy, so that he could resist the poison for a while longer. The safe area begins to refresh. The 9th circle is the last circle. The poisonous ring brushed against Mao Xiaomao's body, and his blood began to drop. But Mao Xiaomao didn't panic. The two people opposite him would definitely fight. As expected. Chapter 547, Showdown with James. Mao Xiaomo had only taken the poison for 2 seconds when gunfire rang out from both sides. Duh. The moment he saw the kill information, Mao Xiaomo put his head directly in. I saw the enemy's back that was running away from him. The red dot M16 fired accurately and took him away with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Kill 7. 7 kill the chicken. Everyone could see that Mao Xiaomo was teaching something. In solo queue, the most important thing is information. As long as you get enough information, you can develop a perfect battle plan. This is the so-called opening of the eyes of heaven. After this chicken win, Mao Xiaomo's ladder points continued to rise. And looking at it like this, it seems like no one can stop him. But it happened in the third set. De Novo and James finally encountered it. 1 versus 1 in the finals. Both parties know who the other is. And they are both in high spirits. There are bunkers. Mao Xiaomo is on the wall of the housing area. And James is on a tree outside. Everyone else has just been wiped out by James. Although everyone doesn't know how many James has killed. It seems to be quite a few. You can see that he has been swiping the screen in De Novo's live broadcast room. Neither side has any intention of entering the circle. Both sides know the position of their opponents. The next step is to see who can kill the opponent instantly. James and Mao Xiaomo both hold 98k. James is Liquid's all-around position, and is very good at using rifles and snipers. Mao Xiaomo had to use 98k purely because of the terrain. If the guns on both sides are broken, one shot can't kill him, and the second shot can't hit him. All he has to do is fight with one shot. Both of them quietly move with their guns in hand. This kind of peak showdown is rare. Even if no one spoke in Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast room, everyone still watched De Novo's live broadcast with great interest. Mao Xiaomo and James both saw their opponent's shot at 98k and clicked out. Then both sides moved back crazily. Dodge this bullet from the opponent. Boom. Boom. 2 shots for 98k. They all whizzed past their ears. Mao Xiaomo frowned. His shot was completely random. The opponent's shot put a lot of pressure on him. Is James the strongest player in the world? He deserves his reputation. After observing the terrain, Mao Xiaomo felt that he could still take advantage of the terrain to win the chicken. But in his heart, he still wanted to compete with his former idol, James. After only 2 seconds of hesitation, Mao Xiaomo chose to snipe. If you lose, you lose. It's just a ladder game, not a professional game. If it were a professional competition, Mao Xiaomo would definitely not put his team last.
If I lose, it's because I'm not strong enough.
Mao Xiaomo thought about it, and continued to poke his head out from another gap. Open the camera and snipe. Everyone couldn't see the speed of opening the scope. And the shot was thrown out. In pursuit of speed. In the eyes of outsiders, this shot might be a blind shot. But this shot lived up to expectations and hit the wall. Countless stones splashed out. And James also took a shot and went back to reload. Mao Xiaomo took advantage of this time difference and directly leaned forward to hold James. Pretty. He tricked James into taking a shot, and then took advantage of this opportunity to hold James up. Taking advantage of the time difference, Mao Xiaomo's position instantly took the initiative. But James didn't panic at all. He only leaned sideways and shot in anticipation. Regardless of whether Mao Xiaomo would come out of that gap, he had to shoot because other gaps couldn't hit his probe. No matter how quickly Mao Xiaomo reacted, he pressed the shot. James' 98k bullet still penetrated Mao Xiaomo's head. Liquid_James used Car 98k to kill Liquid_De Novo with a headshot.
Hiss!
Mao Xiaomo took a breath. Angry. Lost like this? Mao Xiaomo quickly turned off the second place picture and suddenly felt depressed. He obviously did everything so perfectly. Why did he still lose? It can be said that Mao Xiaomo's execution ability is excellent. He did everything he thought of. But he still lost. Just as Mao Xiaomo was thinking about something, suddenly a burst of exclamations broke out in the Liquid training room. Wow! Wow! And they all shouted out almost at the same time. Everyone was mesmerized watching Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast. And the showdown with James was thrilling and full of twists and turns. At the moment when Mao Xiaomo put his head and raised his gun, they thought that Mao Xiaomo had the upper hand. But in a flash of lightning, Mao Xiaomo was instantly killed. These two are so strong. The battle between first-line players is always a matter of victory and defeat. James has the upper hand this time. There is no guarantee that James will win the next time they meet. But when Mao Xiaomo was killed, they still jumped up. Really awesome. Alvin was jumping up and down in the room. It's a pity that Mao Xiaomo didn't win this round. What a pity. The first time, he was sniped successfully. The person who sniped him turned out to be James, the player known as the strongest PUBG professional player in the world, and Mao Xiaomo's next teammate. But when I think about these two killing gods becoming teammates, plus Ibiza, the picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. However, this change did not make Denovo's live broadcast room's popularity drop. On the contrary, the confrontation with James was very enjoyable to watch. This is a rare purebred 1v1 in professional competitions. There is no such opportunity in professional competitions. It depends entirely on operation and marksmanship. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo did not want to take advantage of the terrain. His position was further away from the circle. If the circle was cleared, his position would actually have an advantage. But this time he directly chose to go out and shoot, which also showed his strong self-confidence. And it had a great advantage. But it was a pity that it fell short in the end. Mao Xiaomo said it was impossible not to be angry. So he adjusted his mentality and started the next set. He wants to come back. Let's get back together. But James and Ibiza didn't participate at all in this round. After eating chicken, James hummed a little tune and went out for breakfast. Run when you win. And stop when you get good. Poor Mao Xiaomo was so bloody that he even ate 3 handfuls of chicken without even seeing a shadow of James. As the live broadcast time becomes longer and longer, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room is also increasing. Although the growth rate is very limited, it has been growing. There is no way. If there is no talking in the live broadcast room, it will easily cause the loss of viewers. Chapter 548, The First Great God. The Liquid Youth Training Team is still watching Mao Xiaomo's every operation attentively. Played 10 games in a row. 9 chickens. A perfect record. The only flaw was the set that was defeated by James. This also became a hurdle in Mao Xiaomo's heart. But James didn't give him a chance to overcome this hurdle. After 10 games, Mao Xiaomo's score reached 8,792, surpassing Yang's and Iron, ranking 4th on the ladder. Only 59 discs were used. Reaching number 4 on the ladder in 59 sets was originally a fantasy. But now it is before everyone's eyes. Horrible record. 59 sets. 55 chickens. 57 top 10 times. KDA is still 99.99. Only this one. No other semicolon. Liquid_Denovo. But no one expected that things would not end like this. As things unfolded, everyone discovered that Denovo had not stopped trying to score points. Nor had it suppressed its desire to score points. Mao Xiaomo has not been so excited to play in the passerby game for a long time. Now the goal of each game is to eat chicken, get extra points, and see where your limit is. With the live broadcast on just like that, Mao Xiaomo started to score points crazily. 2 days later, Liquid_Denovo surpassed Zed, the top player on the ladder, and ranked first on the European server ladder. This is a new European server ladder number 1. At least it has the strength of the TPJ Comprehensive Review SSS. In the TPJ Comprehensive Review updated in September, the ID Denovo also jumped to become an SSS player. Although everyone didn't know that this was Mao Xiaomo, they were still amazed by it, because it is inconvenient to watch Twitch live broadcasts in China. Station B also began to release Denovo's live broadcast recordings. Every video is so shocking. Even Shroud's live video playback volume has been affected. Shroud can be called the Great Demon King. But this one is more demonic than the Great Demon King. An average of 9 chickens per 10 plates. The entire European server is unstoppable. There are still fewer snipers from European first-tier professional players. The entire European PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds community is basically on vacation now. So there are very few professional players who specifically snipe Denovo. Therefore, the first-tier experts who appear in a game can be said to be only a handful. Number. Most of them are youth training teams of the first and second-tier teams, and there are some passerby masters. Competing with these people, as long as Mao Xiaomo plays a little more steadily, he will basically make it to the finals. As long as it is not the punishment circle, there is a high probability of winning the chicken. Although Mao Xiaomo's chicken eating rate was not as scary as it was at the beginning, it was still within the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Everyone just watched Mao Xiaomo's score increase rapidly day by day. It increased by more than 100 points in 9 days. Everyone finally witnessed a miracle. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Kill 8. The points chart after the end of Mao Xiaomo also shows 10007 plus 9. The first 10,000 point player in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Born. Liquid _ de novo. Complete this achievement. Countless witnesses have long been locked in front of their mobile phones or computers. The moment de novo succeeded in winning the chicken, their eyes lit up. What a great god! What a great god! The first great god in history. You must know that Zed, who is currently second on the ladder, only has a score of about 9,100. The further you go, the fewer and fewer points you get for each win, and the more and more points you lose for every loss. Mao Xiaomo's catastrophe this time also had twists and turns. I had already reached 9,950 points a day ago, but I had to play for a whole day to reach 10,000 points. But he was in a good mood after it was over. This achievement may remain in history forever. After Mao Xiaomo reached 10,000 points, Cheng Yao, Good and Wang Hao both called and had a discussion. It may be that the time for Mao Xiaomo to go to Liquid is getting closer, and everyone is ready to welcome an era's arrival. The ID Liquid _ de novo and his data will always remain at the top of the standings. Liquid _ de novo. Total games, 118. Number of chickens, 106. Top 10, 109. Chicken eating rate, 89.8%. Headshot rate, 61.0%. Ladder points, 10,007. Ladder ranking, 1. KDA, 99.99, 99.99, will be displayed if it exceeds 100. Unanswerable data. Alvin found Mao Xiaomo after he reached 10,000 points. He originally thought he was looking for him to join Liquid. But Alvin asked Mao Xiaomo such a question.
Who do you think is more suitable to join Liquid? Iron or Youngs? Why leave this problem to me?
Mao Xiaomo took a bite of the apple that Tang Yutong helped him wash and said,
You are the commander, and the next ones are your team members. No matter who you ask.
Alvin also rolled his eyes at Mao Xiaomo.
Iron. Iron?
Alvin didn't expect Mao Xiaomo to answer so simply. Don't people in the Xia country like to express their thoughts in ink for a while?
Well, he's more capable.
Mao Xiaomo's reason is also very simple.
But there may be problems with his integration with the team.
Alvin expressed a point that he was more worried about. Mao Xiaomo continued to take a bite of the apple and said,
No, and you shouldn't underestimate me.
Mao Xiaomo raised his eyebrows. There is no way that team coordination cannot be practiced. He can practice a two-match like Good. And Iron is not stupid, but very talented. The entire Liquid can be formed in half a month at most. So there is still more time left for Mao Xiaomo. The next day, Alvin announced 2 players who entered Liquid's main draft. First place, de novo. Second place, Iron. No one is surprised that these 2 players can be selected into the Liquid lineup. Even Youngs is not surprised, although he was a little disappointed as he had thought of the result in advance. He still generously congratulated Mao Xiaomo and Iron. Iron rarely responded. In the duo queue between the two of them, Iron was slightly better, and this time he lost with all his heart. But this competition is not a bad thing. Just like Mao Xiaomo said, at least Youngs is getting stronger. Youngs was not in a hurry to leave Liquid's youth training team, but continued to strive for the SSS level. Chapter 549, Winning the Championship in 3 Stations. No other members of Liquid's academy have left. Everyone passed this exam. Moreover, these youth training players practiced very seriously during this period and improved very quickly. Chris was very satisfied when she came to inspect. After being promoted because of de novo, she immediately signed up for a second team of Liquid, which was also composed of 4 newcomers. It's called Liquids. Then Chris extended an invitation to Youngs. After all, it was a pity that such a talent was buried. Youngs agreed without hesitation. And with the addition of 3 newly promoted SS players, Liquids was officially established. The remaining members can only continue to work hard, and there is still a bright future waiting for them. Then, under the leadership of Mao Xiaomo, everyone threw themselves into crazy training. Everyone finally felt Mao Xiaomo's personal charm, strong strength, and he set an example. He didn't hide any problems and taught him everything he could. It was impossible for such a person not to convince everyone. Anyway, Iron was determined to learn from Mao Xiaomo later. Although he still didn't say a word, he listened to every word Mao Xiaomo said. Mao Xiaomo told him that he was familiar with James, Ibiza, and their playing styles, because Iron is not strong among the 4 people. Speaking of which, SSS level is a bit luxurious and is not strong. So in this team, Iron must be someone who takes the initiative to adapt to the entire team. because the core is Mao Xiaomo and James. He and Ibiza will be two flankers if nothing else happens. So Iron also has to spend a lot of time studying the videos of IFCD and Liquid. The style of command will change the team. If you look at previous IFCD games, you will basically know what the IFCD battle is like. And then what the entire formation will look like. These are things that Iron, who has no game experience, needs to make up for. Iron is also very obedient. He will complete whatever tasks Mao Xiaomo gives him, and then go play with Liquids to find the feeling of a team. As for Mao Xiaomo himself, keep up the crazy training. Open Alvin's folder again. His goal is a T0 level training map. If you can complete all the pictures above, it means you are at least a top-notch professional player. And James is one of them. Because the previous foundation was relatively solid, Mao Xiaomo was still very confident in these T0 level pictures. But I didn't expect the blow to come so quickly. It was the first time I saw the training of throwing thunder. After Mao Xiaomo finished practicing, he had never found it so difficult to throw thunder. It is extremely difficult to throw a high arc, long distance and accurate grenade. In the end, Mao Xiaomo almost lost his eyes before he found some feelings. Once these feelings are felt by Mao Xiaomo's body will remember him. In just 3 days, Mao Xiaomo cleared this picture. Then, there was the random weapon target shooting picture that Mao Xiaomo found most difficult. Mao Xiaomo sat in front of the computer and clicked the start button. Enemies and guns appear. Scar-L with 3x lens. This is not difficult for Mao Xiaomo. He kills the enemy with 4 headshots in a row. And then the weapon in his hand changes instantly. Red McCree. R1895. Too difficult. It's too difficult to hit a headshot with McCree at this distance. Mao Xiaomo tried 3 shots, but they all failed. As a result, the enemy ran over. The moment he ran over, Mao Xiaomo's hand was replaced by an SKS with an 8-fold scope. This is a training chart that tests reaction, marksmanship, operation, and muscle memory. Even Mao Xiaomo. After the first training session, I was a little disappointed. Who can get through this? But there was still time, and Mao Xiaomo began to be patient and fight slowly. Cheng Yao also went to the amusement park with Mao Xiaomo on the weekend to relax. When he came back, Mao Xiaomo's mental state also improved, and he began to continue to overcome this problem. In November, DreamHack is about to start, and it has been 2 months since Mao Xiaomo became a 10,000 player. Doing the math, Mao Xiaomo has disappeared from Xia country for 6 months. And he disappeared like evaporation. During this period, how many fans of IFCD were eagerly looking forward to it? But there were also countless fans of Mao Xiaomo who were afraid of running into Mao Xiaomo on a certain road and telling others that Mao Xiaomo was still there. Xiagua. Mao Xiaomo stopped fighting. Even though half a year has passed, Mao Xiaomo still has a place in the hearts of Xiagua PUBG fans.
Mao Xiaomo really said that,
Chris said on the other end of the phone.
Yes, that's what Mao Xiaomo said. What do you think?
Alvin wiped his sweat and was about to retire behind the scenes. Who knew that Mao Xiaomo would suddenly appear like this? But I have to say that Mao Xiaomo's talent is terrifying to the naked eye.
Really? I can't continue training if I come to Liquid. If Mao Xiaomo can give me a satisfactory answer, we will give up on the first stop of DreamHack.
Alvin didn't expect Chris to agree. He knew how important DreamHack was to Liquid. But he didn't expect Chris to agree to it. What Mao Xiaomo means is that he is about to pass T0. Let Liquid wait a little longer. If they still wait, Mao Xiaomo and Iron will not have time to get used to James and Ibiza. In other words, they may not be able to make it to the first stop of DreamHack. You know, DreamHack has points at every stop, and each stop has 0 points. It doesn't have a great impact on Liquid. But now people all over the world are looking forward to the debut of this Super Liquid. Now that the pigeons are suddenly out of control, I'm afraid even the people above won't be able to get through. Chris kept pacing after hanging up the phone. Mao Xiaomo has brought her everything. If Mao Xiaomo can really lead Liquid, is this truce worth it? Chris gritted his teeth. Anyway, she will either soar into the sky or fall into H.L. He once again chose to believe in Mao Xiaomo. This is the person she poached Liquid. She also believes in her own vision. Chris finally calmed down the dissatisfaction of the top management by issuing a military order. DreamHack failed to win within 3 rounds. Chris took the blame and resigned. However, Chris did not tell Mao Xiaomo the news. He did not need to inspire Mao Xiaomo's fighting spirit. Mao Xiaomo is a player with a strong desire to win. As long as he stands on the field, Mao Xiaomo never thinks about losing. Chapter 550 New Liquid gathers. October. Liquid officially announced that it will launch the first leg of DreamHack competition. This announcement naturally caused quite a stir. But after a while, everyone readily accepted it. In their minds, the new Liquid is still getting used to it. But in fact, Liquid has not yet assembled. Mao Xiaomo is still practicing his gun day and night. In fact, Mao Xiaomo is still a perfectionist at heart and wants to do his best in everything. If he doesn't complete this training, he will feel like he is missing something. November. A major event that happened in Xiaogua was the first round of recruitment for the national team. 40 players were recruited for training. These 40 players are not the top players, but more talented players at S+ and S levels. The national team also hopes to improve the level of these players through this training. As for whether they can enter the national team, it depends on luck. The national team has 3 call-ups. The second call-up will be at the end of February next year. This list is basically the final list. The third call-up, which is the final call-up list, will be around April. By then, 80 to 100 players should be called up, professional players, and then undergo training and selection to select 8 official national team members. When Mao Xiaomo left, the leaders of the Xia State Esports General Administration and the Xia State Sports General Administration discussed with Mao Xiaomo that they would add him to the final call-up list. He has enough time to become stronger. In fact, it was also the trust that Xiaogua senior officials had in Mao Xiaomo. This kind of trust was rarely seen before. All club competitions must make concessions for the national team. This is the principle. Even if tomorrow's February-April is the peak period of competition, everyone must still make concessions for the national team. This is the highest honor. If you can win the Olympic Games, it will be a matter of honor for your ancestors. At the same time, DreamHack begins. The first stop is Stockholm Station. There are 6 games every day, a total of 12 games. But the game is still an island map. After the 12 rounds of competition, the 12 directly invited teams and the 4 qualifying teams will be ranked through 12 games. Then the top 12 teams of these 16 teams will receive event points and then advance to the next round of competition. The 4 eliminated teams can only compete with new teams to compete for the 4 preliminaries for the next stop. The moment Stockholm Station ends, Mao Xiaomo finally stood up excitedly. Pass? Iron rarely took the initiative to speak to Mao Xiaomo. In fact, what was even more surprising was that Mao Xiaomo could actually pass this training. Pass! Mao Xiaomo's excited voice also attracted Alvin over. I knew it! I knew it! That's great! Alvin also shouted excitedly. As expected of his favorite player, it took James 1 year and 3 months to complete all the training. But Mao Xiaomo only spent more than 5 months. Less than half a year. Within half a year, Mao Xiaomo also grew a beard. 20-year-old man. Mao Xiaomo closed his eyes and recalled everything in the past 6 months. Not easy. They are all spent in hard work and struggle. The most terrible thing is not the physical fatigue, but the mental fatigue. Fortunately, Chung Yao has been supporting him. Fortunately, after half a year, he is not tired of this game yet. Alvin watched Mao Xiaomo work hard all the way, and actually felt that he deserved it. Although James has been using it for more than a year, his efforts are far less than what Mao Xiaomo has put in. Alvin can't tell who is stronger between these 2 children. But what Alvin knows is that Mao Xiaomo's desire to win and become stronger is much stronger than James. This may also be because Xiaogua has hundreds of millions of PUBG fans waiting for Mao Xiaomo. The Stockholm race went extremely smoothly, and there were no surprises. After just 10 games, FaZe established an absolute lead, then performed steadily and successfully won the championship. But the runner-up in this competition is a team that came through the qualifiers. For example, Scoom, Sambi, and Zed, 3 SSS-level professional players, along with a super newcomer Matthew, are also very strong. And unexpectedly, the core of this team turned out to be this newcomer, and the other 3 were all centered on him. During the period when PUBG became popular, many CSGO geniuses switched to PUBG, and Zed was one of them. However, Liquid's absence also made everyone feel a little regretful, which directly led to the very limited popularity of the first stop of DreamHack. FaZe, for example, and Avanger ranked in the top 3. And there was no surprise that the eliminated teams were all the bottom ones. Everyone looked at Liquid's official Twitter, fearing that another withdrawal tweet would be exposed. But November 17th, Liquid announced their participation in the qualifiers of DreamHack Station 2, and a formal official announcement. For Liquid players, De Novo Captain, Conductor, Free Man, James Sniper, All-Rounder, Ibiza, Assault Man, Iron Assaulter. In TPJ's overall review, there are 3 SSS levels and 1 SS level, Iron, which is not much different from the original Liquid. However, everyone knows that the addition of De Novo will bring a qualitative improvement to Liquid if they are well integrated. As everyone knows, Liquid's wave of reinforcements is simply terrifying. A perfect commander. Free Man, De Novo, the world's top gunner, Iron who reached SSS level a few months ago, James who may be the best player in the world. It's hard to imagine where the upper limit of this lineup is. Crisp pressure finally eased a little. All Liquid members returned to the team to assemble. Next to the Liquid base originally located in Manhattan, another base was acquired, and Liquids and other youth training players lived in it. At the original base, only 4 members of Liquid were left: Jimmy, Chris, Alvin and Xiao Tang. After Xiao Tang's original mission was completed, Chris also gave Xiao Tang a formal job and became Chris' assistant. However, Chris is now unable to protect herself. If Liquid does not provide some help, she may really have to leave. Liquid gathered on the first day and everyone came on time. Chapter 551, an uninvited guest in the Xia Kingdom training match. I don't know why, but Ibiza and James hit it off with Mao Xiaomo as soon as they came in. Maybe it's because the 3 people have similar personalities, so they get along well with each other. On the PCI stage, James and Ibiza have also known Mao Xiaomo for a long time. Now Mao Xiaomo is even stronger and can be their captain and commander. They have no objection at all. James is an ultimate gunslinger, but not a proper handsome guy. In the PCI competition, they were very impressed by both IFCD and King, and IFCD also won second place in the end. Liquid had also seen the strength of several other people, but in fact, in their eyes, they were not very good, mainly because relying on teamwork and command. There is no doubt that Mao Xiaomo is the biggest contributor. For this new Liquid, James and Ibiza are all looking forward to it. Mao Xiaomo was unable to play in the first stop of DreamHack, which did not extinguish their expectations. Although there are only 3 days left for the second stop of the qualifiers. God. But no one has the slightest sense of urgency. These people, except for Iron, are all super first-line professional players with professional experience. If they get along well, they will get to know each other very quickly. The tacit understanding must be gradually cultivated. What others don't know is that Liquid is only now starting to rally. There are only 3 days left to prepare for the second qualifier of DreamHack, and there is not much time left for Liquid. Several people's peripherals were installed on new computers. Iron and Mao Xiaomo sat in a row, and James and Ibiza sat in a row. For people started the first training. The training was for a European training match. Many of the teams in the training match were second-tier teams. The first team did not have a training match today, but it was no problem to get familiar with their teammates. The 4 of them were not familiar with each other. But Chris and Jimmy, who were standing behind them, were shocked during the first training. 25 kill and eat chicken. The entire team moved smoothly, and it didn't look like they were cooperating for the first time. The intensity is too low to see anything. Mao Xiaomo and James discussed it and felt that they still couldn't see much. The team just pushed it directly, and the transfer was quite satisfactory. No different from the previous transfer of IFCD. James and Ibiza are both professional players who have competed for many years, and some of their professional habits are very good. Judging from previous games, apart from occasionally getting ahead, these 2 are definitely among the best in the world. The new team style of play is quadcore. Mao Xiaomo and James stand in the center and are responsible for the main output, but the responsibility of the flanks is given to Ibiza and Iron. The entire team pursues the ultimate personal ability. Mao Xiaomo arranged this to maximize Liquid's output. It's hard for the 4 Liquid players to lose in a one-on-one situation. This is the essence of Mao Xiaomo's formation. Iron's flanker is really strong in one-on-one. This can be seen from his headshot rate of nearly 70 in the latter. It is nearly 10 percentage points higher than Mao Xiaomo in 100 games. If he is given a certain environment, he will definitely be able to hit it. No less than James and his own output. So the new formation is also a diamond-like formation, but with some changes. This is also a formation tailor-made by Mao Xiaomo for Liquid. In the first training match, a few people went up the mountain and pushed straight forward, like a tank, and no team could stop them. The positive ability is too strong. I am afraid that only Navi in the world can compete with Liquid in terms of positive strength. However, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not only about the front, But the commander is still Mao Xiaomo, so it is impossible to put the team at a disadvantage.
But there are no training matches in Europe. I have a solution,
Chris said suddenly. In just 10 minutes, Chris contacted the official organization of Xia country's training match. Ever since, during the training match at 2 p.m., scenes like this appeared in various live broadcast rooms. ISCD Wanghao live broadcast room.
Liquid?
For AM Weishan live broadcast room.
Hold the grass. Are you kidding me? Liquid is here to play our training match.
17 show live broadcast room.
Worry! You're awesome. Come on. Come on. Liquid has entered our training room.
The number of teams in this training match has also increased from 20 to 21. There is one more team. Team Liquid. The other 20 teams have not received this news before. Suddenly they saw Liquid appearing in front of them.
This should be Liquid's debut,
Wang Hao said to others in IFCD.
This is considered P's debut. The qualifying competition is about to begin. Hack Mao Xiaomo to death. Hack Mao Xiaomo to death.
Good shouted. I haven't seen Mao Xiaomo for a few months. And I still miss him a little. I want to kill him if I miss him. Wang Hao wiped his sweat. Is it possible to do what you want with Liquid now? There is also a rare excitement in Zhou Lily's eyes.
Hack them! Hack them!
All professional players have the desire to win. And Zhou Lily is the one with the strongest desire to win. It was a pity that Mao Xiaomo left ISCD. That is, he did not partner with Zhou Lily. He and Zhou Lily admired each other. But it was a pity that there was no chance of cooperation in the end. In this case, don't show mercy. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The news of Liquid coming to Xia Kingdom for a training match has also spread. Many people did not plan to watch the training match originally. But now they have found a live broadcast room to watch this training match. The highest domestic level. T0 level training match. 20 Xia Kingdom teams. Plus a new Liquid. Whoever wins will win. Everyone's picture went black. Enter the game screen. They all subconsciously looked at the route. With a balanced route, you can fly anywhere. Liquid's starting point should still be Y City. Everyone thought so. This is indeed the case. Mao Xiaomo has no intention of changing the jumping point. Y City was the jumping point of Liquid in the past, and also the jumping point of IFCD. It can be said that both he and James are very familiar with Ibiza. Mao Xiaomo had previously asked Iron to memorize the terrain of Y City every day. But now, he has completely memorized the terrain of Y City. After discussion, several people's resource search was finalized. Ibiza and Iron went to find the car alone, while James and Mao Xiaomo searched for resources. If there were people in the city, priority was given to clearing out the enemies in the city. Chapter 552 4 Individuals. The game begins. As expected, Liquid jumped to Y City. Mao Xiaomo didn't hesitate. This was a point occupied by Liquid. It was not easy to occupy a large resource point in a professional game. In a competition with 16 teams, no one will come to take over Liquid's territory. As I said before, foreign teams attach great importance to the ownership of territory. If you invade Liquid's territory, you are disrespecting him. This is very different between Xia and foreign countries. Therefore, the Xiaodua team actually caused a headache for foreign teams in international competitions. No one is right or wrong about this. Chinese and Western concepts are different. Moreover, the rules are like this. Even if you do something that harms others and is not beneficial to yourself, no one will punish you. Unless it is a negative game and deliberately giving away people's heads to affect the fairness of the game. During the Xia Kingdom training match, City Y was originally the territory of FTD. This time FTD gave it away directly, which can be regarded as a sign of respect for Liquid. After all, it was just a training match, and the constant estrangement in the early stage was detrimental to everyone. Not good. All teams have arrived at familiar points. A few people from Liquid also started searching for supplies. But this circle is so awesome. An extreme northeastern circle centered on the Holy Mountain. In this way, Liquid becomes the team closest to the center of the circle. Mao Xiaomo was very greedy and let Ibiza and Iron go to the top of the Holy Mountain first. And then he and James continued to search for supplies. Mao Xiaomo recognized James' strength very much. So he also changed Liquid's previous tactical thinking. A gunner like James must be protected by the team rather than protecting the team. Mao Xiaomo's position is now that of a free agent who rushes in. He is the first to rush in. The requirements for his personal ability are also very high. The main output position is James. After collecting the supplies, Liquid also gathered on the Holy Mountain. This way, Whether it was a circle or a brush, Liquid would be easier to move. And it would be much easier to attack the mountain from the bottom than from the bottom. The second circle was an extreme western corner, and Liquid was forced to choose to move, because this was their first time practicing together. The other three members of Liquid didn't understand Mao Xiaomo's ideas and tactics very well, and the team's execution was also a bit lacking. It felt like the transfer was always half a beat too slow, which was different from the previous IFCD feeling. Completely different. Whether they can create a team with strict discipline, full offense, full defense, and strong execution depends on how Mao Xiaomo combines this team. But this new Liquid also has an advantage that IFCD cannot match in the past. That's marksmanship. Even Mao Xiaomo is completely different from the person he was half a year ago. So the ceiling for this team will be very high. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game that requires a lot of coordination. But with such a lack of coordination, Liquid is still able to forcibly destroy the enemy as a group, relying on sheer strength. Later in the training match, the number of people watching Liquid also exceeded 40. These 40 people were from the team that died in the training match, and they also set their sights on Liquid. But seeing Liquid's play style and coordination, they were actually a little disappointed. There is almost no cooperation. According to the news, Liquid should have been practicing together for a month or two, and they are still at this level. Playing against some teams with weaker frontal strength will naturally result in crushing them. But if they play against FaZe or Na'Vi, they will definitely not have the advantage. But it's undeniable that this Liquid's frontal strength is terrifying. For people met Team 17 on the top of the mountain, it's almost devastating. Ibiza and Iron knocked down one person each, and then Liquid's entire team pressed forward, directly annihilating Team 17. This wave also makes people feel scalp numb. Unfortunately, few viewers were able to watch it, and Liquid did not broadcast live. Most of these first teams were in the game. This positive ability is simply amazing. This Iron is the boss when he shoots, and he doesn't make sense at all. How could anyone play a game like this? We really don't think much about the strength of other team members. This is Iron. He charges into battle every time, but he keeps getting headshots, which is too cruel. Little did he know that Mao Xiaomo kept scolding Iron and Liquid.
What did I tell you? Don't be out of touch. Don't be out of touch. You can't be saved from that position, and you can't replenish your guns at all. Look at the positions of Jeans and I told you before.
Mao Xiaomo was not polite. This kind of accusation will make people remember it more clearly. Of course, if you are very familiar with him. Iron kept nodding, and then stepped back a little. When teaching Iron to cooperate, Mao Xiaomo also reminded Mao Xiaomo of Good back then, who was also rushing forward like this. The only difference was that Good was almost dead in the game at that time. But Iron couldn't do it, and his personal strength was there. However, Mao Xiaomo was still very strict and constantly corrected Iron's positioning errors. He doesn't have the same respect for James and Ibiza as he does for his seniors. Since they are his team members, they must show their execution ability. To be honest, Jeans and Ibiza were a bit lazy in the game. But because Liquid's results have always been good, they have not corrected themselves. This is also why Liquid always has problems with transfers. The entire team has strong frontal capabilities, but lacks execution ability and cannot react immediately. Mao Xiaomo wants to change it completely. So he made it clear to Jeans and Ibiza, especially Ibiza, that every time he issues an instruction, he must respond immediately. When playing head-on, pursue personal space, give individuals room to express themselves, and don't play too rigidly. You should have your own judgment on the situation on the field. Call. Mao Xiaomo usually played the game while repeating these key points to the other three people. Iron has a problem. Jeans has a problem. Ibiza also has a problem. Although the three of them are very strong in marksmanship. In Mao Xiaomo's view, their team results are all unqualified, which is also an unprecedented challenge. He didn't experience this at all when he was at IFCD. The CD run-in went very smoothly in the past. After all, one was his good brother, and the other was his girlfriend. As long as Good was corrected, it was okay. But this time it was different. This time it was like four people were fighting. Individually, there is no cooperation at all. Chapter 553, Target? Rule the world. To be honest, with this kind of cooperation now, accidents are easy to happen when cooking. In this training match, Liquid still won the game, but the process was very difficult. Fortunately, this was a mountain battle, which could bring out Liquid's greatest advantage. But even so, the team was almost wiped out by OMG. Mao Xiaomo really wanted to guide their team from God's perspective. But no one could take their place. Mao Xiaomo originally wanted to find problems by playing training matches. But now there is no need. They are all problems. Pretty much starting from scratch. In Mao Xiaomo's previous experience, he had no such experience in team building. So he fell into deep thought for a while.
During the game, don't doubt every decision I make. Even if I am really wrong, I have to execute it perfectly and summarize it after the game is over.
Mao Xiaomo said in the team that this has always been his view.
If there is distrust or suspicion, everyone will have other things in their head, and they may keep thinking about whether it is right or not. But there is no need for this. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games are based on points. And the winner or loser in one game, it doesn't determine the championship. So if you want to win, you have to build a team that trusts each other and is more focused.
Mao Xiaomo used one word. Focus.
Thinking about things is what a commander has to do. The other three players only need to carry out the commander's orders and then execute them, focusing on the game and the duel.
Mao Xiaomo's words also hit the hearts of James and Ibiza. PCI is a turning point. They used to think that there was only one phase in the world until the emergence of IFCD and the emergence of King. There is a big difference between phase and IFCD. Phase is a team built by 4 players with similar abilities and has a clear style and strong execution. However, IFCD is different. IFCD has a core. This core style of play. If you want to achieve phase level of execution, you can only have trust in each other on the team. And absolute trust. The results of phase and IFCD also illustrate this point. So Jeans and Ibiza did not doubt Mao Xiaomo's words. They had to try to accept him.
De novo, what is your goal?
Chris asked after watching for so long. Mao Xiaomo smiled and said,
The goal of this lineup? Number 1 in the world. Oh no! World domination.
In the following training games of the second and third sets, Liquid tried to make positive changes. Although there was no chicken in both plates, they strictly followed Mao Xiaomo's requirements. Although it was still a bit lame, it was a positive sign. Chris is still a little worried. She told her leader that she would win the championship within 3 races. But it looks like the running in time is so short. She will definitely not get good results in the second race. So she can only pin her hopes on the third race. But it's a bit difficult to win the championship in one race. Everyone gave full control of the team to Mao Xiaomo and retreated. In terms of competition and wisdom, no one here is stronger than Mao Xiaomo. Since PCI, Chris has always admired Mao Xiaomo very much. Some things can be learned, and some things cannot be learned. But in Mao Xiaomo, he saw all the talents given to Mao Xiaomo by nature. This kind of talent, if systematically trained, is definitely more than SS level. Chris also couldn't bear that such a talent would be buried in Xia Kingdom. He needs a better team. Stronger teammates. So Chris put all his treasures on Mao Xiaomo. And Mao Xiaomo lived up to her trust and completed all the training maps, which she had never thought of before. This boy from Xia Kingdom surprised her again and again. This time, nothing will go wrong. Liquid's training lasted until the evening. During this period, people in the training hall kept saying,
Ibiza, how many times have I told you not to talk nonsense in the game? Iron, don't go after that head. Ibiza.
Mao Xiaomo's requirements are too strict. Because Liquid was given very little time, Mao Xiaomo asked the players to do everything according to the intensity of the game. But these people are very excited. In just a few hours they could feel the difference in the team. Mao Xiaomo also divided the team into 2 groups, and had to change formations at any time during the 2-2 push. The 2 old teammates Ibiza and James are naturally in the same group, and Mao Xiaomo and Iron are in the same group. Several frequently visited points have also been planned, and the transfer will be more accurate. Among the 4 members of Liquid, Ibiza serves as the scout, which is Wang Hao's previous position. Mao Xiaomo also thought about letting him explore the spot by himself. But once he dies, the formation of the entire team will change greatly. In this 4-man formation, he and James cannot die early. Foreign countries transfer and use of bunker vehicles are really rough, which is far inferior to Xiaogua's. It can be said that the Xia Kingdom has things that Europe and the United States do not have. And Europe and the United States also have things that the Xia Kingdom does not have. But if you look at it alone, the hard power of Europe and the United States is superior. But now, there's one player who combines both styles into one. The 3 days are getting closer and closer, and Liquid is gradually appearing in the public eye. Whether it is Xia country or Europe and the United States, Liquid has completed all 3 consecutive days of training matches. This was absolutely rare for Liquid in the past. Generally, training matches in Europe and the United States are only organized before the start of big games, so Liquid often goes to Siadwa training match. Having a strong opponent like Liquid is not a bad thing for the Sia team. On the last day of training, Liquid finally met IFCD in the finals.
It's Liquid!
As soon as the kill information came out in the upper right corner, Zhou Lily captured this information.
Don't pull too far.
Wang Hao is now the commander of IFCD, but he is still a little wary of Liquid's personal strength. I also practiced with Liquid in the same room for about 2 days, and we barely touched each other. Maybe it was because one was in the north and the other was in the south. Either he died or I was cold. This was also the first time I met Manbian. Liquid. Chapter 554. The eagle spreads its wings.
Pull away!
Mao Xiaomo shouted directly in the team. Ibiza and Iron on both wings also dispersed, like an eagle spreading its wings. This is the difference between Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo. Zhou Lily hesitated for a moment, but still didn't speak. Mao Xiaomo has stronger trust in the team. Liquid is like an eagle spreading its wings, pounced towards the prey. Both Ibiza and Iron arrived at their respective positions, but there was no rush. They are waiting for Mao Xiaomo's instructions.
Go!
As soon as Mao Xiaomo's words came out, all Liquid members took action. Chris and Jimmy looked at each other, and their eyes widened. This kind of execution is much better than 3 days ago. It's like heaven and earth. If the previous IFCD was a pack of wolves, then Liquid, who has stronger personal strength, is an eagle. For people went straight to IFCD.
Pull!
Jean said towards Ibiza. Ibiza also directly picked up the gun and continued to pull it to the left. Wang Hao directly extended his head to attack. Boom! Blood splatters everywhere. Liquid James used Car 98K to kill IFCD 45 AI with a headshot. For a player like James, if you give him a little space, he can kill you instantly. In addition to the advantage after the gun line is deployed. When it is deployed, it is also a very important opportunity to attack from the opposite side. And James did not miss it. For him who has experienced countless practices, this kind of kill is simply a common occurrence. Under the system established by Mao Xiaomo, the other 3 people have changed, and he is the only one who can exert everything he has. Under this system, James is the only one who can enjoy target shooting, and his 3 teammates create a perfect output environment for him. Mao Xiaomo was expressionless after knocking down Wang Hao directly.
Press!
Ibiza threw 2 thunders in the past. It directly destroyed Zhou Lily. Forced to do nothing. IFCD was forced to use medicine. Completely beaten.
Can Good handle it? Can't stand it? Don't dare to show your face.
Now one is down and one is crippled. Although IFCD has enough time to deal with it. No one dares to raise a gun. As soon as Good showed his head, and before the camera started, Mao Xiaomo shot him in the head and nodded. He was so frightened that he immediately shrank back. This time it has become 1 outnumbered and 2 disabled. IFCD has been very passive. Liquid and IFCD are 2 extremes. One is extremely active, and the other is extremely passive. Mao Xiaomo's commanding style is even more arrogant and decisive than when he was at IFCD. Because the strength of the team gave him such confidence. He believes that Iron and Ibiza can win. And he also believes that James can hit the head. So Liquid's command style now is unscrupulous. Eat people if you have the chance. Brutally destroy the enemy. As long as there is no one to interfere with the team fight, Liquid will definitely take over. In their opinion, this is just a few head points for moving. Mao Xiaomo also indirectly cultivated the team members' confidence. Even if James is very confident now. Otherwise he would not be where he is today. Crippled. Mao Xiaomo also spoke concisely and to the point. Iron and Ibiza heard Mao Xiaomo's words and pulled him up from the wings. James and Mao Xiaomo helped the 2 of them fight. IFCD has no chance of showing up. After getting closer, Iron and Ibiza didn't rush forward. Yesterday, they were scolded by Mao Xiaomo for an hour because they rushed in and were killed. The throwing objects were taken out by 2 people. The 2 closer mines were thrown directly over. Boom! Boom! Liquid Iron used a frag grenade to knock down IFCD 45 AI. Liquid Iron used a frag grenade to knock down IFCD Godric. Zhou Lily also felt helpless when she saw her teammates falling one by one. After blowing up 2 people, the responsibilities of the 4 people were instantly exchanged. Mao Xiaomo said in yesterday's review that 4 people should think about each other. In this case, Ibiza and Iron would definitely turn around and help Mao Xiaomo and James with their guns. After knocking down 2 people, If Ibiza and Iron charge forward, they will be out of touch with the main force. If the local 2-on-2 fails, the huge advantage will be lost. Now 4 versus 2. If we are more stable, we can basically say that we can win 100%. Mao Xiaomo and James rushed straight in. IFCD didn't dare to show their heads to see, so the 4 of them pressed forward together. 4 sturdy men. It got directly into IFCD's face. No chance at all. In this arena with more than 70 people watching, Liquid destroyed IFCD like a beast. IFCD team is destroyed. Liquid wins the chicken. The gap in personal strength is too big. Joe Lilly was very angry inside. Even if the opponent is Liquid led by Mao Xiaomo, IFCD's style should not be like this. Joe Lilly plans to discuss with Wang how IFCD should take the next step, since Mao Xiaomo left. To be honest, this team is a bit unlike the original IFCD. It has changed from extraordinary to ordinary. Even though there are 4 good players now, it still feels like an ordinary team. It is true that not everyone has the ability to change the temperament of a team. Wang Hao can't do it, and neither can he. Joe Lilly. Liquid eats chicken. There wasn't too much joy in the Liquid training room either. It's natural to have a chicken fight. But Ibiza and James are quite relaxed. It's true that Liquid hasn't been so fierce in a long time. Anyone who has watched Liquid's previous game should know that Liquid's style has changed from being fierce in the beginning to being more partial in the end, with them constantly grabbing points. In fact, the overall team's positive strength has been compromised. Neither Ibiza nor James have performed well. Now that Mao Xiaomo has become their new commander, he is preparing to establish a new system. This system must be good, and both Ibiza and James are very comfortable. It depends on how the next running goes. In just 3 days, Liquid was much better than its initial performance, but it still failed to meet Mao Xiaomo's requirements. What Mao Xiaomo wants is an army that can fight wherever he wants. The soul is the blood and passion of 4 people. Only such a team can maintain their enthusiasm for the game when the actual game is played. Chapter 555, Liquid's debut. Midnight on November 21st. Beijing time. 1 p.m. Manhattan time. USA. The qualifiers for DreamHack's second stop in Marseille are about to begin. Both teams Liquid and Liquids participated in today's competition. A total of 2 days of qualifiers. A total of 4 rounds. And 3 games in each round. The first round of qualifiers will be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And the second round of qualifiers will be from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Same time the next day. Third round and finals. The top 10 teams after 3 games advance. In the finals, there are 20 teams and 3 games. The top 4 teams advance to the main event of DreamHack. The qualifying conditions are not too harsh, and capable teams will definitely advance to the finals of the qualifiers. But there are only 3 games in this final. It can be said that anything can happen. As long as you eat 1 chicken, you can basically declare your advancement to the final. 1 o'clock arrives and Liquid's first show begins. Xia Kingdom. Many live broadcast rooms are watching Liquid's games. Wei Shen and Little Lion didn't sleep either. They were eating late-night snacks and watching the new Liquid. They were both ready to run away after watching one scene. They also played 2 days of games with this Liquid team, and it can be said that they are getting stronger and stronger. As far as Xiaoguo is concerned, there are only a few teams that can compete with Liquid. They are 4AM, OMG, and 17. These are the only 3 teams. Both IFCD and SNAQTC were a little bit behind, and they were basically crushed. I've heard Bastion crying these days. Liquid's killing of them is like killing a fly. It can't last more than 10 seconds. It's a bit exaggerated. In this kind of qualifier, according to Wei Shen, this Liquid can win the chicken with one hand. The pre-selection of these first-line professional teams can give you a reference. FaZe averaged more than 20 kills per game when playing in a certain large-scale tournament. What is the concept? After a box of 1, you have to kill 40 people in the second game to make up for it. And at that time, FaZe didn't have chickens anymore. Even if you kill people, you can advance anyway. So it doesn't matter. Wei Shen also wants to see what kind of attitude Liquid will take in the DreamHack qualifiers. Logically speaking, Liquid will not have any trouble before the finals. Wei Shen is a relatively amateur commentator. He watches it while eating it, which is considered a sneak broadcast. Msjoy is the real commentator here. The name of the live broadcast room is also Watch Liquid's first show in the early morning. On time and on time. Msjoy started secretly broadcasting Twitch live broadcasts. Fortunately, these leisurely people are also watching Msjoy's live broadcast on their mobile phones. It is too troublesome to watch foreign live broadcasts over the wall. Moreover, the DreamHack qualifiers are not broadcast in China. There may be broadcasts in the substation competitions.
Okay, let's take a look at today's protagonist. Liquid.
M16 officially starts live broadcast.
Some of you must be familiar with these 4 Liquid players and some are not. Let me introduce them to you. Needless to say, James and Ibiza. I personally think they were the 2 strongest players in Liquid before. And they are also the top first-line professional players in Europe and the United States. Everyone should be familiar with this. So it goes without saying that it's mainly 2 players, Denovo and Iron. According to reliable information, this Iron is half the disciple of Denovo. Iron is also among the top 10 in the European server and a headshot machine. I remember that his headshot rate is nearly 70%. There is basically no solution. Needless to say, Denovo is the first 10,000 point player in the European server. Let me tell you how difficult it is to get 10,000 points in the European server. Basically, you must have at least 8 out of 10 games to ensure that your score is growing. I guess when this ladder system was released, the officials would never have thought that anyone could reach 10,000 points. In fact, the original number 1Z represented the first-line level of European and American professions, with a score of about 9,100 points. But this Denovo is really exaggerated.
M16 shook his head. He knew that Denovo was Mao Xiaoma. But he couldn't say that when Mao Xiaoma should appear. He would definitely appear. This occasion may be the offline finals of DreamHack. Or it may be a little later. No one knows. This time, in addition to Liquid, Liquid's second team is also in the qualifiers. And everyone is looking forward to it. It is said that this second team has also been practicing for 3 months and is very strong. There are 160 teams. 80 will advance in the first round. 40 will advance in the second round. And 20 will advance in the third round. Liquid and Liquids also happen to be in the same group in the first round. The qualifications for promotion this time are not very demanding. Just top 10. There is not much pressure on Liquid. So they can just play freely. Game start. There was no commentary in the DreamHack qualifiers. So M16 simply started the commentary herself.
Okay. Liquid is still Y City. Nothing has changed. The first circle is the northern circle. This is another mountain battle. It will be more comfortable for Liquid in the mountain battle. With their positive ability, I can't imagine who they will lose to.
M16 said. The first circle is a northern circle centered above our city. Judging from the shape of this circle, it is most likely a mountainous circle. What Liquid likes most is the mountain scene, which can fully utilize their characteristics. On the contrary, Liquid is not very good at building attack battles now. They always make mistakes in coordination or freeze up. Liquid still steadily collected all the supplies before starting to move. In the first set, Mao Xiaoma didn't want any surprises to happen. Now this originally ordinary DreamHack qualifier has the whole world watching. However, what makes Mao Xiaoma more satisfied is that there is no other atmosphere at Liquid. And it is quite relaxed. Even Iron, who was participating in a professional competition for the first time, didn't show any nervousness at all. Maybe he didn't know what nervousness was. This state is also the most suitable state for playing in the qualifiers. You should play freely in the qualifiers. And then find the feeling and use the competition as a substitute for training. Currently, Liquid is in short supply of games to bond the team. But this qualifier is really not that intense. By the middle of the first set, Liquid had already wiped out 2 teams. Chapter 556 Liquids. These 2 teams also resisted. But there was no difference between resistance and no resistance. As both professional teams, the gap is huge. They didn't deliberately look for people to kill. In fact, this is also Liquid's own summary of the 3 days of training. Because the time for coordination is still very short. Liquid also took the opportunity of this game to practice coordination. Mao Xiaoma acted as a coach. Once a player made a position error or failed to do a certain detail, he would be there on the spot. It will be brought up during the game. The competition proceeds to the finals. Liquid also showed off their powerful offensive capabilities, having already captured 13 kills before the finals. And in this fierce finals, Liquid was divided into 2 teams. In fact, it is not unusual for strong teams to be divided into 2 teams in the qualifiers. Phase 1's divided into 4 teams, with each person attacking different enemies in one direction. It's out of absolute confidence in his own marksmanship. The interplay and cooperation of Liquids for individuals is not particularly important in the qualifiers. But once the intensity of the game becomes high, sometimes they simply maintain a complete formation. James and Mao Xiaomo lead a team. This time, Mao Xiaomo and Ibiza also directly collided. Got into a full formation.
It's interesting. Liquid is going to meet Liquids.
Wei Shen saw it with relish. In fact, there are not many truly capable teams in this qualifier. Liquid is one. And so is Liquids. Don't ignore Liquids just because they are Liquid's second team. Their members are now one Youngs who has reached SSS level, plus 3 SS level players. Such a lineup has already defeated all South Kingdom's professional teams. And it's a higher level. Only giants like Liquid in the world has such a second team. Such a lineup can rank at least the top 16 in the world. However, Mao Xiaomo and Ibiza didn't know that the team in front of them was Liquid's. And Ibiza directly bumped heads with Liquid's leading players. Ibiza reacted very quickly. And the M4 took him away with a wave of crouching fire. However, the reaction of the opponent's player was beyond Ibiza's expectations. He shot Ibiza 3 times in a row, directly crippling Ibiza. Liquid_Ibiza used M416 to kill Liquids_Zik with a headshot.
Something! Liquids!
Ibiza immediately laid down to apply the medicine and said to Mao Xiaomo at the same time, Liquids, the only team that might pose a certain threat to them in the first round of qualifiers. But that's about it. The current Liquid is no longer the same Liquid as before. Mao Xiaomo immediately helped Ibiza set up the gun and threw 2 grenades directly at it. Boom! Boom! Directly replacing Zik also slowed down Liquid's progress. Youngs was a little hesitant at first when he saw that the opponent was Liquid. But when he thought that his team's promotion was guaranteed anyway, there was nothing to be afraid of.
Done!
The remaining 3 people directly pulled away and prepared to attack Mao Xiaomo and Ibiza. But after taking the medicine, Ibiza also started working with Mao Xiaomo, forming a local firepower network. The next 2 people have to face the impact of 3 people, and they can only use their guns to open the gap.
Find someone!
After Mao Xiaomo said this, he and Ibiza also began to search for enemies. James and Iron didn't ask him if he needed help. Mao Xiaomo's principle is not to talk nonsense during the game. If they need help, they must call James instead of James asking. This is very different. Once James asks, Mao Xiaomo will be distracted to answer his question, which is very dangerous in professional competitions. Ibiza and Mao Xiaomo pulled 2 flanks and directly engaged the enemy. The difference in marksmanship still makes the battle between the 2 sides decide the winner instantly. 2 of Liquid's rookie players were completely defeated, and they didn't cause any real blow to Liquid at all.
There is another one behind the tree. Direction 220. The one I shot.
Ibiza fired 2 shots at a tree in direction 220. And Mao Xiaomo also returned.
Learn.
Then Mao Xiaomo used the cover to pull directly to the flank. Ibiza also pulls to the other side. Once this tree is locked, there is almost no chance of a comeback. Yong smiled helplessly. In the eyes of flanker Mao Xiaomo, he was now in a state of no cover. He forcibly faced off with Mao Xiaomo. But Mao Xiaomo took him away with a simple peek. Liquid_Denovo used M416 to kill Liquids_Youngs with a headshot. A 2-man team destroyed Liquids.
Pretty! So beautiful! Absolute personal strength!
Wei Shen also shouted out. Then he chatted with Donmu.
Let me tell you!
This Liquids is definitely not weak. And is stronger than us. Really. But this Denovo does have something.
Wei Shen took another bite of midnight snack and said vaguely.
Are you still watching? Liquid must have eaten chicken.
Wei Shen wiped his mouth with paper and said, in the current situation, Liquid has the best terrain in the circle, and its strength is 3 levels higher than other teams. It is a 100% win-win game. But the barrage kept scrolling. So Wei Shen had no choice but to finish the set. The next 5 minutes are Liquid's killing and target shooting time, occupying the best terrain in the circle. When the circle refreshed, all the teams around the circle were moving into the circle. No team was qualified to fight back. The ability of the 4 Liquid people to hit moving targets has also gone through countless trainings. Yes, Mao Xiaomo, who had the shortest training time, also trained for half a year. Not to mention the other 3 people who have been in Liquid's academy team for a long time. Then I heard Wei Shen shouting there.
Hold the grass. It's so accurate. Hold the grass. This can also be used for headshots. Holding grass? Shot in the head with a gun. Are you kidding?
For the first time, God felt that these SSS-level professional players were so strong. When the target gun hits the target, it will almost always hit the head. This is definitely not luck. Chapter 557, 88 Heads. Foreign vocational training is much more systematic than domestic vocational training. This is why both China and foreign countries have put in enough efforts. But there is still a big gap in FPS results. PUBG is better, because tactics and strategy also account for a large part. And the results of all Xia Kingdom teams are also pretty good. But traditional FPS games have already explained everything. There is indeed a gap. And everyone must face it. The environment is different. If you want to catch up with European and American FPS, you will need a lot of changes. The target shooting skills of the 4 people are all very good. They almost make no mistakes in empty shooting. Their machine-like shooting is so accurate that it makes the world's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds audience stunned. Liquid's headcount continues to rise. This level of competition is too easy for Liquid. It took almost no effort to enter the finals, and Liquid cleared all the teams around the circle. The last fully staffed 4-man team also had a head-on confrontation with Liquid. 4 people risked their lives to kill Ibiza, and then were killed by the other 3 people. 30 kills. Easy to win. Ibiza screamed in the training room frantically. The guy on the other side is really crazy. When he sees that the situation is about to collapse, he just forcefully kills him. Perfect debut. A qualifier match, which was also the first match that Liquid participated in, was better than Mao Xiaomo expected. Although the intensity was not high, there were no major mistakes. All the content that had been practiced before was played out, and there will be more to come. There is time to get used to it. So there is no guarantee that they will have no results in DreamHack this time. 30 kills was a wild game, and Liquid didn't deliberately look for people to kill. It just happened. In this arena, except for Liquid's and Liquid who can fight, almost all other teams were crushed. Even Liquid's was defeated by Liquid. One person destroys the team, even if Ibiza and Mao Xiaomo took the lead. After the first set, Weishan turned off the live broadcast. This was really nothing to watch. Liquid's strength must have been crushed in 3 sets. If the team was destroyed, it must be Liquid's own problem. The strength lies there. Weishan turned on the training mode. After watching Liquid's game, he actually felt that he had many shortcomings. The 4 Liquid players were the level that a real first-line professional player should be. Although many professional players in Xia country acknowledge the power of European and American FPS, they are still very confident in themselves. Now it seems that I have to practice more to keep up with that level. The training mode has been out for nearly a year. In the past, Xiaogui did not have this kind of training map at all. But this kind of training map and Liquid's training map are also getting lower every day. This is not even found in Alvin's map library. It is a simple target map. Alvin has added many other things to improve muscle memory and target shooting level. Is there a gap between Xiaogui's FPS talent and Europe and the United States? Maybe the gap is not that big. Mao Xiaomo is a good example. The main reason is the lack of systematic training. Mstoy also sighed. He knew that this de novo belonged to Mao Xiaomo. Now that Mao Xiaomo has grown to this point, it is indeed closely related to the training method. Mao Xiaomo is like a player who studied abroad. When he returns to Xia country, he will definitely bring some experience. Liquid's debut was flawless, with almost no flaws. The score of 30 kills is also a record in the DreamHack qualifiers. There are 80 players. Excluding your own team, there are only 76 players left. These 30 kills are almost half of the kills. You can imagine how powerful Liquid is. The results in the first set were enough for Liquid to advance to the next round. But Liquid didn't seem to have any intention of relaxing. Instead, they became more energetic as they fought. In the second set, 25 kills the chicken. In the third set, 33 killed the chicken. With 3 chickens in a row. A total of 88 people were killed in the 3 games. There are only 6 words for them in the whole world. It's so brutal. FaZe averaged 20 plus kills per set in the qualifiers. They were averaging 30 kills per game. This is how Liquid appeared to the world for the first time. Originally, many people didn't know the news, but they couldn't help but spread the word. In a short period of time, posts about Liquid's qualifiers appeared in various countries. Xiaogui because it is early in the morning. The number of replies is relatively small, and everyone can see it when they wake up. 88 kills 3 chickens in a row. In Liquid qualifiers. Highlights. A pot of old wine, monster. More brutal than FaZe, bright 711. Fengyan Yi Chongqing, even if this is a qualifier with a low level, it is still a professional team, lit 412. IM Esports Mao Xiaomo, waiting for the DreamHack finals. You should be able to see Liquid's true level, light 320. Beg PIC,
That target practice is really exciting. I'm going to shoot my head with a gun. There's nothing like this, Bright 130. Love Foamer, LS is right. Everyone can still understand this level of marksmanship, Bright 77. Because it was early in the morning. There weren't many positive comments. But Liquid's strength also shocked everyone. Especially the 4-player target practice in the first set was too strong. So terrifying that the people watching were dumbfounded while sitting in front of their computers and mobile phones. Siagwa's professional players can hit the target with a gun. But they can't hit the head with a gun. This time the game is over. And everyone is looking forward to Liquid's second round of qualifiers in the morning. This round of qualifiers is also at 6 o'clock in the morning Beijing time. In fact, viewers who get up early can still watch it. Moreover, the 3 games last for nearly 3 hours. Anyone who likes Liquid should be able to watch it. There will be a few hours of rest, and everyone will go out for dinner. The reason is that Mao Xiaomo really can't stand American dinner. He eats it every day, and it tastes the same. It's not like Chinese food. Every meal has different dishes and different tastes. After DreamHack is over, he must take Ibiza and James. Take a look and eat in Chinatown to let them know what Xia's world-famous cuisine is like. After blackmailing James, everyone returned to the training room satisfied. Originally, Chris wanted to treat everyone to a meal. But the salary of Liquid's manager was certainly not comparable to that of their players. James still paid for it himself. Several other people had no intention of paying. And Iron didn't even raise his head. Chapter 558, Advance with great success. Liquid's second round of qualifiers also started as scheduled. After half of the teams were eliminated, 80 teams entered the second round and were divided into 4 groups. The rules of the previous competition were still the same. The top 10 entered the next round. This also reduced the possibility of strong teams overturning. If you can't make it into the top 10 after 3 games, it means you are really bad. But no one thought that Liquid would overturn in this kind of qualifiers. What everyone wanted to see was how many players Liquid could kill in these 12 qualifiers. In the first game of the second round of qualifiers, Liquid failed to win and was blocked from the top 3. It was not a very good circle. And Liquid was attacked by both sides at the same time. Iron and Ibiza were knocked down one after another. In the end, James was also killed in order to cover Mao Xiaomo. It was difficult for him to defeat the 4 hands with 2 fists. And he only finished in 5th place. This result also surprised PUBG fans around the world. However, some extreme netizens questioned and ridiculed the game in the second set. 34 kills, continuing to set the kill record in the DreamHack qualifiers, including this time. This is the 3rd time that Liquid has broken the kill record in the qualifiers. And looking at this momentum, there is no intention of stopping. In the last game at the airport, Liquid played much more steadily, finishing with 12 kills, 3 games, 2 chickens, 51 kills. Successfully advanced to the 3rd round tomorrow. Liquid's strong performance made everyone feel a little strange. For example, in the last round, 12 kills of chicken. It's a very good result for any team. But for Liquid, didn't perform well. Well, what the team on the west side could eat just now ran away on the other side. This is a conservative choice. If Mao Xiaomo sees these comments, he will definitely reply to them with 6 words. 12. Not satisfied with killing and eating chickens. Spoiled. Spoiled. Liquid's top management was very satisfied with Liquid's performance and performance. They were so satisfied that they almost gave Chris a promotion and a raise. Facts have proved that Chris' persistence was justified. At least Denovo spent nearly 3 months improving his game level. The style of play currently displayed by Liquid is very beautiful and very brutal. FaZe actually watched Liquid's qualifiers, and they are still very concerned about this team known as FaZe's biggest enemy. The cooperation is not very skillful yet. We have strength, but we may not get very good results. Well, mountain warfare will be very advantageous. But once large-scale transfers are required, big problems may arise. Mzee and Fuzzface were also chatting. They don't know that this Denovo is the king they highly respect. If they knew, they would never say such things. Moreover, Liquid has only been running in for 3 or 4 days. In the eyes of a team like FaZe, the coordination can be seen at a glance. Many problems. As for the large-scale transfer mentioned by Fuzzface, this has always been a relatively big problem for Liquid. Scum's overall view was relatively poor before. And in this qualifier, Liquid did not show their transfer level. In this level of qualifier, to be honest, Mao Xiaomo didn't have to think about where there might be someone. He just entered the circle, and then just looked for opportunities to strike. Large-scale transfer is a transfer idea in order to better enter the circle position when the intensity of the game is high. The requirements for the overall situation and circle judgment will be very high. And currently Liquid has not shown that this can be used in high-intensity games. Skills. The content of the game displayed by the 4 Liquid players now is all basic content. And it is in line with Liquid's strength. So what if Liquid shooting skills are slightly better than FaZe? They have been working together for several years. And now they are in depth. Marrow. But it's useless to say more. It shouldn't be a big problem for Liquid to make it to the finals. If they don't overturn in the 3 sets of the finals of the qualifiers, everything will be fine. At the end of the first day of qualifiers, Liquid naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. 5 chickens in 6 games, averaging 20 plus kills per game, which is definitely a perfect report card. This also gives everyone higher expectations for Liquid's next few games. The next day, Liquid's third round also went very smoothly. In the first and second games of the 3 games, they both won chicken smoothly, with 17 heads each. In the third game, they were accidentally boxed, and were attacked by a team during the transfer process, stopping the team on foot outside the drug circle. This was something Mao had not expected at all. Logically speaking, there could be no one in this position. But Liquid drove directly into the enemy's trajectory. 2 people were directly swept down, with no way to escape. Mao and James were forced to stop and fight back. But the position was too big. They only knocked down one of their opponents and were wiped out. Mao also took a very open view of this situation. This was an unpredictable accident. However, the result of 2 chickens in 3 games also allowed them to advance to the finals as first place. This DreamHack Finals looked very different because of the participation of Liquid and Liquids. This time the qualifiers brought together several good teams, including the Knights, who are familiar to people in Xia, the Pittsburgh Cavaliers, Method, nicknamed the Snake, a strong team that is often in the top 5 in major competitions, and TSM, owns the SSS level player break, and his strength is also very good. Originally, these 3 teams all qualified steadily, and then returned to the main event of DreamHack. However, due to the addition of Liquid and Liquids, there are many more variables in the game, and this qualifier is called
the highest level DreamHack qualifier in history.
5 teams are among the top 16 in the world, and 10 teams are among the top 30 in the world, and they are all fighting for a ticket to DreamHack Marseille. No need to be reminded by Mao Xiaoma. The other 3 people are all very motivated. Both James and Ibiza haven't played official games for a long time. The feeling of returning to DreamHack this time is also very different, because DeNovo is very strong. He can lead Liquid to victory. Chapter 559, News about King? The DreamHack qualifier final is still at 6 a.m. Beijing time. At this point, apart from the official broadcast commentary, Onlim's Joy is broadcasting the DreamHack game. The popularity is not particularly high. They are all Liquid fans and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds enthusiasts. This DreamHack final is also known as a high-level competition.
The main focus is on these 5 teams: Liquid, Liquids, Method, Knights and TSM. But in 3 games, there are too many things that may happen. No one can say for sure. If you win 1 chicken, you will basically be in the top 4. So there is still plenty to watch.
Joy analyzed. The best thing about this kind of qualifier is that there are only 3 games, which are life and death battles. Liquid did not change jump points. There are really not many teams in the world who dare to compete with Liquid for Y City. This feeling is something Mao Xiaomo has never enjoyed before. Stop at Y City. No one dares to grab it. With such a large resource point, 20 teams, and still only 1 team, Liquid. You can imagine how influential Liquid is. Originally, Mao Xiaomo also prepared a backup strategy, which was City P where Method is located. But Jean shook his head and said it was unnecessary. In the competition in Europe, no one dared to compete with Liquid to compete for City Y. They all took 1 shot. The territory was captured with 1 shot. This is the foundation of a wealthy family. 3 teams that came before were beaten back by Liquid. They were also caught off guard when OMG came to Y City during PCI. However, they can't influence other people's decisions. And OMG was also driven to Y City, not deliberately looking for trouble. And they have nothing to say. And later on, 17 and Method played vigorously on PGI, which made Liquid feel how good Y City is. The game started quietly.
Okay, we saw a few relatively strong teams that are familiar to everyone. I also watched Liquid's games in the past few days, and found that they are also a strong team.
Joy told everyone.
The style of this team is different from Liquid, but the player's marksmanship is very accurate, especially Young's. Let me tell you, this is definitely a first-line professional player. Also, Liquid's doesn't have any fixed jump points so far. They are more versatile. They should study their opponents before the game and find jump points where no one is around.
And their command is also very good.
It was Young's that Mjoy praised. Why Mao Xiaoma chose Iron instead of Young's in the end is also a very important factor. Young's is also a commanding player, and his position overlaps a bit with Mao Xiaoma. To be honest, Liquid already has Mao Xiaoma, so there is no point in using Young's. In Liquid's, Young's can also shine, which is also a good thing for him.
Okay, this is an airport circle. Nice. Liquid feels uncomfortable now.
As soon as Joy finished speaking, the barrage started asking questions like crazy. Some people even asked directly, Mr. Joy, are you really a Liquid fan?
That's not what I meant. Don't mess with me. What I meant was that I can see more things about Liquid. I am definitely a Liquid fan. But the reasons may be different from yours.
Joy said meaningfully. But these viewers didn't know why. After all, Mao Xiaomo has disappeared from the PUBG community for more than half a year now. From the end of PCI to early May. The last time an audience saw Mao Xiaomo was probably in the auditorium of the PCPI finals. But there was only a figure from behind. Fans who are new to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds don't even know that such a #1 character exists.
Watching the game, I can't predict this circle now. After all, this Liquid is different from the previous Liquid. And the overall style and transfer ideas are also very different.
Joy said truthfully. Without the support of enough big data, all predictions are just guesswork. This Liquid team has played a total of 9 games so far and lost 7 times. All in the qualifiers. What is the reference value? It can be said that Liquid has only revealed the tip of the iceberg so far. But it was just the tip of the iceberg that shocked everyone in the world. When Chinese people go out, Joy, a senior, will definitely give his full support to Mao Xiaoma.
Okay, there's not much to see in the early stage. Let me chat with everyone.
Joy said. The early game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a bit boring. Even if it is an extreme airport circle. In an instant, many questions were posted on the barrage. For example, who do you think is the strongest player? Comment on IFCD and 4 AM. This is also what Xia people like to listen to most.
To be honest, I think the strongest player in Xia Kingdom at this stage should be King. That is, Mao Xiaoma.
As soon as Joy said this, countless fans quit. Where is 17 show? Where is God?
What achievements has Mao Xiaoma achieved? Does PCI second place count?
Joy's words instantly sparked a controversy. Although IFCD's fans are not as numerous as before, many King diehards are still waiting for him. And Mao Xiaomo said it. He will come to the national team games. In other words, maybe in the second call-up to the national team, you can see the familiar King. This is also the moment that many fans of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are looking forward to. Joy said seriously.
I am very responsible to tell you that half a year ago, I thought Mao Xiaoma was the player with the strongest overall strength in Xiagua. A player who combines all the characteristics. Many viewers asked me a lot of questions about Mao Xiaoma after Mao Xiaoma disappeared. I never said anything. Today is the first time I have answered directly.
Joy saw that the audience was still noisy. With one sentence, all the barrage went out in an instant. News about Mao Xiaoma? Everyone originally wanted to watch the game, but they never expected to hear such exciting news.
Joy cleared her throat and said slowly, to tell you the truth, I know Mao Xiaoma's whereabouts.
Chapter 560, Liquid loves to death, Liquids.
But I can't say.
As soon as Joy finished speaking, there were a barrage of questions and questioning.
What I can tell you is that Mao Xiaoma has become very strong now. How strong is he? It can be said that he is the first SSS-level professional player in Xia country.
Joy released another bombshell. Mao Xiaoma has become an SSS-level professional player. But it's normal to think about it. As long as Mao Xiaoma really trains and becomes stronger, plus Mao Xiaoma's talent, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in half a year.
Everyone was afraid that Mao Xiaoma would waste his talent before. But now they are relieved to hear the news.
There must be a very special reason why Mao Xiaoma left IFCD. It can only be said that the leaders of the general administration also helped Mao Xiaoma. It can also be said that they gave Mao Xiaoma a task. In short, Everyone should be able to see him again soon. Figure. That's all I can say. It should be enough.
Joy's remarks also caused an uproar. Mao Xiaomao didn't think much about it. But in fact Joy and the leaders of the general administration all thought a lot about Mao Xiaomao. If it was really known to the public that Mao Xiaomao really left IFCD for his girlfriend, it would be such a shame, no idea how many there will be. The general administration also made up such a suitable reason to protect Mao Xiaomao that it spread through Joy's mouth. And de novo has already appeared in the world arena. It may not be long before the news that Mao Xiaomao is de novo will be known to the Xia Kingdom audience. What will be the reaction then? Their previous public opinion guidance also very important. How many people who can take leadership positions are fools? Now that the FPS gap between Xia Kingdom and Europe and the United States is so huge, only Mao Xiaomao has the ability to lead Xia Kingdom FPS and lead Xia Kingdom PUBG out of the quagmire. 3 esports events added to the Tokyo Olympics. Dota 2, LOL and PUBG. The first 2 are both capable of winning the championship. But only PUBG. Before Mao Xiaomao came out, there was no hope at all. Now that Mao Xiaomao has stepped forward, the general administration of Xiaodui Esports has also grasped a life-saving straw. In the Xia Kingdom, if you have the ability, you have the right to speak. Joy looked at de novo's characters and smiled with satisfaction. At least Mao Xiaomao's current results has satisfied the big bosses of the general administration of sports and the general administration of esports of Xia State. The theme of a recent national team meeting was, "Fully support Mao Xiaomao." In 7 words. In the middle of the game, Liquid did not choose to cross the bridge, and had previously sailed ashore from the south. In fact, Mao Xiaomao himself has to make changes. But they are positive changes. Why IFCD was able to make so many divine transfers at that time was because there was no way to forcefully attack. So they chose to transfer from the weak side. But now Liquid has this ability. The ability to simplify complexity. Some circles that were previously inaccessible and difficult to move to are now okay for Liquid to break into. As long as they destroy the team on the edge of the circle, they can seize the enemy's territory. When entering the 3rd circle, Liquid also rushed forward.
Pull! Pull! Keep pulling!
Too arrogant.
Liquid's style of play is really arrogant. I really want to know what it will be like when they play DreamHack.
Joy shook his head. Watch as Liquid directly pulls the gun line with 4 people. Ibiza drove his motorcycle directly to the enemy's flank. The remaining 3 people rushed forward directly. Big mouth. This kind of fighting method has never appeared in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for so many years. It's really just a matter of force. After the 2 stars Ibiza and James each knocked down an opponent, the entire battlefield became smooth. Iron has now found some tacit understanding with the other 3 people, and finally knows when to do what he should do. James knocks down 1 person, and he immediately gets closer and does not give his opponent a chance to pull him in. Like a solid shield, it was directly penetrated by the world's most powerful weapon, leaving no room for resistance. This is the first time that everyone has seen such an arrogant style of play. But even Joy dare not say whether this style of play can be displayed in high-level competitions. After all, in the current qualifiers, except for the 5 strong teams mentioned above, most of the other teams have never heard of them. A funnier scene appeared. The camera showed Liquid's. They were in a good position, but not very far away from Liquid. The moment they heard Liquid's gunfire, they moved silently. I gave up the originally good terrain and chose a hilltop with a slightly worse terrain. But fortunately, it was relatively far away from Liquid.
Aw? Aw? Liquid loves Liquids so much that he just ran away.
Joy also felt a little unbelievable. Impossible. Completely impossible. How could this possibly run away? It doesn't work like this in professional games. When I saw Liquid, I just gave up the good terrain and moved directly without even thinking about it. Suddenly Joy saw a barrage and nodded thoughtfully.
This is possible. The 2 teams may be together and don't want to kill each other.
This explanation makes sense. But the actual situation is completely different from what Joy guessed. Liquids just ran away. Right? They are just afraid of Liquid. If Liquid were Method or Knights, they wouldn't be afraid and might just go back to Mang and clear them out. But this is Liquid. The 2 teams are separated by 2 walls. The night before yesterday, Chris found Youngs and asked him to take Liquids to help Liquid get used to it. After all, they had just returned to the team and had only played for a few days. Youngs must have readily agreed. Then what? Liquid gave him nothing. 11-0. Are you telling me that it has only been running in for 2 days? Youngs suddenly wanted to cry. His marksmanship was too bad, and he had no chance at all. He was crushed every time. Even Liquid felt a little embarrassed after the beating. It's often a one-on-one duel between 4 people. And then after 2 seconds, Liquid's is wiped out. The team members fell to the ground one after another. And no one could be beaten. I was defeated by the team 11 times. And I don't know if I knocked down the opponent 3 times in total.